Chapter 1. A small workshop is fierce in its ingredients. Boring. 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 Boring.
Li Muyang swiped his cell phone, numbly flipping through novels that had long been uninteresting, swiping through the boring news, swiping through shopping sites, and swiping through game updates.
His life, which had been immersed in an endless gray. Dull, boring. The car accident 3 years ago took the color out of his world forever. Li Muyang's parents were two top scientists who seldom met with him on weekdays.
But on that day 3 years ago, they had a sudden idea to take Li Muyang on an outing to the mountains. Li Muyang was originally very excited until the inexplicably frenzied beasts rushed out of the forest. The beast crashed their car down the hill and it naturally died. Fortunately, Li Muyang was saved, while his parents, however, left him forever. Li Muyang woke up to find that he could no longer stand, his legs were crippled and he has been stuck in a wheelchair ever since. Originally dependent on his parents, he was also left with a hefty insurance payment and compensation from the state. The money was put into a fund that ensured he had enough income every month to live without worrying about money. But no amount of money could fix those legs of his, and likewise, no amount of money could bring his parents back from the dead. With his parents gone and himself a lonely cripple, Li Muyang's heart seemed to be covered by a thick layer of fog, and all his goals and motivation disappeared without a trace. Because of his deep living, Li Muyang had no friends, no relatives, and no attachments. All day long, he stayed in his room, staring blankly at the computer screen, immersed in the virtual world. The game, the only thing he had to rely on. He could have power, wealth, and status in the game, things he could never get in reality. Every time he charged money, every time he improved his character, he felt a fleeting sense of satisfaction from it, as if all the pain could be overshadowed by these virtual achievements. However, that fulfillment is but fleeting and eventually returns to the abyss of emptiness and boredom. He had long since become numb to everything, and even the game was gradually losing its appeal.
What's the point of this life? Li Muyang couldn't help but think so.
Just then, his cell phone screen suddenly went black, followed by a never-before-seen app that silently appeared on the main interface.
Immortal Fate.
Li Muyang froze slightly, his brows furrowed. He was sure that he had not downloaded this software, and its icon was an ancient jade pendant with an eerie luster.
An auto-installed crap game?
His fingers subconsciously pressed the icon, ready to uninstall. Generally speaking, such inexplicably installed apps are either viruses or malware that often steal personal information. But when he tapped on the app manager and tried to uninstall it, the uninstall button was surprisingly grayed out.
Sure enough, it's rogue software.
Li Muyang skimmed his lips and was about to go down a more rogue 361 to unload this thing, but then he stopped his fingers.
What does it matter? All his money is in the foundation anyway.
The foundation would give him a monthly payment, and he only had a few tens of thousands of dollars on his own card that he hadn't spent on living expenses over the years, so it didn't matter even if they were all swindled.
Just in time to be bored, might as well see what this app is up to. Li Muyang's mind turned and tapped on Immortal Edge.
The screen suddenly went black, and immediately afterward, a line of eye-catching white letters appeared. This game is only allowed to be played by people over the age of 18, and your identity will be bound at the beginning of the game, so your account cannot be destroyed or transferred, and by starting to play the game, you are deemed to have agreed to the above overbearing terms and conditions.
Yoo-hoo, you know it's bullying too?
He was almost amused by this statement. After playing the game for so many years, this was the first time he had seen App himself admit that the terms were overbearing. Li Muyang shook his head, too lazy to care about all this nonsense, and directly tapped, Start Game. Anyway, he was already 100% sure that it was a virus software.
So what's next? Stealing his identity? Getting access to his chat logs? Or remotely manipulate his webcam? That's interesting. Have some fun with you. Match in.
The black screen rippled slightly, and a soft glow gradually emerged. Li Muyang originally thought that it would be another one of those trashy handheld games with a rustic style, and was even prepared for spicy eyes, but he didn't expect.
Hiss. This drawing style is so fierce? A small workshop using materials is fierce.
The picture in front of me was unexpectedly exquisite, not just as simple as 3D modeling. The background was a cloudy fairy mountain. A slender silhouette stood on the edge of the cliff, her clothes fluttering in the wind, giving an unrealistic sense of fantasy. Love match successful.
Female disciple of the Lu Yun Sword School, Xin Xuanli. Age, 19, height, 169, circumference, 91, 60, 90.
The corner of Li Muyang's eyes jumped slightly.
Xin Xuanli's modeling is quite outstanding.
She was dressed in a plain white cultivator's outfit, her long, silver-white hair was softly draped behind her shoulders, and a few strands of her hair flicked in the wind. Her skin was like gelatin, and her features were as delicate as a carving, just like a fairy coming out of a landscape painting. The most special thing was her eyes, cool and tough, with a slight sense of detachment, yet seeming to harbor a hint of imperceptible despondency.
The painting is too detailed, isn't it?
It doesn't look at all like the modeling of the set, but rather like it was self-built. Li Muyang squinted his eyes, and the more he looked, the more wrong he felt. Generally speaking, the most virus software can do to cheat Krypton is to set up a ready-made free modeling, or to steal a little bit of pictures from somewhere, so how can they make it so exquisite? Even the details of the characters' micro-expressions and the wind blowing the hem of their clothes are so realistic? Do you choose Xin Shuangli as the object of your affection? Attention! No changes can be made after selection. If love affair dies, you won't be able to bring her back to life, she'll disappear completely. Heh, screw this. Li Muyan let out a light laugh. He could almost predict the subsequent setup. Wasn't it just using uniqueness to make you charge all kinds of money? What love affair is dying? Recharge 998 to resurrect immediately. What's wrong with any love affair? Watch the commercials get stronger. If it was before, he would have just uninstalled the game. But today, he smiled and casually clicked OK. He's rich and bored anyway, so just come. However, the phone doesn't have that same old one-button pathfinding, field swipe opening from the immortal cultivation game. The image was actually a ragged cave. There was nothing in the cave, it was dark and damp, and in the darkest corner a girl cowered and curled up on her knees. The girl's body was clad in grey cloth that was already torn, and her exposed arms and legs were covered in scars, some of which were not even scabbed over yet, and were shocking to the eye. But even so, it couldn't hide her creamy, blown-out skin. Her long silver-white hair hid the proud part, and her curled-up position made her look like a dying beast. Li Muyan couldn't help but coo, this was too tempting. Soon, though, a prompt popped up in the game. Xin Shuangli is starving and cold, her body is getting weaker and weaker. Xin Shuangli is affected by the cold poison and is in severe pain. Xin Shuangli has half an hour left in her life. Chapter 2, Become Stronger by Recharging. The messages that popped up continuously on the screen made Li Muyang involuntarily hold his breath. The girl seemed to notice something and raised her head slightly, revealing half a pale face. Her eyes were hollow and numb, her lips were dry and open, her breathing was weak, and her whole being seemed to be on the verge of death. Even though it was only a game character, this momentary image caused Li Muyang's heart to inexplicably tighten. The moment he met her eyes, Li Muyang was sure that this was Xin Shuangli. But if we don't do something now, the character is really going to die. What to do? He slid his finger back and forth across the screen, trying to find interaction options. Just then, an abrupt prompt popped up on the screen. Ding! The first charge of $6 is a limited-time gift of decoration, so that your love affair has a comfortable home. When Li Muyang saw this recharge reminder, he directly laughed in anger. He originally thought that there would be a normal quest process, such as to find some herbs, or fight a wild wolf to save people. I did not expect that this game planning is not even pretend a little bit, directly come up to encourage players to kryptonite, no sense of shame. That's too direct, isn't it? Not even hiding? It wasn't that Li Muyang hadn't played games with kryptonite, but it was really the first time he had seen the garbage that came up to make people kryptonite. If it were before, he would have just turned off this tour. He was rich, but not a cutie. But now, Li Muyang's line of sight couldn't help but fall on Xin Shuangli in that corner of the screen. She was so bruised and starved that she was shaking even as she sat. Li Muyang couldn't help but think of himself. He himself could only swipe his cell phone to be bored and wait for death, but Xin Shuangli was not. She still has a chance to live, if only someone would lend a hand. Even if it's just a string of data in a game, a virtual character made to empty his wallet. But it's only $6, charge. Li Muyang tapped on the payment interface. Recharge successful. The screen shook slightly, and the game interface suddenly changed. A dazzling burst of golden light violently erupted from the screen, and the light surged like a fierce tidal wave, instantly engulfing the entire cave. The walls of the cave gradually became smooth and shimmering, and the surface of the originally wet rock was covered with a layer of polished jade. The originally narrow and low ceiling of the cave became tall and open, hanging several crystal night pearls, like stars sprinkled in the cave. The air inside the cave also became fresh and pleasant, no longer a dull musty smell, replaced by a warm fragrance, as if in an earthly paradise. The originally empty ground in the cave was suddenly covered with a layer of exquisite satin carpet, and against the wall, there was a beautifully carved jade bed, which was smooth and clean, with some golden lines inlaid on the edges, emitting an ancient and warm atmosphere. The bedding was also very elaborate, with soft brocade quilts and light feather pillows decorating the bed like a tiny palace. In the center of the cave, there was a stone table, surrounded by chairs carved from detailed stone, each with delicate patterns carved into the backs, as if they were carefully carved works of art. There were a few lamps on the table, the firelight dancing and reflecting a cozy glow. In the corner near the fireplace, there are also some storage cabinets and bookshelves, which are simple but reveal warmth and sophistication everywhere. The originally dilapidated cave instantly became like a small cavernous paradise, warm and quiet, as if it could make anyone forget the turmoil and pain of the outside world. All of this change, even if it was only through the screen, caused Li Muyang to develop an unspeakable sense of satisfaction. That's more like it. Li Muyang nodded with satisfaction, and his gaze turned to Xin Shuangli, wanting to see her reaction. Still, it's just a game character, so it shouldn't be done in too much detail, right? At most, a slight smile, a token of gratitude, and a system set line of dialogue popped up.
However, in the next second, Li Muyang completely froze. Shin Shuangli's face didn't have half a bit of gratitude, instead, it went from dismay to alarm to alertness.
Her hand subconsciously touched the broken sword at her side, bracing her weak body to rise and look around warily. Her breathing was rapid, cold sweat seeped from her forehead, and her eyes looked as if she were looking at some unfathomable supernatural phenomenon. This expression was as if she really was a living, breathing teenage girl and not an AI in a game. Li Muyang held his breath and stared at the screen, watching Shin Shuangli look around and eventually sit on the bed in bewilderment. Her fingers trembled as she gently pressed them against the soft mattress, feeling the touch that was so different from the cold, wet, hard floor before. Shin Shuangli's eyes changed.
The original panic disappeared and was replaced by utter bewilderment.
Li Muyang's heart jumped slightly as a strange feeling rose in the bottom of his heart.
Is this really just a cell phone game?
Shin Shuangli sat on the bed, her slight movements surprisingly caused the bed to sink in naturally, and the places where her fingers had pressed even had creases. He blinked furiously, fearing that he had blurred his eyes, but no matter how he looked at it, the scene in this image was too real, and even the slight tremor of Shin Shuangli's clothes carried a sense of incredible detail. The game's modeling and sense of interaction had far exceeded his knowledge.
If it's just a kryptonite scam, there's no need to make it so real, right? For a moment, he felt a wonderful sense of responsibility. This game, it seems like something?
Anyway, the game is well made, and even if I had to charge some more money, I think it would be worth it. However, just as he had this thought, a new prompt suddenly popped up on the screen. Limited time special offer, only need to recharge 30 yuan, you can add a set of beautiful clothes for your love interest. Oh. Li Muyang's gaze subconsciously fell on Shin Shuangli, and his heart softened when he saw the tattered clothes. This girl is almost naked, $30 for a suit is not expensive. Charge. As soon as the words fell, a golden light flashed on the screen of the phone, and a set of antique white gowns slowly fell on the bed. With that texture, it looks like it's worth it. As the long white dress fell, Shin Shuangli directly stood up in fear. Today's special offer, only need to charge another 68 renminbi, you can set a sumptuous and nutritious meal for your love interest. Oh.
Li Muyang. $68 for a meal? It's only $20 to order a takeout for yourself. But can Shin Shuangli eat the same meal as him? Charge. Another golden light poured down, and the table was filled with food, white porcelain bowls and plates holding delicacies of all colors and flavors, even the heat was clearly visible. In the next second, Shin Shuangli's sight was completely attracted by the food. This week's special offer, recharge 98 renminbi, you can get a report on the life of your love interest, so you can know more about her status. Oh.
Li Muyang, it's endless?
Okay, it's not reasonable to give someone dinner and not know what's going on with her.
Charge.
Chapter 3, Ori works harder than anyone else.
Soon, a virtual scroll appeared on the screen, detailing Shin Shuangli's biographical background. Even the old scars on her body were justified. Li Muyang then realized that Shin Shuangli was the last disciple of the Luyun sword sect. The Luyun sword sect was overrun by demons. She tried her best to escape, she was hit by a cold poison, and she almost died.
Gee, that's a bit of an interesting setting.
Li Muyang stroked his chin, feeling that he had played into it a bit. Just as he was figuring out what to do next, a message popped up on the screen once again. This month's special offer, recharge 188 renminbi, you can add 3 immortal thunder and fire charms to the home of your love interest to protect yourself.
A lightning charm? Defense? There's a combat system in this game? I'm a loser in reality, but I'm invincible in the game with my kryptonite. Routine operation now. Charge, charge, charge. Golden light sprinkled down again, and 3 talismans burning with light golden fire appeared in the corner of the room. Any more?
Li Muyang's kryptonite was a bit on top, but this time, the game didn't continue to pop up new recharge prompts. Li Muyang looked at the screen with some doubts, only to see Shin Shuangli's face pale, holding the broken sword tightly, her body trembling slightly, biting her lips and closing her eyes tightly. Her fingertips were white from the force, her back stiffening. In the face of this inexplicable change, even though she was already extremely weak and scared, she still chose to guard herself with her sword.
Even if I die, I will fight to the end.
Li Muyang's heart pounded and his fingers trembled slightly.
Is she afraid of? But despite her fears, she still fights? Is this game made so moving?
The new clothes on the bed were untouched, as was the table of chicken, duck, and fish. Li Muyang silently tapped Shin Shuangli. No hints popped up, but at this time, Shin Shuangli's life expectancy display had been extended to 6 hours.
Time in the game is synchronized with real time, so it seems to be fine for now.
Li Muyang looked at the dishes on the table in the game, made really too real, not at all that kind of posting feeling, as if you can smell the flavor. It is also okay, 68 by this table of food is not bad, the picture is exquisite as good. All to Li Muyang look hungry. Li Muyang casually placed his cell phone on the table to charge, ready to eat lunch and then come back to see his love interest. Suddenly he felt that the game was getting a bit interesting.
Shin Shuangli could barely hold on any longer.
The night rain was like a knife, the wind tore at her skin through the cracks of the tattered thatch, the cold poison rushed across her limbs and every heartbeat seemed to freeze her blood into ice. Xin Shuangli shrank in the corner of the wall, her hand tightly gripping the broken sword, her fingertips white and her bones green. This sword. She has been holding for more than 10 years. She has lived by the sword since she could hold it. She used to be a genius sword cultivator. The envy of countless people's sword Dao geniuses. Xin Shuangli held a wooden sword at the age of 3, and at the age of 5, she was able to dance with a sword, and at the age of 7, her sword intent had already taken shape, with the sword moving with her heart, and her killing intent was sharp. Her father always touched her head and smiled, "Ali, when you grow up, you will definitely become a marvelous sword cultivator." Her mother would also serve her a bowl of steaming hot osmanthus sugar water after her sword practice. "Ali is so talented, she will definitely become the number one in the sword path in the future." But overnight, the family was destroyed. The enemy brought people to kill the door. She watched her parents fall in a pool of blood. The home that once treated her like a jewel became a sea of fire. That day, her sword broke. That day, her heart, too, died. Later, Xin Shuangli was taken away by the head of the Luyun sword sect, Taoist Master Luyun, and became his disciple. He said that Xin Shuangli was the most talented sword cultivator he had ever seen, and that with enough time, she would become the new sword immortal. Xin Shuangli was grateful to the sect leader for saving her life, and even more grateful to the sect leader for teaching her. So she worked harder and harder than anyone else. She wasn't afraid of getting hurt, she wasn't afraid of hard work, and she went all out on every clan mission, and she would never back down even if she had to die 9 deaths. Xin Shuangli had always thought that she had a new home. Until that roaming demonic beasts broke into the clan, the whole faction fought with all their might, but in the end, there is no way to return to heaven. She would always remember the way the Yuaning snake demon's tail with its cold poison swept in, and her senior sisters and brothers fell in front of her. She would always remember how the sect leader, Taoist Master Luyun, died with the God transformation demon, and after seeing the destruction of the sect, he fought his soul to send himself away. She even remembered that when she was forcibly sent away with tears in her eyes, the demonic beasts that covered the sky surrounded the crumbling clan, their eyes full of greed. During this half-month, Xin Shuangli, who was suffering from cold poison, tried her best to protect herself from the pursuit of the demonic beasts. Only a few days ago, he had fought off a demonic wolf and occupied this cave as a simple shelter, but deep wounds had fallen on his body. His cultivation was frozen by the cold poison and his body was full of wounds. The cold poison was not fatal, but at this moment it had become a life-saving talisman, gnawing away at her vitality moment by moment. Xin Shuangli knew that she wouldn't live much longer. Maybe it won't last till tomorrow. The night was dreary, the rainstorm poured down, and with what strength she had left, she huddled in the cave, clutching the broken sword. No one in the world would remember her anymore. She would just die here, perhaps not even leaving a complete corpse. It was only a pity that he couldn't avenge everyone in the Flowing Cloud Sword sect. Xin Shuangli closed her eyes and silently waited for death to come. However, the next moment. "Home come." A strange and cold voice suddenly rang in his ears. Xin Shuangli snapped her eyes open, and was about to hold her sword to force the last ounce of defense. However, the broken hole she stayed in actually turned into a blessed cave in the blink of an eye. Xin Shuangli looked around in a daze, her mind blank. She'd never seen anything like it. Cultivators build a mansion is very simple, but that is a step-by-step foundation building cumulative. Even if it is a Jindan cultivator of imperial flight, at most, it is to carry the materials and construct with spiritual power, not like this. In an instant, out of nowhere, the dilapidated cave was transformed into a blessed cave of immortal chi that filled the sky. She found nothing after her alert rounds, and could only sit in bewilderment on the finely carved bed. Reaching out his hand, he touched the soft bedding underneath him, and his fingertips could feel the real temperature, and even the bedding still had a trace of warmth. Before she had time to react, in the next second, a clean and tidy white long dress appeared on the bed without a sound, and the texture of the fabric was better than all the dresses and skirts she had ever worn in the Luyun sword sect. Not only the clothes, but a whole table of aromatic food suddenly appeared on the table again, steaming hot, with a tantalizing color, as if it had just come out of the pot. Xin Shuangli's throat moved, the tip of her nose sniffed that fragrance, and her body reacted faster than her consciousness, her stomach convulsed, and hunger surged like a tidal wave. She clutched the broken sword dead center to protect herself and keep herself calm. If someone was going to come and attack, she would die fighting it. Chapter 4, This game has CVs? Xin Shuangli never believed in pie in the sky. This is all, not too weird. A cultivator's storage ring could store clothing and ingredients, but fetching things would inevitably cause spatial fluctuations, and she did not perceive any hint of spatial fluctuations just now, not even a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. If it wasn't taken out of a storage ring, then there was only one possibility from nothing. As she slowly sorted out her head, Xin Shuangli's heart sank. Cultivators can do from something to something, such as refining spirit stones into pills, or transforming ingredients into gourmet food, but from nothing to something, that's not something that ordinary cultivators can do, not even her master, the divine transformation stage Luyun Taoist could not do. Her master had once said that the only way to truly create something was to step into the realm of the merged, and only then could one touch a hint of the mystery.
Could it be that here, a great cultivator of the harmonization stage is hiding?
Her fingertips tightened as she gripped the broken sword, her heart beating like a drum. But a cultivator of this level, if he really wanted to tease her, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble at all.
What more? A conformist cultivator, idly changing clothes and meals for her?
Shin Shuangli's eyes sank slightly, slowly squatted down and gently pressed the ground. The temperature was natural, not an illusion.
So all this is true?
Shin Shuangli carefully walked to the table and looked at the table of delicacies, her heart beating hard. She has loved swords since she was a child, but beyond that, there is a secret. Shin Shuangli, who has a passion for food. Cultivators could abstain from eating after establishing foundation, but she had never given up the habit of eating food, and she had even been ridiculed by her senior brothers and sisters for a long time when she had given up an outing mission because of a bowl of meat cooked in the spirit spring. Unfortunately, ever since she was seriously injured, she couldn't even afford the most ordinary meals and could only rely on nibbling on wild fruits to get by, so hungry that she was so dizzy that she almost got her throat bitten off even when she was killing the demonic wolves. And now, a hot meal was set before her. Shin Shuangli took a deep breath and restrained the urge to reach out and clip the food. Instead, she took a step back, clasped her hands together and made a solemn salute towards the empty house, her voice cold and firm.
Which senior is casting spells here?
Late generation Shin Shuangli, I have the audacity to request senior to show himself.
Inside the cave, it was silent.
No one responded, only the sound of the torrential rain slapping against the window pane, like dull war drums.
Shin Shuangli's heart slowly sank.
She licked her dry, cracked lips and looked down at the meal on the table, sniffing the soul-stirring aroma, and actually developed a hint of hesitation.
Should she take it or not?
Shin Shuangli bit the corner of her lips to death and forced herself to calm down.
The one who could do all this was bound to be in existence with unfathomable cultivation. If the other party really wanted to harm her, there was no need to go to such lengths, she would have died countless times already. What's more, she had just been lightly nudged on the head by an invisible finger, one that was warm and seemed to carry a hint of teasing, mocking her for being too ridiculously guarded. At the thought of this, the tips of Shin Shuangli's ears burned slightly, and her face inexplicably became somewhat embarrassed. This kind of big man, if she really wants to do something to her, she is simply powerless to resist.
Shin Shuangli took a deep breath and finally put down the broken sword, slowly sat down in front of the table, clasped his hands and once again bowed towards the empty house.
If senior is unwilling to show himself, Frostglaze doesn't dare to force himself. But these meals, can Frostily eat them?
She paused, her voice a little soft with a hint of inexplicable stubbornness.
If senior doesn't respond, Frostglaze won't trespass on senior's belongings even if she dies of hunger.
After saying that, Shin Shuangli sat down in front of the table, closed her eyes, and meditated. The aroma of the food still filled the room, almost tickling her soul. But she remained motionless. The residual fragrance of scrambled eggs with tomatoes still lingered in the kitchen. Li Muyan was too lazy to clean up and casually threw the bowl away, pushing his wheelchair back to the living room. He casually picked up his phone, and the interface of Immortal Edge on the screen had automatically refreshed, and everything in the cave hut was clearly visible. Shin Shuangli, who was originally sitting cross-legged on the bed, was now sitting in front of the stone table, her hands forming seals and meditating cross-legged. It was just that her figure was shaky, and her whole body looked as if it would collapse at any moment, with a fine layer of beads of sweat staining her flower cat-like face, and her nostrils flaring slightly, obviously trying her best to hold back something. But what made Li Muyang feel most amused was that she was facing the roasted chicken, rice, and hot soup on the table, her eyes half squinted and half open, her gaze staring straight at the golden and oily chicken leg, and her eyes were filled with a complicated struggle.
What's this look? Li Muyang was happy. What kind of person meditates on food? Does the immortal cultivation world still talk about exercising willpower like this? This little girl's chin was hanging over the roasted chicken, her eyes unblinking as she stared at her meal, clearly starving and going crazy, but still holding on for dear life. A system alert popped up on the screen. Shin Shuangli's request for a nutritious meal, is it granted? You need my permission for this? So strict?
Li Muyan was speechless and instantly cried and laughed at the settings of this game.
Shin Shuangli was about to cry with gluttony, but he still had to give him a nod before he could eat. I'm afraid this game planner doesn't have a bad taste in abusing NPCs, right?
But he looked down at the girl, who still stubbornly closed her eyes, as if making a final mental struggle, but her tiny throat could not help swallowing already.
Li Muyan lost his smile, his finger gently clicked and selected, agree.
Almost at the instant he pressed it, Shin Shuangli in the picture seemed to have heard some supreme will, suddenly opening her eyes, and a trace of ecstasy flashed through her glazed eyes. She hurriedly arched her hand into mid-air, her voice clear and pleasant, thank you senior.
I throw, and there's sound. The sudden young girl's voice made Li Muyan almost didn't throw his cell phone. He didn't react for a while. When he entered the game before, he realized that the game didn't have background music and the system interface was silent. He even thought that the game was a half-baked product.
But at this moment, not only was there Shin Shuangli's voice in the cell phone, there was also the crackling sound of the fireplace burning inside the house, and even the torrential rain pouring outside the cave carried an extremely realistic ambient sound, as if it had directly pulled him into a world that really existed. This CV quality is a bit fierce. Small workshop with so much material? He grunted and continued to stare at the screen. Shin Shuangli already couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks, and firstly, she very ceremoniously clamped a piece of rice into her mouth and chewed it a few times in a small way, a satisfied look on her face. Then she began to try the roasted chicken, still moving with a bit of reserve. This reserve, however, lasted less than 5 seconds. The next moment, chopsticks began to fly. Shin Shuangli's eating speed suddenly soared, her movements changed from elegantly chewing and slow swallowing to a windy roll. The skeleton of the roasted chicken was quickly gnawed cleanly in her hands, and after a bowl of rice went down, she even simply picked up the bowl of soup and tilted her head back to pour it in one gulp. Li Muyan. This eating speed, it was almost like some fierce beast that had been starved for 3 days was eating, not at all like a cool and unassuming immortal cultivation girl. Not bad for a game, only game characters can eat that fast, right? Li Muyan laughed lightly. This young girl, she was really cute. Chapter 5, Relics and Enemies. Shin Shuangli sat cross-legged in front of the stone table, her fists clenched, knuckles white, trying to restrain the cravings that kept churning in her heart. The aroma of the rice lingered at the tip of her nose, the rich meaty flavor and the sweetness of the rice seemed like an invisible thread, tickling her sanity, every whiff of the smell reminding her eat. But she can't. Her status was that of a cultivator, burdened with cold poison and disorganized qi, so if she ate hastily, she would likely aggravate the cold erosion in her body. What's more, the food was a gift from her predecessor, so how could she eat it without permission? Shin Shuangli closed her eyes tightly and clenched her teeth, fine beads of sweat seeping from her forehead. Even as her stomach burned like a blazing fire, she had to force down the instinctive urge. Just then, a loud and majestic voice came abruptly from the air. The May. This voice is not high or low, but permeated with an unquestionable majesty, as if the supreme truth of heaven and earth, a word fell, actually let Shin Shuangli's heart and mind shook, and the depths of the soul trembled with it. She snapped her eyes open, and saw a large golden character slowly emerge above the rice, the words filled with aura and suspended in the air, as if the heaven and earth had naturally nurtured it. Shin Shuangli's heart was shaken. Is this a teleprompter? No, much more than that. The voice transmission techniques of ordinary cultivators could at most transmit sound up to 100 miles away, while some great powers could even condense words with aura to make the transmission even more powerful. However, the large golden characters in front of her were not condensed by the surrounding aura, but appeared out of thin air. This meant it was highly likely that the owner of this voice transmission had transmitted this message directly to her from a distance of 10,000 miles, or even across the boundaries of the world. Hiss. Shin Shuangli sucked in a breath of cool air, and the awe of this senior deepened in her heart. This kind of means was simply not in existence that she could speculate on. But in any case, at least the other person didn't mean her any harm. She hurriedly kowtowed deeply to the void and gratefully said, "Thank you, senior." Only after she finished speaking did she carefully reach out her hand, pick up her chopsticks, and pick up a small piece of roasted chicken and bring it into her mouth. Instantly, an unprecedented flavor bloomed on the tongue. The golden chicken skin was crispy and fragrant, and the meat was tender and juicy with the grilled charcoal flavor. With a mouthful of steaming rice, the aroma of rice melted between the lips and teeth, as if even the soul was warmed by this food. Her movements lurched, a flash of shock crossing her eyes. This is actually a spiritual meal? It wasn't that Shin Shuangli had never eaten food before, but since she had been practicing since she was young, her diet was all light spiritual porridge, and she had never tasted such luxurious food. She could clearly feel a trace of pure aura slowly seeping into her body with every mouthful of food, nourishing her damaged meridians and warming her internal organs. Shin Shuangli bit down on her chopsticks, forcing herself to be a bit more reserved, but in the next second, her sanity was completely swept away by this delicious flavor. The movement of the chopsticks became faster and faster, sweeping away the rice on the table like a whirlwind. Rice, stew, and roast chicken. Even though she knew that her seniors were secretly observing, she still couldn't help but wolf down her food, completely disregarding her image. Only when the food on the table completely bottomed out did she let out a long breath, put down her chopsticks, and picked up a small square napkin on the side to wipe her mouth, trying to salvage a bit of her reserve as a cultivator. Done and done, in front of the seniors, his own image completely collapsed. Shin Shuangli's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart chagrined. Who's a good girl eating so hard? She sighed darkly, feeling like she had just acted like a starving man. Despite her inner shame, she still respectfully bowed down and thanked. It's been a long time since my junior has consumed such delicious food. Senior's great kindness, Frost Glaze will never forget it. After saying that, she gently put away the bowls and chopsticks on the table, and seeing that senior had no new instructions, she took the bowls and chopsticks and walked slowly to the cave entrance, looking out at the outside world. At a glance, the rain outside was actually more intense than before. Dark, heavy clouds hung low, almost pressing above the mountains, and torrential rain fell like a waterfall, a curtain of rain as dense as silver threads, shrouding heaven and earth in a world of gray. Dull thunder rolled through the thick clouds, occasionally exploding into a blinding silver light that reflected the sky and earth in pale colors.
It's raining harder than before,
she murmured softly, her gaze slowly moving down to the floor of the cave. The rain had already spread to the entrance of the cave, forming a pool of water, as if it would surge into the cave at any time, but strangely, the rain seemed to hit an invisible barrier, never being able to take a step beyond the entrance of the cave. A trace of gratitude flashed in Shen Shuangli's eyes. If it wasn't for Senior, she was afraid that she would have long been soaked by the rain, and in the case of the cold poison not yet cleared, if she was soaked by this rain for half a day, I'm afraid that she wouldn't even have the strength to stand up.
She once again bent down slightly into the void and whispered, "Many thanks to Senior."
At this moment, the awe and gratitude in her heart deepened a few points. Why don't you clean these bowls and chopsticks and leave a good impression on Senior? You can't rely on all of them to be gifted by Senior.
Shen Shuangli thought about it and took a step outside the cave. Shen Shuangli's favorability +5, currently 10.
Accompanied by the sound of the game's beat, Li Muyang glanced at Shen Shuangli, who was bowing alone in the screen, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Sure enough, there's a goodwill system, which isn't really a surprise. He casually tapped on the game's menu screen, originally just wanting to take a casual look, but ended up accidentally discovering a map function.
This game actually has a map? Li Muyang raised his eyebrows in some surprise. He originally thought that the volume of the game was only this small cave, expanding to a small area around it at most, but he didn't expect to find that after clicking on the map, he found that the entire game world was far more expansive than he had imagined. As the map unfolded, the cave that Shen Shuangli was in was marked as a small green, and this green dot was surrounded by a black mist, which looked like it should be due to being unexplored. Li Muyang curiously dragged the screen, and sure enough, he found that the area near the cave was lit up, and in addition to that, there was a place that wasn't shrouded in mist. It was a dilapidated clan building, and the map was clearly marked with a line of big red letters. Ruins of the Lu Yun sword sect to be explored. Ha! This is the sect where Shen Shuangli once stayed. Li Muyang sighed lightly, remembering Shen Shuangli's previous encounters. He understood that this clan had been overthrown by the demonic beasts, leaving her alone. However, from the game's setting, since there are clan ruins, that means they can be explored.
According to the general logic of the game, this place most likely had leftover resources, such as secret martial arts manuals, elixirs, equipment, and the like, and of course inevitably a boss battle.
Li Muyang shook his head.
This was clearly not a copy that the current Shen Shuangli could challenge. He was about to turn off the map for the time being when he suddenly realized that there was a hint of abnormality on the map. In the vicinity of the green dot of the cave, 5 red dots appeared, approaching at an extremely fast speed towards Shen Shuangli's location.
Chapter 6. What's the point of washing dishes? Li Muyang's pupils shrunk slightly, and his heart tightened violently. The enemy?
It doesn't take much thought to realize that red dots on a game map basically mean only one thing: enemies. Li Muyang quickly zoomed in on the map, only to see that the 5 red dots were moving extremely fast, and had almost approached the range of the cave in a breath or two. Bad, how is she going to fight 5 enemies now that she's seriously injured and her weapon is broken? Li Muyang's heart sank and his mind raced, trying to find a way to break the situation.
Right. Aren't there 3 more Thunder Fire talismans in the cave?
Li Muyang remembered that this cheating kryptonite game had previously hinted that it was a Thunder Fire charm of immortal grade, which had cost him 188 oceans, so it should still have some killing power, right? As long as Shen Shuangli didn't come out in the cave and occupied the favorable terrain, using the Thunder Fire talisman wouldn't be an accident. However, when he cut back to Shen Shuangli's image, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in anger.
Shen Shuangli is actually washing the dishes at the entrance of the cave? Holy! What the hell kind of time is this when you're washing the ing dishes?
Li Muyang's scalp instantly tingled and his heart chilled.
You're in the mood to clean up the dishes when the enemy is almost upon us? The big deal about this broken bowl is that I'll throw it away and I'll buy you another set of kryptonite, okay? Li Muyang hurriedly looked through the game interface to see if there was a way to remind Shen Shuangli to hurry up and enter the cave. However, he soon realized.
The game interface has quite a few options, but the vast majority of them are locked.
No emergency orders?
His forehead was sweating with impatience, his eyes darting across the screen, when suddenly a familiar window popped up. Recharge 100 to purchase a sound transmission note. You can transmit sound to Shen Shuangli once.
Li Muyang.
The corner of his mouth twitched as he stared at the recharge option, barely cursing.
$100 to transmit a voice? Why don't you go grab it?
But now is not the time to spit. He glanced at the location of the red dot. The other party was close to rushing into the cave. There was no time to hesitate. Li Muyang directly clicked on the recharge. Alipay quickly popped up to remind him of the deduction. He didn't even have time to feel sorry for the money. He only stared at the screen until a talisman appeared in the center of the game interface.
Please hold down the talisman and speak. Li Muyang took a deep breath, fearing that Shen Shuangli couldn't hear him, and as he pressed down on the talisman, he almost yelled with all his might. Shen Shuangli, get into the cave.
Shen Shuangli's wrist trembled, and the porcelain bowl almost slipped from her fingertips.
That voice. Is a senior?
She jerked back, her gaze piercing through the sheer curtain of rain as she scanned the area. The mountains were silent, the only sound was the rain slapping against the rocks, and there was a damp chill in the air. However, the shouts that came from that moment clearly echoed in his ears and did not sound like a hallucination. Just a moment after she froze, a deafening wolf howl pierced through the rain. Ow! A low hissing sound then rang out, and in the rain, a huge black figure swept out of the woods in a swift and thunderous manner, followed by 2 more demon wolves rushing out. Xin Shuangli instantly changed her face. 3 pitch-black, buffalo-sized demon wolves stepped through the mud, their eyes scarlet and fierce. And behind them, 2 dark shadows could be vaguely seen wandering about, seemingly waiting for an opportunity. Black Wind Demon Wolf. Shen Shuangli's mind was roaring. She finally understood the cause. This cave wasn't a natural and uninhabited place, but a den for these demonic wolves. The wolf that she had decapitated before, I'm afraid that it was just an old and weak one among this group of demonic wolves, so it was no wonder that she was able to win easily at that time. She actually took over the demon wolf's territory? And now, this group of Black Wind demon wolves was pouncing towards her with monstrous killing intent. The danger is close at hand. The nearest demon wolf was only 5 meters away from her, its sharp claws slicing through the ground, bringing up mud and water in all directions, with a fishy wind pounding her face and ferocious flames. It locked its gaze on Xin Shuangli, letting out a low roar from deep in its throat as it leapt up violently, pouncing like lightning. Xin Shuangli's mind was in a state of shock, and her body reacted by instinct, rolling sideways on the ground to avoid the bloody mouth. Bang! The demon wolf pounced, its huge claws slapping on the slippery rock surface, splashing up large swaths of debris, and its sharp claws cutting deep traces in the ground. Xin Shuangli rolled over, and with her backhand, she ruthlessly smashed the porcelain bowl in her hand at the other demon wolf that leaped up. Outside the screen, Li Muyang stared intently at the cell phone screen, his heart beating wildly. Beautiful! He slapped his thighs and growled lowly in excitement. Fortunately, Xin Shuangli reacted quickly enough and was not the kind of weak woman who would only freeze in place and wait for death. The smashed-out porcelain bowl arced through the air, straight towards the second demon wolf's muzzle. These Black Wind demon wolves have been hunting for many years and are experienced, often fighting with cultivators. At first sight of something white and shaky coming, they reflexively thought that it was a magic weapon and violently flashed to the side. However, a porcelain bowl is just a regular bowl. Pop! The ceramic bowl shattered on the floor, unthreatening. The demonic wolves were first stunned, then their eyes instantly filled with blood as their anger value soared. They realized they've been played, and a low growl rumbles from their throats, their murderous intent intensifying. Xin Shuangli took the opportunity to rush back to the cave in a flash and slammed the stone door. Bang! The stone door muffled, shutting out the wind and rain. Not good, not good. Xin Shuangli was panting, dragging tables and chairs, piling them toward the door. Her strength was already gone, dragging a table was extremely hard, her face was red, but she still gritted her teeth and held on. The demonic wolves outside, however, had no intention of giving her any respite. Bang! Heavy footsteps came from outside the door and the ground shook slightly. Xin Shuangli held her breath, her heart beating so fast that it almost jumped out of her throat. These demonic wolves were extremely intelligent, and most likely had already realized that she had nowhere to run, and would definitely find a way to break into the door next. If they come in. Xin Shuangli stared at the door in death, killing intent boiling under her eyes. Although her cultivation had fallen to the bottom and her physical strength was even more scarce, if it really came to a life and death situation, she could still fight to the death. However, the next instant. Boom! Thunder exploded, illuminating the entire cave. Xin Shuangli looked up sharply, and a trace of shock surfaced under her eyes. Thunder suddenly flared outside the door, and a dazzling golden arc of electricity exploded out along the crack of the door, instantly filling the air with a burning, charred odor. Immediately after that, there was the miserable howl of a demon wolf. Xin Shuangli's eyes widened, and through the gap in the stone door, she saw a shocking scene. A talisman that emitted brilliant lightning was clearly affixed to the door. Golden light permeated through the outline of the talisman paper, as if it were a sacred barrier, blocking the approaching demon wolves as much as possible. The 2 demonic wolves outside that had borne the brunt of the lightning had already been scorched and blackened by the thunderbolt, and then there was no more sound. The surrounding Black Wind demon wolves instantly backed off, staring at the talisman with eyes full of scorn, not daring to approach any closer. Xin Shuangli took a deep breath, shock flashing in her eyes. Thunder fire charms. She immediately recognized the talisman's origin. No, it's not right. This is not an ordinary thunder fire charm. Xin Shuangli held her breath, her eyes tightly fixed on the talisman, only to see the surface of the talisman paper faintly flowing with golden light. Chapter 7, Give Me the Con. Thunder and fire talismans and pills were all categorized into 5 grades: mortal, medium, superior, ultimate, and immortal. The immortal talisman was encased in golden light, a true treasure of heaven and earth. Only those old monsters of the great clans who had delved into the Tao could draw a thunder fire talisman of this grade. Ordinary cultivators who get this talisman must be treated as a life protection card, not as a last resort, will not be easily used. And at this moment, this talisman in front of her eyes was clearly the immortal lightning and fire talisman that was flashing with golden light. Shen Shuangli froze in place, her heart churning. Ordinary thunder fire talisman was only applicable to the chi refining stage and foundation establishment stage against the enemy, while immortal thunder fire talisman could even blow up Jindan stage demons, belonging to the treasure that could not be bought with money. The value of the immortal lightning flame talisman could not be measured at all. Even a Jindan stage powerhouse might not be able to get one easily. Available at that senior, to just casually stick it on the door? Shen Shuangli's feelings were complicated to the extreme, both touched and heartbroken. This is an immortal talisman. Senior actually took this priceless treasure to give her defense? What a waste! In the midst of the rainstorm, the aftermath of the thunder and fire talisman had yet to dissipate, and the 3 demon wolves outside the cave entrance were like falling into an icy cellar, their hairs exploding and standing up all over their bodies. What virtue or ability do they have that would allow such a powerful person to exert the power of thunder and fire? The 2 strongest ones among the 5 demon wolves were instantly blasted into charcoal by the lightning fire just by getting close to the cave entrance. Not even their bones were left. What kind of power is this? The 3 surviving demonic wolves glanced at each other, their eyes filled with terror and horror. Although they were only small demons at the chi refining stage, they weren't so stupid that they didn't know the heights of heaven. The power of that thunder fire talisman was by no means something that an ordinary person could activate. Even if they were cultivators, they would have to be experts proficient in thunder law. Woo! One of the demonic wolves let out a low growl, revealing a scornful expression as its tail quietly clamped back. They were not unintelligent beasts, but had long been psychic and knew what fear was. However, the food was right in front of him, and if he just gave up, I was afraid that the Wolf King's punishment would be even more terrible. After a moment of hesitation, the 3 demon wolves exchanged a look. The 2 demon wolves crouched low, feeling their way along the side of the cave, ready to find a breakthrough from the rear. The last demonic wolf, on the other hand, had its gaze fixed, and with careful steps, slowly approached the cave's walls. He carefully extended his sharp wolf claws, intending to try and chip away at the rocky wall outside the cave to see if he could find a loose spot and take advantage of the opportunity to burrow in. However, just a moment after extending his claws, boom! A terrifying thunderclap exploded. Those 2 demonic wolves that had circled around to explore the path were instantly turned into ashes by 2 golden thunderbolts that fell from the sky before they had a chance to find a suitable entrance. Electricity erupted and lightning fires burned on the ground, failing to extinguish even under the torrential rain, instead flickering with the remnants of thunder, as if warning of what would happen to anyone who dared to approach. The last demon wolf froze. Its paw was still hanging in mid-air, not even touching the wall, and the whole wolf was frozen in place by this sudden change. It had witnessed 2 of its companions circling around to the rear, only to be reduced to ashes in the mere blink of an eye. What's the point? A deep fear flashed in the demon wolf's eyes. It doesn't have enough of a wolf's head anymore. The cave in front of us looks ordinary, but it is like a forbidden place for the gods. Those strong people? Didn't he even show their faces, and just a talisman was enough to wipe them out in a group? Where is this a place they can covet? Escape! There must be an escape. The demonic wolf gave a sharp jolt, violently reversed its direction, and ran wildly towards the mountain forest without looking back, wishing that he could grow wings and fly away from this hellish place in the next second. However, before it could run out a few steps, a message suddenly popped up on Li Muyan's cell phone screen. Do you want to buy a Thunder Fire Charm to punish the escaped wolf demon? Thunder Charms 288 half price. Li Muyan looked dumbfounded. What the hell? His face went green. If in the past, this kind of forced buying game, he uninstalled in minutes. But now, his gaze fell on the screen. Shen Shuangli was hiding inside the cave, her gaze still carrying a few moments of shock. Li Muyang frowned. If this demon wolf was allowed to escape, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't bring more wolves with it. At that time, it would not be a problem that could be solved by a few thunder fire talismans. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he clicked on the purchase screen. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Charge the out of it. Li Muyang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he clicked the pay button. Payment successful, balance 288. Accompanied by the beeping sound of successful payment, a dazzling golden light shot up from the screen, transforming into a radiant thunder and fire talisman that broke through the air. Shen Shuangli in the screen only heard thunder exploding above her head, and then she saw a golden beam of light piercing through the rain, as if it were a meteor chasing towards the demon wolf that had fled so hastily. Ow! The demonic wolf turned around in terror, only to see the talisman in the sky with lightning light was locking onto it. The next moment, boom! The thunder fire exploded with a loud bang, and the demonic wolf didn't even manage to send out a scream as it was instantly devoured by the thunder and turned into flying ash. The remaining lightning still raged in place, illuminating the entire mountain forest. Shen Shuangli watched this scene with dumbfounded amazement, her heart beating violently. 3 consecutive immortal thunder fire talismans? In less than half a minute, all 5 demon wolves died. However, the mysterious senior who had stepped in to help surprisingly did not even show his face, merely transmitting a reminder at the time of her distress, and then silently stepped in to suppress it. This kind of divine power is truly appalling. But why did Elder help her? Was she, a penniless invalid whose cultivation had fallen to the bottom of the valley, worthy of such a high-ranking person to come to her aid 3 times? She looked down at her hands, and those figures from the flowing cloud sword sect surfaced in her mind. It was like the masters and brothers, who helped her and sheltered her unconditionally. She thought that she had lost it all. But now, there was actually another strong person who extended a helping hand when she was most helpless. Is she really worthy? Or, is this senior just passing by in the clouds and casually giving out favors? Shen Shuangli gritted her teeth and put these stray thoughts behind her. Regardless, this senior had saved her life. She took a deep breath and solemnly knelt on the ground, facing the sky, and performed a great salute. Senior, thank you again for your help. Shen Shuangli's favorability +5, currently 15. Li Muyang stroked his chin and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, good feelings go up pretty fast. He glanced at the spending records. It wasn't 288 filled for nothing. Just then, a new message suddenly popped up on the cell phone screen. Ding! Shen Shuangli's medical report has been generated and detailed identity information has been generated. Is it viewed? As the message popped up, a 3D virtual little Shen Shuangli appeared in front of Li Muyang, which could be rotated at Li Muyang's will. Li Muyang brightened up and rubbed his hands together excitedly. Yo, there are still after sales for the previous physical examination? Or just random 3D modeling? Quickly give me Kong Kong. Chapter 8, Watching Ads to Unlock. This 3D model in front of Li Muyang was the image of a young girl, the very cute version of Shen Shuangli. Her face was clear, her eyebrows were picturesque, her long hair was like a waterfall, and her body was slender, as if she was a fairy coming out of a painting. Li Muyang could rotate this virtual image as much as he wanted, observing her details from all angles. Unfortunately, however, no dress-up operations are possible. Li Muyang couldn't wait to click on the view button. Shen Shuangli's physical examination report and identity information instantly unfolded, dense text and data analysis presented in front of him. Identity and medical report: Shen Shuangli. Name: Shen Shuangli. Current realm: first level of Qi refining. Identity: former disciple of the Luyun sword sect. Age: 19, female. Special talent: single water spiritual root abolished, Taiyin Taoist body not activated. Status: root damage, dantian rupture, cold poison eating the body, heart demon breeding, severe internal injuries, all meridians broken, moderate trauma. Biography: in his childhood, his family was destroyed and he was adopted by the Luyun sword sect, Luyun Taoist. In his adulthood, the Luyun sword sect was destroyed by Shanin Darkness Bear, a great demon, and was attacked by Cold Ice Mang infant, and his tendons and veins were severed, and the cold poison entered his body, and his mind became demonic. During the escape, the dantian was ruptured and the spiritual root was severed. Click to expand the detailed version. Overall comment: a life of misfortune, a candle in the wind. Li Muyang's eyes quickly swept over the report, and the more he looked at it, the more alarmed he became. Shen Shuangli's life and encounters made him inhale a breath of cold air. Her fate can be described as tragic. When he was young, his family was broken, and he was adopted by Luyun Taoist of Luyun sword sect. He thought he could lead a peaceful life, but he didn't expect that the sect was tragically exterminated by a great demon of god of transformation in adulthood, and he himself was attacked by a Yuaning-level cold ice mang, which resulted in broken meridians, cold poison in the body, and even the growth of a heart demon. During her escape, her dantian was ruptured and her spirit root was abolished, almost becoming an invalid. This is too bad. Li Muyang muttered as a complex emotion surged in his heart. He couldn't help but look towards Shen Shuangli, who was sitting cross-legged on the jade bed in the room. Her eyes were closed and she looked calm, as if she was oblivious to the outside world. His face was pale and his lips were slightly purple, obviously a sign of the cold poison devouring his body, and his body was slightly trembling, as if he was enduring great pain. No wonder she's cowering in such a crappy cave. If I hadn't come just in time, she'd probably really be gone. Li Muyang said in a low voice, and a trace of pity could not help but arise in his heart. He felt as if he was really in this world, and Shen Shuangli was no longer a virtual character, but a real, living person. This look is cultivating, right? With the foundation destroyed and the spiritual roots gone, can one still cultivate? Li Muyang was puzzled in his heart and couldn't help but reach out and point at Shen Shuangli's shoulder. Out of respect, he didn't touch any other part of the body, choosing the shoulder instead. However, he didn't notice Shen Shuangli's slightly reddened ear tips after being nudged by himself. As he did, a status message popped up. Status: in training. Cultivation progress 3999. This should mean that the aura should be accumulated to 99 in order to advance to the second level of Qi cultivation? Li Muyang secretly speculated. He stared at Shen Shuangli's cultivation progress and realized that not only was her progress not increasing, but it was slowly decreasing. Half an hour later, progress dropped from 39 to 38. The young girl in the picture had a slightly furrowed brow, and her pale lips were gently downturned, making her look especially vulnerable. She should have felt the aura retreating instead of advancing as well. Li Muyang had some intolerance in his heart. He knew that Shen Shuangli's physical condition was extremely poor, her foundation was damaged, her dantian was ruptured, and her cold poison had devoured her body. These injuries made it impossible for her to cultivate normally. If something isn't done soon, she's only going to get worse. Li Muyang began to look around for options that could help Shen Shuangli. He scrolled through the interface and found a love store, but it showed unlocked. Eventually, he found something that might be useful to Shen Shuangli in a formation icon in the upper right corner. Primary Spirit Gathering Formation, unlocked by watching an advertisement for 1 hour. Intermediate Gathering Formation, 10 minutes, unlocked by watching commercials. Advanced Spirit Gathering Formation, 188 an hour, need to watch advertisement. Crazy Thursday Special, original price 488 hour. In addition to the Spirit Gathering Formation, there was a sliver of various formations below, such as the Concealment Formation, the Xian Armor Formation, and even the Immortal Execution Formation, whose name sounded powerful. Some of these formations cost money to purchase, while others require various rare conditions to be met. Li Muyang was dazzled by the sight, especially those complicated startup conditions that gave him a headache. Special offer again. Or is it Crazy Thursday nah? Why don't you just have 50? Li Muyang gritted his teeth. If you don't buy the Premium Spirit Gathering Array today, the price will return to its original price tomorrow, and it won't be cost-effective to use it then. He hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to charge it. After 1,888 yuan was charged in, Li Muyang's whole body was paralyzed, creating an inexplicable sense of emptiness. However, the feeling lasted only a moment. Money didn't matter to him, as long as it made him happy, made him feel like a living being and that the world wasn't gray anymore. Then what was the point of dumping his family's money? From now on, the Advanced Gathering Formation is 10 hours, exactly until 12 p.m. Li Muyang said to himself. Since Shen Shuangli wanted to cultivate, it would be straightforward to give her a full pull. Before that, however, he had to watch one more commercial. The way of heaven is impermanent, the road to immortality is long, our generation of cultivators walking against the sky, how can we not have a handy magic treasure? Zhou Tianxian Bing Pavilion, the top of the immortal world weapons, 10,000 years of inheritance, the quality is unrivaled. Today's promotion in the immortal world, the heavenly blessings, all buyers of magic treasure can enjoy up to 30% of the heavenly subsidies. There is also a chance to draw the chaos treasure, heavenly axe, fragments, set 10 pieces can be exchanged for the supreme artifacts, split the chaos, reshape the universe. Li Muyang. In the room, Shen Shuangli sighed dismally, a hint of helplessness and exhaustion in her eyes. Her body leaned forward slightly, her hands hanging feebly in her lap, her fingertips trembling slightly, as if she didn't even have the strength to lift them. Alas, another failure. Shen Shuangli's voice was low, with a few hints of self-deprecation and bitterness. Cultivation exhausted, foundation damaged, coupled with the severance of the spiritual root, Shen Shuangli's cultivation path was almost completely blocked. Even if she was skilled in the cultivation method, she was unable to absorb the aura smoothly. The aura in Shen Shuangli's body had been draining away, just like a bottle with a leaky bottom. No matter how hard one tried to fill it with water, it would only leak out a little bit. Cultivation now was nothing more than slowing down the rate of aura loss for her, and there was no way to reverse the situation. Shen Shuangli lowered her head, her gaze falling on her own hands. Those hands used to hold the sword like the wind, waving it freely, but now they had trouble condensing even a trace of aura. A feeling of powerlessness welled up in her heart, as if she was being weighed down by an invisible mountain. Is there really no way out? Shen Shuangli muttered, a hint of despair in her voice. Just then, a thought flashed through her mind: the Spirit Gathering Formation. Chapter 9, Xianbi must have a point. The Spirit Gathering Array could gather the surrounding spiritual qi and help cultivators speed up their cultivation. If she was able to set up a high-level Spirit Gathering Formation, perhaps she had a glimmer of hope. However, as soon as the idea popped up, it was mercilessly shattered by reality. The Spirit Gathering Formation required a large amount of spirit stones, and she didn't even have a single lower-grade spirit stone right now. Primary Spirit Gathering Formations required at least 100 lower-grade Spirit Stones, Intermediate Spirit Gathering Formations required 500 middle-grade Spirit Stones or 50 upper-grade Spirit Stones, and Advanced Spirit Gathering Formations required Spirit Crystals. Spirit Crystals were extremely rare cultivation resources, and usually only the elders or patriarchs of a clan were qualified to use them. In her current situation, not to mention Spirit Crystals, even the most common Spirit Stones were difficult to obtain. Shen Shuangli let out a bitter laugh and shook her head as if mocking her own whimsy. Her gaze fell to the corner of the room, where there were piles of tattered clothing and miscellaneous items that looked particularly forlorn. A sourness welled up in her heart, as if she had returned to the day when the Luyun sword sect was destroyed. At that time, she watched her brothers and sisters fall in a pool of blood, but she could do nothing but desperately run away. If the master is still. If the senior brothers are still. There, her voice choked, and a mist of water rose in her eyes. At that moment, a slight snap interrupted her thoughts. Xin Shuangli froze for a moment and raised her head, her gaze following the direction of the voice. Only to see that there were 10 more crystal-clear green-colored crystals on the ground at some point, each of which was the size of a baby's fist and exuded a rich fluctuation of spiritual qi. Her pupils constricted suddenly and her heart skipped a beat. Spirit crystals? She could hardly believe her eyes. Spirit crystals, that was a precious resource that even her master, Taoist Lu Yun, had to break his fingers to calculate the use of, but now it was casually thrown on the ground like an ordinary stone. Xin Shuangli's breathing became rapid, and she subconsciously reached out her hand, wanting to touch those spirit crystals, but then stopped in midair, as if she was afraid that it was all just an illusion. Elder! Is this what you gave me? Her voice trembled with a hint of incredulity. Immediately afterward, 8 formation flags emitting a faint golden light appeared out of nowhere and hovered in the air. Those formation flags were of extremely high quality, each side engraved with complex runes and emanating palpitating fluctuations of spiritual energy. Xin Shuangli recognized at a glance that these formation flags were all immortal-grade treasures, capable of increasing the utilization rate of formation materials to the extreme, never wasting a single bit of aura. The 8 array flags were manipulated as if by a large invisible hand, quickly arranging themselves around her in a perfect formation. Xin Shuangli only felt a blur before her eyes. The formation had already taken shape, and the aura in the spirit crystal was quickly extracted, turning into a dense whirlpool of aura that wrapped her entire being. This is the advanced spirit gathering formation. Her voice carried an undisguised excitement. The moment the formation was activated, the concentration of the aura rose dramatically, first forming a thin layer of aura mist, and then surprisingly condensing into a spiritual liquid that fell drop by drop within the formation. Xin Shuangli only felt that the pores of her entire body were opened, and aura scrambled into her body, as if a dry riverbed had finally received a sweet rain. Her eyes were so sore that she nearly shed a tear. From the cave enclosed to food, to the thunder fire talisman and now the advanced spirit gathering formation, what her predecessor had given her had far exceeded her value. She even thought about whether or not the senior needed her to be a hearth, but even if she was a hearth, she simply didn't need this kind of dedication. These 10 spirit crystals alone were enough to buy a few female cultivators at the foundation establishment stage to voluntarily serve as a furnace. Elder! Who exactly are you? Her voice was low, with a few moments of confusion and gratitude. She realized that this might actually be her chance. Elder might be one of those superpowers who traveled around in the clouds, casually dropping a karma and accumulating a merit. He wasn't asking her to do anything in return, but simply to help her and give her a chance to get back on her feet. Xin Shuangli took a deep breath, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and sat down again on her knees. Her gaze became firm, and a determination like no other welled up in her heart. Elder, don't worry, Frost Glaze will never let you down. Xin Shuangli's voice was light but full of power. She knew that every second inside the advanced spirit gathering formation was very precious. She couldn't waste her senior's thoughts, she had to seize the time to cultivate and recover her strength as soon as possible. Only then would she be able to live up to her predecessor's gift of cultivation. Xin Shuangli closed her eyes and began to operate her gong methods. In the room, aura surged like a tidal wave, and Xin Shuangli's silhouette appeared extraordinarily hazy under the wrapping of aura. Status, in training. Cultivation progress, 4199. Current favorability, 20. Positively increasing favorability will trigger a small gift. Li Muyang stared at the numbers jumping on the screen, his brows slightly furrowed, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the armrests of his wheelchair. Xin Shuangli's cultivation progress bar was as slow as a snail crawling, and after 10 minutes had passed, the number merely jumped from 41 to 42. He couldn't help but scratch his head and muttered in a low voice, "Why does it still feel a bit slow? At this speed, one would have to cultivate until the year of the monkey." His finger slid on the screen, poking Xin Shuangli's shoulder every now and then, as if this could speed up her cultivation. However, no matter how much he poked and prodded, the progress bar continued to creep forward slowly. Li Muyang sighed and helplessly reassured himself, "Forget it, it's good that the aura hasn't regressed, what more do you need a bicycle for? At least she's still progressing, it's better than standing still." Xin Shuangli in the screen was sitting cross-legged on the jade bed, her eyes closed tightly and her expression focused. Her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she was also feeling anxious about the slow pace of cultivation, but the tips of her ears were reddening and a thin blush was beginning to form on her cheeks. Alas, the sister paper is also too spellbinding. Face is cultivated red. Li Muyang sighed in a low voice, and he couldn't help but poke again. Xin Shuangli's face turned even redder. She didn't know why her senior kept pointing at her shoulder, but he must have a reason. Seeing that Xin Shuangli's cultivation was going to continue for a long time, Li Muyang decided to stop staring at the screen in anxiety. He slid the screen and moved the remaining thunder fire charms to the entrance of the cave. Although he didn't think there should be any ungrateful guys to bother her, it was better to be more prepared just in case. In case any other ungrateful demonic beasts come running to cause trouble, these thunder and fire talismans will at least be able to block them. Li Muyan muttered to himself, his fingers operating quickly on the screen. That done, he leaned back against the back of his wheelchair and let out a long sigh of relief. Xin Shuangli in the screen was still practicing, the aura slowly flowing around her, as if a thin layer of mist. Li Muyan looked at her, and an inexplicable sense of responsibility suddenly surged in his heart.
Chapter 10. I've never worked so hard in my life. The ruins of the Lu Yun sword sect were now a desolate and dilapidated scene. All that remained of the once majestic clan hall was now a crumbling wall, broken stone pillars crawling with vines, and broken sword weapons and blood-stained robes scattered on the ground. The air was filled with a rotting odor, and occasionally the low roars of demonic beasts could be heard from the distance, as if declaring that this land had been completely occupied by them. In the corner of this ruin, a concealment formation that almost blended in with the surroundings was quietly operating. Within the formation, Bai Man sat cross-legged, holding a piece of pitch-black tortoise shell and 2 copper coins in her hands, her brows locked in concentration. Her fingertips were rapidly pinching, and she was mumbling under her breath, as if she was deducing something. Strange, the Taiyin Dao body's aura has actually stabilized?
Bai Man whispered to himself with a hint of incredulity in his tone. Her gaze was dead set on the tortoise armor in her hand, as if she wanted to see something in it. However, no matter how she projected, the result was chaos, as if an invisible force was interfering with her projections. Bai Man's face grew gloomy. Her original plan was seamless, using demons to attack the Lu Yun sword sect, forcing Xin Shuangli to flee the sect, and then she would take advantage of the opportunity to take Xin Shuangli captive and seize her Taiyin Dao body. However, things went completely beyond her expectations. The people of the Lu Yun sword sect had actually acted like crazy, not hesitating to die with the demonic creature. As a result, even the great demons of the god transformation stage were alarmed, and the entire clan was wiped out in just a few hours, leaving only Xin Shuangli to escape. Although Bai Man's cultivation wasn't low, in front of the transformation spirit great demon, she didn't dare to act rashly at all, and could only hide in the concealment formation and wait for the right moment.
The most dangerous place is the safest place.
Bai Man mumbled these words in her mind, her gaze sweeping over the crumbling scenery around her. She knew she couldn't leave this place. Once exposed, those demons would never let her go. And the only thing she could do was wait for Xin Shuangli to die. According to her projections, Xin Shuangli was seriously injured, her spiritual root was abolished, her dantian was ruptured, and there was still cold poison eroding in her body, so it was impossible for her to survive more than half a month. As long as Xin Shuangli died, she could sneak out, find Xin Shuangli's corpse, and refine it into her puppet. At that time, the Taiyin Dao body would be in her pocket. Yet again, things deviated from her expectations.
What went wrong?
Bai Man frowned, the tortoise shell and copper coins in her hands cackling as she squeezed them. She could only calculate that Xin Shuangli was still in the mountains and had not left, but she did not know anything else. The feeling of not being able to control it annoyed her to no end.
Xin Shuangli shouldn't be able to escape.
Bai Man murmured in a low voice, her gaze looking through the concealment formation at the huge black shadow coiled in the sky. In the distance it was the Xianing Dark Departure Bear, a great demon of the god transformation stage. Its body was like a small mountain, its black fur shimmered with a dark light, and every breath it took brought up a gust of wind, as if even the air was trembling. Bai Man subconsciously touched the blazing serpentine seal on her back waist, which was the seal of the contract she had signed with a certain powerful being. Whenever she felt uneasy, a burning sensation came from the mark, as if to remind her that her fate had long been bound to that being. Xin Shuangli, I'll see if your life can still be hard this time. The corner of Bai Man's mouth hooked up into a cold smile, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Her voice was low and cold, as if a viper was spitting out its letters, full of threats and killing intent. Bai Man sat back down in the center of the formation, closed her eyes, and began to adjust her breath. No matter what changes had happened to Xin Shuangli, she had to remain calm. As long as Xin Shuangli was still in the mountains, she still had a chance. And all she had to do now was keep waiting for that perfect moment. However, she felt a vague twinge of uneasiness in her heart. It was definitely not a coincidence that Xin Shuangli's breath suddenly stabilized.
Could someone have interfered? Or was there something else she didn't know about Xin Shuangli's secret?
Bai Man's frown grew tighter and tighter, the doubts in her heart growing like a snowball. She knew she couldn't just sit around and wait for death anymore, she had to figure out what was happening to Xin Shuangli as soon as possible. Otherwise, her plan would probably be a complete failure.
Looks like it's time to take a risk.
Bai Man whispered to himself, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. She slowly stood up, the light of the concealment array flowing around her, completely masking her aura. Her gaze once again turned to the Xianing Dark Departure Bear in the distance, and she secretly swore in her heart, Xin Shuangli, no matter what means you use, you can't escape me.
The Taiyin Dao body is destined to be mine.
At 12 o'clock at night, the room was pitch black, with only the dim light of the cell phone screen flickering in the darkness.
Li Muyan's face was pressed against the cell phone, drowsy from sleep.
Suddenly, the vibration of his cell phone sounded like a restless bug, beating frantically under his cheek, followed by the sudden ringing of the ear-piercing alarm. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Li Muyang woke up with a jolt, his whole body bounced up from the bed as if he had been electrocuted, and fell back into the bed heavily due to the weakness of his legs. He grabbed his cell phone in a daze, squinted at the time, and muttered, "It's 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock. Shin Shuangli.
His voice was hoarse with a strong sense of sleepiness, but when he thought that Shin Shuangli was still practicing in the game, he immediately forced himself to wake up. In order to wake up on time tonight, he has put in a lot of money. The phone is set to vibrate mode, directly on the face of the sleep. The alarm clock is set to ring once a minute, simply to the death of the alarm to carry out the end.
I've never worked so hard in my life.
Li Muyang rubbed his sore eyes and slid his finger on the screen to open the game. The moment the screen lit up, his eyes were immediately drawn to Shin Shuangli in the picture. The effect of the advanced spirit gathering formation had already ended, the 10 spirit crystals shattered into slag, and the formation flag dimmed, but Shin Shuangli at the center of the formation glowed as if she had been transformed into a new person. Her face was flushed, her eyebrows were picturesque, and a faint layer of aura lingered around her, looking much more refreshed than before. Li Muyang couldn't help but reach out and gently tap Shin Shuangli's forehead, and a status message immediately popped out.
Status, resting. Cultivation progress, 327 499 second level. Yoho, second level of chi refining? It'll be the third layer soon.
This money wasn't spent in vain. Li Muyang's eyes instantly lit up, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a smug smile. He shook his head, an inexplicable sense of accomplishment welling up in his heart, as if he was an old father who had worked his heart out for his daughter, the kind of relief that came from finally seeing his daughter's grades skyrocket. However, before he could sigh more, 2 prompts suddenly popped up on the screen one after another, directly muddying his face. Congratulations to your love interest Shin Shuangli for her strength breakthrough to the second level of chi refining. Monthly card benefit. The first monthly card enjoys a shocking discount, and purchasing it will give you 1 transmission tune-up. For only $18.88, you can get 18,800,000 worth of monthly feedback. According to the realm of the love interest Shin Shuangli, you can get a spirit stone replenishment gift and an elixir replenishment gift of the corresponding realm every day only for the use of the love interest.
Chapter 11. Perpetual motion.
Li Muyang's smile instantly froze, his eyes staring blankly at the words on the screen as if he was reading a heavenly book.
Before he could react, another prompt popped up. The Love Affair store is now open.
You can purchase all goods applicable to the chi refining stage in it.
You can also draw for treasures in the Chi Luck Koi Pool primary 100 pieces per draw, 10% discount for 10 consecutive draws. Winning the Chi Luck Koi can be exchanged for the super grand prize. The probability of winning the Chi Luck Koi is 0.01%, with a guaranteed bottom of 1,000 draws. Li Muyang stared at his cell phone and fell into a long silence. His fingers trembled slightly, as if he were holding not a cell phone but a bomb that was about to explode. Numerous thoughts flashed through his mind, finally converging into one sentence. Is this game trying to make me dump my family?
The corners of his mouth twitched, and a strong urge surged through him. He wanted to call the police.
It's not a game, it's a bottomless pit.
1,888 monthly cards, $100 a draw koi pond, and that 0.01% probability of winning. This is simply more outrageous than the reality of the kryptonite hand game.
Am I raising a love interest or a gold-swallowing beast?
Li Muyang wailed in a low voice, his fingers sliding unconsciously on the screen, but in his heart, he was frantically calculating how long his savings could last.
Watching the account balance dwindle a little, I can't help but feel a little panicked.
The monthly fixed income is quite a lot, but if you keep filling it up like this, sooner or later it will be emptied out.
He sighed and muttered in a low voice, if we go on like this, we really have to drink the northwest wind. We have to find a way to make money.
Li Muyang kept his cell phone next to him to hang up the game, and then turned on his computer.
Before he didn't want to make money because he didn't think it would be useful to do so.
But now he has a change of heart. For the sake of this game, for the sake of Shin Shuangli's string of data that made his life slightly more colorful, he was going to make money.
But what was he going to do for money, being a cripple and having little else in the way of skills?
Li Muyang's fingers tapped on the keyboard a few times and opened the search engine. He typed in, "What can a disabled person do to make money?" and hit enter.
However, he was disappointed by the search results.
Most of the answers were open an online store, do self-publishing, or take on some simple remote work, but none of these seemed realistic to him. Opening an online store requires stocking and shipping, and it's difficult for him to even get out of the house. Doing self-publishing media requires frequent content updates, and his health simply can't hold up. As for remote work, he doesn't seem to have any special skills other than playing games.
Am I really just going to have to live on that fixed income?
Li Muyang leaned back in his chair with some frustration, his eyes unconsciously sweeping over the search results on the screen.
Suddenly, his eyes stopped on a forum link. Never mind, I have nothing to do anyway, go hang out at the forums.
He muttered to himself and clicked on the link.
Game forum. Fruit Bingo Samurai G. Have you guys ever heard of a game called Fairy's Edge?
It's very well made, with detailed character modeling, great interactivity, and micro-expressions that aren't repetitive, but it's more of a kryptonite scam.
No cilantro, never heard of it. AAA building materials old king, what the hell? Is there really such a game?
Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex, the owner can put the installer here, I want to experience it.
Li Muyan looked at the discussion on the forum and frowned slightly. He tried typing Fairy Edge Games into the search engine, but came up empty-handed.
It's as if the game doesn't even exist on the web, and not even a single word about it can be found.
Strange, did this game come out of nowhere?
Li Muyan was puzzled in his heart, his fingers tapping lightly on the desktop. He tried to recall how he came into contact with this game, but found that his memory was a little fuzzy, as if this game had suddenly appeared on his phone one day.
Could I be targeted by some hacker organization?
A bold guess popped into Li Muyan's mind. He pushed up his non-existent glasses and his expression became serious. This game could be their experiment, and I, their guinea pig.
Thinking about this, Li Muyan's heart couldn't help but feel a little hairy.
He looked at Xin Shuangli on his cell phone screen and then at the empty search results on his computer screen. His heart was mixed.
Ugh. But they do make good games.
He sighed dismally, his gaze returning to Xin Shuangli. At this time, Xin Shuangli had already finished meditating, the external injuries on her body had completely recovered, and her face was also much rosier than before. Her lifespan had been extended to 3 years from the previous 6 hours, and her whole body looked much more refreshed. Li Muyang watched Xin Shuangli put away those 8 formation flags in a precious and important place, and it seemed as if he could hear her broken thoughts in his ears. Senior is really good to me, the materials above these formation flags can still make a talisman or something. If I can see Senior in the future, I will give it to him. After she finished speaking, she shook her head vigorously again and whispered to herself, alas, but, for a great person like Senior, me giving such a gift would just cause people to laugh, right? When Li Muyang heard this, his heart couldn't help but warm up. He couldn't help but whisper, how come? If you could really give it to me, I would treasure it. However, he quickly shook his head again and smiled to himself, forget it, it's just a game trope, why do I think so much? Just then, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, wait. Since I can't find this game anywhere, why can't I use it to make money? As soon as the idea popped up, it was like a seed quickly taking root in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was feasible. Xin Shuangli is so good looking, wouldn't it be better to just use her to draw comics? This game looks like an open world game, and there's fine modeling to copy directly. I can draw, although I'm not a great god, but I can always copy. Manipulate Xin Shuangli into exploring the game world, kryptonize her to make her stronger, then draw her story into a comic yourself, and use the money earned from the comic to kryptonize her again.
Isn't that perpetual motion?
Li Muyang's eyes grew brighter and brighter, he couldn't help but pat his unconscious thighs and said excitedly, I'm really a genius. Trying to trick me into kryptonite, then I'll just pull your wool. He immediately opened the satiation, and ordered the painting tool on his phone. Li Muyang began to plan the plot of the comic, how Xin Shuangli became stronger step by step from an invalid, how he struggled to survive in the face of adversity, and how he built a deep friendship with his seniors, that is, himself. The more Li Muyang thought about it, the more excited he became, as if he had already seen the scene where his comic would become a big hit.
She'd be surprised if she knew, right?
Maybe even shyly lower her head and say senpai is really. Li Muyang couldn't help but smile, his heart filled with anticipation.
Just then, the phone suddenly vibrated.
Li Muyang looked down and it was a prompt from Satiated, your order has been shipped and is expected to be delivered tomorrow.
Great!
Li Muyang clenched his fist excitedly, his heart filled with energy. He glanced at Xin Shuangli on the screen and whispered, Xin Shuangli, just wait, I will definitely make you the most popular comic protagonist.
At that time, we'll be able to make a lot of money together. Chapter 12, Monthly Card. This is not blood money. After making a realistic plan, Li Muyang's mood was much lighter. He leaned against the back of his wheelchair and redirected his attention to the game. Xin Shuangli on the screen was still meditating in the cave, a faint layer of aura lingering around her body, looking much more refreshed than before. Li Muyang nodded his head in satisfaction, and then clicked on the just-opened Refining Stage Love Affair store. The store was full of goods, but the prices made Li Muyang's eyes go black. Lower grade Spirit Stone, 50 apiece. Mundane Thunder and Fire Talisman, 576. Transmitting Notes, 300 apiece. Lower grade Mortal Weapon Sword, 998 pieces. Middle grade Mortal Weapon Sword, 4,998 apiece. Upper grade Mortal Weapon Sword, 9,998 pieces. Li Muyang stared at these prices and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He couldn't help but spit out, the author of this game is crazy about money, right? 9,998 a sword? Ghosts will buy it. His finger slid across the screen, mentally calculating the value for money of these items. The thing that made him the most speechless was the Thunder Fire Charm. The Thunder Fire talismans that were given away by the previous special offer were all immortal and incredibly powerful, whereas the ones being sold in the store now were mortal. Although he hadn't personally seen the power of a mortal grade Thunderfire talisman, he knew with his toes that the difference between a mortal grade and an immortal grade was definitely not half a star. This is clearly a money pit. Li Muyang muttered indignantly. His eyes swept over the weapons bar again, and he became even more upset.
Mortal weapons were the lowest level weapons, and above them there were magic weapons, spirit weapons, innate spiritual treasures, and immortal weapons. The price of mortal weapons alone had already deterred him, not to mention the more advanced weapons. Krypton something else is barely acceptable, but if I have to buy even one weapon from this store, I, Li Muyang, will write the 3 words backwards. He swore, tapping his finger on the screen to turn off the store interface. However, just as Li Muyang was about to continue observing Xin Shuangli's cultivation progress, Xin Shuangli in the picture suddenly frowned and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of her mouth. Her face instantly turned pale, and her body trembled slightly, clearly enduring the pain. Li Muyang's heart immediately seized up, and his fingers unconsciously gripped the cell phone. He heard Xin Shuangli whispering to himself, with the help of Senior, at least the spiritual power didn't continue to fade away, it's just that my dantian is ruptured and my foundation is all gone, coupled with the severance of my spiritual roots, wanting to dispel the cold poison in my body is harder than climbing up to the sky, and the speed of cultivation will only get slower and slower. Her voice was very soft, but Li Muyang could hear it clearly. Li Muyang could even feel the helplessness and despair within her. Xin Shuangli made a slight adjustment to stabilize the churning qi and blood, and a hint of gloom flashed in her eyes. She murmured in a low voice, there are only 2 options if you want to solve the current problems with your body. Either go back to the ruins of the Flowing Cloud Sword sect to see if there are any pills left, or go around the surrounding mountains to see if you can find any healing herbs. When Li Muyang heard this, his heart tightened. He knew that the ruins of the Luyun Sword sect had already been occupied by demons, and Xin Shuangli going back was tantamount to throwing herself into the net. And going into the mountains to look for spirit herbs, although risky, was her only option at the moment. No. There is a third option. Go back to the ruins of some Luyun Sword sect? To what mountain adventure? Li Muyang's finger slid the screen quickly and directly pulled open the recharge interface. Isn't there a monthly card for elixir here? I'll give you kryptonite. His mind was clear that this was just a way for the game to circle the drain, but he couldn't control his hand. The moment he saw Xin Shuangli vomiting blood, his sanity was instantly thrown to the winds. Li Muyang didn't hesitate to click on the monthly card purchase interface, and silently consoled himself, if you don't buy it this month, it won't be at this price next month, there's no such store after this village, kryptonite. Purchase of the monthly card is successful. Received 1 transfer of energy and tempering. Elixir replenishment and spirit stone replenishment have been delivered. Just after the prompt, 2 bags suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the table in front of Xin Shuangli. The pop sound scared Xin Shuangli and made her shiver. She froze for a moment, then moved over and carefully poked one of the bags. The bag was bulging, and there was a clear fluctuation of aura coming from inside. This is? Xin Shuangli raised his head, looked at the ceiling, and arched his hand. Dare I ask if these 2 bags were thrown down by seniors? No one responded. Xin Shuangli wasn't surprised, she had gradually gotten used to the seniors' mode of getting along. Just don't say anything, that's the default. She sighed softly and said in a low voice, many thanks senior. Xin Shuangli looked at the 2 bags in front of her, her heart was both grateful and a little embarrassed. She had long since accepted the help of her predecessors, and at this moment, without further pretense, she reached out and unwrapped one of the bags with a hint of blush and curiosity. Wow! As soon as the bag was opened, a large handful of spirit stones rolled out, scattering on the tabletop with a crisp crash. Xin Shuangli froze for a moment, then looked down and counted, there were actually a full 50 lower-grade spirit stones. A flash of shock flashed through her eyes, and her heart couldn't help but ripple. When he was in the Luyun Sword sect, the inner disciple in the Qi refining stage's share of spirit stones for a month was only 30 to 40 lower-grade spirit stones, and even a disciple in the foundation establishment stage could barely get 60 to 100 of them. Spirit stones were not only the common currency of the immortal cultivation world, but also an indispensable resource for cultivation, array formation, and weapon refining. These 50 lower-grade spirit stones were already a considerable fortune for the current her. Frostglaze thanks Senior for the spirit stones. Xin Shuangli respectfully arched her hand into the void, her tone carrying sincere gratitude. She knew in her heart that 50 inferior spirit stones might only be a drop in the bucket for a powerhouse of the god transformation stage or even the harmonization stage, but she would never be short on the courtesy and gratitude that should be shown. When Li Muyang outside the screen heard her thanks, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, his heart bursting with triumph. He subconsciously tried to stroke his beard, but realized that his chin was bare and there was no beard to stroke. He shook his head and muttered in his heart, although the monthly card is a bit more expensive, but buying the lower grade spirit stones individually is $50 apiece. If I do the math like this, aren't I making a bloody profit? Xin Shuangli did not know what was on Li Muyang's mind, her attention had already shifted to the second bag. She carefully unwrapped the bag and inside was a red brocade box. As soon as he opened it, a rich and pure medicinal fragrance hit his face, instantly filling the entire cave. This medicinal fragrance is so pure. Xin Shuangli couldn't help but marvel out. When she was in the Luyun Sword sect, she had helped her senior brother take care of spirit herbs, and she had basically seen all of the pills from the Qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage. Her senior brother was extremely talented, and the pills he refined were of superior quality. Even the elders of the Dan Pavilion were full of praise. However, even pills refined by senior brothers inevitably carried a trace of impurity, but the medicinal fragrance of the pill in front of him was incredibly pure. She gently opened the brocade box. Inside lay a crystal clear red pill, like a piece of red jade. The surface was smooth and flawless, and inside, not a trace of impurities could be seen.
Great restoration, Dan. Immortal.
Shin Shuangli covered her small mouth in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief.
Chapter 13, Whether to heal your wounds yourself.
The Great Return Dan was a commonly used healing elixir for cultivators from the Qi refining stage to the Jin Dan stage, which was inexpensive, widely effective, and had a good healing effect on both internal and external injuries.
However, that was only a mortal grade of the Great Restoration Pill. The one in her hand, on the other hand, was immortal. Immortal Great Restoration Pill, let alone seeing it, she had never even heard of it. It was said that the absolute grade Great Restoration Pill already had the effect of detoxifying the poison, while the immortal grade Great Restoration Pill was feared to be able to completely eradicate even the cold poison in her body. This is too much of a waste.
Shin Shuangli murmured, her heart both touched and a little uneasy. What the senior gave her, whether it was spirit stones or pills, were the things she needed the most, and it could even be said that they were customized for her. This unfailing care made a warm current well up in her heart, as if her cold body was wrapped in this warmth. She gripped the box tightly, a flicker of determination in her eyes.
Whether senior likes it or not, I will prepare a gift for him. Shin Shuangli secretly made up her mind.
She knew that her current abilities were insignificant, but even so, she wanted to express her gratitude to her seniors in her own way. Li Muyang outside the screen watched Shin Shuangli's expression change, and his heart was both satisfied and somewhat complicated. He knew that he had once again been set up by the game, but when he saw Shin Shuangli's grateful eyes, his heart felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Forget it, just think of it as for her. Li Muyang said in a low voice, the corner of his mouth raising a bitter smile.
He knew that he was completely trapped.
This game, this character, has become an integral part of his life. He leaned back on the back of the wheelchair again, his gaze falling on Shin Shuangli. At this time, Shin Shuangli had already put away the spirit stones and pills and began to seriously plan her next cultivation. Outside the screen, Li Muyang was staring at the game screen when suddenly, a prompt popped up.
Shin Shuangli is about to start healing her wounds. Do you want to use a transmission tune-up opportunity to personally help Shin Shuangli heal her wounds? Effect enhanced. In person? Li Muyang narrowed his eyes, the corner of his mouth unconsciously raised a meaningful smile. Is this personally the kind of personally I understand? A small workshop actually has this kind of benefit? He rubbed his hands together excitedly and chose use without hesitation. On the screen, Shin Shuangli's figure trembled slightly, then froze in place, her cheeks coloring a layer of redness at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah, Senior is going to carry out the healing for me personally?
Her voice was a bit flustered, and she hastily waved her hand. Frost Glaze has a low status, or is it worth it for seniors to do this?
I'll be fine on my own. Immediately after that, 4 dialogue boxes popped up. Don't dawdle, this seat's time is precious. Little girl, you dare to refuse my seat's kindness? You don't have a lot of guts. Yeah. A mere junior, how dare you push the matter? It's a blessing you've earned over several lifetimes for this seat to personally take action. Recharge 300 to buy a soundtrack and speak freely. Li Muyang stared at these options, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but spit out, have the makers of this game put their hands in my bank card? At a time like this, they still want me to charge $300? Crazy. He pondered carefully and finally chose the first option, don't dawdle, this seat's time is precious. Although the tone was a bit tuggy, it was at least normal. The other options were either too villainous or too perverted, and he didn't want Shin Shuangli to think he was a strange person. After choosing to finish the conversation, Li Muyang didn't hear his own voice, but Shin Shuangli looked as if she really heard something. A hint of fear flashed in her eyes, and then she took half a step back, lowered her head, and pinched the hem of her clothes and muttered in a small voice, okay. But Shuangli's body is dirty, so please let Shuangli first clean it before coming back to pass the power and adjust the breath, is that okay? Her voice trailed off as she spoke, her cheeks so red they could almost drip blood. As a cultivator, she was not supposed to have a filthy aura, but in the past half a month, she had been uprooted, so her body was inevitably stained with dust and mud, and there were still dried blood stains on her clothes. To have her accept her senior's power transmission to heal her injuries with this appearance, she really couldn't face it honestly. She perked up her ears and waited nervously for her predecessor's reply. On the screen, 4 more options popped up. No need to clean it, this seat likes the original flavor, yeah. No harm done, go, and get ready, this seat will wait here. Less talk, take off your top, this seat has no time to waste. Recharge 300 to buy a soundtrack and speak freely. Li Muyang looked at the options and the veins on his forehead jumped. He first ruled out the first and fourth options, the former was too perverted, and the latter was too much of a money pit. The 2 remaining options left him in a tangle. If I choose 2, Shin Shuangli will definitely go to take a bath, so Can I watch it? Images couldn't help but come to his mind. If you pick 3, Shin Shuangli won't just take her top off, right? She looks like she's wearing just this one. Li Muyang stroked his chin, a little hesitant in his heart. This would be nice if there was a SL option, where option 3 would see the back and option 2 would see the bath. But it's also possible to just skip the shower CG after picking 2. That's a big dilemma of choice. No wonder this game suggests that you must be 18 plus to play. There may actually be unspeakable VIP content. Nope. He plays the game and fills it up because the character Shin Shuangli provides him with emotional value, a beam of light in his desperate life. It's not like I'm playing this game to see something indescribable. As a decent person, Li Muyan would never become a pervert. So, pick 2. Li Muyang decisively clicked the option to let Shin Shuangli go take a bath, then gulped. No, the little girl has raised herself to take a bath, obviously not feeling well, then let people's wish come true. Besides, Shin Shuangli is already pretty now with her flowery face, and washing is definitely prettier. Cough. It was definitely not Li Muyang's idea to explore the bathroom. Absolutely not. On the screen, Shin Shuangli nodded with a red face and said in a small voice, then Shuangli will go now. There is no bathroom in the cave, but there is a lotus pond. Shin Shuangli had explored a bit before, and the water in the lotus pond was warm and could be used for bathing. Even the seniors had thoughtfully treated the jade beside the lotus pond to be polished and translucent, so that it could be used as a mirror. Shin Shuangli stood beside the lotus pond. The warm water vapor was dense and surrounded her. The water in the pool was crystal clear, and a few lotus flowers floated quietly on the surface, emitting a faint fragrance. She looked down at herself, her clothes ragged, the blood and dust long since dried and plastered to her skin, sending a wave of discomfort through her. Finally, a good cleaning. As a girl who loved cleanliness, she had long wanted to wash away this filth, only that she had been uprooted before and had never had the chance. She walked over to the jade, which was as smooth as a mirror, clearly reflecting her figure. Shin Shuangli looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help but have a blush on her face. She reached up and gently brushed her hand across her cheek, as if she could feel the warmth as her fingertips touched her skin. Chapter 14 Frostblaze is ready. Do we really have to wash it here? Shin Shuangli's fingers stopped at the sash on her chest and hesitated to move. The blush on her face instantly spread to the roots of her ears, and even her neck was tinted with a light pink color. She bit her red lip lightly as her mind began to tangle. Elder is so divine that he can even predict the demon wolf attack in advance, and when I vomited blood he immediately sent spirit stones and pills. This means that my every move, Elder can see. Her heartbeat accelerated and her fingers trembled slightly. Then if I take a bath here, won't I also be seen by Senior? Her cheeks rolled even hotter at the thought, as if a fire was burning. She lowered her head, not daring to look at herself in the jade again, her heart in turmoil. No, it won't. Elder is not that kind of person. Shin Shuangli shook her head vigorously, trying to shake those shameful thoughts out of her mind. Her heart was even a little ashamed, feeling that she shouldn't have speculated about her seniors like this. If Senior really wanted to take advantage of someone's danger, where would he need to wait until now? He would have already. Her voice was getting smaller and smaller, almost inaudible. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Besides, the senior is mostly one of those elders who are several hundred years old. Although he sounds young when he speaks, that's just an appearance. How could a senior like him be interested in a junior like me? Shin Shuangli muttered to herself, trying to convince herself. Thinking of this, the shyness and entanglement in her heart gradually dissipated for the most part. She gently undid her sash, and her shirt slipped off her shoulders, revealing her white jade-like skin. The ties of the belly band were also gently undone by her, and with the fading of the last layer of cover, a torso with delicate proportions and tantalizing curves was displayed in front of Jade Bird. Shin Shuangli's face was still terribly red, but she no longer hesitated. She stepped away from the jade feet. Lotus steps gently moved to the edge of the pool, exquisite jade feet to test the temperature of the water, which slowly stepped into the lotus pool. Warm water instantly wrapped around her body, as if even the last trace of uneasiness in her heart was also washed away. Seniors shouldn't be looking at it, right? She murmured in a low voice, then shook her head, leaving those distracting thoughts behind completely. She closed her eyes and let the pool water gently lap against her skin, feeling the comfort and relaxation that she hadn't felt in a long time. Li Muyang stared at the cell phone screen, his eyes slightly red, his fingers hanging in mid-air, hesitant to fall. His eyes hovered over the lotus pond option, as if two little people were having a heated argument in his mind. Li Muyang, you are a decent person. How can you do this kind of peeping thing? A voice rang out in his head with a serious tone, as if his deepest moral fibers were warning him. But it's just a game. Besides, it's only human nature to eat color. Another voice immediately retorted, with a bit of teasing and goading, you've charged so much money, what's wrong with taking a look? It's not like there's going to be a piece of meat missing. She is your light. It's your faith. How can you desecrate her? The first voice raised its volume, as if to condemn him for faltering. So what? A priest can still like little boys. What am I?
The second voice was defiant, a hint of sophistry in its tone.
Li Muyan's heart was caught in a fierce heavenly battle.
His fingers trembled gently on the screen, as if he would click down at any time. Shin Shuangli's figure constantly surfaced in his mind, her clear face, slender figure, and the occasional display of vulnerability and strength. She was a ray of light in his life of despair, a source of rediscovered meaning in his life.
But she's just a statistic.
Li Muyang murmured in a low voice, trying to convince himself. His finger was getting closer and closer to the screen, almost touching the Lotus Pond option.
No way. I can't do this. He suddenly withdrew his finger and shook his head fiercely. Li Muyang, you can't live as someone you despise.
However, he still couldn't take his eyes off the screen. His heart began to make excuses again. I am just worried about her.
What if she slips in the Lotus pool? What if a big shark demon or octopus demon pops up in the pool?
I have to watch her and make sure she's safe.
The moment this thought popped up, Li Muyang's heart instantly relaxed.
He took a deep breath and his finger finally landed on the Lotus Pond option.
Not enough goodwill to peak.
A line of icy tips popped up on the screen. Li Muyang froze for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart was vaguely lost. It was as if his hanging heart had died for a moment, but it soon came back to life.
Meaning? Can read it, just not good enough to read it?
He whispered to himself, a bitter smile lifting the corners of his mouth. A sudden wave of complex emotions surged through his heart, a mixture of celebration and frustration at the same time.
Make it sound like I want to see it.
Li Muyang smiled disdainfully and casually turned off the game interface. He opened a small website and began to appreciate it. Li Muyang was in the middle of his appreciation when his cell phone suddenly vibrated and a prompt popped up on the screen. Shin Shuangli finished bathing.
That fast?
He froze for a moment, his finger stopped in midair, a little surprised in his heart. Doesn't it take more than half an hour for a girl to take a bath?
How did this girl get out so quickly?
He silently put the unwrapped tissue back in its place, his attention instantly drawn to the game screen. The bathroom door slowly opened a crack, and light steam wafted out of it, as if carrying a hint of fragrance if anything.
The doorway gradually widened, and Shin Shuangli's figure appeared in the doorway.
She was bare with a pair of fragrant shoulders and a plain white bath towel wrapped around her body, outlining her slender waist and long legs. Li Muyang's eyes were instantly attracted to those jade feet, white as jade, pink toes like pearls, full arches, slim ankles, water droplets rolling down his skin as if every drop was tugging at his heartstrings.
His small workshop bull batch. The Matrix Cowboys. Li Muyang couldn't help but whisper in admiration, his gaze fixed on the details on the screen.
The flow of the water droplets, the lingering steam, and even the subtle textures on Shin Shuangli's skin were clearly visible.
This kind of delicate picture expression simply took his breath away. Say, doesn't this girl wear new clothes?
He was puzzled, but he saw that Shin Shuangli was already sitting on her knees on the bed, with her back to the camera. Her back was flawless, with skin like snow and smooth lines, as if it were a carefully sculpted work of art. Li Muyang's gaze couldn't help but linger on her back, and an absurd thought even popped up in his heart. It's a pity that this back doesn't have a fire pot pulled on it. Elder, frost glaze is ready. Shin Shuangli's voice came out softly, with a hint of shyness and nervousness.
Chapter 15, It's good to be treated in person.
In Shin Shuangli's heart, her predecessor was a kind and serious elder, so although she blushed a little, her mental burden wasn't too heavy. However, the moment she took the great restorative pill and untied her robe, her clothing sliding down her waistline to cover her legs and buttocks, revealing her entire backside, the roots of her ears were still red and burning. The movement of gong and toning and healing cannot be done through clothes, especially in the key areas of the back, abdomen, and chest. The cold toxins and impurities that had accumulated in her body needed to be expelled through transmutation and toning, and wearing clothes would hinder this process. Shin Shuangli took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, but her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably.
Li Muyang looked at the image on the screen and his entire body froze.
The game view had zoomed in on Shin Shuangli's back, and the area below the back of his head and above his buttocks was completely displayed in front of his eyes. He could even see the veins hidden under her pale skin and feel the slight blush on her skin.
No. Just test the old cadre with this?
Li Muyang spat in a low voice, but he had to admit that this back was really beautiful. The curves were smooth and the skin was like jade, as if every inch of it was radiating a tantalizing glow. His heartbeat couldn't help but speed up, and he slid his fingers across the screen as if he could touch her skin. However, before he could appreciate it for a few more seconds, a golden map of acupuncture points suddenly surfaced on Shin Shuangli's back. A line of prompts popped up on the screen. Please press the life gate with your left hand and the Chi Haiyu with your right hand, and begin to utilize your energy to heal your injuries.
Oh, so that's how it works in person.
Li Muyang came to a realization. His heart was both a little disappointed and relieved. He reached out and tapped on the screen as prompted.
Well.
A thin muffled grunt came from the game, and Shin Shuangli's body trembled slightly, as if she was enduring some kind of pain.
But her voice is as beautiful as an oriole crying in trickling water. Li Muyang's finger paused, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This sound. Small workshop really understands the human heart.
The process of the aura entering the body seemed painful, and bean-sized beads of sweat oozed from Shin Shuangli's forehead, sliding down her cheeks and neck. Fine beads of water also seeped out from the surface of her skin, and as the progress bar of healing slowly advanced, tiny black substances gradually appeared in the beads of water, which were the cold poisons and impurities discharged from her body.
The picture is done, breathtaking. Li Muyang couldn't help but whisper in admiration. His gaze lingered on Shin Shuangli's back, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. Charge yourself not just for the gameplay, but for this ultimate experience. Some games are so small and have so little content that they sell for so much money that they are practically cutthroat. Instead, Immortal Edge made him think that the game could be played to death. Shin Shuangli sat on the jade bed, closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing. Between the flow of spiritual qi in her body, the meridians that were originally in disrepair finally began to be repaired. Li Muyang held his breath and stared intently at the game interface, fearing that one of his improper operations would cause this girl to lose her battle. As his healing progress advanced, new prompts kept popping up in front of his eyes. Shin Shuangli, meridian repair, roots damaged, remove. Shin Shuangli, internal injuries healed, moderate internal injuries, removed. Good man, finally some progress. Li Muyang sighed in relief. However, before he could rejoice for too long, a new prompt popped up with it. To start detoxification, please point and press the waist Yangguan, draw circles and press the kidney U, and run the gong to heal. Pressing your back next? That might hurt a little bit. Oh. Li Muyang muttered, then followed the instructions of the game and maneuvered those two aura palms. One palm pressed on Shin Shuangli's waist Yangguan acupoint, the other palm slowly drew circles at her kidney acupoint. As soon as she made contact, Shin Shuangli shuddered lightly, followed by a suppressed moan spilling out of her mouth. Ah! Li Muyang's hand shook and he almost didn't hold the phone. He sat up straight with a jerk, his hands fumbling to ease his strength, muttering, "No way, no way? Is this girl in too much pain to handle, or what's going on?" He stared at the screen tightly, wanting to see Shin Shuangli's reaction, but the result was that it didn't matter. It directly made him a little nervous. The young girl's skin began to glow an eerie red, a red that didn't resemble the flush that comes from soaking in hot water, but more like the shell of a boiled shrimp, with a sense of heat from the inside out. And her whole body trembled slightly, her lips deadened to keep from making a sound. Li Muyang frowned. Does this really hurt? But in reality, Shin Shuangli's feelings were very different. She wasn't feeling the pain that tore her heart and lungs apart, but rather another indescribable feeling spreading through her body the moment the cold poison was forced out. It was as if countless tiny worms were wriggling through her limbs and bones, the tingling spreading from the depths of her bone marrow, so unbearable that she almost clenched her fists. However, in the face of this dissimilarity, she didn't dare to show the slightest impropriety, and even deliberately held back all dissimilar reactions, only biting her lips in death, fearing that she would startle the senior due to her lack of will, and make some rude noises that would make one's face blush and heart skip a beat. Shin Shuangli raised her eyes to look at a bronze mirror hanging above the bed. From the bronze mirror, she could barely see her bare backside. She had expected to see an old man with white hair in the mirror, standing behind her in an immortal manner, running her energy to heal her injuries, but the reality froze her. There's nothing in the mirror. There were only two palms condensed from aura, one flexing its fingers and pressing, the other circling behind her, the warmth of the force coming from it enveloping her body in a strange sense of security. In this instant, a small hint of loss was surprisingly born in her heart. Shin Shuangli even lowered her head in some shame. This senior, surprisingly, was such a person of high moral character that he was unwilling to have half a skin touch with her even when he was running his power to heal his wounds. One's own previous suspicion that he had ulterior motives, and even being wary of him, was really too much of a small man's heart to gauge a gentleman's heart. Thinking of this, she blamed herself more and more, and a trace of respect and guilt vaguely arose in her heart, gritting her teeth and straightening her spine so that she could withstand the pain of discharging this cold poison. And at this moment, Li Muyang was still concentrating on maneuvering those two aura palms, closely observing the changes in the progress bar. Shin Shuangli, cold poison discharge, cold poison devouring body, remove. The progress bar instantly pushed to the bottom, and Shin Shuangli's skin returned to normal in an instant. The original boiled prawn-like red color gradually faded away, replaced by a layer of crystal-clear luster, as if an egg that had been shelled, with a hint of lightness. Li Muyang stared at Shin Shuangli in the picture and couldn't help but sigh. How does this girl's skin feel more tender? He subconsciously nudged Shin Shuangli's skin with his hand, and Shin Shuangli's small face instantly turned red. She didn't understand why Elder had to help herself to another point after the healing was over, but he must have had his own reasoning. Having just misunderstood Senior, he could not afford to misunderstand him again. Chapter 16, The Thrill of the Thrill. A few moments later, Shin Shuangli opened her eyes and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Looking up into the void, her hands trembled slightly and finally gently clenched her fists, feeling the flow of aura that had been restored a lot in her body. She knew that this healing was a great turnaround for her. Thank you, Senior, for helping me heal my wounds. I already feel much better. Her voice was a little soft, with a touch of restraint and respect. She slowly lowered her head, her hands a little overwhelmed at her sides, gripping the towel tightly.
Although most of the injuries on her body had already recovered, just thinking back on the process just now still made her blush slightly, and even the roots of her ears were colored with a faint layer of redness, and even the back of her neck was vaguely a little hot. She had never been so close to the opposite sex before, let alone feeling that warm touch while healing her wounds, and even though she knew that her predecessor was in no way half-hearted, she still had trouble controlling her emotions. Lee Muyan couldn't help but smack his lips as he watched her shy appearance from this end of the screen.
Yeah. This game is good. This game has to be played.
Looking at Shin Shuangli's slightly reddened ears, Lee Muyang had a subtle sense of satisfaction in his heart.
May I ask Senior a question?
At this time, Shin Shuangli's voice sounded softly, with a slight tremor, as if these words had been brewing in her heart for a long time before she finally gathered the courage to ask. Lee Muyang stared at the screen, his eyes moving slightly. How did she look like she was afraid of her refusal?
A couple of options popped up on the screen with it. It's okay. No. Guess? Recharge 300 to buy a transmitter note and talk freely.
Lee Muyang glanced at the last option and directly ignored it, clicking the first one in passing. At this moment, Shin Shuangli was obviously relieved. Her eyelashes gently trembled, as if she had unloaded a big stone from her heart. Even her voice showed a hint of lightness. Senior has helped Shuangli a lot. Can you let Shuangli know Senior's name?
Of course, if Senior is unwilling to tell, Frostly will no longer ask more questions. So careful, just asking for a name? Lee Muyang's heart softened. A new dialogue box popped up on the screen. Please enter your name.
Lee Muyang stared at the line and was somewhat speechless.
Nice one. He couldn't help but spit out, the game's been in play for half a day, and it's only now that I'm being asked to pick a name? Combined with the fact that you don't even deserve to have a name without charging money before, the bar is really high for this game. However, he didn't intend to make any middle-of-the-road cool IDs, and after a moment's thought, he directly typed in his real name Lee Muyang. If I do die someday.
Lee Muyang's finger stayed on the screen, staring at the 3 words, and laughing to himself in a low voice. At least my name will still be left in this game, right? Shin Shuangli on the screen slightly widened her eyes, her lips slightly opened and slowly read. The heart has not changed after the rain and frost, and the will to the sun and the dream is like the beginning. Her voice was like the tinkling of spring water, with a hint of indescribable gentleness and seriousness, as if she was chewing on the meaning of these 2 words, followed by a light smile.
Muyan. Muyan.
Her tone rose gently, as if she had carved the name into her heart. Senior's name, Junior Frostglaze remembers it in her heart and will never forget it.
Lee Muyan's fingertips paused, his eyes resting on the screen.
At this moment, he seemed to hear her soft voice echoing in his ears, like a spring breeze gently brushing across the lake of his heart, stirring up a circle of ripples. He had never imagined that a game character pronouncing his name would give him a moment of bewilderment. The young girl in the picture slowly raised her eyes with a light smile, her eyebrows like a picture, the warm light sprinkled on her face, softening that smile. Her green silk slid down her shoulders, slightly tinged with some undried moisture and glowing softly in the warm yellow light. The night was as dark as ink, the pouring rain slapped the branches and buds, and the air was slightly damp. But it was as if she was in the middle of a warm world and didn't feel the chill at all. Lee Muyang stared at the screen and suddenly felt his heart beating a little faster. He realized with a jolt that he had unconsciously held his breath for fear of missing a single detail of the scene. It's as if the cell phone screen has ceased to exist, and in its place, there's a gentle touch of reality. For a moment, he had an illusion as if there really was a young girl, who was in his world, gently smiling at him. His heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. It's not right. Gee, even the small workshop games are too good at undercutting. Lee Muyang snapped back to his senses and reached out to rub his face, trying to shake those inexplicable emotions out of his mind. However, his gaze couldn't help but fall on Shin Shuangli again. Even though he knew that it was only a virtual character, the gentleness and realism made him unable to control himself from wanting to take another look. And right at this moment, Shin Shuangli slightly lowered her eyes, her white fingertips gently tugged on the edges of the bath towel, her ears flushed a light scarlet, and her voice carried a few blushing blushes. Elder, Shuangli's body has quite a lot of stains again, and she still needs to go and clean it again. This time, no more dialogue options popped up on the screen. The young girl bowed her head slightly, her fingers tightening the edges of the towel and wrapping it gently around her, her slender feet stepping out with a shallow sound. She surged toward the empty room, then grabbed her bed of fresh clothes and walked slowly toward the bathroom. Lee Muyang stared at the screen and watched as Shin Shuangli's figure slowly disappeared behind the door, and the room returned to silence. He put the phone down and stared at the ceiling for a moment. Yourself. Wouldn't be bewitched, would you? He would, actually, have a thumping heart for a game character? Lee Muyang stared at the screen and fell into deep thought. That said, this sister is only healed from her injuries, the problem of her broken spirit root and dantian has not been solved yet, right? He frowned. Shin Shuangli's previous injuries were grievous, and he was so focused on healing her injuries that he almost forgot about her most fundamental problem, the damage to her spiritual roots and dantian. If these 2 problems could not be solved, even if Shin Shuangli survived, she would only become an invalid who was unable to cultivate, and would not even be as good as an ordinary person. The immortal cultivation world was not his blue star world, and while ordinary people could survive, cultivators without spiritual roots were even worse off than mortals, as they had once stood on high ground only to be dropped into the abyss. Thinking of this, Lee Muyan opened the game interface and carefully rummaged around for any relevant functions that could help. After rummaging around, he finally found the Help Center in an inconspicuous corner.
This game is pretty sweet, it actually has a customer service feature? He smacked his lips and clicked in to take a look.
The first time you ask a question is free of charge, the second time you ask a question you need to top up 100 to buy a question coupon, the third time you ask a question the price of the coupon doubles 5 times, and so on and so forth.
Lee Muyan.
The corner of his mouth twitched slightly and he couldn't help but burst out, "No, why don't you just go rob a bank? What kind of game are you making?"
Chapter 17 Lee Muyan said.
He is really convinced, the charging mode of this game is simply heartless, the second 100, the third 500, the fourth 2500.
This dam is not forcing people to be cautious to ask questions at the beginning?
However, since it's free for the first time, it's a good idea to woolgather for as long as you can.
Without hesitation, he typed in the input box, "How can we solve Shen Shuangli's Dantian and spirit root problem?"
However, just after pressing confirm, the system popped up a line of blinding red letters.
You can only ask one of these questions. Lee Muyan. He really wanted to lift the table.
Alright, then the Dantian problem.
He sighed and decisively chose this.
The Dantian was the container for cultivators to store their spiritual chi. Even if their spiritual roots were damaged, they could at least live with it, but if the Dantian was destroyed, they wouldn't even be able to live with it.
After pressing confirm, a new line appeared in the screen. Is deducing the heavenly chances.
Lee Muyan looked at the line and couldn't help but laugh out loud, still deducing heavenly chances, the whole thing is quite mysterious. However, he did not know that at this very instant, the Qianyuan realm where Shen Shuangli was located, the sky and the earth suddenly changed. Above the dome of the sky, the stars and buckets trembled, the stars of the week in the sky even in a moment occurred in the naked eye visible offset, as if there is an invisible hand stirred up the trajectory of the stars and the river under the vast earth, the tidal wave tossing and turning, the earth dragon turned over, vaguely, even in the distant mountains, came from the ancient spirits of the muffled murmur. Countless shut and old monsters opened their eyes in unison at this moment, their expressions grave. Hiss, this is a great cultivator deducing heavenly chances. Now that the aura of the Qianyuan realm is getting thinner and thinner, with such heavenly anomalies, could it be that there are great powers divining the future of the Qianyuan realm? Recuse yourself. This kind of great power is not something we can mess with, honestly retreat. And at this moment, Lee Muyan was still not the slightest bit aware that his one question had stirred up the entire world. Finally, the screen flickered, and the results of the projection appeared. The skywriting is finished. To repair Shen Shuangli's Dantian, one can use an ancient divine medicine, the Qiankuan Rebuilding Dan. This elixir has been lost. Not only can it repair a severely damaged Dantian, but it can also enhance the quality of the Dantian and its ability to hold spiritual chi to a certain extent. Lee Muyan froze slightly and his eyes lit up. Qiankuan Rebuilding Pill? That name sounds fierce at first glance. However, before he could be happy for long, the system popped up another small line. The Chi Luck Koi Pool has captured a ray of heaven for you, and you can redeem the immortal Qiankuan Rebuilding Pill when you draw the Chi Luck Koi. Lee Muyan. God TM captures a glimpse of the sky. He gritted his teeth. Isn't that just stuffing the guaranteed prize pool with game props? He immediately clicked on the Chi Luck Koi Pool, and then his face darkened. 100 for one draw, 900 for 10 consecutive draws, and a guaranteed 1,000 out of the Chi Luck Koi. 1,000 times, that's $100,000. While there is a theoretical 0.01% chance of a straight draw, what's the difference between 0.01% and 0? Lee Muyan's entire body cracked. Crazy, right? $100,000 for a game prop? He was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table. I'll even die. Jump from here. Wouldn't even give you a dime of kryptonite. Kryptonite is not kryptonite, not in this lifetime. But, at this moment, the young girl's knitted brows and smile just now made her heart leap before her eyes. For this one feeling, Lee Muyan felt that he could give up everything. He sighed. Have you ever put your life on the line for anyone in your life? Come on, there's still money to be made. Although Lee Muyan has not touched the brush again after limping for the past few years, his talent and basic skills will not change. As long as he regains his touch, draws some illustrations, and goes to some big shots for an appointment, he may be able to quickly earn a fortune first. And tomorrow, his own manga with Shen Shuangli as the protagonist could start serializing up. I'll be ready to paint as soon as I receive my stuff tomorrow, and I'll practice first to find out how I felt back then. Lee Muyan raised his hand and scratched his hair, his gaze firming up. I still have pen and paper at home, so I'll practice tonight, and then when the digital board arrives tomorrow, I'll get straight to work. He can't wait. Shen Shuangli's Dantian must be repaired. He, Lee Muyan, said it. Lee Muyan put his cell phone aside, picked up a pen and paper, and slowly sketched lines on the white paper. The game time was completely synchronized with the real world, and the rain in the game gradually stopped at this moment. The night was slightly cool, and the moonlight spilled through the thin clouds and fell on the room where Shin Shuangli was. Shin Shuangli sat in front of the wooden table, gazing at the Chi Luck talisman in her palm, her heartbeat involuntarily speeding up. The final 3 steps. Taking a deep breath, she spread out the talisman paper and began to carry out the first step, replenishing her aura for the Chi Luck talisman. The remaining materials of the immortal grade formation flag were extremely precious, but if she wanted to refine the Chi Luck talisman, she had to do everything she could. Shin Shuangli took out 50 inferior spirit stones and crushed them one by one, drawing the aura from them into the talisman paper. However, even after the 50 spirit stones were exhausted, the talisman paper was still only filled with a faint spiritual light. She gritted her teeth and directly urged her remaining spiritual energy to forcefully fill the void. As her aura continued to drain, her face grew paler and paler. Finally, as she was almost out of gas, the talisman paper quivered slightly and glowed with a soft halo. Success! Even though it was only a mortal product, this was after all a Chi Luck talisman that she had refined herself. Shin Shuangli rubbed her burning cheeks and secretly gave herself a pep talk. Next is the second step. Engraved with the name of the predecessor. At this moment, she was surprisingly more nervous than when she was refining. Right showy, right showy. Must be light. Shin Shuangli whispered in a broken voice, afraid that her hands would shake. Holding up a vermilion pen stained with her own blood, she held her breath and wrote down the words Li Muyan on the talisman paper. However, when she fixed her eyes on it, the look on her face instantly froze. The words on the rune paper were strong and sharp, completely lacking any semblance of feminine softness. Done. This was originally a mortal quality Chi Luck talisman. It was already shabby enough, and now even the handwriting is so rigid. She is really humiliated and disgraced. Shin Shuangli had an Achilles heel. Her characters, since childhood, were not girlish. She had practiced the sword for many years, practicing all of the fierce and peerless sword power, holding the pen even less time than holding the sword. Her parents had died early, and although Taoist Lu Yun had taught her the mastery of the sword, he had never asked her to practice writing or learn women's manners. Nowadays, her calligraphy was just like her swordsmanship, harsh to the extreme, with no trace of gentleness and softness at all. Would Senior not mind? Will it make me feel less like a girl? Shin Shuangli suddenly remembered that her former senior sisters had secretly discussed men all preferred women who were gentle and dignified to women who were as sharp as she was. She blushed slightly and bit her lip lightly, a trace of remorse surprisingly arising in her heart. She scoffed at them back then, and now she's catching up with them. Chapter 18, The most important thing about gifts is the thoughts. Sister said that the most important thing about a gift is the thought. Shin Shuangli tried to calm herself down, clenched her fists, and secretly pumped herself up. No matter what, Senior will definitely understand my feelings. She didn't know anything about girly feelings, but she knew that her seniors had helped her so much, and she had to do what she could to give something back before she could do so. Next, comes the final step, the gift of transportation. The chi is self-contained, and as it increases, it decreases. If you wanted to use a Chi Luck talisman to increase the Chi Luck for others, you would need to lose a corresponding amount of Chi Luck yourself. However, the Chi Luck talisman essentially used spiritual energy as a medium, so the loss of Chi Luck was only temporary, and when the spiritual energy was consumed, one's Chi Luck would slowly recover. But during this time, the giver of the luck then has extra bad luck. After all, the heavenly Tao did not allow for Chi to be lent back and forth, and the giver of the luck would inevitably suffer a more severe backlash. Shin Shuangli didn't care about that. Senpai had been so gracious to her that the only thing she could do was to allow Senpai to increase her luck by even an ounce. She pinched her fingers together and silently operated her spiritual method, injecting her chi into the talisman paper. In a flash, the talisman paper glowed with a faint golden light, while her face became paler at a speed visible to the naked eye. But she laughed a lot. That's great. The chi charms are complete. This Chi Luck talisman will be placed on the table. Shin Shuangli stood up and kowtowed towards the roof, praying in a reverent whisper. My junior Frostglaze is indebted to Senior's care and healing from his injuries, and since I am self-conscious of not being able to return the favor, I have made a special Chi Luck talisman to present to Senior. Although the gift is small, it is a piece of Frostylee's sincere hope that the Senior will not be too much. When she finished, she quietly raised her head and looked cautiously at the rune paper on the table. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Suddenly, the Chi Luck talisman turned into a stream of light and disappeared into thin air. Seniors. Take it? No dislike? Shin Shuangli was stunned, and then joy surged to her heart, her eyes overflowing with a smile that she could not hide. Thank you, Senior, for not disdaining Frostglaze's stupidity. She murmured softly, the corners of her mouth involuntarily rising slightly. It was a night when she finally felt at ease. For the past half a month, she had suffered from her injuries and had suffered so much that she couldn't sleep at night. And today, for the first time, she slept in a soft bed with a peace of mind she had never known before. Exhaustion flooded over her as she eased over to the bed and lay down gently. The quilt was soft and warm, wrapping around her slender body. Hazily, her eyelids grew heavy and sleepy. Still, before sinking back into sleep, she lifted her head and looked up at the ceiling, humming softly.
Good night, seniors.
The moon was gentle, spilling over the young girl's serene sleeping face. And tucked quietly under the pillow beside her hand was another talisman she had not yet dared to send.
On that talismanic paper was written a wish she had never been brave enough to say. May seniors be safe and joyful.
Bai Man stood in the shadows of the ruins of the Luyun sword sect, holding a pitch-black talisman in her hand, which was engraved with bizarre patterns and emitted a faint demonic aura. This was the secret method of beast mastery bestowed upon her by that great power, capable of briefly controlling weak demonic beasts for her own use. Her gaze was icy cold, the corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile as she secretly thought to herself, Xin Shuangli, I'd like to see how much longer you can hold out. Bai Man gently waved her hand, and the talisman transformed into a black light that disappeared into a small demonic beast that was foraging for food not far away. The small demonic beast was thin and small, shaped like a gray-furred fox, and the original ferocious light in its eyes was instantly replaced by a flash of dullness. Bai Man nodded with satisfaction and whispered to himself, Go on, see for me if that is dead. The little demonic beast, under her control, silently ran in the direction of the cave where Xin Shuangli was hiding. Bai Man, on the other hand, hid behind the remnants of the ruins, closing her eyes and concentrating, sharing her vision with that little demonic beast through a secret method. It didn't take long for the little demonic beast to arrive near the cave. Through its eyes, Bai Man saw a scene that made her incredulous. There was a string of wind chimes hanging at the entrance of the cave, and the breeze whisked by, emitting a crisp sound. There were also a few spirit grasses planted on both sides of the cave entrance, emitting a faint spiritual chi. Obviously someone had taken care of them.
How is this possible? Bai Man's brows furrowed tightly as a wave of uneasiness welled up in her heart. She maneuvered the little demonic beast to quietly probe and watch from the entrance of the cave, and the sight in front of her made her grit her teeth even more. Inside the cave, there were several night pearls embedded in the stone walls, and their soft glow illuminated the entire space. A soft animal skin blanket was spread in the corner, and beside it were finely carved stone tables and chairs, with a few spirit fruits and a bottle of clear water on the table. What shocked her the most was that the center of the cave had been arranged with a spirit-gathering formation that she couldn't even understand, and the aura was so dense that it was almost visible to the naked eye. Xin Shuangli. How could she have this kind of ability?
Bai Man's face clouded over, her heart both jealous and angry. She had thought that Xin Shuangli would be like a bereaved dog, hiding in a dark corner and waiting for death, but she did not expect that she would have decorated the cave in such a cozy and comfortable manner, even much more comfortable than the ruin she was currently hiding in.
Someone must have helped her. Bai Man gritted her teeth and growled lowly, Who is it? Who in the world is secretly helping her? Her heart was filled with unwillingness and resentment. Xin Shuangli was clearly already an invalid. On what grounds could she still receive such treatment? She, Bai Man, on the other hand, could only hide in the dilapidated ruins, hiding like a rat. No, I mustn't let her get away with this. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Bai Man's eyes. She decided to use this little demonic beast to attract the demonic beasts roaming around the ruins to come and completely eliminate Xin Shuangli. The ruins of the Luyun sword sect had a rule that the demonic beasts wouldn't leave easily because of the presence of the god transformation great demon. However, there were quite a few small demonic beasts that beat the autumn wind around the ruins, and they roamed around without a fixed territory. If they were lucky, they might even be able to attract some powerful demonic beasts to come.
As soon as they find Xin Shuangli, they will definitely tear her to pieces. Bai Man sneered, and in her mind, she had already begun to calculate how to set up a formation to attract more demonic beasts. She closed her eyes and began to remotely manipulate the little demonic beast. After all, it was being remotely manipulated through a secret technique, and it would take her a night to complete the formation. However, she was in no hurry.
Xin Shuangli was just dying to decorate the cave anymore. Xin Shuangli, just enjoy this last tranquility.
The corner of Bai Man's mouth hooked up into a cruel smile. Tomorrow, it's your time to die. As the night deepened, Bai Man's figure was hidden in the shadows of the ruins, and only those icy eyes flickered with a cold light in the darkness. She maneuvered the little demonic beast and began to set up formations around Xin Shuangli's cave, waiting for the dawn to come.
Chapter 19 This gift from the dog planner, I think.
The following morning, the sky was still a dark blue, the hustle and bustle of the city had not yet awakened, and everything was shrouded in a layer of hazy morning fog. Li Munyang snapped his eyes open, his consciousness was still immersed in chaos, his head was groggy, and he vaguely felt that something was pinching his hand. He looked down and found the papers from last night's practice strewn across the tabletop, and the most striking of them all was a lifelike portrait of a young girl. Xin Shuangli's stunningly beautiful face came into view, the pair of eyes as clear as a lake, the shallow smile at the corners of her lips, with a little bit of innocence, but also with a little bit of a young girl's reserve and tenderness. Her hair was like black satin, gently hanging down on her shoulders, as if a breeze would whip up a few strands of green silk. Li Muyang froze, then revealed a hint of a smile. It seemed that his drawing skills had not been completely wasted. He stretched and moved his somewhat stiff wrists, then picked up his cell phone and skillfully opened the game interface.
Love affair, start.
In the picture, the young girl was lying quietly on top of the bed, breathing evenly, obviously not yet awake. The faint moonlight sprinkled on her body, the soft glow reflecting her snowy skin and a transcendent tranquility between her brows. She was sleeping well, her hands gently folded over her stomach, her long, slender eyelashes fluttering slightly as if she were dreaming of something beautiful. Li Muyan couldn't help but reach out his finger and gently poke Shin Shuangli's head through the screen. The young girl frowned slightly, seemingly disturbed by the dream. She gently sidestepped, her nostrils changed slightly, a few strands of green silk in front of her forehead slipped down with it, and the whole person curled up a little bit, looking extraordinarily dainty and adorable.
Li Muyan couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's quite sensitive. Just as he was immersed in this quiet beauty, a prompt box suddenly popped up on the game interface. Due to your deduction of the heavenly chance, you have suffered a backlash from the heavenly Tao and have suffered a loss of qi. Today's trigrams, Jinhua bad good for cleaning, not for meeting people.
Li Muyan raised an eyebrow and laughed somewhat disdainfully. Alright, there's still a whole day of Tao reversal, making it look like it's real. He skimmed his lips and directly turned off the alert box, continuing to observe Shin Shuangli's state. The young girl is still sleeping quietly, just. Her face is slightly paler than last night, and there seems to be a hint of hidden fatigue between her eyebrows, and even in the middle of a deep sleep, the feeling of weakness after excessive consumption still penetrates through the screen.
Li Muyan frowned slightly. What's going on? He tapped on Shin Shuangli's personal information, and sure enough, he found a new status debuff, loss of qi. This is strange. Li Muyan stroked his chin and thought, Shin Shuangli's loss of qi, could it be because of his deduction of the heavenly chance last night? If that's the case, it's kind of interesting. Just as he was thinking about it, a new prompt popped up on the game interface once again. Status, sleeping. Current favorability, 25 admiration.
Favorability reaches 25, a small gift has been triggered. Your love interest Shin Shuangli has made a small gift for you, it has been delivered.
Gifts?
Li Muyan blinked and rummaged through the game's backpack and warehouse, but never found this so-called small gift.
Mailbox? No. Mission reward? None. System announcement? Still nothing.
This game belongs to a small workshop, sending out a prop can be stuck in a bug. Li Muyan rubbed his brow somewhat helplessly. Is it hard to wait for the refresh time to arrive?
Just as he was wondering. Knock, knock.
There was a sudden knock on the door of the room outside, a steady, strong knock that broke the early morning quiet. Li Muyan raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the time. It was only 6 in the morning. Who would come to him at this hour? Li Muyan rubbed his hazy sleepy eyes and pushed his wheelchair to the door with a few moments of confusion. That knock on the door earlier was clear and strong, but when he pulled the door open, it was empty. He frowned, his eyes scanning between the empty hallways, the corners of the walls and staircase corners devoid of any suspicious figures. What the hell? Li Muyan was about to close the door, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a palm-sized express box quietly placed on the floor of the doorway.
He was slightly startled and looked down. Yo, is that my number pad? Say, who's the courier who delivers at 6 a.m.? Li Muyan picked up the small box, and he subconsciously flipped through the label. However, this look made him completely freeze. The box was extremely bizarre as it didn't have any courier company logo, or any Weibo number, or even a plain barcode. The only text, a row of small italicized letters. A small gift from Shin Shuangli received by Senior Li. Ha? Li Muyan was just confused throughout. No, really sent ah? Are all the small-time game companies this down to earth? Isn't this a solid hack? Straight out of the box. The first reaction of an ordinary person who encounters such a bizarre situation is most likely to be horror. After all, this is beyond the realm of normal cognition. But Li Muyan was different. He was not panicking at all. He's scared less. His money is in the fund, and the person is under state protection, so if the hackers really want to mess with him, I'm afraid they'll have to ask the group of financial regulators who are watching his account first. Hey! He probed the building and yelled, you guys must be hiding in the hallway, right? Come out and talk. Can't you guys change this game from being too kryptonite? I don't have much money. The hallway was silent, only his shouts echoing down the stairs. Shay, don't come out and forget it. Li Muyan skimmed his lips and casually closed the door with a bang. He knew that if these hackers were really hiding in the shadows, they certainly wouldn't be easily provoked out by themselves, and saying those words was just a casual test. But then again, he wanted to see what this gift was. He sat on the couch, tearing the wrapping off the box as he pondered. The other party was either crazy or had put great effort into this game. Actually, even the customized props of the game characters could be realistically rendered, so the quality of this gift must not be heaven-defying? Finally, the wrapping paper ripped open, revealing the object inside. A 4-square bomb lay quietly in the box. The scent bag is dark blue in color, with a smooth satin surface, and the corners are embroidered with detailed auspicious cloud patterns in silver thread, which looks classical and elegant. However, when he turned over the scented bag and saw the words embroidered on it, the corner of his mouth twitched hard. Li Muyan. A stroke of the pen, an iron hook. Below that is a row of small letters, peace and joy. Shin Shuangli's gift of the Chi Luck Talisman? But the corner of Li Muyang's mouth twitched. Brother, can you write for a different girl next time? How could such strong and stern handwriting be written by Shin Shuangli? At first glance, it's written by a dog planner, isn't it? It's either that or an unlucky operation. Is this heartfelt? It's not heartfelt at all. Chapter 20, the question is we're all living hard. But what's in this? Li Muyang frowned slightly and tried to unwrap the scented capsule. However, to his surprise, the material of this thing was even tougher than he had imagined, and surprisingly, he couldn't tear it at all. Unwillingly, he simply brought the scent bag to the tip of his nose and sniffed. And then, a faint scent instantly burrowed into his nostrils. Not sweet, not greasy, plain and light, without a hint of aggression, but with a gentle air, like some silent girl who quietly put her heart into it. Li Muyang froze. In his mind, Shin Shuangli's figure emerged with incomparable clarity. Those cool eyes, that serene figure, that aura of lightness and dustiness fit in incomparably with this fragrance. Even, he had an illusion this was Shin Shuangli's flavor. I'm going. Li Muyang almost didn't throw the scented bag out. What game can do that? The words are a man's, but the scent is a woman's, which is outrageous. With today's technology, perfumes can indeed be highly customized, but the problem is, he didn't fill out any information at all, and he didn't even submit his body scent preferences. Unbelieving, he switched positions to sniff a few more times. Whether she was sniffing upright, leaning in, or sniffing at a poster of her favorite anime wife, it was still Shin Shuangli that came to mind. In other words, this aroma completely locked up Shin Shuangli's image. God! Li Muyang slapped his thighs and stared in shock. No dude, why are you guys scamming kryptonite in the game if you have the skill? Promote the game for free, and then set up a perfume brand directly against the international brands. This must not earn a lot of money? That's a lot of technology for you guys to take to the game. However, no matter how shocked he was, in the end, Li Muyang ghostly put the Chi Luck Talisman into his pocket. For no other reason, just by the familiar aroma, it did give him the illusion that Shin Shuangli had made it with her own hands. Li Muyang placed the Chi Luck Talisman close to his body, and always felt a slight warmth in his chest, as if there was really a sheltering power surrounding his body if nothing else. He didn't think much of it though. After all, it was early in the morning and he hadn't completely woken up yet, so maybe it was just psychological. After a brief wash, he opened the refrigerator and took some random ingredients to make a breakfast. An omelette, bread, and a glass of milk made for a breakfast that wasn't exactly hearty, but it was one of his rare regular routines. In the past, he often stayed up late to play games or read novels, which have the leisure to get breakfast. The most is to order takeout to make do. Yet today somehow he was extraordinarily laid back, and even had a vague sense of the rituals of life. He glanced at his cell phone. The game was still hanging, and Shin Shuangli's image was lying quietly over there, as if he could really watch his every move through the screen. With the game taking over the background of his phone, he couldn't swipe through short videos for fun as usual. Solely, he served his breakfast, sat down in front of the computer, and opened the live streaming platform to casually watch a live broadcast for a while. On the screen, various types of live broadcasts take turns. Some people are exploring the outdoors, some people are showing off their skills and playing games, and others are sharing the process of painting. Li Muyang casually clicked into the live room of a painter and watched the other party skillfully sketching lines with a digital board, giving life to the characters, and between one stroke and the other, the world seemed to leap at his fingertips. He was a bit mesmerized by what he was watching, and a thought suddenly popped into his mind: why don't I try drawing comics live when the digital board arrives? He was already good at drawing, and although he'd been deserted for a while, last night's sketches proved that his skills were still there. If he started a live broadcast, he might even meet a big brother to reward him, or even someone to ask for an article. Wouldn't that be better than him roaming around aimlessly? The thought had just popped up when there was a knock at the door. Express! Li Muyang froze, then a hint of delight appeared on his face. It can't be that coincidental, can it? No? I'm just thinking about broadcasting and the digital pad arrives? Isn't that a bit too much luck? However, while excited, a trace of doubt rose in his heart. Because of his leg problems, his deliveries have always been delivered to his door, and the delivery guy usually leaves the stuff at the door and calls or texts him to let him know. It was the first time he had met one who knocked directly on the door like today. Moreover, the voice of this courier was not quite the same as those deliverymen he was familiar with. Changed? He muttered inwardly, pushing his wheelchair and moving toward the door, ready to open it. The man outside the door is named Zhou Lidong. He was dressed in a plain courier's uniform, the brim of his hat pressed down low, revealing eyes with a hint of weariness and gloom in them. He was already out the door at 5 a.m., pedaling an old electric scooter through the cold wind, his hands and feet a little stiff from the cold. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he'd gotten a restful night's sleep. A few days ago, his landlord was pressing him for rent, collection calls from his bank were coming in one after the other, and he couldn't fill the hole in his credit card with the takeout orders he'd been saving up for months. Life was like a beast that clutched at his throat and took his breath away. He's really at the end of his rope.
Just yesterday, he listened to the courier station of the old wine chat, talking about his regular customers, inadvertently mentioned the crippled man who lives in the neighborhood C building 15th floor. That kid is lucky. I heard that the family left him a lot of money. They do not have to do anything. Every day in the home. I guess the game kryptonite spending are more than our 1 month salary. Zhao Lidong heard it at the time and just nodded, but in his heart, it was like being stabbed by a fiery needle.
The world is so unfair. Some people don't have to do anything to live a comfortable life.
And he worked so hard every day to run couriers and deliveries that he could barely pay his rent.
So on what grounds?
He stared at old Wang's list and realized that it was his turn to substitute deliver this area today. A plan quickly came to his mind, a plan that would ease his plight. This cripple named Li Muyang, who looked like an honest man, shouldn't be defensive towards himself. If you can go in, find a chance to make him faint, and take some money. By the way, after he wakes up, even if he suspects, he will not have any evidence, and then just pretend to be innocent, and things can be mixed up. The plan was simple, but extremely feasible. He had done a lot of work before and knew how to make a person pass out quickly without leaving visible injuries.
What's more, Li Muyang was just a wheelchair-bound man who couldn't resist at all. Just do it. Don't ask why you're giving a kind disabled person a hard time, ask as we're all living hard. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Zhao Lidong carried a courier box and arrived at Li Muyang's door. He took a deep breath to make his expression look natural, then raised his hand and knocked on the door. Express. Chapter 21, Luck. Hearing the knock on the door, Li Muyang pushed his wheelchair to the door and put his hand on the door handle, spinning the lock and slightly pulling open a crack, revealing an inquisitive gaze. Delivery this early? Couldn't be a scammer, could it?
There are so many telecom scams these days, so be careful yourself. Outside the door stood a courier, slim, wearing an ordinary courier uniform with the brim pressed low, revealing a face that was slightly haggard, but with a hint of an unnatural smile in his eyes. He was carrying a not-so-large express box in his hand, and when he saw Li Muyang open the door, he immediately handed the package over with a smile.
Mr. Li, your delivery.
His voice sounded a little raw, like he was deliberately lowering his tone. Li Muyang took the courier, glanced at the information on it, and after confirming that it was his digital board, a hint of joy appeared on his face.
I can't believe it's really my own number pad, and I'm getting lucky.
He happily thanked Zhao Lidong. Thank you, sending it over so early, hard work. Zhao Lidong sneered in his heart, but the smile on his face remained naive. It's not hard, it should be. He stood in the doorway, saw that Li Muyang did not want to say anything more, and knew that he had to act according to the plan, so he pretended to look coy, gently rubbed his hands, and opened his mouth with a pretense of hesitation. Mr. Li, I've been running all morning, and my throat is a bit dry, so can I give a cup of water to drink off? Hearing this, Li Muyang instinctively frowned, but then thought, he is not a petty person, it's just pouring a glass of water for someone else, it's no big deal. If you've been in the rain yourself, you should hold an umbrella for someone else. So he nodded and casually said, wait for me, I'll get some water and you wait by the door. When he finished speaking, he turned his wheelchair and lowered his head to play with his cell phone while pushing his wheelchair towards the house. Zhao Lidong stood in the doorway and swept his gaze across the interior of the room. The interior of the house was not exactly luxurious, but one could tell at a glance that it was worth a lot of money. Especially the several high-end electronic devices placed in the corner of the living room, the gaming computer alone would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. Together with a few gaming magazines and a few kryptonite peripherals casually thrown on the floor, it completely confirmed old Wang's statement this guy was indeed a rich second generation who stayed at home all day.
And a cripple.
Zhao Lidong laughed coldly in his heart, feeling that he couldn't have picked a better target.
That's you, Li Muyang. You mustn't blame me. It's all a matter of life.
Taking advantage of the fact that Li Muyang's back was turned to him, Zhao Lidong quietly stepped into the house, his footsteps as light as possible, staring at the back of his head, ready to find the right moment to strike a blow.
However, the moment he was just about to make his move, pop!
His right foot suddenly tripped on something, and his whole body lost its balance, flopping forward hard and falling heavily on the floor. His Zhao Lidong grimaced in pain and cursed in his heart as he hastily raised his head. At this moment, Li Muyang heard the commotion behind him and suspiciously looked back, his gaze coinciding with Zhao Lidong who was lying on the ground.
How did you get in here?
Li Muyang frowned, a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Zhao Lidong's brain raced, forcing his embarrassment and squeezing a smile on his face. He hurriedly climbed up, patted the dust on his body, and pretended to be relaxed. That. I saw you playing with your cell phone, and couldn't help but be curious, wanting to see what kind of game you were playing.
Sorry, accidentally fell. Oh? Li Muyang's eyes lit up. You play games too? Yeah, I play too. Zhao Lidong responded awkwardly. Then look at this.
Li Muyang excitedly handed over his cell phone and pointed at the screen. This game is called Immortal Edge, and this thing is really too much of a kryptonite cheat.
But the graphics are really good.
Oh? Zhao Lidong hurriedly came over and pretended to be interested.
But when his gaze fell onto Li Muyang's cell phone screen, his entire body instantly froze. The screen was pitch black, nothing. However, Li Muyan was still excitedly pointing at the screen, sliding it while gushing out introductions. Look, here is my cave, the modeling is exquisite, right? Over here is the character interface, my love interest is on this. Nice, isn't it? But this thing is such a kryptonite ripoff that it costs 288 for a charm. The corners of Zhao Lidong's eyes twitched slightly as a strong uneasiness flooded his heart. What's with this? He took a closer look and realized that Li Muyang's finger slid back and forth on the screen, but the screen did not respond at all, as if he was in a black screen self-improvement. This guy, he's not a psycho, is he? A chill bubbled up in Zhao Lidong's heart. Trying to suppress his inner discomfort, he forced out a smile and asked, that. You can't seem to see very well in this game. Li Muyang blinked, as if sensing Zhao Lidong's skepticism, and immediately pulled out his own Chi Luck talisman from his pocket, saying excitedly, look, it's a gift from the game's official. Zhao Lidong looked down and his face darkened. What is this official gift? It's just an ordinary piece of broken wood. Now he was completely convinced this Li Muyang definitely had a problem with his brain. Holy! What bad luck! Zhao Lidong cursed angrily in his heart, instantly dismissing all thoughts and turning around. Li Muyang looked at him suspiciously. Hey, you're leaving already? No more water? Zhao Lidong heart 10,000 unwilling to stay here more, the mouth of a haphazard perfunctory sentence. No. Cannot, I still have a single to send, first go. After saying that, he rushed out of the room at a fast pace, not even able to close the door. However, the bad luck didn't end there. Just stepped out of the door, his shoelace did not know when loose, the whole person plop fell directly in the hallway. After climbing up, he wanted to leave this unlucky place quickly, but the trash can at the corner of the stairs happened to have an untied bag of garbage, which directly snapped on his head, and his whole body was instantly surrounded by an acrid smell. Zhao Lidong almost didn't vomit, and hurriedly ripped off the garbage bag and limped outside. Who knows just rushed to the door of the neighborhood, the sky just flew over a pigeon snap sound, a pile of bird droppings accurately landed on his shoulder. Lidong Zhao. He grimaced and growled in his heart. What the hell kind of luck am I having today? Li Muyang, on the other hand, sat in the living room, looked at the express box, and sighed helplessly. This new courier has a really bad attitude. But he talked games with me, so I won't complain about him. With that said, he unwrapped the delivery and began to work on his new digitizer board, completely oblivious to what had just happened. Live streaming to make money for Xin Shuangli is the important thing. Chapter 22, the first day of the live broadcast. Li Muyang adjusted the digital board, tuning the touch to what suited him best, and then registered a new account in Tickly Tickly Station D Frost Glazed Ink Rhyme. This ID was purposely taken by him, combining Xin Shuangli's name with a bit of ancient flavor. For him, it wasn't just a live account, it was the beginning of his journey into a new life. He didn't turn on the camera or talk too much, he just quietly opened up his drawing software and put pen to paper on his digital pad. His goal, to practice drawing Xin Shuangli. Live streaming, Frost Glaze Ink Rhyme. Live streaming is on. A system alert popped up on the screen, but there were very few viewers in the live room, with only a few scattered tourists occasionally passing by. Q version of Xin Shuangli gradually surfaced on the screen, small and delicate, a pair of bright eyes soulful and lovely, wearing a long flowing ancient style dress, and holding a small sword, both playful and heroic. Shoo! Slender lines wandered across the canvas, and a Q version of Xin Shuangli had taken shape. Oh? Painting live? Now that there are so many drawing and painting, this kind of small anchor wants to make a name for himself? Q version, childish. The number of pop-ups was minimal, even with some disdain. Li Muyang does not care, live this thing, cannot rush, steady is the king. Build up your popularity up front, and then slowly start unfolding your own manga storyline later on. Time passed, Li Muyang remained quiet as he drew, and one after another, the Q version of Xin Shuangli surfaced on the screen. Some of her are pursing their lips and smiling, some are stamping their feet in exasperation, and some are holding their swords as if they are thinking about something. The whole picture becomes alive. Just then, the Chi Luck talisman placed on the table flickered slightly. A viewer with the ID Falling Snow, hearing Frost, entered the live broadcast room. She had only casually clicked in, but when she saw the name of the live broadcasting room, Frost Glaze Ink Rhyme, her eyes slightly condensed. The word Frost Glaze is similar to her screen name? She had always loved the ancient style in all paintings with a cool flavor, so she stayed to take a look. At this look, she was unexpectedly captivated by the image. Falling Snow listening to Frost, the Q version is drawn okay, but I don't really like it, can you draw a standard ancient style one? If the drawing is good, I can give a reward. Once this pop-up screen came out, the live broadcast room was buzzing with activity. Big Brother is coming. I can't believe it's Sister Lakyak. Ha 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 ha, the anchor is in deep trouble. Sister Falling Snow is the most critical, so I guess I'll be sprayed. The anchor won't wimp out, will he? Li Muyang raised an eyebrow, then tapped a few times on the keyboard and replied, yes, but I can only copy it, I haven't practiced to the point where I can create freely. After saying that, he picked up his cell phone and opened the game interface of Immortal Edge, ready to find Xin Shuangli's character stand up to copy.
However, when he showed his cell phone screen to the audience, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room suddenly became subtle.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Your cell phone. Black screen ah? You're drawing to a black screen? Lee Muyan, question mark.
He looked down, and the cell phone screen clearly showed Shin Shuangli's character stand up, but in the viewer's eyes, it was pitch black and nothing was there.
Isn't this the game screen? Can't you guys see it?
Lee Muyan tapped on the keyboard and then deleted it in a whirlwind. It could be that your own equipment is not working, or that the screen is conflicting.
This is not important enough to break up with the audience. Let's just focus on the painting.
At this moment, Falling Snow, listening to Frost, also froze.
She realized something instantly. Could it be that this anchor was living the whole thing? Falling Snow and listening to Frost, deliberately pretending to be a copy but actually being an original? Falling Snow listening to Frost, ha ha, are you here to be funny? Ha 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 ha, the anchor is a drama queen.
It's obviously original, but you have to say it's a copy. It kills me with laughter. This wave of whole life is very on point. Admire, admire, admire.
Lee Muyan. He's really copying, huh?
But he didn't bother to explain further, so he just lowered his head and painted seriously. As the lines are outlined, the figure becomes clearer. Slim waist, flowing sleeves, and those cool eyes that seem to be able to see everything. Gradually, the picture became more and more detailed, and the gestures of the characters, the patterns on their costumes, and even the smoothness of the light and shadow were all restored by him. The atmosphere in the live room began to change.
This drawing. Detailed cow.
This old-fashioned temperament is perfect. However, there are still a lot of skeptical voices.
Oh, there are too many of these drawings on the internet, so I guess the AI assist is turned on? Don't be fooled, who can draw that fast? The anchor couldn't have prepared this in advance, could he?
Falling Snow, listening to Frost, narrowed her eyes and stared seriously at the screen. She had thought it was just a casual look, but
this painting, indeed, is awesome.
When Lee Muyan drew to the final punctuation, the entire atmosphere of the live broadcast room completely changed. The eyes were clear and penetrating, with a hint of distant indifference, yet a faint touch of tenderness. It was as if she had come to life.
The entire broadcast room fell into dead silence. And then, Falling Snow hearing Frost?
These eyes, they really look like they're alive.
What? It's too good, right? Holy. This painting is worth a fortune. AI can't make such a soulful picture. Then, in the next second, a shocking beep sounded on the air.
Falling Snow, listening to Frost, rewarded 66,666 tickly coins.
66,666 tithing dollars. The live feed completely blew up. 66,000? 66,000? That's over $6,000. Falling Snow sister this is? Recognized? Lee Muyan froze. He was just casually drawing for fun, but it turned out that on the first day of the live broadcast, he was directly smashed by the Big Brother for more than $6,000? Broke. Lee Muyan slightly blushed as he typed on the keyboard. Falling Snow, hearing Frost, laughed and typed a line in the comments section. Anchor, your painting is worth the price. I'll do what I say.
After saying that, Falling Snow hearing Frost even added a follow to Lee Muyan. Lee Muyan's live broadcast room was completely bustling at this moment. In the frost-glazed ink rhyme, this full of ancient-style flavor live room, with the god hero Fell Snow listening to Frost's large reward, a group of onlookers also followed the influx of people, have to express their views on the public screen.
What's with all the generosity today? What's the anchor's background? A new artist? How long has it been since the show started and you've managed to get Sister Falling Snow to make a move? How good of a painter does this have to be?
The pop-ups were scrolling fast, and at the same time, the gift beeps in the live stream didn't stop.
Audience member Nightstar presents Rocket 1. Audience member Sea of Clouds and Wind is giving away Carnival 3.
Audience member The Wind Rises presents Captain Silver Dragon. In just a few minutes, Lee Muyan's live room popularity skyrocketed, with the number of people online exceeding 5,000, which was definitely an incredible achievement for a new anchor.
Chapter 23 Rich women are good, but love is better.
In the face of this sudden craze, Lee Muyan could only type his thanks with his hands full.
Thank you Nightstar for the rocket.
Thanks to the Sea of Clouds and listening to the Wind Carnival.
Thank you all for your support.
But as the gifts increased, his hand speed simply couldn't keep up, resulting in a serious lag in the thank you messages on the public screen, and the pop-ups were happily uproarious.
Anchor, why don't you just open the mic? Typing is too slow. Yeah, why don't we just turn on the camera and thank you?
With these words, the atmosphere became subtle.
Yes, Anchor, show your face. Sister Falling Snow is so supportive of you, shouldn't you give some face? Didn't Sister Falling Snow say that she's looking for a boyfriend recently?
Anchor, you're also a painter, so maybe you'll be right for each other.
Yeah, Sister Falling Snow hasn't been this generous to newcomers before.
At that moment, Falling Snow and Hearing Frost also spoke up.
I'm really looking for a boyfriend, nothing else matters, just be pleasant to the eye.
Anchor, if you show your face, I'll just reward you 10,000 coins.
If it matches my aesthetic, I'll put you on governor. Lee Muyang froze. Governor?
The bounty levels on Station D are 200 month for captains, 2,000 month for governors, and 20,000 month for viceroys.
If Falling Snow hearing Frost wasn't joking, then he could easily earn 10,000 just by showing his face, and even get a governor? Lee Muyang's heart was a little complicated, this was blood money. But just then, a faint feeling of guilt surfaced. Why does it feel like selling your beauty?
If Shin Shuangli knew that the senior she admired was actually eating the soft rice of a rich woman, would it make her filter break off?
But, Ali, I'm trying to earn resources for you. You have to use this beauty trick. You mustn't be jealous.
He silently consoled himself in his mind, then took a deep breath and decisively turned on the camera.
The moment the screen lit up, the live broadcast room fell into a brief silence. In the next second, the pop-up completely exploded. This anchor's face is unbelievable. When did Station D get such a handsome artist? Husband. This is my husband.
Falling Snow listening to Frost, not bad, I'm satisfied with your face value, anchor.
Rewarded.
Along with this message, a banner prompt immediately popped up on the screen. Congratulations to Falling Snow listening to Frost for becoming the governor of Live Frost Glaze Inc. Rhyme.
The live broadcast room was completely boiled in an instant. Sister Falling Snow went straight for it. It's a real god's honor. Is this the world of the rich? The governor smashed it down without blinking an eye. Anchor, this is Sister Lok Shue taking a liking to you. Together. Together. Together.
Lee Muyan looked at the pop-ups and cried and laughed as he hurriedly thanked them. Thank you for Sister Lok Shue's support.
In return, I'm willing to draw an exclusive piece of artwork for Sister Lok Shue. Yet the audience wasn't about to let the uproar go. Don't draw. Give the man directly to Sister Lok Yuk. Right. What's the point of drawing when there's a rich woman in front of you? Anchor, if you hesitate any longer, Sister Falling Snow will run away.
Lee Muyang helplessly held his forehead and was thinking about how to deal with this group of stunt-playing viewers when Falling Snow listening to Frost had the decency to send out a message. Falling Snow, listening to Frost, don't make a scene, relationships are about destiny.
Does the anchor have a girlfriend?
When these words came out, the live broadcast room was instantly quiet for half a second, and then the pop-up screen once again furiously brushed.
I'm coming. Falling Snow was asking the questions directly. Anchor. You've got to take your chances. Sister Falling Snow, I'm already reserved, I'm just waiting for you to nod your head.
Lee Muyan lost his smile and shook his head. Thanks for the love, but I don't have any plans to fall in love for now, huh? Although the tone of voice is calm, but the old viewers of the live broadcast room is keenly aware that he did not seem to directly deny the Falling Snow listening to the Frost of the favorite, but instead just said that he do not consider for the time being.
This makes a lot of people even more imaginative.
However, Lee Muyang did not intend to look deeply into these, his mind was all on Shin Shuangli. With the reward from Falling Snow and hearing Frost, along with the support of other viewers, he has already gathered enough money to draw the guaranteed Qian rebuilding pill.
No matter how fragrant the rich woman is, it's not as good as his little love affair.
Seeing Lee Muyang avoiding the topic, Falling Snow hearing Frost didn't continue to pursue the question, but instead smiled graciously and said,
Falling Snow listening to Frost, okay, I won't tease you. On the contrary, that painting you mentioned, when can you paint it for me?
Lee Muyang thought for a little while and replied, not so much today, I have to go to the hospital for a review, wait for tomorrow.
Hospital review? Many people froze.
However, Lee Muyang did not explain more, but took the opportunity to announce, in addition, I intend to start a long-term broadcast in the future and draw a comic strip with Shin Shuangli as the protagonist, so I hope that everyone will support it.
The audience was astonished when this was said. Shin Shuangli? Is that the name of your live room? Sounds like an old-fashioned heroine's name? No, Shin Shuangli is the name of the female lead in the anchor's painting. It's the painting that Sister Falling Snow rewarded. Anchor is going to draw a full-length comic? That sounds interesting.
Taking advantage of the right atmosphere in the live broadcast room, Falling Snow and hearing Frost spoke again.
Falling Snow listening to Frost, it's quite interesting, so what are you doing in the hospital? Is there something wrong with your body?
Lee Muyang was silent for 2 seconds, then sighed softly and simply pulled the camera back slightly, allowing the wheelchair he was sitting in to appear in the camera. At this moment, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast violently paused. In the next second, all the uproarious, flirtatious, and stunt-playing voices instantly disappeared, and were replaced by,
the anchor is actually disabled? No wonder he just kept rejecting Sister Falling Snow, originally. Anchor, sorry, I shouldn't have started that.
Even Falling Snow hearing Frost, faced with such a situation, did not speak for a while. Lee Muyang smiled faintly and did not explain much, but said, it's almost time, I have to go to the hospital, let's broadcast here today, thank you for your support. After saying that, he didn't hesitate any longer and directly turned off the live broadcast. But the moment the live screen went black, the pop-ups on the public screen were still scrolling frantically.
Hey! It's a shame that the anchor is so handsome and actually in a wheelchair. Geez, heartbreaking for the anchor, no wonder he's been avoiding those topics. However, The anchor persona instantly stood awe. He's a gifted artist with a disability, but he still keeps on painting. This kind of positive energy suddenly makes me want to support the anchor even more. The fallout from this broadcast is far from over. After turning off the live broadcast, Lee Moo-yeon looked down at his legs and sighed lightly. Putting his flaws on display for all to see was not something he wanted to do. But he also understood that such a persona, on the contrary, could give himself a quicker rise to fame. The more fans and the more attention he got, the better start his comic would have and the more money he could make to give Shin Shuangli kryptonite. Looking at the rapid accumulation of gift values on his account, Lee Moo-yeon not only sighed a little. Those cab drivers, workers carrying bricks, delivery boys, hard work for a day is not as much as when the red anchor bounty earned. But he's paying for it in the end. Thinking of this, he shook his head, no longer thinking about it, and directly pushed the wheelchair in the direction of the hospital. Chapter 24, Try a Little Harder. The pitch-black talisman in by Man's hand glowed slightly. After a whole night of setting up, she finally finished the formation. At this moment, her eyes flashed with excitement, as if she had already seen the scene of Shin Shuangli being torn to pieces by the demonic beast. Shin Shuangli, your good days are over. By Man murmured in a low voice, and with a flick of her finger, the little demonic beast she was controlling landed on the last formation point, and the formation instantly activated. An airy black light spread out from the center of the formation, accompanied by a low humming sound, and a disturbing aura filled the air. The aura spread quickly, attracting the demonic beasts roaming around. Soon, the mountain forest resounded with the roar of beasts rising and falling. A single demonic beast came from all directions, their eyes glowing red, clearly having been controlled by the demonic chi in the formation. Most of these demonic beasts were weak existences at the chi practicing stage, but there were also a few foundation establishment stage demonic beasts interspersed among them, aggressively encircling towards the cave where Shin Shuangli was. Bai Man watched all of this coldly through the vision of the little demonic beast. Her heart was filled with anticipation, as if she had already seen the tragic situation of Shin Shuangli being surrounded and killed by demonic beasts. Shin Shuangli, you're nothing but an invalid, what makes you still live so well? Bai Man gritted her teeth and growled lowly, today, I'm going to make you disappear completely. Just as the demonic beasts were about to approach the cave, a low rumbling sound suddenly came from the sky above the ruins of the Luyun sword sect. The Xianing Dark Departure Bear, that great demon of transformation that was perched in the sky above the ruins, slowly opened its eyes. Its gaze was like electricity as it swept a glance in the direction of the mountain where the demonic beasts had gathered. After a few moments, it didn't seem to find anything of interest and closed its eyes again. To it, these small demonic beasts attracted by the formation were nothing more than ant-like existences, and were not worthy of its hand. Roar! The Xianing Darkly Bear let out a low growl, a hint of impatience in his voice. Its injuries were extremely severe, and the battle with Taoist Luyun had nearly killed it. At the moment, it just wanted to quietly heal and regain its strength. With its low roar, the demonic beasts within the ruins that had been affected by the formation quieted down, not daring to make any more rash moves. However, the small demonic beasts in the mountain that were attracted by the formation were unaffected and still swarmed towards Shin Shuangli's cave. At this moment, Shin Shuangli rested her hands on her cheeks and gently looked at the ceiling above her head, her eyes fluttering and in a trance, her thoughts drifting involuntarily to a distant place. What is Senior doing at this hour? She wasn't sure exactly what Lee Moo-yeon was doing right now, but she could sense that he should be very busy and didn't have time to pay attention to her side. Because whenever Lee Moo-yeon paid attention to her, he would gently poke her with that little, warm finger that was condensed from spiritual energy. Sometimes it was her head, sometimes it was her shoulder, as if he was reminding her in the gentlest way that he was always by her side. But today, that familiar touch never appeared. Shin Shuangli beamed, her white fingers gently pinched a strand of her long hair, wrapping it around her fingertips and playing with it, like a bored little girl waiting for someone to come back. A great person like Senior must be fighting for the cultivators of the entire Qian Yuan realm, like eradicating great demons or something. In her mind, the image of an immortal old man unconsciously surfaced, white beard fluttering, sleeves fluttering, holding a duster, standing on top of a flying sword, vicissitudes and majesty overlooking the world, and with a wave of her hand, a shocking sword will fall down and cut down the group of demons. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly at the thought, a glimmer of longing in her eyes, and she couldn't even help but laugh out loud. If only Senpai could be her master. She would definitely work very hard, be good and obedient, and never let her seniors down. However, just as this thought surfaced, Shin Shuangli immediately shook her head and reached out her hand to pat her forehead vigorously. No way, Shin Shuangli, don't give an inch. She scrunched up her little face, a bit of shame and chagrin in her eyes, as if that little unrealistic thought she had just had was a huge mistake. Today, Senior had already given her a full 12 spirit crystals, allowing her to maintain the advanced spirit gathering formation for 6 hours, and even directly hardened her cultivation to the 5th level of chi refining. How could she even presume to go further with such a favor, when she simply could not return it? What's more, seniors are already mysterious. If they were really worldly masters, how would they take on disciples so easily?
Shin Shuangli sighed slightly, her palms pressed against her belly, closing her eyes to feel the condition of her dantian. The flow of aura is obviously much more stable than before, and the broken tendons have recovered a lot, but her dantian was still broken, like a water basin with a hole in the bottom. Even if the aura could be stored for a few moments, it would eventually drain away a little bit. If she wanted to go farther on the path of immortal cultivation, she had to find a way to repair her dantian as soon as possible.
Gotta find a way to fix the dantian and spirit root thing.
She secretly pondered in her heart that even if her seniors were divine, she couldn't rely on them for everything. If Elder was willing to help her, that was Elder's decision, but she couldn't take the initiative to ask for it. Shin Shuangli gently bit her lip and began to think about her way out.
Back to the ruins of the Luyun sword sect? Doesn't work.
She had already attempted to use her divine sense to briefly sense it before, and it turned out that the great demon of God transformation, who had died with her master, was still lingering near the ruins.
Going back would be a death sentence.
Well, she'd have to change directions and take her chances elsewhere. Perhaps, some small clans would also collect ancient books and might be able to find a method to repair the dantian and spirit root.
Even if there was little hope, she was willing to try. As for seeking revenge on those demonic beasts,
Shin Shuangli took a deep breath, her gaze somewhat complicated.
She never wanted revenge, at least not now. The road to immortal cultivation is as difficult as climbing up to heaven. Cultivators were supposed to go against the heavens, and she was already struggling to repair her dantian and spirit root, so how could she possibly cultivate step by step to transformation spirit and become an existence that could avenge her master's death? That sounds so far away that is almost impossible.
It was indeed wimpy and cowardly, but the law of survival in the cultivation world had always been like this. The weak, in the end, did not have the right to choose.
Before, she didn't care because she didn't want to live anymore. But now,
she wanted to live longer, at least until the day when her predecessor was done with her busy schedule and was willing to show up and talk to her.
Even if it's just a short sentence. I really want to say thank you to my seniors in person.
Shin Shuangli gently closed her eyes and quietly felt the faint fluctuation of aura in the room.
Senpai must still be busy with his own business, right? She won't bother.
She just hoped that she could work a little bit harder, even if it was just a little bit. That way, when Senpai returned, she would at least be able to see her grow up, rather than the once dying, helpless, hopeless version of herself. Suddenly, Shin Shuangli felt a palpitation. She jerked to her feet, her eyes alert to the cave entrance. Although her cultivation had yet to be fully restored, her sharp intuition told her that there seemed to be some kind of danger approaching outside.
What's going on?
She murmured, her fingers unconsciously tightening on the hilt of the sword at her waist. Although this sword was only a mortal product, at the moment it was the only thing she had to rely on. Just then, a low animal roar came from outside the cave, followed by the sound of disorganized footsteps and branches breaking.
Shin Shuangli's face instantly turned pale as she realized that she was surrounded by demonic beasts. Chapter 25, If There Is an Afterlife.
Li Muyang pushed the wheelchair and slowly advanced along the sidewalk. The hospital building had already loomed into sight. His mind was still stuck on the live broadcast just now, thinking about Shin Shuangli, and he couldn't help but feel some anticipation in his heart.
What is Shin Shuangli doing right now? Is there any waiting for me to come online?
Li Muyang took out the cell phone in his pocket and wanted to click on the game to take a look, who knew that the screen suddenly went black.
Low battery, cell phone is about to shut down. Li Muyang instantly froze, then his face changed. Oh no!
He had been live streaming and hadn't paid attention to his cell phone's charge when he finished, and now it was actually about to turn off.
More importantly, he hadn't had a chance to look at Shin Shuangli's situation, and if his cell phone went dead, wouldn't his immortal fate be cut short today?
He looked anxiously from side to side, his eyes sweeping around in an effort to find a place where he could borrow a rechargeable battery.
I'm sure it's in the hospital, but it's not there yet. There should be a convenience store or a shared charging station nearby, right?
Li Muyang frowned and pushed his wheelchair to speed up, his eyes anxiously searching both sides of the street.
Just then, boom! A deafening explosion suddenly exploded. Before Li Muyang could react, his entire body was viciously overturned by a violent shockwave. He fell backward violently with his wheelchair. Bang! The ground hit the hard ground with a heavy thud. The strong impact made his internal organs seem to roll over, his ears buzzed, and the sky swirled in front of his eyes. But in the moment of the fall, his body instinctively clung to the phone in a death grip. Li Muyang sucked in a mouthful of cool air in pain, but he still braced himself to get up, and his first reaction was surprisingly to look down at his cell phone. Luckily, it's not off yet.
He lifted his head through the pain before he saw what had just happened. A small hotel on the roadside was blown out of a big hole, smoke rolled out and rubble splattered all over the place. But even more numbing was the fact that out of the black smoke, several thin, twisted figures scurried. Several rats with black smoke and red eyes. Their fur was scorched black, their bodies were constantly twitching, their eyes were filled with madness and murderous intent, and their mouths emitted low hisses as if they weren't ordinary animals at all, but some kind of contaminated monsters.
I'm not falling out of my mind, am I?
Li Muyang's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the bizarre rats, which were twice the size of ordinary rats, with sharp claws and vaguely visible black mucus flowing from the corners of their mouths. What the hell is this? Soon, though, his attention was drawn to a patch of yellow. Not far from the ground, unexpectedly rolled out a large pile of yellow shared chargers. Surprisingly, it was the shockwave from the restaurant's explosion that shook out the store's rechargeables. Li Muyang was stunned for 2 seconds, then gritted his teeth and braced his body, relying on his upper body strength to climb over. Not caring about the black smoke rats behind him, he hurriedly yanked that rechargeable battery over and plugged in his cell phone with slightly trembling hands, watching the screen finally light up before he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! Finally charged up. His whole body was leaning against one of the walls, aching, but his heart was finally in the right place. With electricity, he could continue to go online to find Xin Shuangli. As for the explosion that just happened, and those inexplicably weird rats, that's not something I should worry about. Li Muyang didn't want to care about this, his only goal was to continue the game and make money as soon as possible to make Xin Shuangli stronger. By now, the street was in chaos, with some people fleeing in panic, others shouting for the police, and sirens and ambulances whistling gradually approaching in the distance. Li Muyang, however, seemed as if he was out of place in this world, sitting peacefully by the wall, opening Immortal Edge and continuing to play. Li Muyang rubbed his aching wrist and gently touched the Chi Luck talisman. The light aroma is slightly stronger and lingers on the tip of the nose. He couldn't help but see Xin Shuangli's smiling face in his mind. What's that little ninny doing now? The game screen had just finished loading, and before Li Muyang had a chance to adjust his posture, a series of blood-red prompts came frantically swiping the screen. Your love interest Xin Shuangli has been attacked by a small wave of beasts. Your love interest Xin Shuangli is fighting hard. Your electronic love interest Xin Shuangli has been injured. Your electronic love interest Xin Shuangli has been seriously injured. Li Muyang's heart sank so hard that even his fingertips couldn't stop chilling. She was obviously fine in the morning, how could she be in such a critical situation after only a few hours of live broadcasting herself? A tidal wave? Why is there a tidal wave of beasts? Doesn't the NPC have to sleep in this crap game? He reached out in a hurry, closing the annoying alert boxes one by one, his eyes glued to the gameplay on the screen as his heart steeped. The world in the picture was already a mess. The cave where Xin Shuangli was located had almost been completely destroyed by the demonic beast's frenzy. The broken mountain walls were covered with deep claw marks and scorched black traces, and the air was filled with the smell of smoke and blood. Xin Shuangli was half kneeling in a pool of blood, leaning on a broken sword with one hand, and her entire body was besieged in the corner of the cave. At the entrance of the cave, a group of hideous and ghastly demonic beasts surrounded her, their black fur glowing demonically under the remnants of the sun, their fangs flashing with a cold light, and their hungry gazes staring at her, dumbfounded. And beside her, the corpses of demonic beasts had been piled up. With one person and one sword, she had fended off an unknown number of rounds of attacks alone. But she was in a state of limbo. The new clothes on his body that Li Muyang had recharged and sent to him had long been torn and tattered at this moment, with claw marks and bloodstains interspersed and mottled, and underneath the shattered fabric, there was no fragrance sight, but only an eye-popping wound that was bloody and blurred. Your love interest Xin Shuangli is in critical condition. The system's beep was like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly hit Li Muyang's heart. It's a pity that still haven't been able to meet with seniors, on one side. Xin Shuangli's consciousness was already blurred, her lips were pale, her breath was weak, and the luster in her eyes seemed as if it would go out at any moment. She struggled to lift her head to see the world beyond the cave entrance, but her vision had long since become blurred. It was as if her life had come to an end and memories surfaced. Growing up with a broken home and a foster family. Entering the Luyun sword sect, he had expected to be able to cultivate and avenge his hatred, but he was bound by the sect's rules, and was not even qualified to handily kill his enemy. The rules of the cultivation world were ultimately just a set of shackles that bound the weak. So she cultivated desperately, only to break this shackle one day and cut down her enemies. But now, with the destruction of the clan, her dantian was wasted, her spirit root was broken, and her cultivation was destroyed. So, I'm the one who's a spoilsport, I guess. She smiled to herself. Killed his parents, killed his master, and now, finally, he's going to kill himself. At that moment, a tits flew through the cave entrance, its feathers shimmering softly in the setting sun. Xin Shuangli's eyes lit up slightly. In just 2 days, he had befriended that senior whom he had never met before. He gave her clothes and medicine, never asking for anything, even comforting and encouraging her. Even if he never showed his face, she still felt a warmth she had never felt before. In this life, Frostglaze is no longer capable of repaying senior's kindness. Cough, cough, cough. Her body shook violently, her throat sweetened, and blood ran down the corners of her mouth, mingling with her tears. If there is an afterlife. A demonic beast saw that Xin Shuangli was already faltering, and with a ferocious light in its eyes, it instantly leapt up and jumped straight at her throat. Chapter 26 Surprisingly Stealing Home. Xin Shuangli closed her eyes and waited for death to come. However, the next moment. Boom! The sky suddenly exploded. The thunderbolts in the sky crashed down. The thunder was like the wrath of the sky god, exploding countless arcs of electricity in the air, carrying a furious energy, like heavenly punishment descending. Boom! 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 The entire heaven and earth were engulfed in blazing white thunder, and deafening thunderclaps resounded through the valley. The demonic beast that pounced on Shin Shuangli did not even have time to touch her before it was instantly turned into charcoal in the lightning, not even able to let out a scream. A series of thunder crazily split down, devouring all the demonic beasts around the cave, and the terrifying thunder light was like a canopy pouring down, illuminating the entire heaven and earth into a white day. At this moment, heaven and earth were filled with the aura of destruction. Shin Shuangli slightly opened her eyes and looked at everything in front of her in confusion. She thought she was dead. However, it was as if there was an invisible aura in that blazing white lightning that gently surrounded her. Her wounds, they didn't seem to hurt as much anymore. Shin Shuangli looked at the sky in a daze, her lips trembling lightly as she murmured, "Is it senpai?" Unfortunately, before Shin Shuangli could see more, her eyes went black and she completely fainted. By Man hid in the hidden spell formation, her original winning look instantly frozen. She watched through the shared perspective of the little demonic beast as the sky outside the cave suddenly changed color, with dark clouds and flashes of thunder. Immediately afterward, a large handful of thunder and fire talismans descended from the sky like a torrential downpour, shooting towards the demonic beasts that were besieging the cave. What's going on here? By Man's eyes widened, and waves of shock rippled through her heart. The power of the thunder and fire talisman was extremely terrifying. Every talisman that landed on the ground triggered a deafening explosion as the thunder light intertwined with the flames, instantly engulfing the surrounding demonic beasts. Those small demonic beasts at the chi practicing stage didn't even have time to scream before they were blown into flying dust. Even the foundation establishment stage demonic beasts were powerless under the indiscriminate bombardment of the thunder fire talisman, turning into charred and blackened remains in the blink of an eye. This can't be right. By Man's face instantly turned pale, and her fingers involuntarily trembled. She clearly knew that the cheapest thunder fire talisman would cost 500 lower grade spirit stones apiece, and the scene in front of her had consumed at least tens of thousands of lower grade spirit stones. How could Shin Shuangli have so many spirit stones? Unless she has someone behind her. Who is it? Who the hell is helping her? By Man's heart was filled with fear and doubt. She had originally thought that Shin Shuangli was just a lonely invalid, but she didn't realize that behind her stood such a mysterious and powerful existence. The thunder light still continued, and the thunder fire talismans were thrown down in handfuls after handfuls as if they didn't need any money. The ground outside the cave was blown to a crater, and the air was filled with the smell of scorching. The bones of the demonic beasts had long since turned into ashes, not even a trace of them remained. By Man's heart was beating faster and faster, and a fine cold sweat seeped out from her forehead. She had never seen such an extravagant way of fighting. Even those great powers she knew would never squander their thunderfire talismans in such a manner. This is no longer just a symbol of financial power, but a naked deterrent. Finally, the thunder light gradually dissipated. The cave was still intact, but the surrounding ground had been occupied by densely packed thunder pits, as if it had experienced a heavenly calamity. By Man's gaze looked through the small demonic beast's field of vision to the interior of the cave. Only to see Shin Shuangli fainted in a pool of blood, surrounded by thunder and fire, but was isolated by a golden shield that did not hurt her in the slightest. How is this possible? By Man's throat went dry, and a strong uneasiness welled up in his heart. She realized that she might have messed with an extremely scary being. It's not a good idea to stay here for long. By Man made a snap decision and decided to evacuate immediately. She maneuvered the little demonic beast and prepared to quietly leave this place of wrongdoing. However, the moment she had just turned around, a thunder fire talisman suddenly appeared above the little demonic beast's head. The talisman emitted a dazzling golden light, and the runes on it were silver hooked, as if they contained endless thunder power. This is the immortal thunder fire talisman? By Man's pupils contracted violently, and waves of shock were set off in his heart. Immortal lightning fire talisman, that was a terrifying existence that even Yuaning stage cultivators could hardly resist. And now, this talisman was actually rushing towards a tiny, not yet established demonic beast? No good. By Man's face instantly turned pale, and she wanted to sever the connection with the little demonic beast, but it was too late. In the next second, bucket-thick golden lightning rays descended from the sky, instantly engulfing the small demonic beast. In the thunder light, the little demonic beast failed to even utter a miserable scream before it turned into flying ash. At the same time, By Man also suffered an extremely strong backlash, as a raging force followed the connection of the secret method and rushed directly into her body. By Man let out a mournful scream and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. She hastily took out a handful of extremely high-grade magic weapons from her mustard ring and crushed them without hesitation. The power of the magic weapon instantly erupted, barely expelling that backlash out of his body. Even so, By Man's face was still as pale as paper, and her breath had become extremely weak. She sat paralyzed on the floor, her eyes filled with horror and fear.
Shin Shuangli. The person behind you, who exactly is it?
She murmured in a low voice, her mind filled with disbelief. Li Muyang stared at the game interface, the red dots on the map finally all went out, and the surroundings were silent. He let out a long breath, his back already drenched in cold sweat. He wasn't even this nervous when the hotel exploded earlier.
Does this game have any humane settings at all? Why don't you prompt an enemy encounter alert? Players are offline for a while, and straight away a monster steals their home. Isn't this a pitfall?
Luckily, he had earned his money and drew the koi pool 500 times straight, and the result was pretty much either spirit stones or thunder fire charms or transmission charms. Spirit stones were certainly not too valuable to him, but the Thunderfire talismans and transmission notes weren't a loss, especially the dozen or so top grade and top grade Thunderfire talismans, and even 2 immortal grade ones. Just now, it was the use of an immortal Thunderfire talisman that killed the boss hiding in the shadows with a single blow, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. On top of that, an extremely high quality magic weapon, the Aqua Sword, was also drawn. Extremely high-quality magic weapons were not something that could be used by chi refining stage cultivators, and I'm afraid that they were at least standard equipment for the foundation establishment stage.
Although the exact value was unclear, it was definitely earned. However, now is not the time to think about that. Li Muyang stared at Shin Shuangli's character status and his face sank. Status, bleeding out, near death. Cultivation progress, 1456 4999 5th level. Remaining life expectancy, a moment and a half. Favorability, 35 admiration. Well,
the character is dying, and according to normal game logic, medicine should be given first. He immediately opened Shin Shuangli's storage ring and dragged an immortal great restorative pill gifted by the monthly card to her mouth. However, a prompt popped up on the screen that made his mind explode. Your love interest Shin Shuangli is seriously injured and on the verge of death. She is unable to swallow the great restoration pill on her own. Giving the pill has failed.
Li Muyang. Good lord, this game is too much about realistic logic, isn't it? You can't give a person medicine if they're unconscious? This crap game isn't trying to get a public exam, is it? Chapter 27 Saving Lives is important. I thought the game mechanics were in my favor, but now it's so bad that I can't even use the props I bought with my kryptonite. It's just deceptive. Okay, then ask customer service. Oh no, just push the sky. Skywriter's push, the first free one of the day. How can I help Shin Shuangli recover from her injuries? I'm deducing the sky for you. In the next moment, the wind and clouds of the Qianyuan realm suddenly changed. Countless old monsters of the sex that were in seclusion opened their eyes in unison. Woohoo! It's only been less than 2 days, and which great power is deducing the heavenly chances again? Could it be that old nun from the Stillwater Moon Nunnery? Leave it alone, the aura of the Qianyuan realm is already getting thinner by the day. These great powers are also anxious. Let's just continue our seclusion and try to break through the bottleneck as soon as possible. Retreat quickly. Don't let the deduction spy on the sex bottom line. Li Muyang stared at the prompt on the screen. When the deduction of the heavenly chance is completed, you can use the transmission of power in breathing and golden needle stabbing to heal Shin Shuangli's injuries. The former has an average effect and can recover 30% of the injuries, while the latter has an excellent effect and can completely recover the rest of the injuries except for the dantian and spiritual roots. The Love Affair store has captured a glimpse of heaven for you. Will you spend 9,998 in the store to purchase the golden needle acupuncture point lost secret skill? After purchase, the skill will become a resident skill. You can upgrade it, and each time you use it you will only be charged for the consumable cost of the golden needle. Li Muyang. All he wanted to do now was curse. Can stores actually catch a glimpse of the sky? Lina, this game setting completely play understand, obviously is a fairy game. How hard to get out of the electric business set. The point is, this 9,998 bought skills, not to mention, later upgrades have to be kryptonite. Actually even consumables gold needles have to pay extra money themselves? Does this game ever treat the player as a human being? He gritted his teeth and looked towards Shin Shuangli's figure that was collapsed in a pool of blood. Forget it. Isn't that what money is for? Charge. Congratulations on acquiring the lost secret skill golden needle stabbing. Skill, streaming cloud hands activated. Skill, 9 turns needle technique LV1 activated. 9 turns needling consumable special silver needles 64 PCS, total 640. Please recharge first. Li Muyang? Another recharge? He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. No. How can it be one less point for you? Please recharge first. You step on the horse. Charge, charge, charge. Another 640 blocks disappeared. The skills will be there and the supplies are there. What should we do next? Please undress Shin Shuangli. Li Muyang froze, slowly typing out a question mark. The R18 part, finally. 2. Is it coming? No, this is not the time to think about this. Saving lives is more important now.
Ambulance-piercing sirens in the night gradually weakened, the paramedics quickly out of the car, with a first aid kit and stretcher fast to the scene of the incident.
Where are the wounded?
Quickly! The doctor asked as he scanned the area.
That way. That way. An enthusiastic citizen excitedly pointed at Lee Muyang not far away and yelled, "Him! Take a look at him!"
The doctor looked over in the direction, only to have his whole body freeze up. Lee Muyang sat nicely on the bench with his legs braced and his back against the back of the chair, looking focused, his eyes staring at the cell phone screen, his fingers poking and jabbing at the screen rapidly, as if he was having a thrilling game showdown.
What's wrong with him? The doctor didn't see anything wrong.
The enthusiastic citizen sounded certain he carried the blast head on. He blew up. The doctor's eyes jerked at the corners of his eyes.
How can you sit and play with your cell phone when you're blown up? Is this a ghost story? This is definitely a joke, right?
The doctor couldn't help but spit in his heart, but in the spirit of professionalism, he still quickly walked over to Lee Muyang's side and crouched down to check his injuries. He first casually patted Lee Muyang's shoulder, saw that the other party did not have much reaction, and then smoothly lifted his legs, ripped off the trouser leg. Then the doctor's face changed completely. Lee Muyang's calf had been severely deformed, and a huge purplish-red bruise swelled up under the skin, obviously caused by a fracture. And what's worse, with this level of injury, it would be reasonable to say that it should have been painfully painful, but Lee Muyang remained calm as usual, and didn't even frown a bit. The doctor's nerves snapped and he immediately turned his head to the nurse and yelled, "Quick! Stretcher!" The nurses acted immediately, bringing the stretcher over, and several people worked together to lift Lee Muyang up, but in the process, the doctors all couldn't help but fall silent. Because Lee Muyang never removed his gaze from the cell phone screen, and even at the moment he was lifted onto the stretcher, his fingers were still rapidly poking and prodding at the screen, and his mouth was still murmuring in a low voice, "Soon, soon.
Hold on for a little while longer."
The corners of the doctor's mouth twitched slightly, and he just couldn't resist asking, "Dude, why are you still playing with your phone?" As soon as these words were uttered, the nurses also looked at Lee Muyang on the stretcher with a bizarre look. This is a patient who has just experienced an explosion and has injuries so severe that he is about to amputate his limbs off. How can he still play with his cell phone so calmly? But what was even weirder was that the doctor made a point of glancing at his screen. Nothing. The doctor fell silent. He suddenly realized that the young man in front of him might not only be physically injured, but he was afraid that his mental state was also not quite normal. The two nurses glanced at each other with some confusion in their eyes. They really didn't understand what was so interesting about an all-black cell phone screen. And at this moment, Lee Muyang didn't even notice the reactions of the people around him. In his perspective, he was casting a golden needle stabbing point for Xin Shuangli. In the game, Xin Shuangli's clothes had been removed, and her whole body was covered with dense wounds. The blood was not yet dried, and it was shocking to the eyes. However, he was completely devoid of any distractions and did not even have the time to pay attention to Xin Shuangli's figure. In order to facilitate the application of needles, the game system had specially floated a layer of transparent acupuncture point maps on the surface of her skin, with each point clearly labeled on the skin, and all he had to do was to accurately pierce silver needles on those lit up points. He had no time for distractions. Because the speed at which these acupuncture points lit up was really too fast, it was on the verge of catching up with the S-rank difficulty of power dance. If there was a slight delay, Xin Shuangli's injuries might worsen.
Almost there. Just hold on a little longer. Lee Muyang's fingers tapped the screen quickly, his brows locked as if he was in the middle of a thrilling surgery.
To an outsider, however, he was just lying on a stretcher, poking and prodding frantically at a black screen cell phone, completely ignoring the doctors and nurses.
The nurse finally relented and reached in front of his eyes. "Sir? Sir? The doctor is talking to you."
Lee Muyang didn't raise his head, slightly tilted his head to avoid her hand. His tone was serious and nervous. "Sorry, I'm still busy here, you guys wait a moment."
"Doc. Nurse. This guy's got some manners? But what the hell is he up to?"
The doctor couldn't help but hold his forehead, and eventually handed a look to the nurse next to him, then whispered to her, "You go ahead and do his hospitalization first. I'll go call out to the psychiatry department's Dr. Wu, and wait for him to come to check this kid out first."
Chapter 28, Not a Buddy.
As the last silver needle was accurately stuck into Xin Shuangli's body, Lee Muyang gently twisted his wrist. The silver needle then slightly trembled and rotated clockwise, and at that moment, a light and clear chi rose up from the 64 silver needles, like a wisp, and intertwined to form a hazy mist, lingering around Xin Shuangli's body in a warm and moist manner. Immediately afterward, he watched as the originally bloody wound quickly stopped bleeding, and the bright red blood seemed to be restrained by an invisible force, no longer overflowing. The cracks on the surface of the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the cracked flesh slowly closed, as if it had been turned back in time and restored as if it were the beginning. Please grind the immortal Great Restoration Dan into powder and sprinkle it on the surface of Xin Shuangli's wound. A system beep sounded and an ancient stone mill popped up on the screen. Without any hesitation, Li Muyan quickly followed the prompts to operate, placing the Dahuang Dan that contained majestic vitality into the stone mill, and with a forceful turn of his palm, the stone mill slowly swirled, and the golden medicinal powder then sprinkled down on the mill. When the elixir was thoroughly crushed into a fine powder, he gently waved it, and the powder evenly sprinkled over Xin Shuangli's wound. In an instant, the original still newborn flesh and blood was instantly active, as if it had received sufficient nutrients, growing and filling at an unimaginable speed, and moments later, those hideous wounds were completely healed, not even a trace of a scar remained, and the skin was still as smooth as snow, as if it had never been injured. Li Muyang took a long breath, finally letting go of his heart and wiping the cold sweat seeping out from the corners of his forehead.
Phew! Finally!
He swept a glance at Xin Shuangli's state and found that her breath was stable and her face had regained a trace of blood color. Although she was still unconscious, she was at least out of danger of her life. Next, it just takes time for her to slowly awaken.
So, next,
Li Muyang's gaze shifted slightly downward, and the knot in his throat slid involuntarily. He was too busy applying needles and saving lives just now to pay attention to anything else, but now it's all over. The flawless nymph in front of her was lying quietly, her bare skin glowing softly, her heaving bosom, her slim little waist, and then down. Li Muyang took a deep breath, his heartbeat accelerated, and he felt a little thirsty.
It's time
to enjoy the stunning body of this goddess of the cultivation world. However, just as he was about to adjust his angle and savor the heavenly view before him,
cell phone power is low.
Then the screen went black for an instant. The world, utterly silent. The expression on Li Muyang's face instantly froze, the whole person was frozen in place, his fingers still maintained the posture that was about to slide, and he froze for a whole half a minute without moving. Then, as if in a dream, he jerked his head down to the cell phone in his hand.
Blacked out. Tried pressing the power button again. Still black.
He stiffened and twisted his head to the side of the rechargeable that had gone on a complete strike broken.
No, man.
Li Muyang's face twisted a little.
He was all ready to get out the tissues. Li Muyang blinked before realizing with hindsight that things weren't quite right. When did yourself enter the hospital?
He remembered that he was clearly still sitting against the wall, and when the ambulance came over, he was so focused on applying needles to Xin Shuangli that he didn't even notice the movement around him. But now, he was lying upright in a hospital bed, surrounded by the unmistakable smell of antiseptic water, the air conditioning in the room turned on just right, and the overhead bottle rack glistening with cold metal. Looking around, the beds, instruments, and white walls were all standard hospital fare.
When did I get into the hospital?
Ha! He was a little confused, and even entertained the absurd thought that
I teleported?
Lad, don't make any noise, old man, I'm sleeping. A dry, pale voice came from the side with a strong note of impatience.
Li Muyang followed the sound and turned his head to look. Next door to the hospital bed lying an old man, wrinkled face, white hair, legs with thick bandages, gloomy face, under the eyes also topped with 2 dark circles under the eyes. It seems to be the pain in the night did not sleep well. It was not easy to get a little sleepy. The result was that Li Muyang woke up this voice.
Li Muyang instantly snapped his mouth shut and made a sorry gesture, fearing that he would make the old man angry. But just in the moment he withdrew his gaze, his afterglow caught a glimpse of the cart next to the old man's hospital bed, and his entire vision was instantly drawn to it, his eyes instantly unable to move away. That's a whole set of silver needles. Brand new, lying neatly in a black needle case, the needles were slender and shimmering, as if they were emanating some mysterious call.
Li Muyang's fingers moved, and his fingertips were inexplicably itchy, as if there were countless small insects crawling.
Hiss.
This little feeling. Always want to take a needle and stab something.
That's right, this impulse wasn't an illusion, it was even stronger than when he saved Xin Shuangli just now.
His fingers stirred stupidly, reaching out uncontrollably as if manipulated by some invisible force.
Ghostly, he grabbed the set of silver needles. The slightly cool metallic touch came from the fingertips, and it actually carried a hint of inexplicable familiarity, just like touching the fingers of the sweetheart.
Li Muyang looked down at the old man next door, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a sardonic smile.
There are actually 3 parts unruly, 3 parts obscene, 3 parts arrogant, 3 parts glib.
And 88 points can't wait.
The next second, he opened the needle case without hesitation. The neatly arranged 36 silver needles lay quietly inside. The tips of the needles were as slender as silk, each of them permeated with a sharp and mysterious aura. He slowly brushed his fingers from the needle, and the tingling sensation instantly ran through him, causing him to take a deep breath.
The feel of it, it's all too familiar. Sorry about that.
He silently cupped his fists and bowed to the old man next to him, looking sincere with a hint of respect. Then, his eyes suddenly snapped, and without hesitation, he pinched up a silver needle and casually wiped it on the sterilized cotton, followed by a backhanded shot into his leg. Hiss. Instantly, a tingling sensation spread along the silver needle, as if there was a warm current spreading from the tip of the needle to every meridian in the leg.
This feels so good. Of course, he's not crazy. It's irresponsible to stab someone else, but to stab himself? What's so mental about that? You have to try everything, don't you?
His gaze fell to his lap and the world before him suddenly changed. A dark red meridian vein surfaced in the field of view, vaguely overlapping with the acupuncture point map in the game, and all the points for applying needles were clearly visible. Li Muyang's fingers shook, then steadily pinched up the second silver needle as if it was a mountain. His movements were as fast as lightning, and the needle traveled as if it was flowing clouds and brushing water, precisely falling into the acupoints.
Third root, fourth root, fifth root. In the blink of an eye, all 36 silver needles had been inserted into the leg in a staggered manner, with the end of the needles quivering slightly, emanating a mysterious sense of rhythm. Chapter 29, Haha. It's Gemlock. Li Muyang took a deep breath and held his breath, slowly rotating the end of the silver needle. The depth was adjusted little by little. Every time he rotated, he could feel a tingling sensation spreading in his legs, as if there was some kind of blockage that was being opened up a little bit. At the moment, his hands were frighteningly steady. These hands, which normally even shivered when twisting the cap of a bottle, were now like a precise and incomparable machine, with the position, angle, and strength of each silver needle held just right. In the middle of the day, the needles were applied. Li Muyang gently pressed, 36 silver needles popped up. He quickly retrieved the needle box and put it back on the trolley. His movements were flowing in a single motion. That tawdry little feeling from earlier had finally disappeared. He rubbed his hands together in satisfaction, the corners of his mouth lifting into a cozy smile, comfortable. At this moment, the bruises on his legs had already receded to a 7 or 8, the original bruises under his skin gradually faded away, and his complexion was obviously much better. As for the broken bones due to the explosion, he looked down at the still twisted leg and frowned thoughtfully. The fracture itself is not a serious problem. The real trouble is the contusion of the tissues caused by the fracture and the management of the bruises. Otherwise, even if the bone is attached, recovery will be slow. However, in just 10 minutes of administering the needles, the bruises were allowed to subside rapidly, something that was difficult to do with ordinary medication and surgery. Li Muyang's eyes flickered, and a hint of shock was vaguely born in his heart. No, this game. Really hardcore, ah? Yes, really learn something, ah?
If he hadn't experienced it himself, he would never have believed that the skills in the game could actually work in reality. But the problem is, he didn't used to have such a good memory. Not to mention the acupuncture point charts, he couldn't even remember a few English words when he was in school, so how could he now memorize all the ways to perform the needles by casually doing it once? Li Muyang looked down at his fingers and contemplated for a moment, his brows furrowing slightly.
It's a bit of an evil thing.
In the hospital room, Li Muyang sat cross-legged on the hospital bed, his brows locked, his right hand clenched into a fist, and his left hand spread out, as if he was thinking deeply about something. Suddenly, his eyes lit up steeply, and he swung his fist violently into his palm, an ecstatic grin rising to the corners of his mouth.
So I see, I get it, ha 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 ha.
Meanwhile, in the corridor outside the ward, Dr. Wu Bing and Dr. Zhang were walking and talking about Li Muyang's situation. This young man is a college student and was originally treated by us for a leg injury, but he doesn't have a history of mental illness.
Are you sure he's not in his right mind?
Wu Bing frowned, looking at the case information in his hand, his words carrying a few doubts. Dr. Zhang was just about to reply, when a sudden burst of suppressed and grotesque laughter came from the ward.
Ha 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 ha. The explosion just now activated my gene lock.
I'm such a genius.
Wu Bing.
Dr. Zhang shrugged helplessly and pointed to the ward. Here, listen for yourself.
The corner of Wu Bing's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but sigh.
It looked like the kid had indeed been affected by the impact of the blast and might need further psychological evaluation and treatment.
Young man. Wu Bing pushed the door into the hospital room, his eyes fell on Li Muyang.
Doctor, I'm not sick, I want to be discharged. Li Muyang said with a serious face, then with a turn of phrase and a frank expression, he added, or do you have a rechargeable treasure here? If there's a charging treasure, I'll stay a little longer.
Wu Bing.
He looked at the young man thoughtfully, wondering in the back of his mind if he'd have to consider upping the dosage.
In contrast, Dr. Zhang's attention fell on Li Muyang's leg.
He remembered clearly that when he went to find Wu Bing just now, Li Muyang's fractured calf was still swollen like a fermented steamed bun, and the severe areas were even blackened, and were on the verge of developing signs of necrosis.
But now what?
He blinked to make sure he hadn't misread. The bruise, which had almost completely disappeared, and the redness under the skin had receded to a point where only slight puffiness remained.
Hey! How did your leg get better? Dr. Zhang blurted out.
Li Muyang was stunned, his heart suddenly thumped, and immediately retracted his legs in a vain manner, pretending to casually fiddle with the sleeves of his hospital gown, and said with a sarcastic smile.
Where is it better?
You see, my fracture is still a fracture. The situation was confusing just now, so maybe you misread it and mistook my old problem for a wound. To be honest, he himself knew exactly how the bruises disappeared, but if he really had to explain it, it would be even less reliable than an outbreak of middle-aged sickness.
The secret art of the golden needle? Acupuncture points? Who would believe that?
Dr. Zhang frowned, suspicion weighing heavily on his mind, and then stepped forward to inspect Li Muyang's leg. The fracture was indeed still there, but the trauma marks were almost gone.
This is just bizarre.
If the human body's ability to recover a little bit could be partially explained, but it was too unscientific that even severe bruising could completely dissipate in just a few hours. He thought about it for half a day, but couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation.
But, at least for now, Li Muyan's fracture remains.
If this kid suddenly stood up now, then things would be really big, and I'm afraid that it would have to be immediately reported to the hospital superiors, or even require a higher level of medical experts to intervene in the study.
Boy, you've got to find a way to treat that leg.
Dr. Zhang sighed and said in a serious tone, it's not a solution to just keep dragging this out.
I understand the reasoning, but it can't be cured.
Li Muyan laughed, his tone relaxed, as if he was talking about a trivial matter that had nothing to do with anything.
Dr. Zhang was slightly stunned, then asked, have they all been checked?
Yes, the whole country is out of it.
Where are your parents?
No.
Silence fell over the ward for a moment.
Dr. Zhang stopped talking, and Wu Bing also sighed slightly. As a doctor who had practiced for decades, they had seen too many similar situations. There were still too many diseases and injuries that modern medicine could not do anything about. But it was rare to see a young man like Li Muyang who seemed so indifferent to his condition and future. That heartfelt no matter is not an act, but a true resignation. Alas, Dr. Zhang sighed softly, and in the end, he just patted Li Muyang's shoulder and said, alright, I'll arrange normal fracture treatment for you first. Li Muyang smiled faintly and nodded, okay, listen to you. During this short conversation, Wu Bing also gradually dispelled the doubts in his heart. This young man was clear-thinking, logical, and fluent, with no signs of any mental abnormality at all. At most, he was a bit of a middle child and liked to make up stories for himself. He breathed a soft sigh of relief, secretly grateful for the false alarm.
Li Muyang stayed in the hospital until the afternoon. Until the end of the operation, the right leg was put on a plaster cast, and finally considered a temporary settlement.
The doctor had suggested that he be hospitalized for a period of time, but he refused on the grounds that he had no money. Although the doctors were a bit unconvinced after all, judging by the kid's vigor in charging up his game, he clearly didn't look like a poor man. They couldn't argue with his insistence on going, so they had to let it go. Before leaving, he also stopped by the pharmacy next to the hospital and spent some money on a set of silver needles. When he finally got out of the hospital gate, people were coming and going on the streets, neon lights were lit up one after another, the city was bustling in the evening.
But at this moment, Li Muyang's gaze was like a wolf, scanning the surrounding stores straight. Charge Master. Charge Master. Chapter 30 Chargers. Let go of the girl.
Not being on the game for an entire afternoon, Li Muyang was going crazy.
In case Shen Shuangli's side was attacked by demonic beasts again, wouldn't he regret it to death?
More importantly, he had charged almost $60,000 into it. If this number is gone, he can push his wheelchair on the spot and roll straight down from the second floor of the hospital. That's when he suddenly caught sight of a shared charging post in front of a restaurant, with the last of the rechargeables left and a female student reaching for it.
Girl! Let go of that charger.
Li Muyang shouted explosively, like a tiger descending from a mountain. His hands grasped the wheel of the wheelchair with death, accelerating fiercely, as if he had turned into a stump and rushed out.
The schoolgirl was so frightened that before she could react, she watched as a man in a wheelchair crashed through like a tank, reaching out as fast as lightning and snatching the last of the rechargeables off the charging post. She stood still, staring at the scene in disbelief, her mouth slightly open in confusion. Li Muyang, on the other hand, completely ignored the shocked gazes of the people around him, and while holding the newly arrived rechargeable treasure in his mouth, he skillfully maneuvered the wheelchair with one hand, picked up the cell phone with one hand, and slid in sharply towards the restaurant, stopping steadily in front of a table. Boss, get a bok choy and shredded pork noodle. The boss in the kitchen responded cheerfully, okay. Do you want to add a fried egg? Don't. More shredded meat. The corners of the owner's mouth twitched slightly, huh. This kid is a good calculator. An omelette is $3, not eaten. But shredded meat is free, that's whole. When he finished ordering, Li Muyang finally got what he wanted, plugged in his rechargeable battery, opened his cell phone, tapped into the game, and let out a long sigh of relief. On the screen, Shen Shuangli was still lying nicely in the Xian armor formation, unconscious, and had not been attacked by the demonic beasts. Phew. Safe for now. Li Muyang rubbed his eyebrows, then his eyes lit up and he directly cut into the Chilukkoi lucky draw pool. Currently, he was 500 draws away from obtaining the guaranteed Qinkuan rebuild pill, a key prop capable of repairing Shen Shuangli's Dantian. TCH, I'm a non-common life, I don't even need to count on the Emperor's possession, let's just run straight to the bailout. He grunted coldly and didn't hesitate to tap on the lottery screen. The sweepstakes button on the screen lights up with a deduction tone. Li Muyang's fingers trembled slightly, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a dangerous smile. Straightforward, stud. Shen Shuangli had a dream. In her dream, she was being chased by countless demonic beasts. The darkness all around was boundless, as if the whole world was plunged into an abyss where one could not reach out, and the front and back were filled with morose fangs and greedy eyes. The air was filled with the smell of decay and blood, and the earth under her feet seemed like a living thing, with a dull trembling faintly coming from it.
Her spiritual energy was already depleted, her body was exhausted, and her pace became heavier and heavier, as if she was about to fall to the ground and be torn to pieces by these demonic beasts in the next second. Just as she was despairing, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. The thunder was crisp and pleasant, like a morning bell that broke through the darkness, carrying an irresistible majesty that instantly overshadowed the hissing of the demonic beasts. Xin Shuangli raised her head violently, only to see a strange light lit up in the sky, and a silhouette slowly emerged from the thunderous light. It was a young man dressed in strange attire, his figure blurred in the light, unable to see his facial features, but with thunder entwined around his body, he exuded a palpitating might. In the next instant, he reached out and waved his hand, spilling out a sky full of talismans between his left hand, and offering up countless magic weapons between his right hand. Boom! Lightning ripped through the darkness, and the talisman transformed into a purple arc of electricity that exploded in the group of demonic beasts. Buzz! The magic weapon descended from the sky like a meteor, carrying an ear-piercing wind-whistling sound and ruthlessly piercing into the demonic beast's flesh and blood. Those demonic beasts that were chasing Xin Shuangli did not even have time to react, and they wailed and screamed under this furious attack, falling down in pieces and turning into charcoal without even being able to send out a scream. Seniors! Xin Shuangli held her breath as her heart was shaken. She subconsciously looked up into the sky. The figure was still looming in the light, making it difficult to see the face clearly, but a strange intuition arose in her heart: it was him. It must be that senior. But the senior seemed to be much younger than she had imagined. Before she could see it, the next second, the figure had already descended from the sky and flashed in front of her. Xin Shuangli's heart trembled and her cheeks burned slightly. She hurriedly collected her thoughts and couldn't help but want to bow down. Senior. However, before she could kneel, a pair of large, warm, strong hands held her shoulders. She froze slightly and looked up, right into those deep eyes. The next moment, the other shoved a four-square object into her hand. The thing was dark and looked like a brick, but not as heavy as a brick, and had three strange simplified scripts engraved on it. Electricity is full. Xin Shuangli blinked, her face full of confusion. What's an electrical tube filler? Some kind of magic bullet? But the shape of this magic treasure is not too strange? Before she could ask a question, the figure of the senior in front of her suddenly became illusory and gradually dispersed like a mist. Xin Shuangli subconsciously stretched out her hand, wanting to grab him, but she only held an empty space. Elder? She was a little flustered, her voice trembling slightly. Frost Glaze has always been grateful to you. The gentle but firm voice echoed through the mists. This is important stuff. Make sure you keep it. Let's go with this one, electric pipeline. It's as reliable as the name suggests. Li Muyang decisively clicked on the order and secretly nodded in his heart. He would never let his cell phone lose power again. 3 yuan of fried eggs cannot afford to eat. $300 of rechargeable treasure directly into the closed eyes, who let it relate to their own 60,000 yuan of game investment. After the shocking moment of nearly disconnecting, he has completely grown up. Carrying a rechargeable battery is not much, you must buy one with enough power, preferably one that can refill your cell phone at any time. The thought of getting a new cell phone flashed back, but he quickly dismissed the idea. After all, he didn't know if the virus-level program, for which he couldn't even find an installer, would continue to run after he switched phones. The way this game exists is just bizarre. Looking at the time on the computer, it was already 9 o'clock at night. It's also been over an hour since I got home. Xin Shuangli should be awake. Li Muyang opened the Immortal Edge game, and sure enough, in the game screen, Xin Shuangli had already awakened from her coma. The young girl in the picture was wrapped in tattered clothes, her thin body cowering in the corner, her hands hugging her knees, her eyes staring vacantly at the ground. The whole person seemed to have lost her soul, exuding a kind of loneliness and helplessness that penetrated deep into her bones. At her feet, a column of half-burned red incense stood quietly, its ashes spilling out onto the ground, seeming to tell some kind of unknown hidden secret. Just then, the game popped up with a prompt. Chapter 31, Inevitably Prosperous. The cave of your love interest Xin Shuangli has been broken, recharge 6 renminbi to fix it. Li Muyang did not hesitate, charge. In the next second, the shattered cave sky was instantly refreshed in a golden light, turning back into its original form. Immediately afterward, another prompt popped up. Recharge another 88 renminbi, you can add 2 sets of new clothes with different styles for your love interest. Li Muyang didn't even blink, charge. 2 sets of gorgeous female cultivator clothing instantly appeared in the closet, 1 set of ice blue plain long dress, and 1 set of red and black interlaced power suit. Your love interest Xin Shuangli is hungry and depressed, recharge $68 to. The corner of Li Muyang's mouth twitched, charge. One after another, chickens, ducks, fish, and fruits and desserts slammed onto the room's wooden table, plates stacked higher than a small mountain, and a mouth-watering aroma filled the air. With such a big commotion, it would be strange if Xin Shuangli didn't notice it. She was slightly stunned, the deadness in her eyes replaced by shock. In fact, she had always known that her predecessor had visited her. The half-meter-deep thunder crater outside the cave, the scorching scent in the air that had yet to dissipate, and the remains of the demonic beasts on the ground that had been burned to ashes by the thunder fire all clearly proved one thing: while she was unconscious, her predecessor had descended to this place and swept away all the crises with a thunderbolt. And the injuries on her body had long since recovered as before. But this demonic beast attack came at too strange a time. Borrowing the thunder fire that had not yet burned out around her, she scrutinized the vicinity of the cave, and finally found a pillar of red incense that had burned left over under a withered tree.
Red fragrance. This was one of the means used by certain sects to attract demonic beasts, and was exclusively used during hunting.
And as demonic beasts are naturally averse to this, they are usually only attracted to this odor in extreme mania and fall into a state of loss of control. In other words, tonight's demonic beasts' attack was not that they stumbled upon themselves by chance, but that someone had deliberately lured them in.
Thinking deeper, the destruction of the entire clan might also have something to do with himself?
The people who cast the incense may have thought that the incense had been burned out and the clues would not be left behind, but they never thought that the predecessor would come out of nowhere and flatten everything in a 500-meter radius with the power of thunder, raising the place into scorched earth. Those hiding in the shadows are afraid that they won't even have a chance to wrap it up. Xin Shuangli was silent for a long time, and finally raised her head and looked at the ceiling, exhaustion written all over her face. Her lips opened and closed slightly, and her voice was dry and low. Is Senior
Frosty Lee the kind of person who was very disgusting? The game popped up with the option. How could the old man think that if he doesn't like you enough? Li Muyan looked at it and directly chose free dialogue.
Having just drawn the koi pond, he had more than 70 transmissions in his hand, and it wasn't false at all. Clearing his throat, he pressed the transmission note and said in a gentle tone, "How could that be? Frostglaze is a very polite and understanding girl in my eyes, and she usually cultivates very hard, blah 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 blah. Why would you think so?" In one breath, Li Muyang said about 300 words of warm-hearted little essays to soothe her wounded heart as much as possible. What Xin Shuangli heard, on the other hand, was a vast and magnificent grand sound of the great Tao. "Why do you say that?" This voice was like heavenly thunder rolling and echoing between heaven and earth, majestic, mysterious, like the heavenly Tao descending, causing the heart and soul to tremble. Xin Shuangli's body trembled, and a slight dampness rose in her eyes. She looked up into the void, her heart beating violently. She knew that her predecessor was looking at her, that her predecessor was responding to her.
The original.
He never disliked her.
If not, why did Frostglaze suffer this great calamity?
Xin Shuangli's voice was like a broken feather, falling lightly into the silent air. Her eyes swam helplessly, as if she were struggling for a glimmer of light in dark waters, but never reaching the edge of hope. She gave a low laugh, a laugh mixed with bitterness, like apricot blossoms drenched in rain in March in the south of the Yangtze River, which should obviously be a sweet fragrance, but has long since turned into a damp musty smell.
Why are there still people who want to take my life?
Frostglaze self-recognizes that it has no grievances or enmity with people, but on the contrary, they are unwilling to spare me.
Have I done something heavenly wrong?
Her voice was getting lower and lower, like a falling leaf being swallowed up a little by the tide, floating and sinking, and finally being swept into a deep, bottomless whirlpool.
Is it possible that the deaths of father and mother and the destruction of the clan were all caused by Frostly?
Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her fingertips clasped the hem of her coat, like a drowning man clutching at the last piece of life-saving driftwood, but still unable to withstand the raging waves. Li Muyan looked at her in silence, those eyes that should have been clear and pure, now covered with a layer of obscurity, like a star covered by dark clouds, losing its former glory. He could well understand her doubts.
Because, well, so is he himself. The family is broken and unattended.
Whether it was his parents or Xin Shuangli's clan, they had all thought that as long as they didn't invoke strife, they would be able to exchange for years of peace and quiet, but reality ruthlessly tore apart their naivety. Xin Shuangli is the kind of girl who can blossom into a brilliant flower when she gets a little bit of sunshine. Even if she is mercilessly hit by the storm, she still tilts her head and smiles at the world. But no one noticed that underneath the mask of a smile was perhaps a crying face that had been scratched and bruised long ago.
She's too nice, just like him. Always thinking that you did something wrong to bring all this tragedy down on you.
They don't think about the fact that there is some malice in this world that doesn't need a reason, like the sharp claws of a beast that won't hesitate to tear you apart just because you're weak.
People are good at being bullied, and horses are good at being ridden.
This is not a joke, but a bloody lesson summarized by our old ancestors.
Do you think you can't be hurt because you've done nothing wrong?
Those with malice in their hearts don't care if you're good or innocent, they only smile with pleasure at the sight of you in pain.
Is it because they are stupid that more and more people are emotionally attached to their cats and dogs, or virtual world characters that they are willing to spend money on and invest time and energy in? No. It's because they don't want to be hurt anymore.
They are tired of being trampled on and crushed by reality without mercy, so they choose an existence that will not betray them.
But, man, there should be fire.
They shouldn't just suffer in silence, they shouldn't live their lives as a puppet to be slaughtered. You, me, us, are not playthings to be tossed in the trash. One day, that heart with all its holes will be held with care. Li Muyan looked at Qin Shuangli in the screen. It was obviously just a construction of data and code, but it was as if he had really crossed the barriers of time and space with her, and was staring into the infinite darkness. His eyes were gentle and firm, reflecting Qin Shuangli's appearance, and Qin Shuangli's eyes had his shadow.
Shen Xuanli.
He called out softly, and her body shivered slightly, as if she had finally heard a response from beyond the heavens.
Li Muyan's finger landed on the transmission note and gently pressed it, his tone unprecedentedly gentle. Today, I will help you recover your dantian.
This time, instead of censoring his words as usual, De Dao Hongyin delivered his voice without reservation. This voice was like a loud bell, like a heavenly edict, resounding in Qin Shuangli's ears. Even though your past is a puddle of mess, its future is bound to flourish. In an instant, Qin Shuangli's world rumbled. Tears slipped silently from the corners of her eyes, and she tilted her head back, looking up at the empty dome of the sky, the light of her tears shimmering faintly in the night. She never thought that one day, someone would say something like that to her.
Like a seed forgotten in the darkness, finally waiting for its own spring. Chapter 32. The Divine Elixir comes out. The Wuji sect, located in the middle continent of the Qianyuan realm where the spiritual veins converged, was rich in spiritual qi, with immortal cranes soaring and spirit beasts chirping low, a fairy-like atmosphere.
Today was the day of the monthly sermon of the patriarch, realist Xian Shao. Xian Shao real person is a god transformation stage power, cultivation is heavenly, usually live in deep simplicity, only on the first day of the month will appear to preach, for the clan disciples to solve the problem. Inside the sect's main hall, hundreds of disciples sat cross-legged with solemn expressions. Real person Xian Shao sat high above the jade platform, a faint layer of spiritual light enveloping his body, as if he was one with heaven and earth. His voice was low and thick, every word seemed to contain the great Tao, hitting the heart. The path of cultivation is characterized by perseverance. If the heart is uncertain, the Tao will not be accomplished. If the will is not firm, the law will not be manifested. The words of the Xian Shao realist were like a trickle of fine streams that slowly flowed into the ears of all the disciples, causing them to be mesmerized. 2 hours later, the sermon ended. Realist Xian Shao slightly raised his hand, signaling that the disciples could start asking questions. For a while, the disciples in the hall raised their hands, clamoring for advice. A young disciple dressed in green rose and bowed his hand before asking with a somewhat heavy voice, Enlightenment Patriarch, recently the Luyun sword sect was attacked by a god transformation demon beast, with the deaths and injuries of its disciples and the destruction of the sect. I don't know how the Patriarch feels about this matter. Hearing this, Xian Shao realized slightly sunken, eyes flashed a trace of cold and stern color, sleeve robe waved, said in a deep voice, Demon race chaotic the world, the scourge of endless, such demonic beasts dare to destroy my righteousness clan, must let them pay for their blood debt in blood. We righteous cultivators, when we join hands to kill the demons, to guard the peace of the Qianyuan realm. When these words came out, some of the disciples in the hall changed their faces slightly, but they quickly returned to their normal state and did not say much. Another white-clothed disciple stood up and asked with a slight hesitation, Patriarch, disciple recently heard a rumor that was about the Taiyin Dao body, and I hope that Patriarch will explain it. Xian Shaojinjin nodded his head, looked at the crowd with a deep gaze and slowly said, Taiyin Dao body is a special physique that is not found in 10,000. The person with this physique is born to be close to the Yin attribute aura. Cultivating the Taiyin way can be twice as easy with half the effort, and if it is cultivated to a great extent, it can hold the wheel of Yin and Yang, and it can even lead to a change of heaven and earth. However, although this physique is strong, but it is extremely difficult to awaken, need to cooperate with the most Yin and cold place, heavenly materials and treasures, as well as special secret method can really show its power. Without these conditions, even if the talent is outstanding, it is difficult to truly realize its full potential. Upon hearing this, all the disciples revealed a look of realization. Immediately afterward, an older disciple stood up, and with a bit of awe and hope on his face, he arched his hand toward realist Xian Shao and asked, Patriarch, if we are injured by a demonic beast in battle and our dantian is broken, can it be repaired? Realist Xian Shao glanced at him, nodded slightly, and said, a shattered dantian, although it is a fatal injury, it is not irreparable. It's just that the world says that once the dantian is destroyed, it's like the water that can't be recovered, but it's not true. The people were all in high spirits as they listened carefully. Realist Xian Shao continued, everything in this world has a fixed number, and so does a cultivator's dantian, which has been fixed since the time of birth. In the ancient times, the Qianyuan realm was full of spiritual energy, and the rules of heaven and earth were perfect, so even the dantian was divided into grades, and the higher the grade of the dantian, the stronger the speed and upper limit of cultivation. But as times have changed, the aura has gradually dried up, and now that the aura is thin, the grade of the dantian no longer has as much influence on cultivation as the spiritual roots and external objects. Speaking here, he paused, swept his gaze over the crowd, and continued, a broken dantian is indeed a serious injury that can't be repaired under common sense, but heaven reproduces the 4 nines, and people escape one of them. In the ancient times, a supreme Dan master peeped into the heavens from this only variable, and refined an unparalleled divine medicine Shinkuan reclaiming Dan. The moment these words came out, all the disciples were moved and whispered, Qiankuan rebuilding pill? Someone uttered in surprise. True Master Xuanxiao's gaze was deep as he slowly nodded his head, his voice carrying a hint of inexplicable rhythm. It is precisely the Qiankuan recreation pill. This Dan can reverse the fate of heaven, making the fixed number of the dantian become a variable. Not only can it completely repair the broken dantian, it can even further enhance the quality of the dantian, making the cultivator's qualifications even further. It can be called a medicine to change one's life. The hearts of the disciples were shaken as they heard the words.
There is such a heaven-defying elixir? If we can obtain this Dan, wouldn't it be possible for those who have wasted their dantian to get back to the top?
Realist Xianxiao let out a light sigh, a hint of remembrance in his gaze as he said, "This Dan has long been lost, and the Dan Dao powerhouse who refined it also fell in the ancient battle, and so far no one knows the complete Dan formula anymore." Just as the crowd was feeling regretful, Realist Xianxiao changed his words and blandly said, "However, according to the news, there will be a small ancient mysteries opening up in the central continent next month, which will not only have a battlefield of demonic beasts, but may also harbor the cave of an ancient cultivator.
If one is lucky enough, one might be able to find traces of the Qiankuan reclamation pill in it."
When these words came out, everyone's hearts and minds shook.
The secret world opens? If there really is a Qiankuan rebuilding Dan in it, wouldn't that be? The crowd's hearts were pounding, and a blaze appeared in their eyes.
Seeing this, Xianxiao real person's gaze was deep, said, "The opportunity is rare, although the secret realm has countless opportunities, but it is also full of crises. A little carelessness, there will be the danger of falling.
If you want to enter the secret realm, you need to be fully prepared."
Upon hearing this, all the disciples collected their minds and nodded solemnly. Realist Xianxiao looked around the week and saw that no one was asking any more questions, so he nodded slightly and said, "Today's solution is here, so you can retire and cultivate well, and I will make further arrangements on the day when the secret realm opens."
The disciples responded in unison, "I honor the sovereign's decree."
However, right at this moment, a deafening boom suddenly came from the heavens and earth.
Boom!
A brilliant green light shot up from the direction of the flowing cloud mountain, plunging straight into the clouds, as if it was a divine pillar through the heavens, penetrating the heavens and the earth. That green light was dazzling and eye-catching, as if it contained endless vitality and power, instantly attracting the gazes of cultivators from the entire Qian Yuan realm. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Qian Yuan realm stopped everything in their hands, whether they were in closed-door cultivation or exploring the secret realm, and even those who were in the midst of a great battle raised their heads and looked towards the sudden and powerful vision.
This is
aura turning into a pillar, medicinal qi rushing to the sky.
No, this medicinal fragrance, it's a divine elixir coming out of the world. And it's by no means an unusual divine elixir. The direction of Mount Luyun. Go quickly.
I'm afraid I won't even be able to pick up the scraps if I'm late. Almost instantly, cultivators from all the major sects in the Qian Yuan realm rose up in the air and sped towards the direction where the green light was. In the Wuji sect, realist Xianxiao, who was meditating, snapped his eyes open, his gaze as deep as an abyss.
The divine elixir coming out. Can even trigger such a vision?
In the next instant, he had already transformed into a long rainbow, his figure as fast as lightning as he sped towards the direction of Mount Luyun. At the same time, within the several large clans in the central continent, there were also god transformation-level powerhouses rising up into the air, so fast that they crossed thousands of miles in an instant. At this moment, on top of the ruins of the Luyun sword sect, there was a huge beast covered in black gas, the Xianing darkly bear, which had originally closed its eyes to recuperate from its injuries. However, when the moment the green light rose up to the sky, its eyes snapped open and its scarlet pupils reflected the green light, revealing a thick color of astonishment and disbelief.
Chapter 33, Frost Glaze Can't Be Taken. Howl.
The Xianing darkly bear roared, shaking the surrounding earth to crack, the mountains collapsed, and the dense demonic qi rolled out, covering the entire mountain range like a tidal wave. It could clearly perceive that the green light contained an extremely powerful vitality that even vaguely surpassed its perception.
The divine elixir is out of the world. If I can get it, not only will my injuries be healed, my cultivation will also be further advanced. This king must get this thing.
A trace of madness flashed in the eyes of the Xianing dark leaving bear, and with a wave of his giant claws, he lifted up a monstrous black cloud, transforming into a pitch-black stream of light and rushing towards the direction of the light pillar. At the same time, in all directions, countless cultivators also scrambled to come. Among them, there was no lack of Yuaning and God realization realm powerhouses, and everyone's heart was pounding, with blazing fervor in their eyes. However, just as this heaven and earth anomaly caused the four directions to vibrate, a prompt suddenly popped up on Li Muyang's cell phone screen.
Immortal product Qiankuan Reclaiming Dan will cause the four directions to shake when it comes out. Is it rechargeable 18 to cover up the heavenly chance? Ha!
He stared blankly at the alert on his cell phone screen, the corners of his mouth twitching.
Are you kidding me?
Seeing the dense red dots on the map lighting up crazily and growing at an alarming rate, Li Muyang's cold sweat came down.
This vision is too much, isn't it?
One didn't need to think about it to know that if he didn't hurry to cover up the heavenly opportunity, he was afraid that countless cultivators would kill his doorstep in the next moment. At that time, not to mention the Qiankuan rebuilding pill, even Xin Shuangli's life could not be saved.
It's good that the game party is still a bit conscientious and didn't force more kryptonite on this follow-up maintenance.
Li Muyang sighed, and although he was not happy in his heart, he still gritted his teeth and charged $18.
In the midst of covering up the sky.
In the next instant, the green-colored light pillars between heaven and earth suddenly disappeared without a trace, and even the clear scent of the elixir permeating the air seemed to have been swallowed by an invisible force and completely evaporated. The original dazzling light dissipated cleanly as if it had never existed. In the sky above Mount Luyun, realist Xuanxiao's figure lurched and his face changed violently.
Disappeared? He released his majestic divine sense, sweeping across the four directions like a tidal wave, yet he could not perceive anything. That divine Dan aura that was originally astounding had just strangely disappeared.
At the same time, the Xianing Dark Departure Bear that had just rushed over the ruins of the Luyun sword sect violently froze. Its bloody mouth was slightly open, and it stared blankly ahead.
The glare that was just visible is just gone? What about the medicinal scent in the air? Where was the power that made its heart throb? No way. It doesn't believe it. Roar. A monstrous roar echoed through the heavens and earth, shaking the mountains and rivers.
Shining dark away from the bear rage, demonic gas like a hurricane swept in all directions, directly toward the surrounding cultivators wildly shot.
Damn demonic beast. Crazy or what? Retreat. Run away.
The slightly weaker cultivators were instantly turned into blood mist, and the slightly stronger ones were shaken out and fell to the ground vomiting blood. Xian Shaozhenjin snorted coldly, knowing that the battle strength of demonic beasts far exceeded that of humans in the same class. He did not hesitate to turn back, turning into a sword light to vanish away from this place. The great cultivators knew very well that in this situation, the divine elixir was feared to have already fallen into the hands of some mysterious powerhouse, so it was pointless to stay any longer, leaving those bottom cultivators to bump around here like headless flies. Soon, all the Yuaning and harmonized god cultivators withdrew in droves, while those loose cultivators and disciples with lower cultivation levels were still unwilling and searched for a long time in the mountain, but in the end, they came up empty-handed. As for the furious Xianing Dark Leaving Bear, after a bombardment of the Luyun Mountain, which leveled several peaks alive, he eventually returned to the top of the ruins with a full of unwillingness to continue to heal his wounds. However, no one knew that the divine pill that had shocked the entire Qian Yuan realm was currently lying quietly on an ordinary stone table.
And in the corner, Xin Shuangli shrunk into a ball with dull eyes.
Her lips trembled slightly as she looked at the divine elixir on the table, her entire being already completely shaken to the core. This elixir was greenish-blue in color, like a warm jade, and between the flow of light, it naturally exuded a refreshing medicinal fragrance. Even without taking it, just by being close to it, she could feel a warm throbbing faintly arising from the depleted dantian in her body, a sign of the long-dormant meridians being slightly stirred by the medicinal power. But because of that, she was more and more afraid to reach for it.
Former, senior. What is this?
Xin Shuangli's voice trembled slightly, with a hint of uncertainty as she tried.
Li Muyan casually transmitted, an elixir that can restore your dantian. It was said breezily, as if he had just handed her a candy bar. He didn't tell Xin Shuangli the name of this elixir.
After all, this elixir was worth a fortune at first glance, and it had even just triggered a heaven and earth anomaly.
Regarding Xin Shuangli, Li Muyan's current opinion was that she was a highly intelligent AI character. With the current level of technology, it wasn't difficult to simulate such a character as long as enough data streams were invested in training. Wouldn't it be easy for the game makers to get a highly intelligent AI model since they are highly skilled hackers? While highly intelligent AIs are not the same as humans, they also mimic human emotions in response to data streams. Li Muyan knew very well that if he directly told Xin Shuangli that this was the Qiankuan rejuvenation pill, she would definitely not accept it. After all, this level of pills was simply not something that she, a small cultivator at the qi refining stage, could afford. Hearing Li Muyan's words, Xin Shuangli was stunned, her gaze slowly moved away from the elixir and landed on that screen. She couldn't understand Li Muyan's tone and couldn't speculate on his emotions, she could only feel the certainty that came out of that single word. An elixir to restore the dantian? A huge wave suddenly rose in her heart. But that's not possible. Once the dantian is broken, it means that the path of cultivation is completely cut off, which is a nightmare that how many cultivators are unwilling to face in their lives. She had thought that she was hopeless in this life, and had even prepared herself mentally to only be immortal for the rest of her life, but it turned out that her predecessor had actually said that he had a potion to restore her dantian? Xin Shuangli has never heard of this world can repair dantian pills, even if the ancient texts, also only a word mentions some secret method, but those secret methods have long been lost, or the cost is too harsh. However, at this moment, such an incredible elixir was literally in front of her eyes, and even as long as she wished, she could pick it up and take it, restoring her shattered dantian to its original state. Her heart was beating uncontrollably faster, and she was even a little breathless. Xin Shuangli involuntarily took a step back, her face complex, her voice even lower. Senior, this elixir is too expensive, Shuangli can't ask for it. Xin Shuangli's heart was filled with contradictions. She did want to repair her dantian, but she had already received too many favors from her seniors.
From the spirit-gathering formation to the healing pill and now the divine pill, what her predecessor had given for her had far exceeded her imagination. She, on the other hand, was unable to give her predecessor any reciprocation. This unequal giving made her feel guilty and even a bit ashamed.
Chapter 34 The Oath of Heaven. If you're told to take it, you take it. Li Muyang held down the transmission note and said in his heart that it was true. This AI really does a great job of simulating characterization. If it were any other game, even a nurturing type, I guess the other side would just take it. But Xin Shuangli was different. Her character setup prevented her from easily accepting such an expensive gift. Li Muyang continued, "This elixir was supposed to be specifically for you to get. It's useless to me. Take it. If you don't, those people are going to come and rob it." And in Xin Shuangli's hearing, the senior's voice appeared stern and majestic. "This object is useless to this honored one. Just now the commotion has attracted the attention of the cultivators. This honored one can't hide the heavenly chances for long. If you don't eat now is to give this honored one to look for trouble." Xin Shuangli's body trembled slightly, her fingertips clenched the sleeves of her coat, her teeth gently biting her lower lip, her gaze darting back and forth between the ceiling and the elixir, her face full of entanglement. To eat, or not to eat? She wanted to live, she wanted to cultivate again, but she was also unwilling to owe such a heavenly favor. Taking the pills, Xin Shuangli would feel guilty because she couldn't repay her predecessor's kindness. Not taking the pills was causing trouble for her predecessor, and might even put her predecessor in danger. "Come on." A cold, stern rebuke came from above his head, with an undeniable majesty in his voice. "Woo!" Xin Shuangli's body trembled as if she had been struck by lightning, and her fingers unconsciously pinched the corner of her coat. Her heart struggled between the bottom line and disobeying her predecessor, and in the end, she chose to break her principles. She didn't want to disappoint her seniors, and even more so, she didn't want to make them angry. Li Muyang looked at Xin Shuangli's appearance in the screen as she carefully cupped the elixir, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise a smug smile as he secretly muttered in his heart, "He, you have to obediently listen to my father's words after all." He found himself enjoying the feeling of being called senior by Xin Shuangli more and more, and even felt a little fluttery in his heart. He decided to call himself my father from now on, so that it would sound more imposing and more in line with his current state of mind. "If you don't eat this elixir, won't I have spent so much money for nothing?" Li Muyang thought in his heart and suddenly realized that he hadn't had time to check what goodies he had won in the back 500 draws. But now was not the time to dwell on this, he had to make sure Xin Shuangli consumed the elixir first. Xin Shuangli held the elixir and a complex look flashed in her eyes. She knew that she had broken the bottom line, but she still wanted to try to make up for it. She raised her head, looked into the void, raised one hand, put up 3 fingers, her voice was clear and firm. "The heavenly Tao bears witness, today Senior Frostly was helped by Senior and obtained the divine medicine to repair her dantian. Her heart is ashamed and unable to return the favor. In the future, if Senior has any need for Frostly, even if it is a mountain of daggers and fire, infernal purgatory, Frostly will also die 10,000 deaths." This is surprisingly a heavenly oath. As soon as Xin Shuangli's oath fell, the surrounding aura suddenly surged violently, as if heaven and earth were responding to her promise. The gusty wind swept up her green silk, revealing those determined and bright eyes. Her voice echoed through the air with an undeniable determination. The oath fell, and Xin Shuangli's heart was no longer burdened. She lifted the elixir with both hands and took it without hesitation. The elixir melted in her mouth and turned into a clear stream that flowed down her throat and into her body. From Li Muyang's viewpoint, a thin golden line appeared on the screen, slowly swimming along Xin Shuangli's body and eventually converging at the location of her dantian. At the same time, the air in the room began to spin violently, forming a small vortex of aura. The vortex grew bigger and bigger, gradually rippling out beyond the cave, eventually forming a giant tornado that connected heaven and earth. "This is the aura whirlwind, isn't it?" Li Muyang stroked his chin in thought. According to the background of the game, cultivators in the cultivation world often trigger heaven and earth visions when they break through or take high-grade pills. The current state of Xin Shuangli was obviously the functioning of the Qiankuan reclaiming pill, while the surrounding spiritual qi had become the fuel for the pill. But that's too much commotion, isn't it? Is there really no need to cover it up? Li Muyang looked at the aura dragon scroll on the screen that was sticking straight up into the sky. His heart was a little uneasy. Sure enough, the red dots on the map looked like they had found their target and quickly gathered towards Xin Shuangli's location. Li Muyang couldn't help but spit out, "These guys really have a keen sense of smell." Just then, a prompt popped up on the screen. "Xin Shuangli taking the immortal Qiankuan reclaiming pill will continue to cause heaven and earth anomalies. Is it rechargeable 28 to cover up the heaven and earth for Xin Shuangli?" "Naya. I knew it." Li Muyang was so angry that he laughed out loud. This game's recharge system was simply like squeezing toothpaste, bit by bit, making people hate it. Despite his heart's displeasure, he honestly charged $28. After all, Xin Shuangli's safety was the most important thing. In the midst of covering up the sky, as the beep sounded, the aura tornado in the air seemed like it had been snuffed out by a large invisible hand, instantly dissipating without a trace. In the Luyun mountain, the originally excited cultivators were suddenly in a daze. Over there, over there. So it ran there. A cultivator pointed in the direction where the aura tornado had disappeared and shouted excitedly. Such terrifying aura fluctuations, there really is a divine elixir out there. Another cultivator's eyes flashed with greed. Ha ha ha, the old man is going to become immortal. An aged cultivator laughed up to the sky, as if he had already seen the scene of his own realm breakthrough. However, just as they were about to act, the aura tornado in the air suddenly dissipated as if it had never appeared. Fie, its mothers. How come it's gone again? A cultivator was so angry that he stomped his feet, his face full of resentment. No way, teasing us? Another cultivator frowned and looked around. Never mind that, just search that way, don't let go of everything you come across on the way, even if it's a piece of pick it up and smell it. A cultivator said through gritted teeth, clearly having lost his mind. On the other hand, the Xianing Darkly Bear was also enraged by this sudden vision. It roared as the black clouds rolled over, directly toppling a large group of approaching cultivators. Its eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness, but there was nothing it could do. At this time, Li Muyan leaned on the back of the chair, his eyes fell on Xin Shuangli in the screen, his heart was happy. She was sitting cross-legged, surrounded by a faint layer of aura, as if she was one with heaven and earth. 2 strands of green silk hung down on her shoulders, swaying gently with the surge of aura, setting off her clear face even more moving. Although Xin Shuangli's clothes were simple and plain, they perfectly matched her elegant and light temperament. On weekdays, she always had a bit of Englishness between her eyebrows, giving her a sense of resilience. But at the moment, her eyes were closed, her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, her thin lips were pursed lightly, and her pale cheeks were slightly sickly, but instead, she had a bit more of a tenderness that attracted people's love. Li Muyan was a science student and usually wasn't very good at describing things with flashy rhetoric. But looking at Xin Shuangli, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "What a great look!" He stared at the screen for a while, suddenly realized that he was a bit out of it, and hurriedly shook his head, muttering to himself, "I can't look at it anymore. If I stare at it anymore, I won't be able to get up to find a teacher to study with in the future." In order to divert his attention, Li Muyan opened the backpack interface. Before and after, he had drawn a total of 1,000 times from the Chilukkoi prize pool, and he hadn't had the time to check carefully what had exploded in these 500 times in the back. Chapter 35. You let a cripple practice with a sword? The 12 compartments of the backpack were already stuffed to the brim, and from left to right, they were lower-grade spirit stones, mid-grade spirit stones, sound transmission talisman, thunder fire talisman mortal, thunder fire talisman medium, thunder fire talisman upper, thunder fire talisman absolute, thunder fire talisman immortal, Xian armor formation, medium-grade spirit gathering formation, Bisui sword, and a roll of golden jade slips. I'm really convinced, can't the teeming thunder and fire charms be put in a grid? Li Muyan was so angry that he slapped the table. There were too many types of thunder fire talismans, occupying a whole 5 compartments, it was a waste of space. He originally wanted to give all of the thunder fire talismans to Xin Shuangli, but on second thought, in case Xin Shuangli was controlled by the enemy, he could still use the thunder fire talismans to support her off-site, so he couldn't give them all to her. The bottom line is that the first compartment of the extended backpack is going to be filled with 188 blocks. Li Muyan looked at his already bottomed-out balance and sighed helplessly, forget it, whatever I can't use later will be given to Xin Shuangli. Li Muyan's attention turned to the last prop in his backpack and was attracted. It was a volume of golden jade slips, with a faint light flowing on its surface, as if it contained infinite mysteries. Just by looking at it, Li Muyan could feel an overwhelming aura of top-notch props. This thing looks good at first glance. He rubbed his hands together excitedly and couldn't wait to click on the jade slip. The moment the jade slip was unfolded, lines of ancient text surfaced on the screen, accompanied by a stern sword aura that came out as if it was going to involve Li Muyan outside the screen as well. He subconsciously scrunched his neck back and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, this special effect, it's absolutely amazing. The jade slip opens with a poem. I am a man of Chu, and the phoenix song makes me laugh at Kong Chiu. With a 3-foot sword in my hand, I point to the 9 skies of sorrow. Li Muyan froze for a moment, then the corners of his mouth twitched. Why is it Li Bai again? He couldn't help but spit out, Li Bai has been white horde rotten. Can this hacker be a little bit new? But, spit and all, he continued on. The Jade Brief detailed the origin and contents of the Green Lotus Sword Code. The Green Lotus Sword Code was created by the Green Lotus Sword Immortal and contains 36 chapters of basic sword techniques and 12 sword styles. The grade is immortal. Anyone with a clear meridian can practice the Green Lotus Sword Dictionary, but if you want to cultivate it to the peak, you need a sword bone, a sword spirit root, and a sword heart. Immortal grade sword technique, sounds impressive. Li Muyan's eyes lit up. Although he was a bit speechless about Li Bai being hoard out, he had to admit that the setting of this sword dictionary was really appealing. Forget it, Li Bai has long been an assassin instead of a poet fairy anyway, so there's nothing wrong with using a bit of swordsmanship. He reassured himself, then shook his head and laughed. Li Muyan suddenly thought, isn't Xin Shuangli using a sword? This Green Lotus sword cannon was perfectly fine for her to use. Immortal sword technique, it should be able to increase her strength greatly, right? As he was thinking, the jade slip had automatically flipped to the first page.
Li Muyang had thought that this was just an ordinary game prop, but he didn't realize that there were actually words on the first page and a small portrait drawn by a brush.
Hiss. Is this the little workshop? Scary as hell.
He couldn't help but suck in a breath of air, mentally shocked at the level of detail the game makers had put into it. The small figure on the jade sketch was so lifelike that every movement was clearly visible, as if someone was really dancing a sword on the paper. Li Muyang took a closer look and realized that there were detailed sword technique phrases and cultivation points labeled next to the little figure. One of the sword chapters, clouds rising. The figure was like a cloud, rising lightly, feet naturally separated, knees slightly bent, center of gravity sinking. The tip of the sword is slightly raised, and the sword is pointed diagonally in front of you at a 45-degree angle to your arm. Breathe long and hard, and let your mind merge with the sword, feeling the resonance between the sword and the aura of heaven and earth. Beginners can keep standing with both feet first, and then try to start with one foot after becoming skillful. Next to it was an illustration of a swordsman with a cloud-like figure, the tip of his sword slightly raised, and the whole person seemed to be one with heaven and earth. His breathing was smooth and focused, his sword was at a 45-degree angle to his arm, and the tip of the sword was pointing diagonally ahead, as if he was ready to strike at any time.
Li Muyang looked mesmerized and couldn't help but exclaim, "This posture, it's simply handsome." Li Muyang continued to scroll down and found that there was more.
Sword chapter number 2 Wine stops. Again, there are explanations in pictures. Sword chapter 3 Moonlight. Sword chapter 35 Frost Fade. Sword chapter 36 Fog Dispersal. He unbelievingly flipped all the way to the end, and it turned out that each sword chapter was equipped with illustrations without a single scratch.
The detail, it's just superb.
Li Muyang couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder this game eats up so much memory, even the contents in the jade slip are made so fine." If Xin Shuangli learns this sword technique, her strength will definitely skyrocket.
The 36th sword chapter looks like something to build a foundation on. There are 12 sword styles in the back. Just as he was about to flip back, a prompt popped up on the screen: "You haven't yet learned sword chapters 1 through 12, you can't read the sword styles." What the hell? I have to learn? How am I supposed to learn?
Li Muyang froze for a moment and subconsciously went to look for the recharge window, but he couldn't find it even after rummaging through the interface. This Green Lotus sword cannon didn't seem to be upgraded by charging money, but required him to learn it personally.
Another prompt popped up on the screen. Did you start learning one of the sword chapters? Yes. Think again. Li Muyang didn't hesitate and directly chose yes. He wanted to see what this game was up to. Camera flipping. The game screen suddenly disappeared and the phone's camera automatically turned on, activating selfie video mode.
The game window then hovers above the camera screen, displaying a description of one of the sword chapters. One of the sword chapters, Cloud Rising. The body is like a cloud, rising lightly, feet naturally apart, knees slightly bent, center of gravity sinking. The tip of the sword is slightly raised, and the sword is pointed diagonally in front of you at a 45-degree angle to your arm. Breathing long and steady, the mind blends with the sword intent, feeling the resonance of the sword with the aura of heaven and earth.
Current progress, first glimpse 0%. Ha? No, buddy?
Li Muyang looked at himself in the screen and the corners of his mouth twitched madly.
If I'm not mistaken, the game meant for him to do sword moves now and video upload them? But I'm a cripple. Treadmills tossing people around without charging them, right? Li Muyang couldn't help but spit. He felt that he would be out of his mind if he actually followed the requirements of this game. He even wondered if the makers of this game had some sort of bad taste in watching players pull off all sorts of crooked antics, and then sat on the server and laughed maniacally while eating takeout. I, Li Muyang, won't let people like you have your way. He grunted coldly, having seen through the game developer's intentions in his mind. He guessed that if he refused, the recharge button would appear in a short while. After all, it's all a ruse. It's like when some games get some special liver rewards, and when the player can't keep their liver up, they naturally choose to just kryptonite and buy in. However, Li Muyang waited for half a day, but the recharge button never appeared on the screen. He frowned, a little annoyed in his heart. Then wouldn't it be fine for me to give this sword technique to Xin Shuangli? Chapter 36, Where's the Son of a From?
Li Muyang turned off the camera interface and dragged the Green Lotus Sword Codex towards Xin Shuangli's arms.
Yet another prompt popped up on the screen.
You are unable to directly teach Xin Shuangli Qinglian Sword Dictionary. Please first cultivate the 36 sword chapters of Qinglian Sword Dictionary, the beginner's glimpse realm, before you can open up the teaching of sword techniques.
What the hell? Li Muyang was frantic.
He didn't expect that this game would actually be so shafted that he had to personally learn the swordsmanship before he could pass it on to Xin Shuangli. He was so angry he slapped the table, but suddenly noticed a question mark with a circle in the upper right corner of the pop-up window. He clicked on the dead horse and a help message popped up on the screen. Help. The original intention of this game is to provide players with the most realistic nurturing experience. Players can provide resources and various kinds of help for the love affair, and can also become the love affair of the leader, spiritual support. However, in order to teach your love interest better, players are encouraged to work hard to improve themselves.
Seeing this reminder, Lee Muyang fell silent.
He recalled how he used to feel when he watched others play the game. The reason why I'm not interested in the game is not only because I feel it costs money, but also because I feel it's not immersive.
No matter how good your shooting skills are, you are not the first raider in the game who rushed into the U of A.
No matter how good your fielding is, you are not the king of the field who rides the field.
Games in reality are ultimately cut off.
But this love crafting game seems to be playing a new thing. It's novel, but it's also prone to dying a violent death in today's gaming industry. However, Lee Muyang had to admit that his heart was moved.
That's the fulfillment of personally teaching a love interest.
Learn it yourself first, then teach that clueless girl, and watch her use the swordsmanship she taught her to overcome every obstacle and defeat every enemy.
Isn't that, in fact, what today's games lack the most in terms of immersion? Admittedly, this game is very kryptonite and hardcore.
But Lee Muyang loved this kind of game. It made him feel like not just a bystander, but a real participant. He could influence Shin Xuangli's growth and even change her fate through his own efforts.
Forget it, just learn it.
Lee Muyang took a deep breath and reopened the camera interface. Lee Muyang sat in his wheelchair, holding a clothesline pole in his hand, trying to use it instead of a sword to practice Cloud Rising, one of the sword chapters of the Green Lotus Sword Code.
He looked at the text and picture descriptions on the screen and thought that it didn't seem too complicated.
The body is like a cloud, rising lightly, the tip of the sword is slightly raised, the breath is prolonged, and the mind is in harmony with the sword's intent. However, actually doing it was nowhere near as easy as he thought it would be.
First of all, the sword must not wobble.
Lee Muyang used to shake his hands even when he was holding a bottle of water, but today, I don't know if it was because he was too focused, but his hands were surprisingly steady. However, this is only the first step. Next, he had to make sure that there were two perpendicular points, the sword was perpendicular to the ground and the sword was perpendicular to the arm. At the same time, the sword body has to be parallel to the body.
Is this a human thing to do? Lee Muyang couldn't help but spit.
He tried to raise one arm, but his weight was unsteady and he almost fell out of his wheelchair.
Almost forgot I'm a cripple. Lee Muyang couldn't help but spit out. Isn't it a bit too much to make me a wheelchair-bound practicing swordsmanship?
Lee Muyang readjusted his posture, sitting on the wheelchair, trying to imitate the movements of Cloud Rising. Within 2 minutes of holding on, his arms began to tremble and beads of sweat slid down his cheeks on his forehead. What made him even more devastated was that he had been sweating profusely for half an hour lifting a clothesline pole, and the cultivation progress of one of the sword chapters, first glimpse, had only gone 1%.
Is this game playing me?
Lee Muyang clenched his teeth, a little unconvinced in his heart. But instead of giving up, he practiced with more concentration. He knew that although he was a cripple, his perseverance was much stronger than that of an ordinary man. As time passed by, Lee Muyang's back was already drenched in sweat, and his clothes clung to his body, emitting a sour odor. His arms were so sore he could barely lift them, but he held on for an hour with a death grip on his teeth.
It's not working, it's falling apart.
He finally couldn't hold on any longer, shivering, and put the clothesline down, his whole body paralyzed in the wheelchair, gasping for air. The arms were stiff as two logs, and there was no strength left to even lift them.
It's late at the moment, almost 12 o'clock.
Lee Muyang looked around and realized that his clothes hadn't been washed, he hadn't taken a bath, and his entire body reeked of an acidic odor. He shook his head helplessly. It's okay if you think of this practice as exercise. Lee Muyang comforted himself. Although the progress of cultivation was maddeningly slow, he knew that as long as he persisted, he would be able to meet the requirements one day. He rubbed his sore arm and mentally resolved, we'll continue practicing in the morning. Of course, he had another plan to try the golden needle technique to see if he could heal his leg.
Maybe having the legs to go with it, the cultivation could be a little faster. Just then. Dang! Like something hit the door hard.
Lee Muyang frowned slightly and raised his head, his gaze subconsciously sweeping in the direction of the room door. He put down his cell phone and went to the door, put his hand on the doorknob and twisted it gently, and the door opened in response. It was quiet outside, no one in sight or unusually loud, only the night wind blowing the dust between the buildings with a hint of slight coolness.
No way. Lee Muyang bowed his head somewhat speechlessly. It wouldn't be another delivery from the game company, would it? He hasn't ordered any additional equipment lately. Why do these guys always like to be mysterious? But when his eyes landed on the ground, they couldn't help but stare. A furry mass curled up in the doorway. It's a dog. A small, blood-stained pup was lying breathlessly by the threshold, bruised and with tiny, inaudible gasps. Lee Muyang squatted down and picked it up gently. The puppy's fur was in disarray, bloodstains soaked between the silver and gray fur in a sorry state. But even so, those blue eyes hidden under the bloodstain were still clear, with an undiluted spirit. Husky? Lee Muyang was stunned, and upon closer inspection, this was actually a small husky. This little guy is still small, look at the size of the estimate is only a few months old, but the natural wolf phase has been revealed. At first glance there are really a few points of the young wolf's frame, ferocious through a share of indescribable dorky.
It was just the injuries that made it look so pathetic. Li Muyang's gaze swept along the door, and sure enough, he saw spots of blood on the ground, extending all the way into the darkness.
What's with the dog? Been beaten? He frowned, a few hidden displeasure growing inside him. As the saying goes, the flower name of a stray dog is no hand, and since this little guy bumped into his hand, it's destiny, so how could he not care about it? Alright, you're in my charge for tonight for now.
Li Muyang sighed and carried the little husky into the house, rummaging through an empty shoebox and placing it gently inside.
However, just after setting it down, blood quickly oozed from the bottom of the shoebox. Chapter 37 There Are Demons.
Li Muyang looked down and realized that the little husky's injuries were even more serious than he had imagined. The wounds on his back were still slowly overflowing with blood, and his breath was so weak that it was barely perceptible. He grabbed his cell phone and checked the hours of operation of the pet hospital, and sure enough, the time was approaching midnight, and the nearby pet hospitals were basically closed. And the nearest 24-hour vet hospital is an hour-and-a-half bus ride away to get to the city. This little guy won't even last that long. Li Muyang's mood was a bit heavy. He is not a veterinarian and has no experience in saving dogs. The only thing he can do is take a gamble. He glanced at the little husky, his gaze gazing slightly, took a deep breath, folded his hands, and solemnly bowed to it. Little fellow, since conventional means can't save you, then today, this honorable man can only treat a dead horse as a living horse. He said in a deep voice, and then he reached into a drawer and fished out a set of silver needles. This silver needle was something he had bought earlier, and he had originally wanted to stab himself once a day to see if he could make his leg get better faster, and then consider whether he wanted to stab someone else later. But I didn't expect that the first one he administered the needle to was actually a small husky. Li Muyang drew out a silver needle and his gaze fell on the little husky. At that very instant, a clear diagram of acupoints unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. He froze. Husky's cave chart? He didn't know how he knew it, as if this knowledge existed innately in his mind and was simply activated by some force. But now is not the time to think about that. He quickly adjusted his state, held his breath, and decisively placed the needles in the order they lit up in his mind. 9 rotation acupuncture main treatment, stopping bleeding and coagulation, activating blood circulation and removing blood stasis, and promoting wound repair. Upgrade condition, apply the needle 1,000 times, or recharge 998 renminbi to unlock open vein needle LV2. The silver needles fell, and the technique was flowing, coherent and precise, without any delay. As needle after needle fell, the body of the little husky twitched slightly, but a moment later, its originally unstable breath actually gradually calmed down. The most obvious change: the wound no longer oozes blood. Changes began to appear on the traumatized surface of its back, the blood was quickly solidified, and a faint film of blood quietly formed, sealing the wound completely. Li Muyang gently stroked his chin as a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. Hiss. This acupuncture effect is a bit fierce. He had originally just held the mindset of trying it out, but he hadn't expected the effects to show up so quickly. Is he too fierce, or is it the stitches he learned from that game? That's a question he can't tell the difference between. But the most important thing right now was to keep the little guy alive. After he finished applying the needles, he sighed softly and stood up, turning towards the bathroom, ready to take a shower and wash the smell of blood off of him. However, he didn't notice. The very moment he stepped into the shower, an illusory shadow appeared behind him at some point. It was a golden dragon, illusory and indistinct, like smoke and mist, appearing and disappearing. It snaked and coiled in the air, its eyes lowered, seemingly gazing at Li Muyang's back. Those dragon eyes were as deep as an abyss and as majestic as a prison. And in the shoebox, the little husky stirred slightly and rolled over with difficulty. Its mouth wriggled slightly, and a low cluck 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 came from deep in its throat. The next moment, a ghastly white bone knuckle slowly loomed out of its mouth. In a dark space, Man knelt on the ground with a pitch-black mirror suspended in front of her. A blurred face was reflected in the mirror, unable to make out the features, only a pair of scarlet eyes emitted a heart-stopping light. That was the demonic power behind her Bloodshed Elder. Man, Bloodshed Elder ancestor's voice was low and hoarse, as if it came from the depths of hell. This seat has projected that there is a divine elixir coming out of the Luyun Mountain, and you happen to be at the Luyun Mountain. Have you ever noticed anything unusual? Man's heart was flabbergasted, and she hurriedly bowed her head and replied, reporting back to the old ancestor, disciple is indeed in the vicinity of Luyun Mountain. Today, there was a pillar of green light on Luyun Mountain that rose up to the sky. The medicinal qi was extremely dense, obviously a sign of the divine elixir coming out. However, that vision only lasted for a few moments before disappearing without a trace, and disciple suspects that someone had covered up the heavenly chances. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the bloodshed old ancestor, covering up the heavenly chances? It seems that there really is someone high up on Luyun Mountain. Have you ever found out the whereabouts of that divine elixir? Man gritted her teeth, a hint of unwillingness in her tone. Disciple was incompetent and failed to find the divine pill. However, Disciple suspects that the divine elixir is related to Xin Shuangli. Xin Shuangli?
There was a hint of interest in the bloodshed old ancestor's voice. That's the girl child with the Taiyin Dao body? Exactly her.
Bai Man nodded and said, disciple originally planned to seize her Taiyin Dao body, but after the Luyun sword sect was exterminated by the demonic beasts, Xin Shuangli somehow received help from someone high up. Not only did she heal from her injuries, she also set up a spirit gathering formation and may have even taken that divine pill. The bloodshed old ancestor was silent for a moment, then sneered, interesting. It seems that there is indeed someone behind that girl child. However, there is no harm, this seat will personally take action. When Bai Man heard this, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. The old ancestor is going to personally strike? That transformation god great demon Xianing Darkly Bear is also in Luyun Mountain. If it senses old ancestor's aura, I'm afraid it will. A mere god transformation demon beast dares to act recklessly in front of this seat? The blood fiend old ancestor's voice was filled with disdain. As long as this seat makes a move, that Xianing Darkly Bear will naturally back down in a sensible manner. If it doesn't know how to behave, this seat doesn't mind refining it into a puppet by hand. Bai Man was overjoyed in her heart and quickly kowtowed. Old ancestor is wise. With old ancestor's hand, that Xin Shuangli and the person behind her will definitely have nowhere to run. The bloodshed old ancestor glanced at her lightly, a hint of warning in his tone. Bai Man, if this operation fails again, you know the consequences. Bai Man trembled and hurriedly bowed her head. Disciple understands. Disciple will do my best to help old ancestor capture the divine pill and the Taiyin Dao body. Go. The bloodshed ancestor's voice faded away, and the scarlet eyes in the mirror disappeared with it. Bai Man stood up, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. She clenched her fists and murmured in a low voice, Xin Shuangli, let's see where you can escape this time. The corner of her mouth lifted into a cold smile, as if she had already seen the scene of Xin Shuangli being captured by the bloodshed ancestor. As for herself, she would thus have made a great achievement and be rewarded by the old ancestor. The Taiyin Dao body, the divine pill, and the tall man behind. It all will be mine. Bai Man's heart was filled with greed and anticipation. She turned around and left the darkened space, speeding in the direction of Mount Luyun. At the same time, the figure of the bloodshed old ancestor slowly emerged in the void. He looked up in the direction of Luyun Mountain, and a trace of coldness flashed in his scarlet eyes. Divine elixir out of the world, Taiyin Dao body. This time, the seat would like to see who dares to stand in my way. His figure turned into a bloody light and disappeared into the night sky. Chapter 38. There is a great power to deduce the mysteries of the heavens. Inside the Wuji sect, Taoist Qian Xiao stood in front of the sect's main hall, his gaze deep in the distance. He had just dispatched Lu Yuxuan, a disciple of the sect, to lead a team to explore the foot of Mount Luyun. Although the ruins of the Luyun sword sect were guarded by the god transformation great demon Xianing Dark Leaving Bear, Lu Yuxuan and the others were only at the cultivation level of qi practicing in foundation establishment, so to a god transformation great demon, they were nothing more than a mole cricket-like existence that wouldn't attract any attention at all. Lu Yuxuan, be careful on this trip. Although Luyun Mountain is deserted, there are still many demonic beasts entrenched. You only need to explore at the foot of the mountain, do not approach the ruins. Taoist Qianxiao spoke in a calm tone, but a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Lu Yuxuan respectfully bowed and said, disciple understands and will live up to patriarch's trust. He turned around and led a few law enforcement hall disciples to step onto their flying swords, ready to depart. However, just moments after they had lifted off. Rumble. The entire sky of the Qianyuan realm suddenly changed color. The originally clear sky was instantly shrouded by thick, dark clouds, and blood-red thunder flashed faintly in the clouds, as if the heavens were angry. A divine sense so powerful that it was suffocating swept across, carrying a terrifying pressure as if it was going to tear the heavens and earth apart. Lu Yuxuan only felt his mind buzzing and instantly went blank. He had just stepped onto the flying sword and before he could stand firmly, he was shocked by the pressure and lost his mind, directly planting himself from the flying sword. Senior Lu. A few disciples cried out in shock and rushed forward to help him up. Inside the Wuji sect, the cultivators looked up into the sky, panic and unease written all over their faces. Taoist Qianxiao and several elders also looked grave, their brows furrowed. What's going on these days? Once it's past noon, there's a great power pushing the heavenly chances? An elder murmured in a low voice, a hint of incomprehension and worry in his tone. Deducing heavenly chances was usually a last resort for great cultivators when they were faced with an unsolvable dilemma. Moreover, not all cultivators were able to deduce heavenly chances. Only top powerhouses who had practiced the corresponding technique could rely on heavenly chances deduction to obtain a hint of a chance to break the game. However, this practice was extremely draining of vital energy and could even damage a cultivator's fate and chi. Generally speaking, pushing once a year was already the limit, but now it was once a day, which was simply unheard of. There was also a divine elixir that came out in the flowing cloud mountain yesterday. Could there be any connection between the two? The other elder frowned. Taoist Qianxiao was silent for a moment and slowly spoke. This Qianyuan realm is truly becoming more and more impenetrable. There was a hint of sighing in his tone. As a spirit transformation stage cultivator, he was already a towering presence in the eyes of ordinary people, but in front of the great power of heaven and earth, he was still as small as a mole cricket. That the great powers who deduced the heavenly chances every day still couldn't find a way to break the situation, how would they, the small cultivators, face that unknown and sinister future?
Lu Yuxuan.
Taoist Qian Shao retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Yuxuan, who had just climbed up from the ground, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Just to be on the safe side, take the law enforcement hall disciples and walk over there. Lu Yuxuan nodded with an ugly face and whispered, "Yes, Patriarch." He glanced up at the dimly lit sky, a flicker of resentment and anger in his eyes. The blood-red thunder was still flickering in the clouds, as if mocking their weakness. Lu Yuxuan clenched his fists and secretly vowed in his heart, "One day, I will be like that. Just by deducing the heavenly chance, I can make the weak panic and not dare to fly with a sword." He took a deep breath and turned to the disciples behind him. "Let's go, we'll go there on foot." Several disciples looked at each other. Although there was some reluctance in their hearts, they did not dare to disobey the order. They put away their flying swords and followed behind Lu Yuxuan, walking slowly in the direction of Luyun Mountain. Li Muyang sat on the chair boredly, his fingers tapping randomly on his cell phone, with a bit of playfulness in his eyes. He had just used the deducing heavenly chance function in Immortal Edge to look up the acupuncture thing, only to find that not only did this thing give a detailed analysis of acupuncture points, but it could even deduce the direction of the meridians of different organisms, with terrifying precision.
Is this really an AI? Li Muyan was a bit skeptical. As a player who had grown up in the technology circle, he knew that no matter how powerful the current AI was, it could not be accurate to this extent, let alone even answering questions related to immortal cultivation. It couldn't be someone behind the operation, could it? A thought suddenly came to him. Since you're so smart, let's play something exciting. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he flipped his 10 fingers and tapped down a line. If a pig's kidneys are weak, are its loins still tonic? The screen flickered slightly, and the deduction of the sky gave the answer in an instant. Deducing the heavenly chance, kidney of pig has certain nutritional value, but it is not the first choice for tonifying kidney. The absorption rate of human body is limited. It is recommended to match with reasonable diet. Li Muyang. He looked at the scrupulous reply and was amused. Another one then? Excuse me, is it still considered a surrender if you are arrested on your way to turn yourself in?
Deducing the mysteries of heaven, surrender requires the initiative to surrender and give a truthful account of the crime if caught on the way to surrender. Depending on the circumstances, it may be recognized as a surrender, but it needs to be judged in the light of the specific circumstances of the case.
Li Muyang actually answered in a serious manner?
He couldn't help but laugh out loud, his eyes glowing as he continued to knock down.
May I ask if a pregnant woman hitting someone is considered a gang assault?
Deduction of the sky, whether it constitutes a group beating depends on the number of participants. A pregnant woman does not constitute a group beating if she beats up a person alone, but may constitute the crime of mobbing if a number of people are involved in the fight at the same time.
Ha 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 ha. Li Muyang was completely taught. Not only did this AI answer flawlessly, but he even had some legal sense? Hey, something.
He rubbed his chin, a glint in his eye. Usually AIs are tested to death by these questions. After all, the logic is confusing and hard to categorize, but this one pushes the boundaries of the sky to actually answer them in a coherent way.
If that's really AI back there, it's a major breakthrough in artificial intelligence. But if it's a manual operation, hey, I guess it's a real person, no doubt.
At the thought, he smiled wickedly and knocked down a line.
Can I get an internal number?
I will experience the game well and write reports for you every day, so don't cheat me out of my money anymore. I've learned to stab acupuncture points with golden needles. You may not believe me when I say it, just like following the elderly Taijiquan and practicing divine power, I'm practically a miracle worker now. If you guys are missing an arm or a leg in the future, I'll help you cure it for free. As soon as the words left his mouth, he tapped send.
And the next thing you know, bang! The entire deducing heavenly chance interface directly blacked out and automatically shut down. Li Muyang. TCH, kinda stubborn.
Li Muyang skimmed his lips and casually leaned on the back of the chair, stretching leisurely. Don't regret it when one day this group of behind-the-scenes GMs is missing an arm or a leg and begs for his master Li's head.
Chapter 39, what are you looking at?
Xin Shuangli was still sitting in a coiled position and exhaling. The aura around her body was surging, and the dantian was like a black hole that was crazily absorbing the spiritual rhythms of heaven and earth.
The Chenkuan reclamation pill, an ancient divine medicine, could both mold the body and change one's destiny against the heavens.
But its medicinal power was too strong, and it needed time to slowly refine it. Li Muyang stared at her for a moment, and seeing that there was nothing unusual about her, he withdrew his gaze and boredly reopened the heavenly chance deduction.
How do I restore my spiritual roots?
This time, in a rare moment of seriousness, he typed in a slightly more normal question.
The two big problems on Xin Shuangli's body, dantian and spiritual roots. Now that the problem of dantian had been temporarily suppressed by the Chenkuan recreation pill, only the spiritual roots still did not have a suitable solution.
If the spiritual root could not be restored, then Shin Xuanli's cultivation future would still be full of ups and downs. The screen flickered slightly, and the heavenly chance deduction worked rapidly, and a moment later, a line of large, golden letters emerged.
The skywriting is finished. Spiritual roots cannot be repaired, but can be artificially planted.
The cultivation battle order has captured a glimpse of heaven for you, only need to recharge 12,888 to get 10,000 times rebate. There are super prizes for those who have reached Qi refining great perfection, middle foundation establishment, late foundation establishment, and foundation establishment great perfection.
When your realm reaches the foundation establishment great perfection, you will be granted an extreme mysterious spiritual root. Whether to open the cultivation war order of mid-refining Qi building foundation great perfection? Li Muyang. What the kind of broken system is this? Which handheld game did you copy exactly?
His face twitched in a meaty expression, the corners of his mouth jumping straight up.
That means, you can grow the spirit root, but you have to pay for it first, right? It's all or nothing, right?
He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself as he slowly tapped down a line.
I battle you damn.
Unfortunately, the screen would not respond to his anger and remained stubbornly lit up with that top-up option, as if silently mocking his poverty. Li Muyang frowned and tapped his finger on the desktop, still not dying.
Aren't there any other channels to obtain spiritual roots? Did I, Mr. Li, get my money from the wind? In the next second, the page changed slightly and a brand new interface popped up. System Love Shop. He subconsciously clicked in, and in an instant, a list of golden glittering lights came into view, with a dense variety of extremely high-quality spirit roots listed in it, each one encrusted with gold and carrying a price that made people shudder. In first place was a piece of spirit root with a turquoise blue light flowing through its body. Arcane Water Spirit Root, 19.99 million. Li Muyang. 1999 million? Is this something he can afford?
He stared blankly at the price, a sense of absurdity instantly welling up in his mind.
Do you think that even if someone is really willing to charge money, and he charges $19.99 million, he's still a human being? What was even more outrageous was that there was a row of even higher-end spirit roots below, with prices that were more outrageous than one another, and so many zeros that they were literally longer than his life. The bottom line is,
next to the Xian Shui spiritual root, there is also a small line of words.
Locked status, requires Yuaning realm to unlock purchasing privileges. Li Muyang? Can't even buy it, can you? Money doesn't even let you buy it, does it? Are you serious about this game?
Meh, turns out it wasn't intended to be kryptonite for spirit roots at all. He stared at the screen, surprisingly a little speechless for a moment.
Oh, what else is there to say? The corner of Li Muyang's mouth twitched as he let out a bitter smile. He kind of saw it completely now.
This dog system, from beginning to end, did not intend to allow players to take shortcuts. All the spiritual roots either rely on the cultivation war order slowly kryptonite, or cultivate to the Yuaning can only be bought, no matter which way, are forcing people to constantly smash money.
Does that make sense? Reasonable my ass. But the problem is, he pressed on with no other options.
Thinking that although this crap game was pitiful, it had at least unlocked his genetic lock by mistake and helped him awaken some kind of special ability.
Then, charge it. Isn't that 12,888?
Li Muyang gritted his teeth, his hand speedily clicked on the payment interface, entered his password, and with a press of his fingerprint,
the payment was successful. Another large sum of money evaporated from the account.
He collapsed on the couch, his eyes staring vacantly at the ceiling as if he had lost his soul. At this moment, he realized what true emptiness meant. That feeling is not only more violent than Sage Mode, but also more far-reaching than Sage Mode.
Woof! A faint bark came, hoarse and weak, as if it might breathe at any moment.
Li Muyang straightened up with slight surprise and pushed his wheelchair to the shoebox.
Little Noga is pretty tough. He looked down at the little husky in the shoebox. The little guy was obviously a little better than the dying look he had just had, at least he could barely move around. Although the wounds on its body were still hideous and gruesome, if one looked closely, one could see that it had healed a little more than before the bath, and the blood was no longer so harsh. I, Li, am truly a genius. This time, he used affirmations and his tone was full of pride. However, just after the words were said, Li Muyang couldn't help but shake his head again and smile to himself. It's a pity that life is not long. He was referring to the dog, which was dying when he first picked it up, and it was unknown how long it would last. However, he didn't notice that the little husky's turquoise blue canine pupils were staring at his neck with scarlet light flickering and killing intent surging. Eat him. Eat him and recover from your injuries. The beast's intuition told it that there was an unusually pure energy in the human in front of it, and if it could devour, it will surely recover its peak. What are you looking at? Li Muyang suddenly opened his mouth and stared wide-eyed with the little husky, his gaze so sharp that it seemed as if he could see through its thoughts. The moment he was stared at, the little husky stiffened for a moment, his vertical pupils violently narrowed, his originally fierce eyes instantly became crystal clear, like an innocent little puppy, his throat narrowed, and he let out a woof with his tail between his legs.
The bark was a little weak and fawning, almost like a child who had just been caught doing something bad.
Still not feeling well?
Li Muyang stroked his chin and pondered for a few seconds, then stood up and turned his back to it defenselessly, putting on an appearance of complete trust.
Chance.
The little husky's pupils suddenly shrunk, his back muscles violently tensed, the entire dog suddenly arched its body, its paws slightly trembling, and the scarlet color under its eyes reappeared.
Pounce on him. Tear him apart. Devour his essence blood. However, the moment it was about to pounce,
Li Muyang suddenly turned back. Holding a set of silver needles in his left hand, his right hand pinched the back of its neck with precision. The little husky's movements froze instantly, his turquoise blue eyes glazed over, and the whole dog was dumbfounded.
What? What? Damn. What did this damn human do? Why can't it move? This weak body quickly give this king to move. Chapter 40, another new kryptonite routine. You're quite a tosser, you little pup.
Li Muyang flicked his hand and mentioned the little husky to the sofa, taking a towel in his hand and wrapping it casually.
Hold still for a moment and give you a little more consolidation. He raised his hand and dropped the needle, aiming it at the little husky's acupoints with a light jab. Woo! The little husky's eyes instantly burst out, the originally agitated killing intent instantly extinguished, and the entire dog's body was completely unable to move as if the pause button had been pressed. Damn! Lowly human, how dare you wrap this king in a towel? Quickly let the king move. Li Muyang was completely unaware that he was in front of a ferocious beast that was suffocating to the point of almost blowing up, shaking his head and sighing while applying the needles. This thing is really good, even if I can't take it to zap people in the future with this technique, I can make a lot of money by opening a pet hospital. He paused, then casually ruffled the little husky's tail and looked down. Oh, male. The tone was calm and unruffled. Then grow up obediently, and then my father will personally spay you, so that you won't have to go hobnobbing on other little ES. Husky? What the are you talking about? Sterilization? The king? Outrageous. The little husky's pupils trembled madly, the wildness in his bloodline could hardly be suppressed, itching to take a bite out of this damned human in front of him right now. Eat him, must eat him. However, anger is anger. Li Muyang's hand rose and the needle fell, a few silver needles once again accurately pierced into its acupoints, and that familiar burning sensation once again surged into the body. The little husky's body shook, and his pupils contracted violently. What? What? It could feel that the injuries in its body were rapidly recovering. The pain, which had been tearing apart just a moment ago, was now actually easing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It froze. The counterattack that had been prepared for was hardened and stalled in midair. This human seems to have a use other than eating it? This silver needle seems to be able to heal wounds? It turns out that this era, there is actually the inheritor of the secret art of the golden needle? Interesting. Then wait for him to finish healing my king before you eat him. The golden needle technique will be the king's by then. Woof 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 woof. Your lover has finished absorbing the immortal product Shinkuan Rebuild Pill. A familiar game prompt popped up on the screen, just a few words, instantly revitalizing Li Muyang's spirit, a touch of joy crossing the bottom of his eyes. He kept moving his hands, pulling out the silver needles from the little husky's body in 3 or 2 strokes, and with a backhanded toss, the needles landed precisely into the shoebox. The shoebox flicked on the couch and the lid snapped shut, completely sealing the husky in. The little husky froze for a split second, then exploded. Asshole. The wound hasn't healed yet. Its 4 claws were frantically picking and pulling at the shoebox, its sharp claws scraping against the cardboard and making ear-piercing tearing sounds, yet this weak force was completely unable to shake Li Muyang's arrangement. Woof! The husky let out a snarl, and even though the sound was muffled by the shoebox, it still reeked of intense anger and resentment. Human, this king wants you dead. Li Muyang, however, ignored it all, his eyes firmly locked on the cell phone screen, completely immersed in the changes of the game. Status, meditation, Dantian generation in progress. Cultivation progress, 3,115 5,999 6 levels. Remaining life, 273 years. Favorability, 50 honorable. Seeing Shen Shuangli's lifespan rise to 273 years all of a sudden, Li Muyang couldn't help but feel relieved. Wow, this state is hot. He muttered, a satisfied smile curling the corners of his mouth. The game's time was synchronized with reality, meaning that as long as he continued to drop money, Shen Shuangli's lifespan would continue to grow, and she would be able to live for hundreds of years in this virtual world. And him? Even if his real self suddenly died one day, as long as the game account wasn't destroyed, Shen Shuangli would still survive in the game world, carrying his traces and carrying on in that world. His obsession will be carried for 100 years by a young girl made of data. It's like kryptonite suddenly doesn't feel like a loss. Assuming, of course, that the game company doesn't pull a fast one. Li Muyang remembered those games that are not moving to shut down the service, those players krypton tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars into the end in exchange for nothing more than a cold service closure notice, not even a decent compensation. To thank you for your support, we will give you $XX worth of superb equipment at so-and-so's new game. Oh, and what's with the best equipment? It's just a few strings of data that the game company generates on the fly at a cost of zero. It would have to be a legitimate scam for him to eat a cell phone live. The good thing is that the game never popped up that desperate rogue-like prompt. The final interpretation of this game belongs to the game company. Should be considered conscientious for the time being, right? Meanwhile, a mutation has occurred within the game. Shin Shuangli in the screen was still sitting on her knees, her breath long, yet the gusty wind outside the cave had stopped, and it was as if the aura of heaven and earth was converging on her. Li Muyang's gaze slightly condensed and saw that there was a splash of golden points of light emerging from the surroundings of Shin Shuangli. Those points of light were at first sparse like morning dewdrops and then rapidly expanded, like some kind of mysterious plant was breaking through the ground and sprouting. Tiny golden shoots drilled out of the ground, growing continuously with Shin Shuangli as the center, and in a moment had already covered the entire cave. What surprised Li Muyang even more was that on those golden shoots, they actually began to bear flower bones, as if something extraordinary was about to be born. There's something about this scene. He was pondering over it, when suddenly, a brand new prompt popped up on the game interface. Shin Shuangli enters the final stage of the newborn Dantian. The first grade Dantian is prone to cause prying eyes from all directions. Is it rechargeable 88 for Shin Shuangli's protection? Li Muyang stared at the line in the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Another new kryptonite routine? He was well aware of the urbane nature of these types of games, and a setting like this, where you must die if you don't give money at critical moments, was simply a pseudo-choice, ostensibly letting you make your own decisions, but in reality, not charging money was tantamount to cultivating for nothing. The first grade of Dantian, peeping from all directions. Who would believe that there are really 4 parties spying on us? The game is made by the developers, the data is controlled by them, a background code can arrange the plot direction. Really someone jumped out to rob, then it must be that accident they wrote to death, forcing you to have to charge. If you don't have Krypton, then Shin Shuangli will definitely be targeted by some mysterious old monster and will be deprived of her Dantian, her cultivation will be completely lost, and even her character may die. Li Muyang had seen a lot. Luckily, it's just $88, which is acceptable. Li Muyang didn't even lift his eyelids, his fingers moved, and he directly clicked down to recharge. The interface on the screen shimmered slightly, and golden fonts surfaced with a glow. Protection method has been opened. Please choose your protection method. Limited time special, only this time, opportunity not to be lost. Li Muyang, $. Chapter 41, Trying to Set Me Up? Dream on. Supreme Protector Immortal King's Descent 98888 once, summon the Immortal King's detachment to guard, all laws will not be invaded, all evils will retreat, and the rules of heaven and earth will be shaken. Divine Beast Protector Kirin subdues domain once in 48,888. The Divine Beast Kirin descended into the world, stepping on the void and burning evil with heavenly fire to protect Shin Shuangli from intrusion. Rune Dao Protector Thunderbolt 188881 once, summon the 9 heavens thunder punishment charm. Divine thunder descends from the heavens, and anyone who dares to come near is incinerated by the thunder. Ordinary Protector Golden Light of the Sky 1888 times. The sword formation of the sky combined with the Golden Light amulet can be used for both defense and counterattack, enough to ward off most prying eyes. Basic Protector Wind and Thunder Guardian 688 once, laying a wind and thunder boundary with 3 purple thunder evil suppressor talismans to provide basic defense against general interference. Lowest level Protector Aura Barrier 188 once, summons an aura barrier with an additional spirit suppressor talisman attached, but may not be able to completely defend against outside prying eyes. Li Muyang stared at the wide array of options, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He realized that the $88 that he had just charged was not the cost of the protection, but the entrance fee. You can't even qualify for kryptonite without paying that $88. What a departure. He couldn't help but think of those old school online games that first let you buy a membership, and after you bought the membership, you found that you still had to buy a battle order, and after you bought the battle order, you found that the strongest equipment had to be bought separately, and when you bought everything, you would still be told, oh yeah, these are just the basic configurations, and we also have a supreme gift pack, which is limited to a limited time, so do you want to come to one? This forced game already feels that way. Li Muyang couldn't help but hold his forehead, feeling that he was really naive. He quickly calmed down, though, and revisited the pile of options. Don't panic, let me use my years of gaming experience to judge. The tiered prices of these protection packages were obviously gimmicks for the Kryptonians, but in essence, as long as the options appeared on the interface, it meant that all of them could help Shin Shuangli successfully tide over her difficulties. So, the most expensive ones are not must-haves, they are just for the landed gentry to show off. He could even imagine that after the game officially opened, a certain super Kryptonian chose the Immortal King's descent to protect the law, and all the players were shocked, and the whole sky of the game world changed color, with a golden light, and the players looked up. Wow, a certain Big Brother's love affair was breaking through. While ordinary players silently choose the most basic protection package, low-key and pragmatic, no cool special effects or full-screen announcements, but the same can be successfully through this robbery. But
He narrowed his eyes, swept the cheapest aura barrier guardian, and already had the next script in his head. Your aura barrier has been impacted by a strong enemy and has only 5% durability left. Does it recharge with 666 to replenish energy? Oh, it should be a trap. The cheapest is often the most pitiful. Playing this kind of set of game companies he has seen a lot, the old and young people.
Trying to trick me into charging a second time? You've got to be kidding me.
Li Muyang sneered and directly ordered 688 basic protector wind and thunder guardian.
688, isn't that the price of the original batch of 10? Not expensive at all. Kryptonite.
In the next second, the cell phone screen snapped to life, and the game interface changed abruptly. The aura around Shen Shuangli fluctuated violently, a purple-golden runic boundary appeared faintly in the air, the surrounding wind and snow were instantly bounced away, a purple thunder wandered above the boundary, and between the thunder arcs jumping, the air was filled with a scorching breath. Li Muyang nodded in satisfaction.
That's the most sensible investment. It's not like he's a cutie.
Spending over $100,000 on a fancy fairy king protector, making it so the whole game knows he's on kryptonite.
Heh, this game company is still young. He grunted lightly, surely a monster attack is next?
Li Muyang clasped his hands to his chest, already knowing the progress of the game like the back of his hand.
At this moment, Shen Shuangli's Dantian recasting had entered the final stage, and the progress bar came to 90%. Xian Yuan Realm, Lu Yun Mountain.
The night was as dark as ink, the mass graves were littered with corpses and bones, and the smell of decay permeated the mountains and fields. Suddenly, a scarlet blood mist swept along the night wind, writhing in the air as if it were a living thing, slowly coalescing into a human form.
Jia Jia Jia.
A sorrowful and strange laugh rang out, and the blood mist dispersed, revealing a withered old man clad in a blood robe. His skin was dark red, as if dried plasma had solidified on the surface of his body, and his eyes were deep and lightless, but a touch of bloodthirsty fervor faintly surfaced.
Bloodthirsty old man, descend.
He sniffed the air greedily, the corners of his mouth slowly curving into a grimace.
This flavor. He took a deep breath and the red light in his eyes skyrocketed. The aura of the Dantian. Surprisingly, it's an absolute quality Dantian. The bloodshed old ancestor's eyes became frenzied and greedy, his divine sense spreading rapidly to capture the strands of lingering aura fluctuations in the air. Unbelievable. In this era, there are actually people who can condense a Jiaping Dantian?
He licked his dry, cracked lips and a low murmur escaped his throat.
Then that mysterious spirit fruit is really the Qinkuan reclamation Dan. Ha ha ha. The heavens have helped me. Absolute quality Dantian plus Taiyin Dao body, this kind of supreme qualification, if it is taken over by me. Ha ha ha. I will be able to completely transcend. The maniacal laughter echoed in the darkness like the cries of ghosts and wolves. Come out. Bloodbath puppet. The bloodshed old ancestor waved his hand violently, and large beads of scarlet blood flew out from between his sleeve robes and landed in the dirt of the mass grave. Poof. 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 Beads of blood seeped into the land, and a set of bloodthirsty puppets with black bodies and scarlet eyes drilled out of the dirt, clad in tattered corpse cloths, with bloodthirsty glows burning in their eyes as they hissed with open teeth and claws. These puppets had no facial features, only vague humanoid outlines, and exuded a strong bloody odor. Go! Find me the holder of that Jiaping Dantian. At the order of the blood fiend old ancestor, hundreds of blood fiend puppets spread out in all directions like a tidal wave, and they landed on all fours, sniffing at the remnants of spiritual energy in the air, and ran furiously all the way along the scent that had escaped from Shen Shuangli's breakthrough. At the same time, Lu Yuxuan, a disciple of the Wuji sect, had also arrived at Lu Yun Mountain with a group of people. They had been ordered to come to investigate the visions of the flowing cloud mountain, but they didn't expect to detect a strong devil sect aura just as they stepped into the foot of the mountain. Everyone be on alert. There are people from the devil sect. Lu Yuxuan's gaze was stern, holding a long sword, with several fellow disciples following behind him. Was the devil sect also attracted by the divine elixir vision? Harsh hissing suddenly came from all directions, and a heavy scent of blood filled the air. Watch out. It's a blood fury puppet. Lu Yuxuan's face changed. As the best of the new generation of disciples, he was quite experienced. Kill. The disciples of the Wuji sect drew their swords to meet the enemy, their sword lights crisscrossed across the room as they fought with the blood fiend puppets. Chapter 42, each with his own agenda. As the most outstanding of the Wuji sect's new disciples, Lu Yuxuan had long been at the peak of foundation establishment, and his battle prowess was close to that of a Jindan. His stance was fluttering, each sword was precise and incomparable, and between his sword chi, he continuously cut down the incoming blood fiend puppets. However, as a blood fiend ancestor at the god transformation stage, even a blood puppet thrown out casually was not something that a small cultivator at the foundation establishment stage could deal with. Bang! 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 A head of blood puppets had its limbs chopped off, but it was still frantically pouncing and biting, and even after being split in half, it was still struggling and trying to tear into the disciples of the Wuji sect. Senior! Help me! Miserable screams rose and fell as the disciples of the Wuji sect began to lose their support.
A hint of anxiety appeared in Lu Yuxuan's eyes. He knew that this group of bloodthirsty puppets were just cannon fodder and the real enemy had yet to show up. As expected, right after he killed the 7th blood golem, a cold laughter suddenly came from the darkness of the hillock. Jia Jia Jia. Junior of the Wuji sect, to be able to block so many blood puppets, he has some skills. Lu Yuxuan snapped his head up, and he saw the bloodshed old ancestor standing with his arms folded on a distant hillside, his gaze coldly watching them.
The god of transformation?
It's the bloodshed old ancestor.
Lu Yuxuan's heart sank.
Why would the bloodshed ancestor of the god transformation stage appear here? Let me see what else you're capable of. The bloodshed old ancestor waved his hand violently, and a high-level bloodshed puppet clad in blood armor suddenly descended.
Boom!
Berserk breath swept around, the head of the blood fury puppet holding a long knife, the blade was burning a strange blood flame, a knife chopped down, the void was actually torn apart. Lu Yuxuan resisted with all his might, his sword chi stirring. However, in just a few rounds, his sword was scorched by the blood flames and cracked open, and his entire person was shaken back a few feet, with a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth.
Senior brother.
The remaining Wuji sect disciple's face turned pale as despair arose in his heart.
Lu Yuxuan knew that he was powerless. This was simply not an enemy that they could fight against.
The blood fiend ancestor hadn't even made a move yet, just some cannon fodder blood puppets would have wiped out their entire army. Lu Yuxuan's heart sank as he knew that he could no longer support himself. He gritted his teeth and pulled out a summoning jade slip from his pocket, quickly injecting it with spiritual energy. Patriarch, there is a change in Luyun Mountain, the bloodshed old ancestor has appeared, and the disciples
are afraid that they will not be able to survive.
Lu Yuxuan finished speaking in a low voice and violently crushed the jade slip. The jade slip turned into a stream of light and shot up into the sky, flying in the direction of the Wuji sect. The moment the jade sketch flew out, a high-level blood puppet lunged at him. Lu Yuxuan swung his sword as hard as he could to fend it off, but he was shaken by a huge force and flew backwards, falling heavily to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the sword in his hand broke into two.
Senior brother.
Several chi practicing stage disciples cried out in alarm and tried to go forward to rescue them, but they were surrounded by other blood puppets. Lu Yuxuan lifted his head with difficulty and looked at the figure of the bloodshed old ancestor in the distance, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger.
He knew that there was nothing he could do about it. The Wuji sect won't let you go. The next second. Pust.
Bloodlight flashed as Lu Yuxuan's body stiffened and his chest was pierced through by the blood fiend puppet's blade as blood gushed out. He slowly bowed his head, a flash of resignation in his eyes.
Well. Lu Yuxuan's figure collapsed with a bang, his breath dissipating. So far, the disciples of the Wuji sect, all destroyed. The bloodshed old ancestor stood high above, coldly watching all of this, the corners of his mouth raised in a cruel smile. Griffins and ants, how dare they come to spoil old me? How can the people of the Wuji sect orthodoxy deal with Lao Fu?
He waved his hand and the blood puppets continued to search deeper into the mountain. The bloodshed old ancestor's gaze was cast into the distance, a greedy glint in his eyes. Shin Shuangli, you can't escape.
The Jade Dantian and the Taiyin Dao body will all belong to Lao Fu.
The blood fiend elder ancestor stood at the mountainside of the flowing cloud mountain, and the blood puppets scattered and searched in all directions, the bloody aura permeating the entire mountain forest. However, just as he was about to continue deeper, a powerful demonic aura suddenly approached from afar, carrying a palpitating sense of oppression. The bloodshed old ancestor frowned, his scarlet eyes narrowing slightly as he looked in the direction where the demonic aura was coming from. One could only see a huge black bear stepping out from the depths of the mountain forest with heavy steps, its body as large as a small mountain, its black fur glittering with a dark light, and a pair of scarlet eyes staring dead on at the bloodshed old ancestor. It was none other than the great demon of transformation, the Xianin Darkly Bear. Bloodshed old ancestor, you've crossed the line.
The Xianin Dark Leaving Bear's voice was low and hoarse, carrying an unquestionable majesty. This is this king's territory. Are you trying to provoke this king by bringing these filthy blood puppets here?
The bloodshed old ancestor let out a cold laugh, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Xianin Dark Leaving Bear, the old man came here today to find only one person. It has nothing to do with you.
If you are sensible, don't mind your own business.
The Xianin Darkly Bear let out a low roar, anger in his voice, unbridled.
You think this king will be afraid of you?
The bloodshed old ancestor's gaze swept over the Xianin Dark Departure Bear, suddenly noticing that its breath was a little unstable, and its body still carried unhealed injuries.
The corner of his mouth raised in an evil smile. Oh? It seems that you are not lightly injured. I'm afraid that the current you is not a match for the old man, right?
A trace of scorn flashed in the Xianin Dark Departure Bear's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. Even if I'm injured, this king can still make you pay. The bloodshed elder ancestor waved his hand, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Why bother?
You and I are both at the God Transformation realm. Why fight over a junior? How about this? You back off for now. When I get what I want, I'll share some of the rest of the goodies with you. How about it? You don't have to put in any effort to get something out of it, so why not?
The Xianin Dark Leaving Bear was silent for a moment, and a hint of thought flashed through his scarlet eyes.
Although it was a demonic beast, its spiritual wisdom had already opened up, so it naturally understood that bloodshed old ancestor's proposal was not unreasonable. What's more, it was indeed injured, and it might not be able to gain an advantage in a hard fight with the bloodshed ancestor. Good, this king will trust you for the time being. The Xianing Darkly Bear let out a low roar and slowly backed away, but if you dare to play tricks, this king will make you pay the price. The bloodshed elder ancestor smiled faintly, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. Don't worry, I'll do what I say I'm going to do. The bloodshed old ancestor looked at the departing back of the Xianing Dark Departure Bear and laughed coldly in his heart. Foolish bastard, I'll come back to clean you up after I seize the Jade Dantian and the Tai Yin Dao body. The corpse of a transformation spirit great demon is a rare material for refining weapons. The Xianing Dark Bear slowly hid into the mountains and forests, and in his heart, he was also making calculations. Bloodshed old ancestor, do you think that this king will believe you? Before that the divine elixir was hidden by the great powers, even this king cannot detect. You go to find the divine elixir, you are bound to pay the price. When you and the person behind it are both defeated, this king will then step in and reap the benefits. Blood Fiend Old Ancestor, Xianing Darkly Bear, Jie. Chapter 43, Stand back, I'm going to start playing hard to get. Inside the cave, the heaven and earth's spiritual charms surrounded, and the air was filled with a faint golden light, as peaceful and quiet as a fairyland. Shen Shuangli sat cross-legged, her long eyelashes lightly trembling as she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze fell within herself. The once broken Dantian had been remodeled, but its form was beyond her knowledge. A golden lotus platform floated in the core of her Dantian. The lotus platform slowly rotated, foggy green light flowed on it. Each lotus leaf was like heaven and earth were self-generated, translucent and mysterious, and the lotus leaves were even engraved with arcane great Tao scriptures, mysterious and incomparable. Shen Shuangli's heartbeat almost stopped as she murmured in shock. This is actually my new Dantian? Her mind was immersed in it, feeling the subtleties of the lotus Dantian. The scripture seemed to contain endless Tao rhythms, and every time it rotated, there was an invisible force that merged with heaven and earth, pulling the surrounding spiritual chi to pour in on its own, forming a natural great circumferential cycle. What kind of Dantian is this? Unheard of, unseen. Although Shen Shuangli had never really seen a top-quality Dantian, she had spent many years reading ancient books in the Tibetan scripture cabinet and knew that what ancient cultivators valued most was not the spiritual root, but the Dantian grade. A first-grade Dantian was already a symbol of a supreme celestial pride, while a supreme Dantian was even more of a legendary existence, and only a very few supreme powerhouses who spent endless heavenly materials and treasures might be able to promote a first-grade Dantian to the realm of the supreme grade. But her Dantian, it was condensed by herself. Shen Shuangli's breath caught and her gaze was filled with disbelief. Senior he. What kind of elixir did he give me? Her eyes wandered and she looked around, startled to find. Within the small cave world, golden lotuses were actually blooming at this moment. Each golden lotus flickered with a peaceful divine radiance, releasing a continuous life force that made the entire space look sacred and solemn. Shen Shuangli opened her mouth slightly, her eyes showing a blank expression. She didn't even have a place to land. Originally, the heavenly favor of restoring her Dantian alone would have been beyond her repayment, but now her predecessor had directly sent her an unimaginable opportunity. Shen Shuangli's mood was complicated to the extreme, and she even wanted to cry a little. However, Jia. Sure enough, it's a superb Dantian. Old Mi's chance has arrived. A pale and cold maniacal laughter violently exploded outside the cave sky. Shen Shuangli raised her head violently and looked out through the hole, only to see a tumbling blood cloud slowly approaching under the dark night. In the midst of the blood clouds, the monstrous devil fiendish chi surged, and a blurry figure stood in it, its scarlet pupils seeming to be able to tear apart the heavens and the earth, transmitting endless bloodlust and greed. It's the bloodshed old man. Shen Shuangli's face changed drastically, and a chill ran through her heart. As a core disciple of the Flowing Cloud Sword sect, she was well aware of the terror of the bloodshed elder ancestor. This person was a great demonic cultivator at the God Transformation realm, cultivating the bloodshed soul refining technique, specializing in devouring cultivators' divine souls and essence blood in order to repair his own Tao foundation. Her gaze instantly intensified. He was coming for his Dantian. Elder, there's a great cultivator of the devil sect staring at us, run quickly. Frost Glaze will help you stall for time. Shen Shuangli's heart was burning with anxiety, and without thinking, she immediately opened her mouth. The senior in her heart was mysterious and unpredictable, refining pills that could be described as heaven-defying, but in her perception, the senior might not be the bloodshed ancestor's rival. The God Realm Demon Cultivator was an extremely terrifying existence, even in the entire Qian Yuan realm. As long as he himself delayed for a while, his predecessor would have enough time to escape. As long as he offered himself voluntarily, the bloodshed ancestor might not continue to hunt down senior. A flicker of determination flashed in her eyes. However, run? Gigi. The bloodshed ancestor's laughter was piercing and eerie, carrying a bone-chilling chill. Today, none of you can escape. Be a good boy and become the cornerstone of old man's ascent to the great Tao. Elder, run away. Qin Shuangli held the broken sword and resolutely stepped out of the cave. Boom! However, the moment she was about to rush out, a soft force appeared out of nowhere and actually bounced her straight back. Qin Shuangli froze and turned back violently. The lights were dim. Li Muyang sat on the bed, holding down the map with one hand and holding the transmitting note with the other, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up in a meaningful arc. On the map, a large, big red dot was clearly marked beyond the cave. Bloodshed Elder? Ha! Li Muyang narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous glint rose under his eyes. He stretched lazily, his fingers gently rubbing the transmission note as he whispered. Little ally, back off. Be a good boy and go to bed and tuck in. My father. It's time to start pretending. Of course, the voice in the transmissions is a very different version. No harm done. District grills. This honored one can be killed at will. Inside the cave, Qin Shuangli's delicate body shook violently when she heard these words. That gentle and indifferent voice was permeated with an absolute confidence that looked out of the corner of the eye. She looked into the void in shock as countless images flashed through her mind. Senior, could it be that he is the Rael? The bloodshed old ancestor had yet to realize that his time to die had come. Guardianship begins. You can manipulate formations and talismans at will. The moment he saw this tip, the smile on Li Muyang's face gradually became twisted and excited. As a kryptonite player, wasn't this the moment he was waiting for? Facing a strong enemy, directly crushing them and using the power of money to make them despair. He slid his finger across the screen and gave the order without hesitation. Wind and Thunder Guardian formation, there's no need to hide it, burst it up for my father. Qianyuan Realm, Lu Yun Mountain. A majestic proclamation rang out over the cave. Wind and Thunder Guardian formation, activate. Buzz. The aura between heaven and earth was suddenly disorganized, and from the bloodshed old ancestor's perspective, flowing purple formations began to surface on the ground within a 100-mile radius of the cave, as if the earth itself had awakened, and vast storms of thunder gushed out from the formation runes, intertwining to form a huge field of wind and thunder, which firmly encircled him. What the hell? The pupils of the blood fiend old ancestor contracted violently, his figure hidden in the thick blood aura, revealing only a pair of scarlet eyes. He felt a sense of threat rise from the bottom of his heart, not strong, but it made him instinctively wary. As a devil cultivator who was cautious to the extreme, he was able to escape for many years under the siege of the righteous cultivators and survive countless desperate situations, relying on extreme caution. In the past, as long as there is a hint of threat, he will never love to fight, and has long fled. But today is different. The temptation was too great today. The absolute best Dantian. As long as he could seize that body that was born with a perfect Dantian, his bottleneck would cease to exist, and even dispersing his power and recultivating would allow him to embark on a whole new path to the top. Now that the aura of the Qianyuan realm was weakening, relying on heavenly treasures alone could no longer help him break through, and he needed a more extreme approach. Riches in riches. Fight him. Chapter 44. The left side draws a dragon with me. The bloodshed old ancestor's gaze was grim, and his voice came out from the rolling blood chi. Humph. A mere formation, and you're trying to stop me? Boom. The blood chi surged, like a monstrous river and sea, a huge blood-colored demonic palm fiercely probed out from the blood chi, soaring against the wind, instantly expanding to several zhang in size, carrying a titanic momentum to fiercely shoot towards the top of the cave. The flying sand around the cave tumbled and roared under the impact of the terrifying blood chi, the nearby grasses and trees lowered and trembled, and the air seemed to have been corroded, emitting a strong bloody scent. Inside the cave, Qin Shuangli's heart suddenly tightened and her face turned pale. She only felt a morose coldness rushing straight to her heart, pressurizing her to the point that her breathing became difficult. Bang! The devil's palm slapped heavily on top of the grand formation. The runes flashed crazily, the formation shook violently, and for a time, lightning splashed and storms roared, yet the formation, surprisingly, did not shatter. The bloodshed old ancestor's pupils shrunk as he cursed in his heart that it was not good. On the other hand, Li Muyang, who was staring at his cell phone, also shuddered violently and almost threw the phone out. He hurriedly lowered the volume and exclaimed, I Lua Bean. Stinky old man does not speak martial arts. He was still studying how to drive the formation, and then the boss slapped him up? Then I'll give you a few immortal thunderfire talismans first. Li Muyang's eyes were ruthless, his finger frantically clicked on the screen, and the talismans inside the cave were instantly activated, and several streams of light shot out. 3 thunderfire talismans broke through the air and flew out, heading straight for the clouds of rolling blood chi. The bloodshed elder ancestor snorted coldly and did not place the district's 3 talismans in his eyes. His eyes were still fixed on the wind and thunder guardian formation. This big formation actually ate his full strength palm and did not break, so it was evident that the grade was extremely high. The bloodshed old ancestor's heart was heavy. Walking in the Qianyuan realm, the one he was most unwilling to mess with was indeed still a formation master. Unfortunately, he had no choice. The bloodshed old ancestor's eyes were grim as he flipped his palm over, his second palm already poised to strike. Boom! Blood chi condensed in his palm, and this time, he no longer had any reservations, and he pushed the blood cloud palm with all his might.
Earth rank lower grade technique Blood Cloud Palm. This palm strike was sure to hit, and it was able to corrode spiritual energy. Once struck, the enemy's aura would be constantly devoured, and their fighting strength would only get weaker. Even in the face of a formation, it could be somewhat weakened. However, just as he was about to slap the second palm, the talisman, it's here. The 3 Thunder Fire talismans suddenly exploded with golden light. Boom! The power of thunder transformed into monstrous flames, instantly engulfing the bloodshed ancestor's blood cloud. The berserk lightning was like divine punishment. The thunder and fire intertwined into a terrifying thunder domain that exploded around him, searing his blood chi barrier. The crackling lightning raged, and the blood clouds instantly disintegrated. An unspeakably intense pain erupted from within the bloodshed old ancestor's body, and his pupils suddenly shrunk, his heart beating wildly as he was violently alarmed that it was not good.
Something's not right. This is an immortal grade talisman. But already, it was too late.
At this moment, Li Muyang stared at the cell phone screen, the bottom of his eyes flashing with excitement.
He finally figured out how the broken formation was driven.
The virtual keyboard that popped up on the screen was constantly refreshing, with new combinations of English and Chinese appearing every second, and his task was to quickly strike the correct keys in order, and every time he typed correctly, the formation would inspire a thunderstorm attack.
Isn't this child's play for me, Li?
If he were to put it in the past, he would not be so confident. After all, he used to play audio games when he was bored at home, and his hand speed was just that. But since he learned how to zap needles, his hands were fast and steady. Not to mention ordinary players, even if they were professionals, he dared to arm wrestle. Now that he was facing this formation manipulation, Li Muyang was simply like a fish out of water.
Pop pop pop.
Fingers like a storm on the screen wildly point, fingertip stumps flying, as if with the keyboard into one, and even comfortable humming a song.
All movements must be in unison with me. Boom!
The bloodshed old ancestor, who had just hardened himself against the immortal thunder and fire talisman to barely stabilize his body, hadn't even had time to catch his breath when he was hit head-on by a thunderstorm, and the lightning struck so hard that the blood chi on his body bleeped and exploded, revealing a few pieces of charred and blackened sash.
Cough! The bloodshed elder ancestor's face was grim as his hands formed seals and his blood chi regrouped. But before he could stabilize his position, Li Muyang's hand speed went to the next level. Come on! Draw a dragon with me on the left. Boom! Rumble! Pooh!
The blood fiend old ancestor spewed out a mouthful of charred blood as his protective blood cloud was completely torn apart, revealing a wrinkled yet still hideous face.
Draw a rainbow on your right. Crackle! Rumble!
The thunderstorm bombarded wildly, purple thunder arcs crisscrossed in the formation space, like heavenly punishment descending, so dense that it seemed like an uninterrupted thunderstorm, ruthlessly pouring down towards the bloodshed old ancestor.
Ow!
The bloodthirsty old man screamed miserably, his body has been scorched black, the original flowing white hair was split to fluffy explosion, as if a wind-messy dandelion. His devilish black robe had long been torn and tattered, barely hanging onto his body, and he looked extremely wretched.
Enough! I want you dead. For over 500 years. He had never been so humiliated.
The bloodshed old ancestor's eyes were crimson with rage. He no longer evaded, his body instantly rose up into the air and arrived at the top of the cave, his ebony and withered hands fiercely pressing forward.
Boom! The blood chi that covered the sky and the earth surged madly, and in the blink of an eye, a hideous and terrifying phantom coalesced behind him, which had a green face and fangs, and a bloody mouth that opened, pressing forward in vain along with the bloodshed elder ancestor's movements, as if it was going to devour the heaven and the earth. At this moment, the entire wind and thunder guardian formation began to tremble violently, and the originally solid thunder boundary crumbled inch by inch under the terrifying pressure, with the runes flickering erratically as if they would shatter at any moment. Yo, holy, the boss went into stage 3 and opened up?
Li Muyang blinked and looked at the boss blood bar on the screen. There was still 1/3 left. Sure enough, according to the game routine, this time the boss must be launching its final form. However, this boss can indeed be with skills so drawn out. He wasn't flustered at all, and even leisurely admired the boss's special effects. It's a game, after all. If he buys the package, he's sure to pass.
Games, if you can't pass the level with kryptonite, who wants to kryptonite? Come on, let's see what you've got.
Li Muyang's finger gently tapped down the screen, and the corner of his lips raised a teasing smile. Inside the cave, Shen Shuangli sat cross-legged, surrounded by a faint layer of golden light. That was the power of the protective array protecting her. However, her heart could not be calmed. Her gaze could vaguely see the interplay of thunder and blood light outside through the gap in the cave, and a deafening roar came from her ears.
Dharma phase condensation, coordinated attack.
Bloodshed old ancestor has reached the peak of the transformation god. Shen Shuangli murmured in a low voice, her eyes filled with worry.
Chapter 45, I'm up, straight seconds.
Shen Shuangli's fingers pinching the hem of her coat turned slightly white, her heart anxious. She couldn't help but raise her head and reminded in a loud voice into the void, Senior, demonic cultivators are cunning, be careful if the other party has any hidden cards.
A devil sect expert like Bloodshed Ancestor would never be easily defeated.
Since the other party dared to come, they must have something to rely on. However, Xin Shuangli also understood that she could not help at all at this moment. The senior had already made a move, so if she rushed out, she would only become a liability. She could only hide in the cave, silently praying that her predecessor would not be injured. If senior hadn't repaired my dantian for me, how could I have attracted such a demonic expert? Xin Shuangli lowered her head, a trace of guilt and self-reproach flashing in her eyes. Her fingers clenched the hem of her coat, knuckles white with exertion. She recalled the death of her parents and the destruction of the clan, and those images were as deep in her memory as a knife carving. The seed of vengeance had been planted in her heart for a long time, only she had been powerless to realize it. And after escaping from death and being saved by Li Muyan, there was an additional gratitude and dependence in her heart. If I were stronger, how would I be hiding in a corner like a mouse, watching senior take risks but not being able to do anything? Her voice had a catch in it, and tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly kept them from falling. Xin Shuangli's heart was filled with a sense of powerlessness, but more than that, it was a strong desire, the desire to become stronger. She didn't want to be a burden to others anymore, didn't want to watch the people she held dear fight for her. She was going to be strong, strong enough to guard everything she held dear. Heaven is unforgiving, and strength is needed all the time if you want to guard all that you hold dear. Xin Shuangli clenched her teeth, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. A belief in becoming stronger was taking root in her heart. She raised her head, her gaze looking through the gap in the cave to the fierce battle outside. Thunder and blood light intertwined as if heaven and earth were trembling. Her heart silently vowed, "Elder, when I become stronger, I will never let you face such danger alone again." Boo! The wind and thunder guardian formation finally couldn't hold up under the bloodshed old ancestors' frantic attacks and shattered with a loud bang. The purple formation text crumbled in all directions like shattered glass, turning into bits of spiritual light that dissipated into the air. The blood fiend old ancestor was suspended at the top of the cave, his eyes as scarlet as blood. The blood sea Rakshasa Dharma behind him was hideous and ghastly, and it was as if there were endless grievous souls wailing between the blood mists. Jia jia jia. What other skills are there? The bloodshed old ancestor laughed maniacally, his voice was like a demonic sound piercing through the ears. His Dharma phase waved his big hand and crushed all the talismans that flew. The exploding thunder and fire was like scratching an itch in front of the Dharma phase, it couldn't shake him in the slightest. The old me has been practicing hard for 500 years, condensing the blood sea Rakshasa Dharma, living and dying, the sea of blood waves to the sky. So what if your formation is more subtle? In the end, it's just the struggle of a mole cricket. The bloodshed old ancestor's voice echoed through the mountains like thunder, carrying an unbeatable arrogance. However, just as he was getting complacent, an icy cold snort came from the cave. Yes? The bloodshed old ancestor's laughter came to an abrupt end, his scarlet eyes narrowing slightly as he looked warily in the direction of the cave. At the same time, Li Muyang's finger slid quickly on the screen, offering up the only one included in the 688 package, which was obviously a plot prop, the Purple Thunder Evil Suppressor Talisman. With the activation of the talisman, the dim night sky suddenly changed color, and the originally pitch-black sky was flooded with a layer of rust-red light, as if the heavens and earth were dyed with a layer of blood. The ink clouds were like waves, churning and rushing, and the purple thunder was like a sword, tearing through the sky. The entire sky seemed to have turned into a huge whirlpool, with thunder clouds spinning crazily in it, emitting a low rumbling sound. The Purple Thunder Evil Suppressor Talisman floated between the clouds, hidden from view, and deep within the clouds, a thick force was condensing. Its might is like an abyss, its power is like a torrent. The aura of heaven and earth became furious, as if the entire world was trembling with this power. The bloodshed old ancestor raised his head to look at the sky, chills running down his spine, and an ominous premonition arose vaguely in his heart. His blood sea Rakshasa Dharma phase also trembled slightly at this moment, as if it felt the pressure from heaven and earth. What is this? The bloodshed old ancestor's voice carried a hint of trembling, and his scarlet eyes stared deathly at the thunderclouds in the sky. Inside the Woji sect, all the cultivators looked up at the sky, their hearts and minds shaking. They had never seen such a terrifying celestial phenomenon before, as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse. Within the Luyun mountain, those originally muddled blood puppets suddenly seemed to have a spirit, howling and turning their heads to run, wanting to escape the area covered by the thunderclouds. Even the Xianin Dark Departure Bear, who was originally prepared to sneak out, was shocked, clutching his own head as he hurriedly rolled back over the ruins of the Flowing Cloud Sword sect, utilizing the remaining power of the ruins to protect himself. Li Muyang followed the game's requirements, his fingers flew across the screen tracing the strokes on the talisman. As he moved, the thunderclouds in the sky became more and more violent, and the power of the Purple Thunder Evil Suppressor Talisman completely exploded. The heavenly might is terrifying, if we don't leave again we will surely die. The alarm bells went off in the bloodshed old ancestor's heart, and he could no longer care about the Jade Dantian and Taiyin Dao body. He didn't even look at Xin Shuangli in the cave and turned around to flee. However, the very moment he rose to his feet. Rumble! The heavens and earth roared as a thunder dragon descended from the sky, cracking the air and shocking all the rocks in the cave. The bloodshed old ancestor only had time to raise his head before he saw the thunder dragon speeding down like a fierce beast, cutting through the sky like lightning, the electric light illuminating the entire cave as if it was going to tear the entire heaven and earth apart. No! The bloodshed elder ancestor let out a mournful scream, and the blood sea Rakshasa Dharma phase instantly collapsed in the light of the thunder, dissipating into a mist of blood.
His body was engulfed by the lightning and he didn't even have a chance to fight back. In an instant, the ground shook, and the entire flowing cloud mountain trembled in the thunderous light. Li Muyan looked at the cell phone screen. The blood bar of the boss, the bloodthirsty ancestor, was instantly cleared and turned into a grayish darkness. He blew on his fingers, a smug smile lifting the corners of his mouth. Gee, that doesn't work either, looking awesome. I'm up, straight seconds, what's the catch?
Inside the Wuji sect, Taoist Xianxiao stood in front of the sect's main hall, cupping the jade slip sent by Lu Yuxuan in his hand, his face so gloomy that it could almost drip water. The information in the jade slip made him furious. The bloodshed old ancestor had actually appeared at Mount Luyun and had massacred the disciples of the Wuji sect.
Bloodshed old ancestor, you seek death. Taoist Xianxiao let out a low growl, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He was preparing to move to Mount Luyun to personally kill this devil and avenge his disciples. However, the moment he took a step, a violent aura fluctuation suddenly came from the distant sky. Taoist Xianxiao snapped his head up, only to see an abnormal celestial phenomenon in the direction of Mount Luyun, with dark clouds and flashes of thunder, as if the heavens and earth were trembling with some sort of power. His divine sense keenly captured the terrifying pressure, and his heart was shaken. Is this heavenly thunder? Chapter 46, Searching for a Higher Power. Taoist Xuanxiao's pupils shrunk slightly, and his heart was horrified. He could clearly feel that the power was far beyond the realm of the Transformation God stage, and it even made him, a Transformation God cultivator, feel palpitations. In the next second, heavenly thunder rolled as a purple thunderbolt descended from the sky, directly obliterating the bloodshed elder ancestor. How is this possible? Taoist Xianxiao was dumbstruck as waves of shock rippled through his heart.
The bloodshed elder ancestor was a cultivator at the peak of God transformation, comparable to his own strength, but he was directly killed by a heavenly thunderbolt.
What kind of tactic is this? What exactly is the cultivation level of that senior person?
Taoist Xianxiao muttered, his heart filled with shock and awe. He didn't dare to speculate, but an existence that could easily obliterate a harmonized God cultivator was at least at the refined void or even harmonized stage.
As for the Mahayana or the fairy, he did not dare to think about it anymore.
The Chen Yuan realm's aura was becoming increasingly scarce, and cultivators at the refining void and harmonization stages had long been rare, not to mention Mahayana or transition.
Taoist Xianxiao shook his head and forced himself to calm down.
He knew that the strength of this high person was beyond his imagination. Such tactics must be very much connected to the previous great power who wiped out the divine Dan's breath.
Maybe it's the same one.
A glimmer of light flashed in Taoist Xuanxiao's eyes, and a glimmer of hope suddenly arose in his heart. He looked back into the great hall, his gaze landing on that pro-disciple Zhao Yuanzhou who was collapsed on the bed, his face pale.
Zhao Yuanzhou had been the most outstanding disciple in the sect, gifted and promising.
However, an accident led to the shattering of his dantian and the loss of his cultivation, and he has been devastated ever since.
Zhenju. Taoist Xianxiao walked over to the bedside, his tone cautious, this may be our last chance.
That senior's strength is unfathomable. If we can get his help, your dantian may still be saved.
When Zhao Yuanzhou heard this, a trace of excitement appeared on his pale face.
He struggled to sit up, his voice hoarse, does master
really have a chance? Taoist Xianxiao nodded, his eyes filled with determination, no matter what, we have to try. This time, the two of us will go together. A few moments later, Taoist Xianxiao brought Zhao Yuanzhou to Mount Luyun.
The battle had long since ended, the heaven and earth visions had disappeared, the obscure aura fluctuations had dissipated, and that senior was nowhere to be seen. However, the air was still filled with a thick blood aura, as if it was telling of the earth-shattering battle just now. Taoist Xianxiao looked around, his divine sense sweeping over every inch of the land, and soon discovered a huge thunder pit several dozen meters wide. He brought Zhao Yuanzhou closer, only to see that the thunder pit was 3 feet deep, with scorching magma flowing inside, formed by the high-temperature melted rocks. There were also arcs of electricity flickering in the lava, emitting a palpitating pressure.
To be able to drive such terrifying lightning,
Taoist Xianxiao murmured in a low voice, his heart shaken. He originally thought that sensing through his divine sense was intuitive enough, but seeing it with his own eyes, he truly felt the terror of that power. The bloodshed elder ancestor is already at the peak of the transformation god, yet he was still wiped out by a single move.
TSK, this senior's strength is truly unfathomable. Taoist Xianxiao maintained the calmness of a spirit transformation stage cultivator on the surface, but in actuality, he was alarmed. He was well aware that although a spirit transformation stage cultivator was able to initially channel the power of the heavens and the earth, but the means of borrowing the power of the heavenly Tao and directly summoning heavenly thunder to obliterate his opponent like this senior was something that he could never do. Then what exactly is Senior's strength? Daoist Chuanxiao's heart was filled with doubt and awe. However, he quickly breathed a sigh of relief since this senior was fighting a demonic cultivator. He must be a righteous cultivator. That's a relaxing message. Master, look, there seems to be a woman there? Zhao Yuanzhou suddenly stopped and pointed to a small, dilapidated cave in the distance. At the entrance of the cave, a woman was bent over, carefully gathering up the scattered rocks and broken artifacts. Her movements were gentle and focused, as if she hadn't noticed the presence of the two men in the distance. Realist Qian Xiao looked in the direction that Zhao Yuanzhou was pointing, and the visual power of a harmonized god cultivator allowed him to clearly see the woman's appearance even from a long distance away. He frowned slightly and let out a light "Eep." Isn't this that winning female disciple of the Lu Yun sword sect? It seems to be called something like Xin Xuanli. Why is she here? Zhao Yuanzhou sniffed and also took a closer look, then revealed a cold smile of disdain. The Lu Yun sword sect has been completely destroyed, and she's even living alone? I guess she must have survived here and was ignored as a mole by the seniors. There were a few hints of sarcasm in his tone, and he was clearly unimpressed with Xin Shuangli's survival. Realist Qian Xiao withdrew his gaze and said with an indifferent expression, "There is no need to waste time on such irrelevant people." His tone was characterized by a lofty indifference, as if Xin Shuangli's existence was not even worth a second glance from him. In his eyes, Xin Shuangli was only a low-level cultivator at the qi practicing stage, and the difference in status between him and Zhao Yuanzhou was like a difference between clouds and mud, so it was not worth paying attention to at all. It was this Xin Shuangli who was lucky that the aftermath of the battle between the two great cultivators didn't kill her. Realist Qian Xiao was slightly surprised in his heart, but did not look deeply into it. That thunder pit was only 300 to 400 meters away from the small cave, and if it was 100 or so meters closer, the fallout from the falling thunder alone would be enough to send Xin Shuangli up in smoke. It was just a fluke that she survived. As for whether or not that mysterious senior had any relationship with Xin Shuangli, Realist Qian Xiao had never thought about it, nor would he even think that way. Xin Shuangli's newly born dantian had already been converged within, and all the fluctuations in her breath had completely disappeared, and coupled with her low cultivation level, Realist Qian Xiao simply did not think that the senior who was suspected to be above the realm of the transformation spirit would be in any way related to such a molehill-like existence. Yuan Zhou, that senior may still be nearby. Realist Qian Xiao turned his head to the disciple beside him and exhorted, a hint of anticipation in his tone. After the great battle, that senior will inevitably find a secluded place close by to meditate. If you beg that senior properly, you might be able to help heal your dantian. When Zhao Yuanzhou heard this, a glint of confidence flashed in his eyes. He came from an extraordinary background, being the royal son of a great secular country, plus his talent for immortal cultivation was extremely high, and his spiritual root was the very rare Flarefire spiritual root. Before the dantian was broken, his dantian could also be rated as a 4th grade, plus his handsome and talented appearance. Anyone who saw him would be in love with his talent. He believed that as long as that senior saw him, he would inevitably feel compassion and help. "Yes, master." Zhao Yuanzhou answered respectfully, then took 2 steps forward and bowed his hand in the direction of the thunder pit, squeezing a few tears out of his eyes as he spoke in a sincere and respectful tone. "Senior. Senior Zhao Yuanzhou, the Wuji sect's own great disciple. The day before yesterday, I saw seniors refining divine pills, and today, I repelled the devil cultivators, so my heart has been yearning for seniors for a long time. The dantian of the late generation was the one that was shattered by the devil sect cultivator, and the heart is also incomparably hateful to the devil cultivator. Senior would like to boldly ask for a formula to restore the dantian. Can I ask Senior to show me the way? If I can restore my dantian, Senior's favor will be unforgettable, and Senior will be willing to work as an ox and saddle up for Senior." Chapter 47. What would Elder Xianbi choose? As soon as these words came out, Realist Qian Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit of a taste in his heart. When he first accepted his disciples, he hadn't seen Zhao Yuanzhou treat himself with such respect. But for the sake of restoring this beloved disciple's dantian, he could only endure it for the time being. However, there was no other response in the vast Luyun mountain, except for the sound of the wind and the occasional birdsong in the distance. Realist Qian Xiao and Zhao Yuanzhou weren't in a hurry either, they just waited silently. They believed that since that senior had shown up here, he would definitely not leave easily. If you are patient, you will always have a chance to meet that higher power. As for Xin Shuangli, she was still busy at the entrance of the cave, as if she was oblivious to the presence of the two. Realist Qian Xiao and Zhao Yuanzhou's gazes never lingered on her either. Their minds were all on that mysterious senior, and they wouldn't even think that this woman in front of them, whom they regarded as a mole, was inextricably linked to that senior. Xin Shuangli was lowering her head to gather the debris and broken artifacts in the cave entrance when she suddenly noticed 2 auras approaching in the distance. She raised her head, her gaze passing through the ruins, and saw the figures of Realist Qian Xiao and Zhao Yuanzhou from afar. Xin Shuangli's brows were slightly furrowed as she was puzzled in her heart. Why are Realist Qian Xiao and Zhao Yuanzhou here? It seems like they still need to find Senior? Realist Qian Xiao was the patriarch of the Wuji sect, with a high level of cultivation and esteemed status, while Zhao Yuanzhou was the Wuji sect's heavenly pride disciple, and even though his dantian had been wasted, he was still haughty.
It was obviously no coincidence that these two suddenly appeared here. Shen Shuangli hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to go forward to say hello. After all, the other party was a senior high-ranking person, and as a junior, one's manners could not be less. She straightened her clothes and quickly stepped forward, respectfully bowing and saying in a gentle tone, "Late generation Shen Shuangli, I've met with realist Xian Xiao, and I've met with senior brother Zhao." However, her greeting was not answered. Real Emperor Xian Xiao only glanced at her lightly, a hint of indifference in his gaze, as if she was just an inconsequential passerby. Zhao Yuanzhou, on the other hand, was even more direct, his brows furrowed, the corners of his mouth hooked up into a sneer, and his tone carried obvious disdain. "Yo, isn't this senior sister Shen of the Luyun sword sect? What's the matter? The sect has been wiped out, and you're living quite a good life, aren't you? Hiding here all by yourself, do you think it's more interesting to live a life than martyring the sect?" When Shen Shuangli heard this, her face turned slightly white, and a wave of aggression and anger welled up in her heart. She opened her mouth, wanting to explain that she wasn't a person who was greedy for life and death, nor was she leaving the clan to live alone, but Zhao Yuanzhou didn't even give her a chance, and continued to sneer. "What, can't say anything? That's right, people like you with low cultivation and mediocre talent, besides hiding in the corner and shivering, what else can you do? The Flowing Cloud Sword sect is really blind to still consider you as a favored disciple, how ridiculous." Shen Shuangli clenched her fists, her nails deeply embedded in her palms, but she didn't retort after all, she just sighed softly and retreated back into the cave silently. She knew that even if she explained herself, the other party wouldn't believe her, and instead might loathe her even more. After returning to the cave, Shen Shuangli's mood could not be calmed for a long time. She sat on the edge of the bed, her hands clasped in her lap, her brow furrowed in thought. From Zhao Yuanzhou's words, she could hear that the other party was searching for her predecessor and wanted to obtain a chance. It caused a twinge of unease to grow in her heart. Will Elder give him a chance? Shen Shuangli whispered to himself. In her impression, although her predecessor was incredibly powerful, he had a very easygoing personality, and was even somewhat of a good old boy, always seeming to help others unconditionally and giving away opportunities. Zhao Yuanzhou, on the other hand, far exceeded himself in terms of talent, background, and cultivation. If the seniors really had to choose someone to invest in, it was obvious that Zhao Yuanzhou was the better choice. Thinking of this, Shen Shuangli's heart couldn't help but give birth to a trace of sourness. She lowered her head, her red lips slightly puckered, perfectly capable of hanging a bottle of vinegar. She was not a selfish person, nor was she trying to monopolize her predecessor's chance. It was just that she knew Zhao Yuanzhou's character well. Although Zhao Yuanzhou was gifted, he was arrogant and narrow-minded. Shen Shuangli knew him before he came to the Qianyuan realm, and knew that he was domineering in a small secular country, relying on his status and talent to see no one else. Even after arriving at the Qianyuan realm, he still didn't change his nature, which is why he ended up having his dantian wasted. If Senior gave him the chance, with Zhao Yuanzhou's character, he would probably take Senior's resources and go around causing trouble, even causing trouble for Senior's karma. If Senior gave him the chance, wouldn't he be aiding and abetting the enemy? Shen Shuangli thought darkly in her heart, and her frown tightened. However, she was also clear that she was not qualified to interfere with her senior's decision. How her predecessor chose to do so was her predecessor's business, and she could only watch silently, unable to do anything about it. She sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes gazing listlessly in the direction of the cave, her mind a mixture of emotions. She didn't want her senior to give the opportunity to Zhao Yuanzhou, but she couldn't stop it. She could only silently pray that her seniors would be able to see Zhao Yuanzhou's essence and not be confused by his apparent talent and background. What would you choose, seniors? Shen Shuangli murmured in a low voice, a complex glint flashing through her eyes. She was vaguely worried, but didn't want to admit that she was jealous or upset. Shen Shuangli bit her lip and muttered secretly in her heart, I'm not worried about Senior giving the opportunity to someone else. I just think that people like Zhao Yuanzhou don't deserve Senior's help. A blush spread across her face at the thought, as if she was mortified at her own small-mindedness. She buried her face between her knees and muttered in a low voice, Elder is so powerful, surely she can see through Zhao Yuanzhou's true colors, so she won't be fooled by him. Shen Shuangli raised her head and looked at the sky outside the cave, a hint of stubbornness flashed in her eyes. Anyway, if Senior really gave him the chance, it would be Senior's decision. I don't care. Having said that, her fingers unconsciously twisted the corner of her skirt, this new skirt, which was also a gift from her predecessor. Li Muyan was immersed in the rewards of clearing and killing the boss, when suddenly a prompt popped up on the screen, someone is asking you for a chance. He froze for a moment, then followed the game's guidance and switched his viewpoint to the vicinity of the hut, and he saw two unfamiliar NPCs, Daoist Qianxiao and Zhao Yuanzhou. Their identity information was displayed on each of their heads. Master of the Wuji sect Daoist Qianxiao. Wuji sect's own great disciple Zhao Yuanzhou. Yoo-hoo, big shot. Li Muyan raised an eyebrow and clicked on the details of the two with interest, checking up on their latest biographies. However, his face instantly sank when he saw the two of them sneering at Shen Shuangli. Chapter 48 The Emboldened by Favoritism. Hey, you're scolding a bald donkey in front of a monk.
Li Muyan was instantly displeased. What the hell?
Xin Shuangli was his Li Muyan's love interest.
In other words, he's Xin Shuangli's cyber boyfriend, no problem, right? These two people humiliated his immortal dignitary Li's girlfriend, and they came to him to ask for a chance? Aren't they looking for death? Just then, the game interface very appropriately popped up a transmission dialog box.
The first time you trigger the plot of gifting chance, this time the use of the transmission node is free of charge. You may gift chance to other cultivators, perhaps bringing unpredictable effects to your love interest Xin Shuangli.
The gifted item can be selected from your backpack.
The impact may be positive or negative, please consider carefully.
Seeing this tip, Li Muyan calmed down a bit. What do they want? Soon after, the system gave an answer. Cultivator Zhao Yuanzhou has asked you for a Qiankuan reclaiming pill. Is it a gift? What the hell? The Qiankuan recreation pill? Li Muyan's eyes widened and he almost didn't drop his cell phone. This BYD wants chance? It's ING asking for my life.
He opened his game backpack and dragged out a handful of Thunder Fire talismans, aiming directly at Daoist Qianxiao and Zhao Yuanzhou as he gritted his teeth and said, "Can I chop these two dogs to death?" However, the system mercilessly prompted, Daoist Qianxiao is a late-stage transformation spirit cultivator. Is he fighting with him? It seems the system didn't charge up the plot to hold down these two NPCs. Li Muyan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew deep down that with his current strength and the props in his backpack, they were not enough to get a spirit transformation stage cultivator killed. It would be embarrassing if he didn't kill the other party, but exposed his own details instead. It was nothing for him to lose his own identity, but he was afraid that it would spread to Xin Shuangli. If only there was another purple thunder evil suppressor, but unfortunately that thing should be a plot prop. Li Muyan sighed helplessly, secretly regretting in his heart. In that case, let's keep it mysterious and masterful. Li Muyan's eyes narrowed as he held down the transmitting note, took a deep breath, and then gave a burst of output into the microphone. You don't look at the two of you that AC look, looking for the old man to ask for the chance? A target, you don't take a look at you deserve it? I %, #here omit 1000 words. After cursing, Li Muyan was soothed and the depression in his heart was swept away. He nodded in satisfaction, thinking, very good, that string of completely profanity-laced expletives really shows off the immortal dignitary's demeanor. Daoist Qianxiao and Zhao Yuanzhou stood beside the thunder pit, their gazes burning into the dead earth, quietly waiting for a response from the mysterious senior. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose out of the air, interspersed with overwhelming might, like angry waves lapping at the shore, roaring against everything around them. The heaven and earth instantly became solemn, the wind howled, blowing the branches and leaves of the trees toppling over and the soil tumbling over, as if the entire heaven and earth were submitting to some kind of invisible force. Daoist Chuanxiao's heart shook as his gaze suddenly lit up, clearly sensing the vastness of the abyss-like fluctuation of spiritual awareness in the gale. He hurriedly bowed, unable to hide the excitement on his face. Sure enough, Senior has not yet left. Zhao Yuanzhou was even more excited, his eyes were slightly red, his emotions were hard to suppress, the corners of his mouth trembled slightly with excitement. Master, Senior is really listening.
My Dantian, it's finally saved.
The two of them perked up their ears, not even daring to take a breath for fear of missing a single word, and even Zhao Yuanzhou was already prepared to kneel down and beg for mercy at any time. However, there was no profound Dharma decree or generous instruction they were expecting in the gale, only a deafening roar that suddenly exploded.
Roll! This roar was like thunder from the 9 heavens descending down to the world, shocking the two men's eardrums to sting and their qi and blood to tumble, and even Daoist Qianxiao, a god-realizing cultivator like him, was shocked by this violent wave of sound and retreated 2 paces, his face alternating between green and white for a while. Zhao Yuanzhou was even more wretched, staggering a few steps and almost falling to the ground, his head buzzing and his mind blank. He completely did not expect that he was full of admiration and pleaded in a low voice, but the other party did not even bother to give them a proper look, and repelled them with just one word. In this instant, humiliation, anger, and unwillingness intertwined. Zhao Yuanzhou's face turned red, his fists clenched, and his nails almost pinched into his flesh.
Meanwhile, inside the cave, Xin Shuangli was sitting cross-legged on the jade bed, and when she heard the angry roar coming from outside, she raised her head, blinked, and was stunned for a moment. In the next second, the corners of her lips quietly hooked up, her eyebrows arched, lightly covering her red lips and letting out a light laugh. She couldn't help but gently wiggle her calves, an unspeakable glee welling up in her heart and a bright smile in her eyes.
Is Senior doing this for me?
She gently hugged her knees and leaned against the wall, her cheeks slightly flushed, a hint of sweetness surprisingly rising in her heart, as if she was being personally protected under the wings of her seniors.
Outside, Zhao Yuanzhou finally couldn't hold back, his eyes filled with shame and anger and unwillingness as he gritted his teeth and said, Senior, has Senior been offended? Why would Senior be so insulting when he is sincerely seeking guidance?
His tone was tinged with a few moments of forced anger, and he was not happy about it.
Who is he?
Tang Wujisek's own great disciple, royal bloodline, flare fire spiritual root. Even if his Dantian was damaged, his talent was still the best of his peers, and he was still the hope of the Wuji sect in the future. Who in the world would dare do that to him?
However, there was no more response from the Luyun mountain.
The howling winds subsided and it was as if everything had never happened. Zhao Yuanzhou's face instantly became ugly to the extreme. He stood in place, in a dilemma, his chest rising and falling violently, his fists clenched tightly, his knuckles white, and his face so gloomy that it seemed as if it could drip water. Daoist Chuanxiao's face was similarly gloomy, but he didn't say anything. His eyes were deep, as if he was weighing something, and finally, he sighed and shook his head, his tone helpless. Let's go.
Master?
Zhao Yuanzhou snapped his head up, his eyes filled with resignation.
I'm lucky if I get it, and I'm lucky if I don't.
Daoist Qianxiao said in a deep voice, his tone indifferent, as if he was comforting Zhao Yuanzhou or himself. Although you have high talent, you can't force chance after all. After saying that, he no longer looked at the thunder pit, turned around with his hands on his back, and slowly left, his pace looking extraordinarily heavy. How could a high-ranking person who was able to shock himself back with a single sentence be forced to do so? Zhao Yuanzhou froze, his lips wriggled a few times, and finally glared at the quiet thunder pit unwillingly, his heart filled with indignation and humiliation. He gritted his teeth and followed. Inside the cave, Shen Shuangli listened to the sound of the two men's footsteps drifting away, and finally couldn't help but flop down on the bed, burying her head into the bedding, biting her lips, and laughing out softly.
Senpai really is the best.
Her eyes shone brightly, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise as a strong warmth welled up in her heart. Senpai obviously could have left her alone, but he had used the most direct way to make those two guys know what to do, which simply made her heart so sweet. She gently hugged her pillow, and her mind couldn't help but fantasize about what that mysterious senior would look like. Ever since the last time she dreamed of electric pipe treasure, the predecessor in Shen Shuangli's mind had a mold.
It certainly wasn't an old man, anyway, but a buxom young man like man. Maybe it's even a breathtaking sword immortal. Her eyes twinkled slightly and a light blush rose to her cheeks. Chapter 49, Another Little Gift. After Shen Shuangli had been alone for a while, she hurriedly climbed up from the bed and solemnly arched her hand towards the void in a bow, her voice carrying some excitement. Shuangli's dantian was able to recover. It's all the senior's kindness, I can't thank you enough. She said thank you many times, but still felt insufficient, but if she continued to repeat it, it seemed a bit deliberate and perfunctory, so she decided to hide those words of gratitude in her heart, to be used as a motivation for future efforts to cultivate. At the same time, Li Muyang in front of the cell phone screen was looking at the Goodwill +5 prompt on the game interface with a satisfied face, and the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually perverted. What thanks, you're my love interest. Seeing that the goodwill had risen to 60, Li Muyang's eyebrows flew and he was overjoyed. As a cyber boyfriend, isn't it right to help a love interest? He gently tapped the screen, touched Shen Shuangli's head, and smiled meaningfully. Shuangli, in the future, you'll cultivate well, and trample all those who look down on you under your feet. That's all I've got in my life, but you're different, even though you're just a stat, but stats have growth. Before this game officially opens, I'm sure I'll train you to become the strongest female cultivator. His voice transformed into a low and cold senior tone in the game, which was transmitted into Shen Shuangli's ears in the Qianyuan realm through the spell formation. Shen Shuangli heard it. Cultivate well and guard against arrogance. Her heart and mind were in awe, and she solemnly and incomparably bowed long and hard, her pretty face taut and solemn. Yes, the juniors will live up to the expectations of the seniors. But despite the seriousness on the surface, he couldn't help a few snickers surfacing in his heart. Senpai was still so high and mighty, his words were short, but every word felt down to earth. Although it seems cold, but actually unexpectedly reliable it. Even, let her have a subtle sense of security. Seniors must be cold on the outside and hot on the inside. If not, why was he touching his head with his little aura hand while saying such raw words? Thinking of this, Shen Shuangli couldn't help but let out a sneaky laugh, but quickly slapped up her face again, pretending to be serious as she took out a string from her storage ring, cupped it with both hands, and handed it into mid-air. This was a string of spirit-gathering beads made of lower-grade spirit stones. Each bead was carefully polished, uniform in size, with a faint spiritual rhythm permeating the surface. Although the material was not considered precious, it was made by her own hands. Senior, this is the spirit-gathering bead made by Junior. Shen Shuangli cleared his throat, his voice with a bit of nervousness. Not a good material, please seniors do not dislike. Later when the late generation has a good material, we'll certainly give seniors to redo a new one. She lowered her eyelashes, but she was a little apprehensive. She didn't dare to touch the spirit crystals, that was a necessity for the daily operation of the advanced spirit-gathering formation, but the lower-grade spirit stones given to her by the seniors every day were different. They should be a share at her disposal, right? Since it's at your disposal, let her be a little capricious. Your love interest Shen Shuangli has made a small gift for you. It has been sent, please pay attention to receive it. With Shen Shuangli's movements, such a prompt popped up on Li Muyang's screen. Wow! Another little present? Li Muyang immediately straightened up in excitement, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Ali, you're so nice. Hey hey hey. He tapped on the gift interface and looked at the exquisite spirit stone string, and his mood improved. Even if you know it's an official trope? Emotional value, priceless. He confessed. He hugged his cell phone, the corners of his mouth turning up in an anti-smile, just feeling like all the money he had charged up front had been worth it. Meanwhile, the Qianyuan realm. Shen Shuangli heard it. Nice and thoughtful.
For short words, still in that familiar indifferent style. But Shen Shuangli heard her heart warm up and couldn't help but lower her head, the corner of her mouth quietly raising a smile, her eyes flashing with joy.
And I don't know when the little gift will be delivered.
Li Muyan was still holding the phone and couldn't put it down, refreshing the game interface from time to time for fear of missing any hidden eggs. Last time, the lucky charm sent by the official was really good, at least it let him meet falling snow, listening to Frost, a godly rich woman. If not for the other party's willingness to give him money, how could he afford so many things?
It's just
that the quality of this Chi-Luck talisman is not too good. This is only a day or two, the writing on the talisman has already faded to the point that it is almost invisible. He couldn't help but be speechless at the thought. At least he is a kryptonite big brother, contributed so many votes, the official this little welfare cannot be a little upgraded a little? Let's hope the favors are a little more heartfelt this time. Meanwhile, the shoebox. A pair of intelligent turquoise blue dog eyes peered furtively out through the slit in the box.
TSK, I don't know what this human kid is giggling about staring at that black box.
The dog's eyes were full of contempt, with a touch of scrutiny. It watched silently for a moment, then retreated back into contemplation. Now this king's body is too weak, I'm afraid that the front is not an opponent, plus this human seems to have some special ability, grabbing the back of the king's neck can make the king unable to move. Recalling the dilemma of instantly losing all its power after being pressed on its neck, its doggy face darkened, revealing a deep scorn. Just to be on the safe side, wait until this human is asleep. The second half of the night. Shen Shuangli practiced as usual. Li Muyan, on the other hand, sat cross-legged on the bed with his cell phone in his hand, his eyes a little dull.
He just checked his balance and his whole body instantly went green. No, where's his money?
It's only been 2 days, how come all the newly earned money is gone, and even the money that was saved before has been consumed for the most part? He repeatedly looked at the transaction records a few times and realized that he had charged far more than his budget over the past 2 days in order to buy resources for Shen Shuangli, even hitching a ride on his savings from the previous months.
Li Muyan's entire body was dumbfounded. It's a good thing that the entirety of my parents' inheritance is in a fund with special management, or else I guess the coffin money would be kryptonite. He couldn't help but hold his forehead and sigh, self-examining while inexplicably being a little bit cool after all. Cultivating Shen Shuangli was a real sense of accomplishment, and watching her gradually recover from being a cultivator with a wasted dantian and even become stronger, there was always an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his heart. Looks like we'll have to start the second live stream soon.
Li Muyan pondered for a moment, and a glint flashed in his eyes.
Let's start drawing the beginning of the comic straight away if we go live. It's just the right time to put in the bloodthirsty old man storyline.
And to give a clear background on the destruction of the Lu Yun sword sect.
His mind raced as he constructed an outline, and before he knew it, the time had reached 4 in the morning.
Finally, he couldn't bear the drowsiness, threw his cell phone away, and fell back to sleep.
The night, silent as death.
The moonlight poured through the window and spilled into the room, casting a faint silver glow over everything. The windowsill was silent, the couch was motionless, and the shoebox sitting in the corner seemed to be the same.
However, just then,
the shoebox slowly opened a crack, and the darkness inside was deep.
Chapter 50 Big Brother, as far as it goes? Click.
A very slight sound rang out. Furry dog paws landed steadily on the table without making a sound at all, just like a ghost. The husky hung his head low and slowly raised his eyes, a ghostly light shining in his turquoise blue eyes. It stared at the sleeping Li Muyan on the bed and approached step by step, each claw stepping between the cracks of the floor without making even a single superfluous ringing sound. However, what was reflected on the wall was not the shadow of a husky, but the shadow of a terrifyingly huge beast. The beast's shadow was hideous and ghastly, its fangs exposed, with dried blood seemingly remaining between them, and a hint of greed and longing flickering in its scarlet pupils. It slowly lowered its head and stared at the sleeping Li Muyan, a cold aura flashed in its eyes, ready to strike. Outside the window, the wind stopped. The originally rising and falling sounds of insects came to an abrupt end at a certain moment, as if the sounds of the entire world were swallowed up by some kind of power and frozen in this moment. An invisible sense of oppression filled the air, penetrating the night, making the air incredibly heavy, even bringing a hint of suffocating fishy sweetness.
Any living thing is most vulnerable when it's asleep. Fragile enough to be easily killed by a being countless times weaker. As of this moment, the husky crept on the ground, the hair on its body silently crouching down, just like a ghost hibernating in the darkness. It narrowed its turquoise blue eyes, its gaze locked onto Li Muyan's exposed neck, the tips of its claws slightly raised, its sharp nails refracted a cold and chilling light in the dim light. This human body was the best tonic for it now. It had only just awakened a short while ago, and its power was still far from recovering to its peak state. Nowadays, it might not be able to compare to an adult man, but as long as it devoured enough life essence to let its spiritual energy return to its body, when it recovered completely, those 4-wheeled steel boxes would no longer be able to hurt it in the slightest. Thinking of those 4-wheeled iron boxes, a flash of deep hatred flashed in the husky's eyes.
Once, it thought it was invincible, possessing the sharpest fangs and the toughest body, but those cunning humans, hiding in the speeding steel box, crushed towards it in a lightning-fast speed. The first time it saw it, it was defenseless and nearly had its bones shattered. Anger caused the husky's pupils to suddenly contract, and murderous intent filled his body.
Then, revenge begins with eating this human.
The air seemed to freeze at that moment.
Who? Husky ejected instantly.
The entire figure transformed into a residual shadow, so fast that it was almost impossible to capture. Its claws were raised violently in mid-air, the tips of its claws cut through the air, actually leaving a scarlet trajectory, and ruthlessly slashed towards Li Muyang's neck. If this claw were to fall, blood would surely stay in the sheets red.
However, who?
A thunderous keening abruptly exploded in the husky's mind. That voice was like the awakening of an ancient existence that had been sleeping for billions of years, carrying an unchanging majesty and shock that went straight to the soul. The husky's two eyes glazed over, its originally stern limbs instantly stiffened, and in the next second, the entire dog fell straight to the ground like a piece of dead pork.
Ancestor. Ancestor dragon? Its brain was almost on the fritz. It was a scent that it was all too familiar with. Even if it had once reigned supreme, it knew that in that distant ancient legend, the ancestral dragon was one of the most powerful existences in the heavens and earth, a true divine beast, above all spirits. But how is that possible?
This world had been silent for so long, and all the auras of the divine beasts had long since been washed away by the years, so how could there still be an ancestral dragon in existence? Its eyes trembled as it looked towards the bed, only to see Li Muyang sleeping on all fours, breathing evenly and unaware.
However, his back.
On the exposed back, a golden dragon tattoo slowly emerged, its scale slightly undulating like a living creature. At the dragon's eyes, 2 points of golden light slowly opened, as if awakening from a deep sleep, and an unspeakably terrifying pressure filled the entire room.
The huskies were just trying to get up, and the next second, who? Another dragon roar exploded. This time the husky directly doggy eyes rolled, the whole dog is numb. It fiercely wanted to run backwards, but it had only just turned around when it saw that the dragon tattoo suddenly broke free from Li Muyang's back and rushed up to the sky like a long golden river, instantly solidifying and rushing towards it with a suffocating pressure. Woohoo! As for that, husky heart and guts.
But before it could escape from the room, the dragon's tail with golden scales had already swept across the room, splat. With a sound on the ground, the husky's entire dog was directly drawn back to the shoebox.
Bang!
The shoebox lid snapped shut as if nothing had happened.
Ow!
A muffled grunt of pain came from the shoebox. The husky curled up in the small space, only feeling as if his internal organs were being burned by flames. His body was so sore that he could barely move. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but ooze out a trace of blood, and even his consciousness was a bit blurred.
Damn it, this human actually has the ancestral dragon sheltering him? It's a little desperate. It woke up with great difficulty, and then had a series of accidents. First, it had been knocked away by that damned four-wheeled iron box and failed to recover, and now it had been smacked by the ancestral dragon tattoo, and with this slap, it felt like it was even more injured than it had been before. It realizes a serious problem. No, this king must leave this place. This place is not suitable to stay for long. It gritted its teeth and braced itself, trying to climb out of the shoebox, but just 2 steps in, there was a sudden blackness before its eyes. Snap! The husky's entire dog fainted.
The night, still quiet. The moonlight from the window poured in gently, casting a soft silver glow across the room. On the bed, Li Muyang slept incomparably peacefully, and even barred his mouth twice, revealing a silly smile. The golden dragon tattoo circled around the bed, confirming that there was no abnormality before slowly shrinking back to Li Muyang's back. At some point, the dragon's eyes widened slightly and seemed to sweep the shoebox. Then, satisfied, it closed its eyes and lurked back down. Li Muyang didn't notice what was happening in the slightest. He just felt a warmth on his back and subconsciously scratched his buttocks, then rolled over and slept even more soundly. As the sky lighted up slightly, Li Muyang frowned, his head still buried in the pillow, but his hand reached out to the bed with precision, grabbing the cell phone in one hand. Fingers expertly swiped the screen and quickly unlocked it before slowly turning over to reveal a face with noticeable dark circles under his eyes. Karmic God, activate. He yawned and opened the system interface with a half smile. The screen switches, into the eyes is still a quiet cave, the cave aura dense, like a fairyland, the center sitting in a plain white dress of the young girl, upright posture, like a dusty snow lotus. Her eyes were slightly closed and her breathing was long, her entire body was immersed in cultivation as the aura around her slowly flowed and was greedily absorbed by her. Chapter 51 Trophies delivered. Name, Shen Shuangli Love Affair. Status, Cultivation. Cultivation progress, 8,731 9,999 8th level of Qi refining. Remaining life, 273 years. Favorability, 60 close. It's okay. Li Muyang blinked, completely sober. I can't believe I jumped 2 levels in a row in one night. Because there wasn't much money left, he had only opened an intermediate level spirit gathering array last night, and he hadn't expected Shen Shuangli's cultivation speed to be ridiculously fast.
Sure enough, is this the horror of a top-quality Dantian?
Li Muyang secretly lamented in his heart, although this game cheats kryptonite, but as long as kryptonite, the effect is immediately visible. With a flick of his finger, the interface of the battle order system popped up, and a series of rewards appeared in the list. Last night, Xin Shuangli's realm directly soared, breaking through from the 6th level of Qi refining to the 8th level, unlocking 3 rewards in the shape of golden bags. Spirit Stone Lucky Blind Box, a blind box bag with a chance to open 1 Spirit Crystal, 99 top-grade Spirit Stones, 999 middle-grade Spirit Stones, and a guaranteed 1000 lower-grade Spirit Stones only for Xin Shuangli.
Sloppy.
Li Muyang casually swept a glance, not interested in this small reward. What really made him care was the grand prize of the Great Circle of Qi refining. The line of characters shone with a dazzling purple light, and at a glance, it was not a mortal product.
He clicked to view it, and instantly, a detailed description surfaced. Thunder Brilliant Technique, Xian Rank Upper Grade Technique. Thunderbolts of Thunder, the Splendor of the Heavens. Thunder Brilliant Technique, originating from the power of thunder in the sky and the earth, the spirit of thunder, and the mystery of heavenly might. Cultivating this technique is like being under a thundercloud, feeling the wrath of thunder and realizing the way of destruction and rebirth.
At the highest level, the spiritual energy is transformed into thunder in the body, and one can sympathize with the thunder in heaven and earth, and use the power of thunder to enhance the outburst in power, and become unstoppable and destructive in the battle like thunder. This is the lower level of the 9 Heavens Thunder God technique, and can be directly changed to the 9 Heavens Thunder God technique when practiced to the level of great perfection.
Hiss.
Worthy of being produced by the battle order, it's as terrifying as it is.
A hint of marvel flashed in Li Muyang's eyes. A top-grade Xian rank technique that can be advanced to the 9 Heavens Thunder God technique? Just by hearing the name, one could tell that it was a Big Brother level feat. However, Li Muyang stroked his chin and suddenly thought of a key question: what technique was Xin Shuangli cultivating now?
He quickly switched to Xin Shuangli's character interface and rummaged around for a while, eventually seeing the answer in the Heart Technique column. Wind and Cloud Technique, top grade.
Li Muyang's mouth twitched slightly.
Both were of the same grade, both were of the top grade of the Xian rank, but the problem was that to cultivate the new Heart Technique meant that Xin Shuangli had to dissipate her power and recultivate.
In that case, all the realms she had worked so hard to cultivate up would have to be zeroed out and start all over again. Wouldn't that be a huge loss?
Unless the Wind and Cloud skill did not have a subsequent advancement technique, then rashly allowing Xin Shuangli to change her Heart Technique was completely pitting her.
Forget it, it's a feat after all, take it first.
He shrugged helplessly. However, when he noticed the description of the Thunder Brilliant Technique, his gaze instantly condensed. Wait, this thing is not labeled for Xin Shuangli only. His eyes narrowed subtly as an odd thought bubbled up in his mind.
This Thunder Brilliant skill. 1T be able to be used for yourself, right?
If that was the case, wouldn't that mean like the previous Green Lotus Sword Codex that he had to learn the Thunder Brilliant skill first before teaching it to Xin Shuangli? Li Muyang raised his eyebrows, recalling the learning experience of the Green Lotus Sword Code. He couldn't help but feel a trace of bad premonition in his heart. This game developer has always been into this kind of bad taste, maybe this is no exception. With that thought, he sighed and stretched, closing the system interface and rubbing his slightly tired face. The whole thing is so serious, as if you can become immortal by practicing against.
He spat softly.
But no matter what, the battle order system did give him a surprise. If the Thunder Brilliant Technique really worked, then he could try to learn it, and it wouldn't be a loss anyway.
As for Xin Shuangli,
wait for her to break through the Great Circle of Qi refining. Anyway, this heart law is obtained by himself. When to pass it to her, it is still not his own decision? Li Muyang focused on counting the loot from the game.
Suddenly, the phone popped up 2 alerts in a row.
Your love affair gift has been delivered. The loot of your choice has been delivered. He froze for a moment, then broke into an excited smile. The small gift was a handmade string made by Xin Shuangli, while the loot was the props he had exploded after killing the bloodshed old man in the game. After killing the Blood Fiend Elder Ancestor, he exploded a book of internal techniques called Blood Demon Technique, one of the remaining scrolls, a lower-grade magic weapon longsword, a broken middle-grade spirit weapon, and a number of spirit stones. At that time, the game pop-up asked him to choose one of the loot as real loot, and he didn't hesitate to choose the lower-grade magic weapon longsword. As for the real trophy, the game had been played for so many days that he took his toes and knew it was a little gift from the dog planner. Just then there was a knock at the door.
Knock, knock, knock. So soon?
Li Muyang first froze, then his eyes lit up, pushing his wheelchair and rushing towards the door with a catapult start. He thought in his heart, I must catch this delivery guy today. I'd like to see who in this game company is doing this mysterious marketing. However, when he opened the door, it was empty outside.
Where is everyone?
Li Muyang frowned and probed his head to look left and right. To his right was the blackened staircase, but he didn't hear any footsteps descending it.
Could the other guy be a parkour master? He muttered, then looked back to the window next to him.
If the other person had jumped from the window, then he really wouldn't have been in time to make an arrest. Tisk, tsk, kinda shy, just run away. Li Muyang shrugged and shrunk back from the window. It was then that his eyes fell on the two boxes at his feet. A box was small, just big enough to hold a string, and it said a small gift from Frostlight. The other box was very long, it had to be over a meter at eye level, and had only 3 big words on it: trophies. It's really just as this honored one expected. Li Muyang smiled smugly and reached out to fish for the box on the ground. However, when he went to pick up the long box with one hand, he realized that the box was extremely heavy and could not be picked up at all. The box hit the floor with a bang and made a small crater directly on the floor. Li Muyang was startled, looked left and right, and as a thief, dragged a corner of the carpet over to cover the pit on the floor. This thing is so heavy? It's not a solid real sword, is it? He muttered, solemnly holding the long box up with both hands, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, good sword, good sword. Jia jia. He, Li Muyang, had his own sword. It was a shame that his live account still had very few followers, or he would have had to do a live unboxing and show off. Chapter 42. This cripple is not metaphysical. Li Muyang returned to his room with the 2 boxes in a beautiful manner, closed the door, pulled the curtains, and only turned on the table lamp next to the bed. He sat up in bed and rubbed his hands together excitedly, ready to start unpacking. First up is a gift from our little frost-glazed cutie. He picked up the small box, cut the tape with scissors, and carefully unwrapped it. However, when he saw what was in the box, his face darkened. The only thing in the box was a small clear Ziploc bag containing a string of beads. The bead looked plain, the material was kind of like a glass ball, and the workmanship seemed rough. It looks like it was purchased for $2 by Spelling Eve. This point perfunctory ah. Li Muyang skimmed his mouth, somewhat disappointed. However, when he took out the string of beads, he felt a warm and cold sensation in his hand. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the moment he put on the beads, he felt that the air he breathed became much fresher, and the tiredness he felt when he got up in the morning was swept away. Although the material is average, the workmanship is crap, and the words engraved on it still don't look like they were written by a girl. He looked at the crooked blessing on the beads and couldn't help but spit it out. However, the corner of his mouth involuntarily raised a smile, but once I think that it's Xin Shuangli's little gift, the whole person is much more refreshed. That's right, he identified the feeling of a cool heart that just soared through his heart as the power of love. Love conquers all. Just then, not far from the shoebox on the table, the husky, who was originally lying motionless, his nose twitched and his tightly closed eyes uncovered a slit. Where did the faint aura come from? The husky was puzzled, but quickly closed his eyes again and continued to play dead. Li Muyang rubbed his hands together excitedly, his gaze falling on the long box with an expectant gleam in his eyes. Next up is the big one. His unpacking action was obviously much more violent this time, and in 3 tries, he tore the outer wrapping paper cleanly, revealing the big guy inside a long sword with an ancient shape. The sword was 1 meter too long, and the blade was made of bronze, slightly rough on the surface but polished sharp enough. The body of the sword took on a dark green color, and there were some fine scratches near the spine of the sword, obviously marks left by multiple uses. A few tiny nicks can be seen on the blade occasionally, but they don't detract from the overall usefulness of the sword. The hilt is wrapped in hardwood and wrapped in a layer of well-worn twine for a reasonably comfortable grip. There are a few vague traditional Chinese characters engraved on the scabbard, vaguely recognizable as Qingfeng, which may be the name of the sword, or a mark casually engraved by the swordmaker. The entire sword looked ordinary and even a bit old, but when held in the hand one could feel a calm and steady power, as if it had experienced countless battles and witnessed countless lives and deaths. The name of the sword is Qingfeng, common but apartment. Li Muyang chanted in a low voice, lifting the Qingfeng sword up and scrutinizing it against the overhead light. The light cut across the blade of the sword, reflecting on that blade a coldness that seemed not to belong to this era. Li Muyang narrowed his eyes, and a strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart. He always felt that this sword was out of place in this world, as if it shouldn't have appeared here in the first place, but belonged to another world, the one that belonged to Xin Shuangli. I must have been up yesterday and my brain is wired. Li Muyang shook his head, feeling speechless for Self's naive brain. However, he is very cognizant of the level of props made by the game's producers. For example, the last Chi-Luck talisman, even though it lost its color, it seemed like it was really made by Xin Shuangli. This time, the beads, even though the material might just be glass, had a faint scent on them, the same as on that previous chakra charm. I spoke in vain. I spoke in vain. The details make the difference. Understand. As for the sword, there's not much to say. It's real, and it's a great way to pull it together in your home as a wall hanging. That said, the sword is open, right? Li Muyang scratched his head, and just as he was about to use his hand to test the sharpness of the sword blade, he immediately retracted it. The subconscious told him it was best not to do that. So he picked up a curly black hair from the ground. He gently tossed the fur toward the blade. Jin. Vaguely hearing a sword roar, Li Muyang watched dumbfounded as the hair just snapped in two, slowly falling from both sides of the sword blade. So sharp? He couldn't help but exclaim in shock and excitement. This belongs to a controlled knife, doesn't it? How did it get here? Li Muyang suddenly thought of this problem and his heart was filled with apprehension. He shouldn't be arrested if he's found out. He hurriedly took his sword back into its scabbard, and it just so happened that there was a peg on the wall above his bed where he hung his glaive. Not to mention, the modernization of the decoration hangs such an ancient-style flying sword, but not at all abrupt, but added a few unique flavor. It's decided, Xingfeng sword, from now on you'll be cremated together with my father. Jia jia jia. Li Muyang smiled smugly, as if he had already seen the scene where he was holding the Xingfeng sword and killing people in the game world. The husky in the shoebox stared with a pair of round dog eyes, secretly observing Li Muyang's every move through the gap. Its mind was filled with doubt and shock. This kid is really evil. Not only does he have the spirit-gathering bead, he actually has a magic weapon flying sword. The husky muttered darkly in his mind, incredulity written all over the dog's face. Is it true that there are actually magic weapons that can be used in this era? Why didn't we meet them on the road? Rather, puppet technology is very advanced. It recalled what it had seen and heard since its awakening, and its mind became even more confused. By all rights, these things related to aura should have already disappeared in this world, but Li Muyang seemed to be able to take them out with his hands. Another golden needle secret technique, another ancestral dragon body protection. Now the spirit stones and magic weapons are also out. The husky's mind was in a state of confusion, unable to figure out what kind of situation Li Muyang was in, and even more confused about what was going on in this era. This kid. Why does he have everything? This is not metaphysical awe. The husky couldn't help but spit in his mind. Although it had seen a lot, the situation in front of it was completely baffling to it. However, it quickly calmed down, secretly calculating in its heart, no matter what, first use this kid to quickly recover from his injuries is the first priority. That ancestral dragon shelter is tricky, but as long as I don't get the idea of harming that kid, I'll be fine. It was about to give a dying wolf to attract Li Muyang over, but realized that no one was left in the house in the blink of an eye. Where's the kid? Dragging his heavy body, the husky trudged out of the shoebox and jumped onto the windowsill. It probed and found that Li Muyang was wearing a pair of pajamas, holding a clothesline pole in his hand, pushing his wheelchair to the balcony, and started practicing the Green Lotus Sword Dictionary. The husky's eyes widened and his mind became even more shocked. A cripple? Practicing with a sword? Is there something wrong with you or with me? Chapter 53, Acting or Not Acting? At this moment, Li Muyang was immersed in the thrill of practicing martial arts. He was in a surprisingly good state today, and his progress in the first chapter of the Green Lotus Sword Canon unexpectedly increased by leaps and bounds, advancing from 1% to 80% in the course of one morning. It still feels like something isn't quite right. Is it possible that it's a system bug? That wouldn't affect me, would it? Li Muyang stroked his chin for a while. He recalled back to last night when he practiced the Green Lotus Sword Code. At that time, he insisted for half an hour and his hands and feet were weak and sore, whereas this morning, he didn't eat, and he actually managed to insist on doing the movements for 5 or 6 hours, and the rate of increase was still so fast. Thinking of this, Li Muyang subconsciously rubbed the glass string on his wrist, not noticing that one of the beads had dimmed a little. His eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had discovered some unimaginable secret. I got it. He coiled the beads even harder, the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly as he muttered to himself, purple chi comes from the east, and practicing martial arts in the morning is the most efficient. I really am a martial arts genius. It's a pity that the foot is lame. Otherwise the speed would definitely be faster. Li Muyang's heart was filled with confidence. He was completely sure that he was activated with his genetic potential. There are some things that ordinary people can't learn, but geniuses can learn them easily. In that case, Li Muyang opened his cell phone and his eyes fell on the Golden Needle stabbing point upgrade form. Currently 9 turns Golden Needle LV1, the next level LV2 requires 1,000 casts of the needle. Now the number of times the needle had been applied had come to 3 times, exactly how it was accounted for he wasn't sure, all he knew was that it would take a monkey's time to round up 1,000 times. As a Kryptonite player, he simply didn't want to wait that long. 998 only. Li Muyang looked at the balance in his bank card and revealed a hideous smile. You can still make money if the money is gone, but it's a big loss if you miss the golden period of potential activation. Charge the TM. He clicked the recharge button without hesitation. As the 998 disappeared from the bank card, the game interface, the 9 turns Golden Needle shone, and the light continued to flow downward until it lit up the pulse opening stitch underneath the 9 turns Golden Needle along with it. Your skilled Golden Needle stabbing has advanced to LV2, and you have acquired a new stitch, vein opening stitch. Well, this is the power of Kryptonite. Li Muyang smiled triumphantly, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. And at this moment, the husky on the windowsill looked at Li Muyang's back and became even more puzzled in his heart. What kind of a person is this kid? Could he really be able to cultivate in this era? Woof! The husky whimpered, then retreated back into the shoebox and continued to play dead. Li Muyang closed the doors and windows and sat on the sofa, staring with both eyes at the teaching tips of the open vein needle technique on the cell phone screen. Whether to open the needle teaching?
Attention, the danger of opening the vein needlework is extremely high. If the proficiency is not enough, will lead to a high probability of disability. Yes. Li Muyang clicked the confirmation button without hesitation. Please select a target for needle application. Who would be a good choice? Li Muyang stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Shen Shuangli definitely couldn't, she was her love interest, how could she be used as an experiment? Why don't we have Shen Shuangli go out and catch a demonic beast back later? As he was thinking about it, he suddenly saw that the phone screen automatically jumped to the camera interface, and the camera automatically flipped to selfie mode again. In the screen was clearly his own face. Selection complete, please start the needle. Li Muyang? He froze, then his face darkened and he angrily yelled into his cell phone, "No, man. Just stop acting already? Don't even cover it up a bit. I know you hackers are good. But can you give me some privacy?" His tone was serious, even with a touch of anger. However, a few more alerts popped up on the phone screen. Since pulse opening needling is very dangerous, applying the needle to the right target will greatly increase the proficiency of pulse opening needling. 20% proficiency will be gained from this application, reducing the probability of being crippled by pulse opening needles by 20%. The effect of the pulse opening needle is strong, it can assist your love interest in accelerating cultivation and also stabilize the practitioner's foundation. Li Muyang looked at the three hints, his brows furrowed as he fell into deep thought. His eyes unconsciously fell on his legs, and a bold idea suddenly came into his mind. It seems, also, not impossible. He whispered to himself, the corner of his mouth hooked into a self-deprecating smile. Anyway, my legs are already ruined, so what difference does it make if I ruin them a little bit more? Besides, it's just a game prop. It's disabled when it says it's disabled? Alarmist talk. Instead, his mood lightened at the thought. He took a deep breath and decided to give it a try. After all, the effects of the vein opening needle sounded very enticing. Not only could it increase proficiency, but it could also assist Shen Shuangli in her cultivation. Li Muyang picked up the set of silver needles from the side and prepared to start applying the needles. At this moment, the husky was climbing out of the shoebox and jumping onto the sofa, secretly observing Li Muyang's every move. It needed to be close to Li Muyang in order to absorb the spiritual qi emanating from the spirit stone, but it didn't dare to get too close for fear of being sanctioned by the ancestral dragon shelter on Li Muyang. What is this kid drumming up again? The husky was puzzled and his mind and curiosity was written all over the dog's face. It saw that Li Muyang had been staring at the cell phone screen. His heart could not help but give birth to a bold guess, staring at that black box all day long. Is not right, is there a possibility that all the good things in this kid's body are obtained from the top of this black box? Cautiously, the husky moved a little closer again, trying to get a better look at what was on the cell phone screen. However, all it could see was pitch black, and its heart was growing more and more certain. This is a magic weapon to obscure itself. As long as we get our hands on this black box, all those chances of his will be the king's. The husky's heart was secretly happy, and a glint of greed flashed in the dog's eyes. It once again came closer, one eye staring at the cell phone, and one eye keeping an eye on Li Muyang's back for fear of being discovered by him. Suddenly, Li Muyang picked up the set of silver needles from the side. The husky froze for a moment, and a thrill of excitement ran through his heart. Could it be that this kid has finally gotten a conscience and is going to give me a needle? However, in the next second, it saw Li Muyang ruthlessly stabbing the silver needle on its right leg. Husky? Its eyes widened, shock and disbelief written all over its doggy face. Is this kid crazy? Actually using himself as an experiment? For a moment, the husky didn't know whether to admire Li Muyang's courage or laugh at his stupidity. Ow ho! As expected, in the husky's contemptuous gaze, Li Muyang's mournful screams almost resounded throughout the room. Li Muyang's face instantly turned pale, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. He hadn't expected that the shot would be so painful, as if there were countless tiny needles churning madly under his skin. Ilua Bean, so painful? Li Muyang gritted his teeth and looked down at the place where he had stuck the needle, noticing that the patch of skin had turned purple and red, obviously caused by the intense stimulation. However, after the pain, he felt a hint of something different. Wait. My legs, I can actually feel them? Chapter 54, I can actually feel my legs. Li Muyang's eyes widened as an unspeakable excitement surged in his heart. He had not been able to feel his legs for many years, and now, he could actually feel the tingling sensation from the silver needles clearly. Doesn't that just mean that this silver needle is having an effect? He murmured, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Although the pain was unbearable, Li Muyang's heart was filled with hope. He gritted his teeth and decided to keep applying the needles. It's just a little pain, am I, Li Muyang, still afraid of pain? He reassured himself, then picked up another silver needle and stabbed it without hesitation. Ow! There was another scream, but Li Muyang didn't stop. He gritted his teeth and one by one, he stuck silver needles into the acupuncture points on his legs. With each needle, a sharp pain shot through his leg, but with it came a long-lost sensation. The husky crouched aside, shock and disbelief written all over the dog's face. As it watched Li Muyang stick needles into his legs one after another, it couldn't help but mutter in its heart, "Is this kid crazy? To actually harm himself like this? Forget it, it's none of my business. As long as I grab that black box, I'll go far away." It leaned over and arched its back, quietly getting ready to grab the cell phone. Last shot. Li Muyang took a deep breath, gripped the last silver needle and violently stabbed into the last acupoint on his leg. Just at the instant the silver needle fell, Li Muyang's right leg suddenly popped up, as fast as lightning, directly giving the husky a violent flying kick. Woof woof? Caught off guard, the husky was sent flying by the top of the kick, cutting a parabola through the air, just in time to fly back into the shoebox. The lid of the shoebox closed with a muffled thud. "It hurts, but I'm surprised I can lift it." Li Muyang touched his right leg in surprise, disbelief written all over his face. He tried to move his legs, and found that although he still couldn't move them, he was able to feel a distinct sensation. It's so much better than the puddle of it was before. This vein-opening needle is really effective. The 9 revolutions golden needle method seems to be a divine skill. Li Muyang clenched his fists in excitement, his eyes filled with excitement. However, just then, he suddenly remembered something and scratched his head, looking around. "Say, did I seem to kick something just now?" He thought back carefully, but realized that he had just been so focused on the acupuncture points that he hadn't even noticed what was going on around him. "Never mind, it's probably just my illusion." Li Muyang shook his head, then returned his attention to his legs. And at this time, the husky in the shoeboxes curled up into a ball, the dog's faces written full of aggression and anger. This kid actually dare to kick this king. Li Muyang was immersed in the joy of regaining sensation in his legs, and completely failed to notice the husky's abnormality. He sat on the sofa and gently rubbed his right leg, his eyes filled with anticipation. "It seems that I'll have to study this 9 revolutions golden needle next, to see if I can completely restore my leg." His heart was filled with hope, as if he saw a future where he would get back on his feet. Xianyuan Realm, Lu Yun Mountain. Xin Shuangli sat cross-legged in the cave, her eyes slightly closed, and a faint halo of aura surrounded her body. Ever since she had the Jipin Dantian, her cultivation speed could be completely described as 1,000 miles a day. She had just broken through the 8th level of qi refining last night, and this afternoon, she was already heading towards the great perfection of qi refining. This kind of cultivation speed, even if it was placed in the entire Qianyuan realm, was enough to make people's jaws drop. The power of the absolute great Dantian far exceeded her imagination. At this moment, the 5 elements of aura stayed quietly in her Dantian, and although the amount seemed extremely large, there was not the slightest sign of disorder. Xin Shuangli was clear in her heart that this was due to the Jipin Dantian and also because she didn't have a spiritual root. In the Qianyuan realm, a cultivator's spiritual root determined the direction of their cultivation and the efficiency of their aura transformation. Cultivators with spiritual roots are able to transform all the auras drawn from heaven and earth into auras corresponding to the attributes of their spiritual roots. For example, a fire spiritual root cultivator would be able to transform all 5 elements of aura into pure fire aura. And the aura attributes could only produce maximum power if they matched the spiritual roots. If the spiritual root and the 5 elements of the aura used are incompatible, it will lead to aura disorder and even danger. In addition, some of the gong methods and internal heart methods had strict requirements for the spiritual root attributes of the practitioners. Normally, when cultivators transport and transmit power between themselves, they must also choose those with similar spiritual roots, i.e. both must have at least one similar spiritual root in order to realize the intermingling of auras. As a result, the cultivation world regarded single spirit root as the best talent, mutant spirit root was even better, while 5 elemental spirit root and no spirit root were the least talented. The cultivation speed of those with 5 spirit roots was extremely slow, and it was difficult to break through the qi refining stage for almost a lifetime. Although those without spiritual roots cultivated fast, it was also difficult to break through bottlenecks because of the poor quality of the aura, and at the same time, the power of using spells was also a whole lot less powerful than other cultivators. Xin Shuangli had originally thought that her spirit root had been severed due to her injury, and that she would never be able to break through to the foundation establishment stage again. That bottleneck was like a dam holding back a river, and in order to break through the dam, not only did one need a sufficient amount of Reiki, but also a powerful impact. And with the refuted aura in her body, it was clear that the impact was insufficient. However, it was only when she was close to breaking through the foundation establishment stage that Xin Shuangli realized that the Jipin Dantian had brought her not only a larger amount of aura, but also a purer aura. The absolute Dantian bestowed upon me by Senior is just too powerful. Xin Shuangli's heart was shocked beyond words as she looked into her Dantian internally. Before her cultivation was abolished, she was at the realm of foundation establishment minor. And now, the amount of aura she possessed within her Dantian was already 2 or 3 times the amount she had at her peak moment. If she still had her spiritual roots and then successfully broke through the foundation establishment stage, wouldn't she be equivalent to the total amount of aura of 5 or even more ordinary foundation establishment stage cultivators? So what if I don't have a spiritual root? With Senior's help, I can still continue on this path.
Shen Shuangli murmured in a low voice, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes.
She took a deep breath and began to utilize the 5 elements of aura in her body.
As she guided, the aura in the dantian gradually boiled up like a river rushing towards the foundation establishment stage river dam to gather. Shen Shuangli's breathing became long and deep, and the aura around him gradually became harsh. Her goal was clear: to break through the foundation establishment stage. However, just at the moment when she was about to impact the bottleneck with all her might, a sharp pain suddenly came from her mind. The pain was like millions of fine needles stabbing into her sea of consciousness at the same time, causing her to instantly lose control of her aura. Shen Shuangli let out a moan of pain, her body trembling involuntarily. Her consciousness began to blur, and the scene in front of her eyes gradually became distorted, as if engulfed by an invisible layer of darkness. The boundless darkness wrapped Shen Shuangli completely. Her consciousness seemed to have fallen into an abyss, and all that was left around her was endless nothingness. Her body was still sitting coiled in the cave, but her mind had fallen into some unknown situation.
What's going on? Shen Shuangli struggled in the darkness, trying to find her consciousness. However, it was as if the darkness was alive, wrapping itself around her so tightly that she couldn't break free. Chapter 55: The Heart Demon.
Shen Shuangli's mind was dizzy, as if she had fallen into an endless abyss. The originally calm tide of breakthroughs abruptly stopped, and the intense impact began to dissipate, replaced by countless once painful memories that swept over her like a tidal wave, drowning her sanity. She began to see images of what had been lost, what had been painful. The death of the parents, the way they were torn apart and killed by those guys. The destruction of the Flowing Cloud Sword sect. She saw the blood-stained scene of that mountain gate where she grew up, her familiar senior brothers and sisters falling in a pool of blood, their pale faces in endless resentment transformed into that terrifying heart demon. Master Taoist Lu Yun's eyes were filled with disappointment and anger, and he even opened his mouth in front of Shen Shuangli's eyes, his voice like a thunderous tremor.
Frostglaze, all of this is your doing.
The voices resounded through her head, gradually becoming more cacophonous, piercing in more than just questioning, constantly tumbling over and over, weighing her down like a torrent. Shen Shuangli desperately covered her ears, wanting to rid herself of these images, of these sounds. Her eyes were full of fear, her head kept shaking, and she mumbled, "No.
It's not my fault. I didn't." But no matter how desperately she struggled, the visions still lingered.
She saw her parents disappear before her eyes with disappointment, and saw Taoist Lu Yun and her former fellow disciples accusing her.
"Shen Shuangli, why are you still alive?"
A low, icy voice sounded in her head, as if it were a whisper from hell. Shen Shuangli's body trembled violently, and the scene in front of her suddenly changed. She found herself standing in the middle of a barren wasteland, surrounded by crumbling walls and collapsed houses, and the air was heavy with the smell of blood. The figures of her parents, her master, Taoist Lu Yun, and her senior brothers and sisters appeared in front of her, anger and disappointment written all over their faces.
"Li, why are you still alive?"
Father's voice was low and hoarse, his eyes filled with pain. "The Lu Yun sword sect was destroyed, everyone died, why are you still alive?"
"No. That's not true."
Shen Shuangli desperately shook her head, her eyes filled with tears. "I didn't leave everyone behind, You're just greedy." Her mother's voice was sharp and piercing, as if a sharp blade had pierced into Shen Shuangli's heart. "You watched us die, but you fled alone.
You don't deserve to be our daughter at all." I didn't run away." Shen Shuangli's voice trembled as tears slid down her cheeks. I just can't do anything about it."
Master Lu Yun Taoist's voice was cold and merciless. A disciple of the Lu Yun sword sect would rather die in battle than live on.
"You do not deserve to be my disciple." "Master, I also want to die in battle."
Shen Shuangli opened her mouth, but realized she couldn't defend herself. Her heart was filled with guilt and pain, as if there was a boulder pressing down on her chest, leaving her breathless.
"Shen Shuangli, you're a traitor."
The voices of her senior brothers and sisters rose and fell, as if countless sharp blades were stabbing into her heart. "You abandoned us, abandoned the Flowing Cloud Sword sect. You don't deserve to live in this world at all."
"No. That's not true." Shen Shuangli's voice grew fainter and fainter, and her body trembled as if she would collapse at any moment.
Her heart was filled with despair and helplessness, as if engulfed in endless darkness. A smiling mask can't hide hideous scars, and a bitter past isn't something that can be easily covered up with a casual glance. The words of her parents, her master, and her elder brothers and sisters were like a flood bell, vibrating in her mind and shattering the tide of aura that was about to break through the bottleneck with a single surge of energy. In Shen Shuangli's dantian, the originally surging aura gradually became disordered, as if it had lost control. Her face turned pale, fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, and her body trembled uncontrollably.
What have I done wrong?"
Shen Shuangli murmured in a low voice, her eyes filled with confusion and pain. Her Taoist heart was dusty and her heart demons grew, as if an invisible hand was dragging her into an endless abyss.
"Oh yeah, didn't we rescue a husky yesterday? I don't know what the situation is like either."
Li Muyan was about to get up to check on the husky he had saved. However, just as his footsteps were halfway out, the cell phone on the coffee table suddenly buzzed and vibrated. He frowned slightly and sat back down smoothly on the couch, sliding his finger away from the screen, his eyes glazing over.
Your love interest is being attacked by a heart demon. What?
The husky in the shoebox was just about to turn over and be cute to him, rubbing his goodwill in the meantime, but when he heard the sound of the cell phone vibrating, the whole dog was instantly like a deflated ball of leather, and then honestly plopped back down, with the dog's eyes full of lifelessness. Li Muyang ignored the husky's mental activities and immediately entered the game, and the cave screen instantly came to his eyes. Xin Shuangli sat on the bed, sitting cross-legged in meditation. However, her face was pale, her forehead was covered in cold sweat, her originally stunningly beautiful face was slightly distorted due to the pain, and the whole person seemed to be imprisoned by invisible shackles. The hull of the seal was faintly flushed with a hint of blackness, her lips were blackened, and even her clenched teeth were tinged with a few shades of bruises, so it was clear that she had been plunged into an extremely serious crisis.
There are heart demons in the refining stage as well? Li Muyang was a bit confused.
In the novels he had read in his previous life, the protagonists usually encountered heart demon robberies only when they reached the Yuaning, Mahayana, or even before they ascended to the heavens, so how could Xin Shuangli have run into it when she was only at the qi refining stage? Doubtful, he directly opened Xin Shuangli's status bar, and as expected, in her status, there was a negative status.
Demons breeding.
The demon of the heart has nothing to do with the realm, but is the thought in the cultivator's heart.
Obsessive thoughts, evil thoughts, greedy thoughts, etc. can all be heart demons.
Heart demons can be generated spontaneously by the practitioner's experience, or they can be guided by some of the devil's techniques, causing a practitioner who does not have a heart demon to have a heart demon.
To break the heart demon, one needs to break the thoughts in the heart. So, the mind demon comes from the practitioner's obsession?
Li Muyang stroked his chin thoughtfully, recalling Xin Shuangli's background. Her parents were murdered by a traitor, her sect was overthrown by a powerful enemy, her former home was turned into ruins, her master, brothers and sisters were all killed in battle, and she survived alone. If Xin Shuangli's source of heart demons, then the demise of the Luyun sword sect was undoubtedly the deepest obsession. This was not only the biggest blow on her cultivation path, but also her most unforgivable nightmare. However, it is one thing to know the source of the mind's demons and another to know how to break them. It was hard to let her, a small cultivator in the qi refining stage, fight for her life against the great god transformation demon that had slaughtered the Luyun sword sect.
The corner of Li Muyang's mouth twitched. That's obviously not realistic.
He took a deep breath and cast his eyes to the game interface, wondering in his mind if there was a way to fix it. Then he subconsciously clicked on them all.
Chapter 56, surprisingly, it's a copy plot. No, nothing. There isn't even a pay-to-unlock feature in them all. Li Muyang's brows wrinkled. He hadn't been playing this game for a day or two, and had long since figured out the pissiness of the planners. This game had a very outrageous setup, which was that apart from the mall on the surface, all the other kryptonite features were hidden. For example, right now, Xin Shuangli is encountering a heart demon. If the game is willing, it is perfectly possible to pop up by the protector function, spend XX amount, can protect the law for 1 hour, kryptonite page, so that he can directly spend money to solve the problem. But here's the thing, planning just doesn't play.
Unless the game actively pops up the kryptonite option when the plot advances to a critical point, players simply can't recharge early.
It's just annoying. Game producers always give the impression of being a watchmaker.
Forget it, when things are not decided, the heavenly chances are deduced.
Li Muyang directly clicked on the game's customer service.
This deduction of the heavenly chance will cost you 100 purchase opportunities, and at the same time you will gain a layer of Qi luck loss status. Do you deduce it?
Push.
In the deduction of the heavenly chances.
Meanwhile, in the Qian Yuan realm, a certain hidden place.
The storm clouds have changed. The several great powers who were in seclusion snapped their eyes open, their expressions grave.
Hiss. It's that mysterious existence again, deducing the heavenly chance once at noon today and now again? What exactly has changed in the Qian Yuan realm? Surprisingly, it made that mysterious powerhouse deduce one after another?
There are frequent visions over the Luyun mountain. First the divine pills come out, and then the spiritual light rushes to the sky. That great power's heavenly chances deduction, I'm afraid it's related to these two visions.
The secret realm of the central continent is going to open. Much ado about nothing, alas.
Many powerful people have whispered, their hearts are uneasy, and the Qi of the Qian Yuan realm also seems to be vaguely undergoing some kind of subtle changes with this celestial projection. And at this moment, Li Muyang was still staring at the screen, waiting for the results of the deduction. He didn't know that his casual push had once again caused the entire Qian Yuan realm to shake. Red Sky Sword Sect, the Qian Yuan realm's famous Sword Dao sect, the sect's disciples are more than 10,000, the Sword Dao inheritance can be traced back for thousands of years, known as one of the Sword Dao orthodoxy. At this moment, the Red Sky Sword Sect Master Gu Changqing was sitting on his knees, cultivating alone. He sat on the top of the main peak, Red Sky Peak, overlooking the mountains and rivers, with sword chi surrounding him, as if the sword intent of heaven and earth were resonating with him. Just as he was comprehending the supreme subtlety of the Sword Dao, suddenly, boom! An invisible fluctuation of heavenly chances swept from the direction of Luyun Mountain, and although ordinary cultivators were unable to detect it, he was gifted as the head of a clan, and he detected the source of this fluctuation in a matter of moments.
Flowing Cloud Mountain again?
Gu Changqing's eyes steeply flinched as his powerful sword intent instantly stirred the wind and clouds, his eyebrows jumped and his face didn't look too good.
This was the second time today that the heavenly plains had moved. You thief god. Are you sick? The only thing left in the Qianyuan realm is Luyun Mountain, right? Everything good is thrown at their heads, so let's just deduce it. Can't you keep a low profile? Can't it be a turn for a little chance on my side?
Gu Changqing was so angry that he wanted to lift the table and plunge his sword to kill over to Luyun Mountain, but considering that he was not an opponent, he ended up cursing fiercely and continued to sit back down with a face full of indignation.
Alright, you guys wait for me.
This time, in the central continent mystic realm, I will definitely make you guys look good. While cursing, a recluse light sped from the distance, and a moment later, a gray-robed elder landed in front of him, his face sad.
Patriarch, something has happened. Gu Changqing was instantly alert. What is it?
The gray-robed elder had a heavy face. The clan
is out of money. Gu Changqing.
Our expenses have been too great lately. The disciples' pills, magic weapons, and daily cultivation expenses are all increasing, but the sect's income.
The elder coughed and said in a low voice, the spirit stone mine
in the back of the mountain has already been dug out.
Gu Changqing's eyelids jumped wildly. You say that again?
It's really been tapped out. Before we were counting on it to last for a decade or 8, but who would have thought that the veins completely dried up a few days ago, and we've been unable to make ends meet for 3 consecutive months.
Gu Changqing's face darkened as he forced himself to hold back his anger and gritted his teeth. Can it still be salvaged? I'm afraid not. This won't work and that won't work, so you tell me what to do? The elder bowed his head, not daring to say anything.
Gu Changqing slapped his thighs and cursed. At first, old me said it all. Don't dig for spirit stones too fast, take your time. You guys didn't say, the sect is in the midst of development, so digging up more spirit stones is the only way to have a bottom line.
How about now?
You've dug it up. The elder raised his head awkwardly.
Patriarch, there are more problems than that. Gu Changqing's forehead veins popped. What else?
The elder said stiffly, the rations for the mountain protector spirit beasts are also running out.
Gu Changqing.
Patriarch, these spirit beasts are an important part of the mountain protection formation. If they are starved and thin, they will affect the operation of the formation. Besides, that red inferno lion king in our backyard is grumpy. It hasn't eaten for 3 days, and it just now almost slapped the disciple in charge of feeding to death. Gu Changqing took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Then tell me,
how many spirit stones it costs to feed it a meal?
The elder compared his fingers and said carefully, about
2,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Gu Changqing.
You get out of here.
Elder, Patriarch?
Gu Changqing directly drew his sword, its light flashing and chilling. Get lost.
Say one more word and I'll chop you up.
The elder shut up instantly and hurriedly escaped with his sword. In an instant, the peak was quiet, leaving Gu Changqing alone. The wind ruffled the corners of his coat, and he let out a long sigh. After a few moments, his hand went to his arms, gently caressing a deeply hidden nightshirt.
It's his battle dress from a long time ago.
At one time, Gu Changqing was not only the Red Sky Sword Sect S-Master, but also the Black Knight Sword Thief of the Qianyuan realm, who was renowned. He has a strange body, sword skills, come without a shadow to go without a trace. When he did a lot of goat work, and then the clan development and growth, he gradually washed his hands, focus on being the head of the clan.
But now,
Gu Changqing bowed his head in contemplation and muttered, perhaps it's time to get back into the swing of things.
The skywriting is finished.
Xin Shuangli needs to go back to the ruins of the Luyun Sword Sect to complete the karma with the Luyun Sword Sect in order to break her heart's demon. Xin Shuangli has suffered from the backlash of her heart demon and her cultivation is about to regress. Please use the pulse opening needle to help Xin Shuangli stabilize her realm together with the absolute heart protecting pill. There is no risk in using the pulse opening needle this time, and the absolute heart protecting pill is a complimentary gift, so please rest assured that you will be able to use it. You've gained the status of loss of luck for 24 hours. Li Muyan was still a bit confused when he first saw the results of the deduction.
Ha! I can't believe it's a copy plot.
His eyes snapped open, a flash of surprise in them.
Chapter 57 Top Quality Elixir. Click and send.
The ruins of the Luyun Sword Sect. There is Xin Shuangli South Sad Place. According to the formula of immortal cultivation novels, going back is bound to be an emotional kill plus Shura, and just by virtue of her being a chi refining stage cultivator, is she really going to challenge the goddess of transformation demon that had once exterminated her clan?
This game storyline is a real oxymoron. Li Muyan smacked his lips, a little excited.
But immediately afterward, he saw another small line in the system prompt. The best heart protectant is a free gift, please feel free to use it.
Li Muyan froze. For nothing?
He immediately rubbed his eyes and double-checked, realizing that he hadn't seen it wrong.
A top-grade heart-protecting pill, the system actually gave it away directly? And no sets, no click and collect buttons, no pay extra to unlock, no limited time second packs? I'll be damned. The makers of the game have a conscience? Li Muyang couldn't believe it.
This game usually pit money pit to death. Before to help Shen Shuangli treatment, the casting of the golden needle acupuncture point needles have to charge money to buy.
And now you're giving away top quality pills for nothing?
He thought he was seeing things.
Swish! A flash of green light. There was an extra white jade vial on the coffee table. The body of the vial was flowing with color, and there was a vague medicinal aroma filling the air. Li Muyang blinked, reached out and picked up the bottle, looking through the mouth of the bottle, only to see that there was an elixir lying quietly inside. The color was round and transparent, with a slight golden light. At a glance, it was clear that the quality was extraordinary. It's really the absolute heart-protecting pill? He couldn't help but gulp, his mind even more skeptical. It's not a fishing expedition, is it? Tell me it's a trial version after I use it, right? Or is it that I charged so much money that I've finally moved the system?
Li Muyang had mixed feelings for a while, but no matter what, this elixir was exactly what saved Shen Shuangli's life. He took a deep breath and without any further hesitation, he pointed his finger and fed the absolute heart-protecting pill to Shen Shuangli. Under the dark and heavy sky, the ruins of the Luyun sword sect were covered with barren grass and ruins. The former magnificent sect buildings had been reduced to ruins, and traces of being trampled by demonic beasts filled the area. Occasionally, the low roars of certain demonic beasts could still be heard not far away, echoing among the broken valley like an unending nightmare. Bai Man was hidden behind a collapsed attic, sweat seeping slightly from the corners of his forehead. She tried her best to stabilize her breath, but her heart was anxious.
Bloodthirsty old man. Why haven't you contacted me yet?
She bit her lower lip, her fingertips whitening slightly. Ever since not long ago, she could no longer sense the bloodshed old ancestor's aura, whether it was through the special summoning jade slip, or the mark placed by the bloodshed old ancestor in her body. It was as if the connection had been completely severed.
How is that possible? Bloodshed Elder Ancestor was a god transformation cultivator.
One of the topmost combatants still walking in the Qianyuan realm today.
Is it hard to believe that he fell?
Bai Man had just risen to this thought, and immediately shook her head in self-deprecation, feeling that she was simply ridiculous.
Are you kidding me?
Even if Shen Shuangli had someone behind her, the goddess of transformation realm was already the pinnacle of what a cultivator of the Qianyuan realm could achieve, so how could there be someone stronger than the bloodshed old ancestor? What's more, it had been thousands of years since an existence above the level of a transformation god had appeared in the Qianyuan realm. The only possibility was that the bloodshed elder ancestor couldn't spare his hands for the time being, or was preparing to completely eliminate Shen Shuangli. Thinking of this, Bai Man calmed down a little, and in her heart, she was vaguely looking forward to it. Perhaps by the time she recovered from her injuries and went out again, Shen Shuangli would already be a dead man. However, she did not know that the invincible existence in her mind had long been killed cleanly by Li Muyang as an ordinary siege boss. Hiss. A sharp stabbing pain hit his chest, and Bai Man's face changed slightly as she couldn't help but look down at the wound she had been burned by the talismanic lightning fire. Previously, under the shelter of the bloodshed old ancestor, she relied on secret techniques to manipulate demonic beasts to sneak attack Shen Shuangli remotely, but she didn't expect Shen Shuangli to have an immortal thunder and fire talisman, which directly bombarded her back in reverse along with the power of sensing, and hardened, and tore open a hideous wound on her body. If it was an unusual thunderfire, she would not be in such a sorry state, but that was after all an immortal talisman, and the power of the laws contained within it simply could not heal itself. She had wanted to wait for the bloodshed elder ancestor to come to her rescue, but now that she couldn't contact the bloodshed elder ancestor, the only thing she could do was to save herself. The Luyun sword sect, although it had already been annihilated, as a once famous sword Dao sect with a deep heritage, the ruins might still be able to find some residual elixirs or celestial treasures for healing wounds. Bai Man took a deep breath and gently lifted her sleeve robe, looking at the scorched black wound on her body, a flash of sinister in her eyes. Either way, she had to survive first. Sweeping his gaze around, within the ruins of the Luyun sword sect, the demonic beasts were still slowly roaming around, but most of them were low-ranked demonic beasts with undeveloped spiritual intelligence, acting entirely on instinct. As for the current strongest spirit transformation great demon Xianin Dark Divergent Bear, because it had been heavily injured in the previous battle, it now had no time to care about these low-ranked demonic beasts, allowing them to roam around in the sect ruins.
It's a rare opportunity for Baimanman.
She lowered her figure and quietly traveled through the ruins, feeling her way towards the direction of the Flowing Cloud Sword sect's former Dan room. Her gaze was grim and determined, and she silently vowed in her heart, "When I recover, I will make Shen Shuangli pay." The dilapidated den was in shambles. Bai Man held her breath and gingerly walked through the collapsed medicine shelves, surrounded by dust-covered medicine bottles. Most of the pills had long since lost their spiritual effect, broken jade bottles were scattered on the ground, and a faint aroma of decaying medicine filled the air. But her eyes were soon drawn to a complete jade bottle in the corner. She walked over quickly and reached out to brush the dust off the surface. The seal of the jade bottle seemed to be intact. She was delighted, her fingertips surged with spiritual energy, and with a gentle point, the seal was instantly loosened.
Absolute Heart Protector Pill. By Man's pupils shrunk slightly, and his heartbeat accelerated.
How could she not expect to find a complete absolute heart-protecting pill in this crumbling ruins of the Luyun sword sect?
Ha ha ha. God is helping me.
She was so excited that she almost laughed out loud. Not only could this absolute heart-protecting pill stabilize her cultivation, but it also had a great repairing effect on her lightning and fire injuries that couldn't be healed due to the backlash. As long as she refined this elixir, she would definitely be able to recover at least 70 to 80% of her strength. Man carefully put away the jade bottle and was about to leave quietly. Who knows?
Crunch!
The door to the den was violently pushed open, and a huge figure blocked the exit. Man stiffened and turned her head violently, right into a pair of deep scarlet beast pupils.
Xenophobic darkness away from the bear.
It was a giant bear that was 2 feet tall, pitch black, with hair like steel needles, thick limbs, and surrounded by yin qi, exuding the terrifying pressure of a transformation god-level demonic beast. However, at this moment, the Xianing Dark Departure bear had a hint of anxiety and uneasiness in its eyes. It didn't rush to attack, but instead stared at Man dead in the face, as if hesitating about something. Man's heart sank, and then a guess flashed through her mind.
It's scared? Chapter 58. Your lordship is not a man of martial virtue.
Man narrowed her eyes, vaguely feeling something was wrong in her heart. According to reason, a transformation spirit great demon shouldn't even care about a Jindan stage cultivator like her, and would be able to tear her apart with a direct claw, but right now, the Xianing Dark Leaving Bear surprisingly didn't make an immediate move, but instead revealed a guarded and uneasy look.
Man's eyes moved slightly, and she immediately tried. Xianing Dark Leaving Bear, you're also looking for pills?
The Xianing Dark Leaving Bear snorted, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Little bug, you're quite smart.
Man secretly gritted her teeth and continued to put on a calm demeanor. You know who I am, right?
I'm the disciple of the bloodshed elder ancestor. If you dare to make a move against me, he will definitely take revenge for me. The uneasiness in the Xianing Darkly Bear's eyes instantly disappeared and was replaced by a burst of crazy laughter.
Bloodshed elder ancestor? Ha 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 ha. It roared up to the sky, its voice shaking the Dan room, and laughed maniacally. Your so-called master has long since been slapped to death by a certain great power. The blood color on Man's face instantly faded, and the whole person was like being struck by lightning, with a roar in her head. No. No way. Heh, don't believe me? Sense for yourself, can you still contact him?
The Xianing Darkly Bear bared its fangs and was filled with mockery. Man fiercely pulled out her own summoning jade slip, frantically inputting her spiritual energy. However,
a dead silence.
She was trembling, her hands and feet were cold, and even her mind was coming to a halt.
Bloodthirsty old ancestor. Really dead?
But he's a spirit transformation cultivator.
How could?
Her mind was instantly disorganized, and she didn't even have time to react before she saw the Xianing Dark Departure Bear's huge palm slam down.
Boom!
The ground crumbled and dust flew. Man's body flew out backwards under the terrifying impact, smashing heavily against the wall. His chest was violently stuffy, and he opened his mouth to spray out a mouthful of blood.
Ahem!
She coughed violently, her eyes so full of panic that she couldn't even struggle. The Xianing Dark Leaving Bear sneered as he approached, grabbing her with one hand and closing his 5 fingers slightly, the sound of bones cracking clearly audible. Poor little worm, how dare you hide under my king's nose for so long? Man's eyes gradually laxed, she used her last strength and said in a trembling voice, You will regret it? Click. With a crunch, her neck was completely snapped and her breath was gone. The Xianing Dark Leaving Bear casually tossed her corpse aside, then lowered his head, looking at the jade bottle that Man had dropped to the ground, greed showing in his eyes. It stretched out its bare paw and picked up the jade bottle, directly opening it. A crystal clear top grade heart protecting pill lay quietly in it, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. The Xianing Dark Leaving Bear was overjoyed and opened its bloody mouth, about to swallow the elixir. Whoosh! The elixir, along with the jade bottle, disappeared into thin air. The Xianing Dark Leaving Bear stared wide-eyed and froze for a moment, then his face was filled with rage as he frantically felt around on his body. Where are my pills? Its nostrils erupted and its spiritual sense swept across the surroundings, but it found nothing. Just as it was about to go berserk, its demonic sense keenly sensed that a sneaky figure was cautiously probing around the outskirts of the Flowing Cloud Sword sect. A guy in a nightshirt. The Xianing Dark Leaving Bear's eyes were suddenly filled with murderous aura.
Black Knight Sword Thief. It's you! Don't run!
As soon as Gu Changqing heard this earth-shattering roar, his entire body was confused and he immediately pulled out his legs and ran.
I've only just felt my way in. How come I'm being watched? He had the wind at his feet, and his recluse technique was soaring wildly, with 10,000 unknowns in his heart. The Xianing Dark Departure Bear roared in the rear, transforming into a black gale in hot pursuit. Damn little thief, give back this king's elixir. Fart. I've only just come in to steal your mom's pills.
The wind and thunder surged under Gu Changqing's feet, his figure shuttling between the ruins like a ghost, and behind him, the shining darkly bear roared repeatedly, its violent demonic chi stirring up, shaking the surrounding rubble and dust. You little thief, you dare to take away the elixir in front of this king, and you still want to argue? The shining darkly bear's eyes were bloodshot as it opened its mouth and spewed out a pitch-black demonic chi, instantly covering Gu Changqing's escape route. Your ass. I really didn't steal it. Gu Changqing gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. Which one took the absolute heart-protecting pill without saying anything? I'll be the first to not let him go. His heart is suffocating to death. He is just a night visit to the ruins of the Luyun sword sect to get some money. The result was just in a big demon chasing all over the place, even if he was once a famous black knight sword pirate, but also cannot hold such a non-human opponent. But Xianing Darkly Xiong simply did not listen to the explanation, and ironically believed that the elixir was stolen by him. Its pair of bear paws flipped and brought up a black storm, like two small mountains pressing towards Gu Changqing. Damn you, you won't let go, will you? Gu Changqing's scalp tingled, fiercely clenched his teeth, his figure suddenly gave a start, and then turned into a black shadow. The whole person disappeared into the night. Ha! The shining dark leaving bear was suddenly stunned as its spiritual sense violently swept its surroundings, only to find that Gu Changqing's aura had completely disappeared. Sculpture! It laughed coldly and stamped violently with all four claws, directly cracking the entire piece of ground, and its massive demonic chi swept out as a raging storm, forcibly tearing apart Gu Changqing's concealment technique. Gu Changqing stumbled and fell out of the void, furious. You grandpa! What a lack of martial virtues! He gritted his teeth and glared at the shining dark leaving bear, his eyes gloomy. Damn, I'll mark this one down. Meanwhile, in the cave of heaven, Xin Shuangli sat cross-legged, her breath was incomparably disordered, and a black crack even faintly surfaced between her eyebrows, as if it would collapse at any time. Li Muyan looked at the system prompt in front of him and couldn't help but frown. Damn, the heart demon backlash is worse than expected. But fortunately, he had already given Xin Shuangli an absolute heart-protecting pill, which at least temporarily stabilized her situation. Just then. Cut! Li Muyan suddenly sneezed 3 times in a row, his nose itching like hell. Who the hell is reading me? He rubbed his nose and forced his thoughts back, his gaze falling to the screen of his cell phone. Please press the chi point with your left hand, and move your energy toward the chi point to regulate your breathing, while sliding your fingers toward the Guanyuan point. Please use your right hand to apply the needle according to the open vein method. Who? Open chakra stitching, right? Li Muyang took a deep breath, his eyes gazed up, and his fingers slowly probed toward Xin Shuangli's belly position as instructed. However, at that very moment, his movements jerked. Due to the influence of the heart demon, dense beads of sweat seeped out from Xin Shuangli's forehead, and the sweat slid down her neck and had even dampened her clothes. The originally slim tunic had become even more snug at this moment due to the sweat soaking through it, and the originally somewhat permeable fabric had become even cooler at this moment, almost clearly outlining every curve of her body. Especially at the waist and abdomen, the soaked tunic clung to the skin, vaguely revealing the green-colored belly band inside. The fabric of the bib was light and thin, like a tiny skirt that covered to the base of her thighs, with delicate floral patterns embroidered around the edges, appearing both elegant and with a hint of flirtation. Her long hair, also soaked with sweat and messy against her cheeks and neck, looked both fragile and carried an unspeakable beauty. Chapter 59, Heart Demons. It's all heart demons. Li Muyang's breathing stuttered slightly, his eyes glanced down uncontrollably, and then immediately retracted, forcing his mind to stabilize. Steady, Li Muyang, you're a decent man, steady. He swallowed hard and forced himself to focus, and without looking askance, he followed the system's guidelines and slowly pressed his fingers on Xin Shuangli's chi point and began to run the needles for treatment. However, it was precisely at this time that Xin Shuangli's delicate body lightly trembled and let out an almost inaudible murmur. Well. Li Muyang's hand shook so violently that he almost stabbed the pulse-opening needle crookedly. He took a deep breath, veins popping at the corners of his forehead, and forced himself to resist certain urges in his heart as he continued to operate. And he completely failed to notice that Xin Shuangli's breathing also became disordered, and her pale cheeks were actually tinted with a touch of strange flushed red, and the 2 blushes spread from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. The picture in the screen is divided into 2 parts. The left side is below the waist and above the legs, and the right side is above the waist and below the neck. The string of acupoints on the right lit up one after another. Li Muyang had no time to quickly apply the needles in order. As if the darkness had life, the tide engulfed Xin Shuangli, like a big invisible net, wrapping tightly around her and dragging her deeper into the abyss of despair. Xin Shuangli struggled, wanting to resist, wanting to get rid of it, but those invisible spider silks wrapped tighter, strangling into her bones and blood, the pain eating away at her bones, as if they were going to completely devour her. The taunts and invectives in her ears rose and fell, burrowing into her mind like vipers, each word with cold, sharp teeth, viciously tearing at her sanity. Xin Shuangli, even you want to break through the foundation establishment stage? Ridiculous. Deserve to lose their cultivation. Get out of the Luyun sword sect, get out. People like you don't deserve to live. A grimace swirled around her, their eyes full of malice, the corners of their mouths twisted into a piercing sneer, and their grim voices intertwined into a cacophony of ringing in her ears, like millions of flies buzzing in her head, stirring her consciousness into confusion. Her dignity, her beliefs, everything she once had, seemed to collapse a little with those heart-rending words, turning into dust and sinking into the bottomless abyss. Her bones were crushed, her soul was torn apart, her consciousness faded, and she even began to doubt her own existence.
Who? Do I really not deserve to live?
Shen Shuangli desperately stretched out her hand, wanting to grab something, wanting to prove that she still existed in this world, but the only thing that entered her hand was cold nothingness, as if the entire world had abandoned her. The darkness closed in more and more, the hideous faces pressed closer and closer, their mouths opening and closing as if they were going to devour her, and she couldn't even hear the voices anymore. The world fell into a dead silence.
She really was going to be completely engulfed? No. Someone. Help me.
Just when she was almost completely sunk.
Miso.
A crisp sword chant suddenly rang out in the darkness, like thunder falling to the ground, cutting through the dead silence. The sound was like a sweet spring falling into a mud puddle, washing away the dull hum. In an instant, a light broke through the darkness, like a sharp sword stabbing straight down, tearing an opening in the surrounding gloom.
Someone was calling her name. Shan Xuanli.
The voice was urgent and low, carrying an unspeakable majesty and coldness, like a thunderous sound that shattered all the illusions around. Shen Shuangli barely opened her eyes. All around, the heads of those spinning around her suddenly all froze, as if the still button had been pressed. Their faces still wore hideous smiles, the corners of their mouths opening and closing slightly, but they could no longer make any sound.
The next moment. Pust. A small cracking sound came.
Shen Shuangli saw that in the center of those faces, a thin line across them had suddenly appeared, like a sharp blade bisecting their faces.
Ka-ching.
Blazing flames erupted from the crack that was gradually widening, like hellish karmic fires that engulfed their bodies.
Twisting, struggling, hissing, crumbling.
They were in pieces, reduced to flying ash, and shattered in front of her. The whole world seemed to go quiet for an instant. Only that one brilliant light remained.
Shan Xuanli.
The voice was closer. Flying ash filled the air, and her misty eyes finally caught a blurry figure. The man stood behind the smoke, his black clothes rolled up, his white hair like a waterfall, the long sword in his hand trembled slightly, still emitting the afterglow of the decapitation of the illusion. A majestic five-clawed golden dragon, hovering at his side, its pupils brilliant gold, like a god overlooking the living world, its whiskers moving slightly, bringing up a storm and forcing back the remaining darkness around him. Shen Shuangli looked at the man dumbfounded, the terror in her eyes gradually filled with reassurance.
Seniors.
Her lips moved slightly, her voice as light as a fly. However, the man had already taken a step, golden dragon circling, clothes flying, and the darkness crumbled inch by inch under his steps, eventually shattering completely.
Senpai.
Shen Shuangli snapped her eyes open with a startled gasp. The cave was still that warm and exquisite, with the swaying of golden lotuses. She was still here, not consumed by that horrible vision.
It turns out
that those lurid images were just hallucinations triggered by the demons of the mind. She gasped slightly, cold sweat sliding down her cheeks, the back of her shirt nearly soaked, bringing coolness against her skin. And what made her most uncomfortable was the strange sensation coming from her waist and abdomen, a tingling and slightly itchy touch, as if carrying a slight electric current that tugged at the nerves of her entire body. Shen Shuangli subconsciously lowered her head, her gaze falling on her belly. In the next instant, her entire body froze. Two large golden aura hands were clearly visible, one pressing on the small of her back and the other on the side of her waist. The aura condensed into fingers that pressed precisely on a few key acupoints, each press causing the skin to slightly dimple and then gently pop up again. Not only that, the aura flowed through her body as if there was a warm spring slowly rushing through her meridians. That strange tingling sensation made her unable to resist tensing her waist and stomach, yet she was unable to resist the warmth and comfort. What's worse, the acupuncture technique condensed by the aura gently pierced into the acupoints with a subtle burning sensation, and each stroke felt like it landed on her nerves, tingling so much that she unconsciously tensed her body, almost gasping for air.
Shen Shuangli's face flushed red in a flash.
She bit down on her lower lip with a deadly grip, desperately trying to suppress the overwhelming urge to speak, not daring to make the slightest sound for fear that if she opened her mouth, her embarrassing emotions would completely leak out. She knew that this was her senior helping her to transport her energy, and she couldn't disturb her senior. But her gaze was fixed on her waist and stomach, watching her skin sink and pop with the pressure of the golden aura, as if even the subtle touch of her skin had been infinitely amplified.
Chapter 60. How can I face my seniors in the future?
Shen Shuangli hated to find a crack in the ground. Her hands were twisting the corner of her clothes, her fingertips were white due to excessive force, her feet were rubbing back and forth on the ground uneasily, as if she was looking for a chance to escape from the ground. What broke her even more was her bib
has definitely been seen.
Her heart fluttered hard and her head exploded in confusion.
It's over. It's over, 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 it's over.
She snapped her eyes shut, afraid to think about it, but she couldn't stop the shameful images from tumbling through her mind.
Senpai must have seen. This is a girl's intimate apparel. My belly band is still so childish, will seniors think I'm a little kid? Shin Shuangli, you're stupid, really stupid. It's over, how am I going to face seniors in the future? When she thought of Li Muyan's eyes that might have seen everything, her shame value instantly soared to the bursting point, and her entire head was going up in smoke. Even the pain of just wrestling with her heart demon was put behind her, and now all she could think about was how to conduct herself in front of her seniors in the future. In the darkness, the figure in black clothes and white hair, like a god and goddess, had automatically coincided with the image of her senior. Her mind was in turmoil, and her whole being was lost in her own embarrassing fantasies. Even when Li Muyan finished applying the needles, withdrew his aura and retracted his palm, she didn't even notice it at first. Phew, it's done, the realm is preserved. Li Muyan slowly withdrew his hand and watched the aura in Shin Shuangli's body operate steadily, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Shin Shuangli remained at the Qi refining great perfection realm, and although she had been attacked by a heart demon, she had not lost her cultivation. The effect of the absolute great heart protecting pill really lived up to its name. If it was just a simple heart protecting pill, she was afraid that she would still be affected by the backlash of the heart demon, and her cultivation might not be preserved. But with his Li Kryptonite Immortal Dignity's pulse opening needle technique and exclusive massage and toning technique, a mere heart demon backlash would not be able to make waves at all. He slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, raised his hand and pinched his brow as his eyes fell on Shin Shuangli. The girl hadn't quite come back to her senses at the moment, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and she still seemed to be in a bit of a trance. The acupoints on the side of her belly and waist still retained aura fluctuations, and that unique tingling sensation apparently made it a little difficult for her to adapt, her body curling up slightly as if she was trying to avoid something, her cheeks still flushed with an abnormal blush. Probably still shy about what just happened, right? Li Muyan raised his eyebrows, resisted the urge to flirt and withdrew his gaze. The next step is to figure out how to deal with the trouble that is the heart demon. He whispered to himself, frowning slightly. If it was just a matter of protecting the cultivation, that would be a minor problem. The real tricky part was how to completely cut off the heart demons. According to the guidance of the heavenly chance deduction, Shin Shuangli must return to the Luyun sword sect and sever her karma. Li Muyan wasn't surprised by the result, and even the moment he saw the deduction result, his first reaction was this game is a real dog. The roots of demons come from the past, and in order to completely dissolve them, you must face the wounds of the past head on. To put it nicely, it's the plot setup that makes sense. But to put it bluntly, it's just not giving him the option to forcefully send Shin Shuangli back to the mainline copy. The Luyun sword sect now was no longer a simple sect, where demonic beasts were rampant and dangerous. Moreover, according to his experience, the bottom boss of the replicas level would most likely be that great demon of the transformation god realm. If it was a regular copy it would be fine, but this is the main thread. Li Muyan sighed softly, his eyes a bit gloomy. According to his experience in the game, in 9 cases out of 10, there will be mental attacks and other mechanisms in the mainline copy, especially when it comes to characters like Shin Shuangli, who are burdened with heavy karmic consequences, and will probably be forced to trigger the memory killing. In other words, once she entered the Flowing Cloud Sword sect, it was highly likely that she would fall into the Heart Demon illusion realm again. And the scariest thing about this illusion thing is not that it makes people suffer, but that it makes them completely lost. If Shin Shuangli sank into it, there was no need for the demonic beast to do anything at all, she would completely collapse on her own. The planners of this game, I'm afraid they're not bent on making me knife the female lead, right? The corner of Li Muyan's mouth twitched, his heart filled with helplessness. If there was another option, he didn't want Shin Shuangli to go back and take the risk at all. Unfortunately. He clicked on Toastmasters, looked at the empty balance, and fell silent. No more money, no more kryptonite. He himself needed to live broadcast to earn money, and Shin Shuangli also needed to be prepared to go up to the ruins of the Luyun sword sect, and it would be best to go wherever to get a little bit of magic artifacts, talismans, elixirs, and so on. Li Muyan was worrying and fretting about what he should do afterward. Knock knock knock. There was a sudden knock at the door outside the cave. Followed by an indifferent voice. Shin Shuangli, open the door, I know you're in there. Surprisingly, it was Zhao Yuanzhou who went and returned. The night is like ink, the cold wind wrapped with the cold of the mountains, blowing through the rugged mountain road, lifting up the fallen leaves like butterflies fluttering. Zhao Yuanzhou's eyes were heavy as he followed behind realist Xianxiao, his face full of depression, just wanting to find something to dissipate his anger. Having just been publicly abused by Li Muyan, he was holding his breath in his heart, and it was difficult for him to attack when he returned to the clan, so he was getting annoyed. Suddenly, with a flash of light, he actually thought of that lone woman Shin Shuangli. Shin Shuangli. Zhao Yuanzhou whispered the name, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. He just felt that this name is somewhat familiar, a careful recollection. His heart suddenly realized this Shin Shuangli is not the year when the Nandu military general Shin Tian his daughter?
That great general who guarded one side of the town was so powerful in martial arts that he even made the emperor of Nandu jealous, and was eventually liquidated by his entire family. Zhao Yuanzhou vaguely remember, the Shin family was killed that year, the entire Nandu blood flow into the river, the former brilliant Shin house in the fire into scorched earth, and his that have not met the marriage object also disappeared in that catastrophe without a trace. What a creation! The smile at the corner of Zhao Yuanzhou's mouth increased. I didn't realize that you had survived. Moreover, it has become the heir of the Lu Yun sword sect? A wretch who had managed to escape and become a disciple of the Lu Yun sword sect with great difficulty, only to encounter the destruction of the sect and live once again. I really don't know whether to call her lucky or unlucky. This woman now has a humble status, not even a backer, a person in exile in the mountains, even the dog is more nourishing than her life.
Zhao Yuanzhou snorted in his mind.
Back in the day, Shin Shuangli was also one of his many marriage partners.
The Nandu royal family had made several gestures of goodwill to the Zhao family with the intention of marriage, which included Shin Tian, his daughter.
Just Zhao Yuanzhou has long been outstanding talent, was selected by the Wuji sect into the Qianyuan realm of cultivation. Naturally there is no possibility of going back to the marriage, and it will not be settled.
Now that seems like a marvelous miss.
Now it seems she doesn't deserve me at all. Zhao Yuanzhou shook his head. This woman has no cultivation, only just a district refining realm, no background, no relatives, simply excellent sandbag.
Rather a nice outburst.
Zhao Yuanzhou's gaze was cold, and he already had an idea in his mind. Although his dantian was wasted and his cultivation was damaged, he came from the Wuji sect after all, and the magic weapons investments on his body still allowed him to maintain a combat power not weaker than that of a foundation establishment cultivator. Against a mere chi refining cultivator, it was simply killing a chicken with a bull's knife.
Chapter 61 Someone breaks into the boudoir.
With his mind made up, Zhao Yuanzhou raised his head to look at the mountains in the distance. Under the night, clouds and mist, in the blurred light, a small cave was hidden in the rock wall, and there was a vague fluctuation of spiritual chi at the entrance of the cave, which was obviously the place where Shin Shuangli was hiding. She's quite a cautious woman, it seems. This caution, however, was of little use to him. The corners of Zhao Yuanzhou's mouth hooked slightly as he turned around and bowed to realist Xian Xiao, saying in a respectful tone, "Master, my disciple's mind was a little unstable for a while, so I want to take a walk on my own to adjust my mind, and return to the sect after I've calmed down." Real Emperor Xian Xiao glanced at him, knowing his disciple's urbane nature, with some impatience in his eyes, but he still waved his hand. "Go on, don't cause any trouble. If you encounter any problems, use the 1,000-mile solo journey talisman to return to the clan immediately."
Zhao Yuanzhou put on a docile demeanor. "I'll follow my master's orders."
Without another word, realist Xian Xiao left with his sword and disappeared into the sky as a stream of light. Zhao Yuanzhou collected his expression and watched realist Xian Xiao go far away, and only after the other party's silhouette had completely disappeared did he hook his lips in a cold smile and snort, "A chi refining junior with little background, what else can I get me into trouble for?" With that said, he turned around leisurely and stepped into the darkness, heading towards the cave. The night wind swept through the treetops, making a rustling sound, and Zhao Yuanzhou lightly leapt onto the rocks and arrived in front of Shin Shuangli's cave, slowly lifting his hand and knocking on the door.
"Shin Shuangli, open the door, I know you're in there."
There was a smile in his voice, but a hint of irresistible oppression. Shin Shuangli frowned slightly as she distinguished the owner of the voice.
"Zhao Yuanzhou? What's he doing back again?"
She opened her eyes suspiciously, yet in the next instant, a faint murderous intent seeped in along the doorway, causing people to fall into the ice cellar. And at the same time, an undisguised spiritual awareness easily swept through her cave with blatant prying and scorn.
Shin Shuangli's face instantly sank. She took a deep breath and said in a calm tone, "Senior brother Zhao, what are you doing here with me if you're not returning to the clan?" There was silence outside for a moment, then came Zhao Yuanzhou's lazy laughter. "Yo, Shin Shuangli, this is a really cold attitude of yours. What's the matter? Elder brother specially came to see you, and you're not even willing to open the door. Back then, you were still my peace offering. Senior brother Zhao has not 800 but 1,000 marriage partners, so why should he be hung up on me, a little woman he's never met before?" Shin Shuangli's expression remained unchanged, and he said blandly, "If senior brother has no important matters, please return." "Ha, Shin Shuangli, are you driving me away?" Zhao Yuanzhou snorted, his tone suddenly cold for a few minutes. "Who do you think you are? You can't go back to Nandu, the Lu Yun sword sect is even destroyed, you're a chi refining cultivator, no clan, no background, all alone in this crappy cave, do you really take yourself seriously?" Shin Shuangli's heart ached, biting her lips tightly, her fingers touching the hilt of the sword at her waist, and she said in a cold voice, "Since senior brother Zhao knows that I have no clan or sect, why would he lower himself and disturb me by coming to the door late at night? In any case, I don't have any friendship with senior brother Zhao, so it's better to please return." "Ha!" Zhao Yuanzhou laughed coldly, a few points of viciousness in his tone. "You're good at talking. It's a pity that you don't count when you say it." Shin Shuangli's face finally changed.
Zhao Yuanzhou's tone of voice and the reckless probing swept by her spiritual sense both made her realize that the other party had come this time, and I'm afraid that it wasn't as simple as just verbal provocation. Xin Shuangli, I advise you to open the door obediently, don't make me do it myself. Zhao Yuanzhou's voice became steeply cold. Originally, I was thinking of giving you some face, don't force me to be impolite.
Xin Shuangli's palms tightened. She already understood that today's matter would be difficult to settle, I'm afraid.
If senior brother Zhao really wants to force his way in, just try it. Her voice was calm and unruffled, yet a coldness flashed under her eyes.
The smile on Zhao Yuanzhou's face completely disappeared when he heard this. How dare a woman with no background or backing talk to him like that? Who is he, Zhao Yuanzhou?
Wu Jisek's personal disciple, Xian Xiaozhenren's favorite disciple. Even though his cultivation is now wasted, it is not something that a nobody like her Xin Shuangli can disobey.
Toast.
Zhao Yuanzhou's eyes chilled as he raised his hand and pinched, and a powerful spiritual light instantly slammed towards the cave door.
Dang. The aura hit the cave door, and a prompt popped up in Li Muyang's cell phone.
Someone is trying to break into your love interest's boudoir, please choose a countermeasure. 1. Inspire a slap to blow him away and let him know what happens when he makes a move on your love interest. 2. To make him fall on his knees with the pressure of a strong man, so that he can learn what respect means. 3. Give a cold snort and use your inner strength to shatter their eardrums, and tell them to get lost when they are scared out of their wits. This choice will cause the other party to guess that you are a devil practitioner. Li Muyan looked at the choices given by the game and frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. He glanced at the map and realized that Zhao Yuanzhou's marker was a neutral yellow, not a hostile red one.
No wonder the system didn't pop up a warning of danger in advance. The yellow dots
probably mean that they will transform into red or green dots at any time, I guess, representing hostile and friendly, respectively. Li Muyan whispered to himself, a little upset in his heart. He stared at Zhao Yuanzhou in the screen, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes.
This guy dared to make a move on Xin Shuangli's boudoir, simply looking for death. Can I raise the money and just get him killed?
Li Muyang grimaced, a hint of viciousness in his tone. In his opinion, daring to speak ill of his love interest, getting Zhao Yuanzhou killed was light.
If he put it in the real world, he would have to go through a wave of mental self-torture if he casually pinched a human to death, but this was just a game, and he had absolutely no moral burden about getting Zhao Yuanzhou killed. However, just as he was about to select the kill option, a prompt suddenly popped up in the game. Target Zhao Yuanzhou is related to Xin Shuangli's birth. After death he will lose the clue of his birth. Will he be forced to kill him? Li Muyang froze for a moment, then reacted and hastily cancelled the selection. This guy is actually related to Xin Shuangli's birth? He murmured, a flash of surprise in his eyes. It seems that Zhao Yuanzhou is a plot NPC. If you accidentally give it a kill, this game looks like it has no resurrection function yet. The plot will be broken. For the sake of his own dear little love interest, Li Muyang still decided to let Zhao Yuanzhou have a dog's life for the time being. However, deadly sins can be avoided, but living sins can't be escaped. Listening to the game hints, as long as this guy is still alive he can trigger the plot, so let's punish him. Li Muyang directly chose the one option. Outside the cave, Zhao Yuanzhou was standing in front of Xin Shuangli's boudoir door with a hint of impatience on his face. He pushed the door hard, but found that it did not move. Why can't I push this tie door open? Zhao Yuanzhou was anxious and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He ran his spiritual energy and prepared to blast a punch at the door. However, the moment he had just condensed his spiritual energy, bang! An invisible aura violently erupted out of the cave, and a palm slapped hard on his chest. Chapter 62 Don't Kill Me. Zhao Yuanzhou didn't even have time to activate the 1,000-mile solo journey talisman, and his entire body flew out backwards like a disconnected paper kite, smashing heavily into the ground as a mouthful of blood violently spewed out of his mouth. He struggled to get up, but was shocked to find that the vestments on his body were actually unresponsive, and not even half of the protective power was stimulated. On the contrary, the instinctive reaction of aura protection was actually directly suppressed? This can't be. Just then. Boom! A heavy and indescribable pressure descended from the sky, as if a lofty mountain had been suppressed out of thin air, pressing down hard on Zhao Yuanzhou's body. Click! Zhao Yuanzhou's knees went weak and he fell to his knees with a plop. The hard rocky ground directly shattered, his knees deeply embedded in the ground. Chills instantly ran down his spine into his head, cold sweat bristling and soaking his back. He clenched his teeth in death, his internal organs tossing and turning, his blood churning so much that it almost exploded. This feeling. It's the senior. Zhao Yuanzhou's heart beat wildly, almost subconsciously raised his head, his voice trembled and said, late generation Zhao Yuanzhou, just now. Just now did not know that seniors in the house, much offense, late generation. However, before he could finish his words, a bellowing cry rang out from inside the door. Shut up! A cold and violent shout came from inside the door, like thunder exploding, causing Zhao Yuanzhou's eardrums to buzz, his scalp to tingle, and even his soul to tremble. The next moment. Boom!
Zhao Yuanzhou's body once again flew backwards. This time, he directly smashed into a scorched black thunder pit in the distance. The whole person fell to the ground like a broken sack, his chest was in excruciating pain, and his abdomen looked like it had been viciously pinched by an invisible giant palm. He couldn't even send out a wail. He curled up and gasped violently, his organs seemed to be crushed into a ball, and cold sweat fell in large drops. At the moment, there was only one thought in his mind. It's over. I messed with the wrong people. And just then, the low voice of that invisible presence came from within the cave. Frost Glaze, this person has something to do with your birth, so this honored one will stay out of it. Xin Shuangli had been standing quietly within the cave, and only after hearing these words did she raise her head slightly, her gaze deep and calm. She took a deep breath, slightly arched her hand towards the void, and solemnly said, "Yes, Frost Glory, thanks Senior." She slowly walked towards the entrance of the cave, her gaze landing on Zhao Yuanzhou, who was not far away, her expression calm and unperturbed. Zhao Yuanzhou fell to his knees, his heart beating like a drum, cold sweat sliding down his forehead, his heart appalled to the extreme.
Xin Shuangli. Even called that person Senior?
He was shocked. Xin Shuangli's tone was filled with awe and obedience. It was obvious that her relationship with that mysterious being was extraordinary.
The two of them, are they quite close? Zhao Yuanzhou couldn't help but recall the terrifying suppression he had just suffered.
That kind of uncontestable pressure was by no means something that an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator could exert.
Xin Shuangli, defected to the Devil's Gate? No, it's not right. Zhao Yuanzhou immediately dismissed the idea. The mighty pressure just now was neutral and calm, without any trace of the devil's sinister aura. That kind of calm, vast power does not look like a devil cultivator in any way. But if it wasn't a devil sect cultivator, then how did Xin Shuangli get involved with such a big shot? Zhao Yuanzhou's mind was a mess, alarm bells were ringing inside, and just then, squeak! The door to the cave slowly opened, and a cool mountain breeze brushed against his face. Zhao Yuanzhou snapped his head up, only to see that Xin Shuangli had already changed into a plain white sword practice uniform, his sleeves fluttering, his sword lightly chirping at his waist, and a sharp sword intent emanating from his body, as if he could sheath his sword and chop people at any time. A faint blush remained on her cheeks, probably because of the lingering heat in the cave, but in Zhao Yuanzhou's eyes, it carried a hint of inexplicable coldness. She looked at Zhao Yuanzhou, her brows slightly furrowed, her tone indifferent. Zhao Yuanzhou, what exactly is your business? Zhao Yuanzhou snapped.
The Xin Shuangli in his memory was still the proud daughter of the Nandu general's family, haughty, dusty, and cool. But now, standing in front of him Xin Shuangli, compared to the first time but there is a trace of deeper composure and
killing intent.
At this moment, he suddenly realized that Xin Shuangli had changed. The general girl in the past, once could let him judge, could be at the mercy of fate, but now Xin Shuangli, just like a real sword out of the sheath, sharp and cold. Facing such a Xin Shuangli, coupled with the mysterious and unpredictable senior inside the cave, the innate arrogance in Zhao Yuanzhou's heart unconsciously tightened a few points. He didn't dare to say that he came to bully Xin Shuangli, he could only force a smile and said along with the previous topic, It's nothing, it's just that I haven't seen anyone I know in the mundane world for a long time, and I want to come and see you. You're alone in this wild mountain, it's always too dangerous. Xin Shuangli looked at him coldly, the corner of her mouth curved up into a sneer. If you really came to catch up, would you choose to break into my cave? Her gaze was cold, and her sword intent filled the air like an invisible wind pressure, causing palpitations. You struck first, so even if I kill you now, it's still reasonable. After experiencing this escape from death, Xin Shuangli had long since realized that if she didn't do it herself, others would. Just because I am unwilling to commit a crime does not mean that others will not commit a crime against me. Zhao Yuanzhou's heart skipped a beat as he realized with a jolt that it was not good. Xin Shuangli was truly moved to kill. He had thought that Xin Shuangli was only a qi refining cultivator, and even if he had progressed, he would never be his opponent. But at this moment, being locked by that cold sword intent, he actually developed a trace of incredible fear. What's more, that terrifying senior was inside the cave. Zhao Yuanzhou thought frantically, his heart beating wildly. The 1,000-mile solo journey talisman was in his storage bag, but it took an instant to inspire it, and Xin Shuangli was too close to himself. If she really struck, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have the time to inspire it. And I'm afraid that if I try to fight back, I'll have a way to take death in the eyes of my predecessor. As a matter of urgency, he must first stabilize Xin Shuangli and allow himself some breathing time. Just as he was getting antsy, a fragment suddenly appeared in his mind. Frost Glaze, this person has something to do with your birth, so this father will not interfere. Zhao Yuanzhou's pupils shrunk, and his heart shook violently. Body? Why did that senior specifically mention Xin Shuangli's life? Could it be that Xin Shuangli didn't know the real cause of her parents' death? Zhao Yuanzhou's heartbeat accelerated, suddenly realizing that this could be his only saving grace. With a clench of his teeth, he jerked his head up and cried out in a voice that was urgent and with a hint of panic. Don't kill me! I can tell you how your whole family died. Xin Shuangli's footsteps paused, and her eyes narrowed slightly. The air, in an instant, became dead silent. Chapter 63, Like a Clown. Zhao Yuanzhou knelt on the ground, his face pale and cold sweat soaked through his lapel. His heart was beating like a drum, and facing Shen Shuangli's icy gaze, he knew that if he didn't say something, he was afraid that he would really have to plant himself here today. Gritting his teeth, he said in a trembling voice, Shen Shuangli,
do you really not know? Your parents, General Shen Tian's family, didn't die in the war, but
were purged by the Emperor of Nandu's personal order. Shen Shuangli's pupils contracted violently, the long sword in her hand trembled slightly, and her mind was rattled like a thunderbolt.
What did you say?
Her voice raised steeply, her sword she stirred, and cracks faintly surfaced on the ground beneath her feet. Zhao Yuanzhou swallowed his throat, forcibly stabilized his mind, and took the opportunity to continue. General Shen Tianhe, the first fierce general of the Nandu, suppressing the four directions, his reputation even surpasses that of the imperial family.
How can the Nandu emperor tolerate a vassal who has achieved so much? Back then, he completely wiped out your Shen family overnight with the charge of fornicating with the demon race. Shen Shuangli's fingers tightened violently, her face instantly turning pale. She had always thought that her parents had died in a siege by their enemies, and that the Shen family had been destroyed due to the war, but Zhao Yuanzhou's words were like a heavy hammer that hit her hard in the heart. It turned out to be the emperor of Nandu. It turns out that the family and country that one is so painstakingly guarding, is this how one rewards their Shen family? In an instant, her heart and soul were shaken, a rage surged in her chest, and demonic thoughts tumbled in her mind, a dark emotion frantically growing, and the images of the family being slaughtered back then seemed to float before her eyes, and cries, blood, and flames tore her sanity apart. Mind the devil. Damn Nandu. Damn emperor.
Shen Shuangli was breathing heavily, a scarlet red coloring the bottom of her eyes, her body shaking.
Frost glaze, guard your mind.
A calm but imperturbable voice sounded in her head. Shen Shuangli's body shook, and in an instant, it was as if she was pulled back to reality from the vortex. It was a transmission from the seniors. She fiercely bit the tip of her tongue, the intense pain made her awake for a few moments, the original tumultuous heart demons were hardened and suppressed back, her chest was still heaving, but she forced herself to calm down. Zhao Yuanzhou watched her face change, and his heart rejoiced there's a chance. He quickly said, Shen Shuangli, I know it's hard for you to accept, but this is the truth. If you don't believe me, I can take out the vouchers, those secret edicts and the Nandu Emperor's own handwritten warrants. I have them with me. Shen Shuangli took a deep breath and stared at him like a knife. Where are the vouchers? Zhao Yuanzhou quickly nodded, his face piled up a fawning smile, in my storage bag. You let me take it, I will take it out and show you. Shen Shuangli let out a cold laugh and raised her sword, the tip of the sword pointing straight at his brow, her voice as cold as ice. If you dare to play smart, I'll kill you right away.
Zhao Yuanzhou nodded repeatedly, I don't dare to dare. I will obediently bring it out.
But in his mind, he was making frantic calculations. As long as I'm allowed to take out my storage bag, I'll immediately use the 1,000-mile journey talisman to vanish. The 1,000-mile solo rune could instantly cross 1,000 miles, even a Yuaning powerhouse would have difficulty tracking it, not to mention that he was a disciple of the Wuji sect. Even if that mysterious senior was stronger, it would be impossible for him to forcefully break into the Wuji sect to chase after him. He could barely hold back a laugh at the thought, a wry glint in his eyes. Just then, Li Muyan was calmly looking at the new prompt on the screen.
Space fluctuation detected, is it recharging 18.8 to lock the space?
Li Muyan's eyes narrowed and he instantly realized this kid was going to escape.
Want to run?
He grunted coldly and nodded his recharge without hesitation. He has not much money left, but 18.8 is always available. Charge! In an instant, the space around Zhao Yuanzhou shook violently, as if it had been instantly kneaded and crumpled by a large invisible hand, and then quickly straightened out, and an ineffable sense of stagnation descended on the surroundings. The ignorant Zhao Yuanzhou pinched the 1,000-mile solo journey talisman, a glint of smugness flashed under his eyes, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he grunted coldly, if you want to know the truth, come back to the Wuji sect with me. As the words fell, he stopped talking nonsense, and with a thought, he infused the talisman in his hand with his mana, preparing to vanish in an instant.
1,000-mile charm, sprint.
Zhao Yuanzhou frowned, sensing that the talisman was surprisingly unresponsive, as if it was an ordinary piece of broken paper, and not only did his figure not move half an inch, he didn't even perceive half a bit of spatial fluctuation. He instantly panicked a bit, a cold sweat broke out on the corner of his forehead, and his eyes fluttered as he pushed the talisman hard again. Blast! The air was silent, without the slightest change.
Zhao Yuanzhou's heart jumped hard as an ominous premonition rose from the bottom of his heart. You don't think so?
He saved this talisman specifically to save his life.
Sprint! Fly me!
His hand holding the talisman began to tremble, and his voice took on a hint of urgency. However, the space remained as stable as Mount Tai, not even a single ripple had arisen, not to mention flying away. He couldn't even feel the aftermath of the spatial fluctuations. Cold sweat immediately oozed from Zhao Yuanzhou's forehead, a feeling of powerlessness of being trapped in front of a fierce beast struck his heart, feeling like a clown. His gaze trembled slightly as he looked toward Shen Shuangli. And Shen Shuangli was already looking at him, her expression cold, her eyes full of sarcasm. In the next instant, her longsword was violently placed on Zhao Yuanzhou's neck, the blade of the sword flashed with cold light, and against his skin, one could even feel the sharpness that slightly pierced the skin.
Are you ting me?
Her voice was icy cold, with a piercing killing intent.
Zhao Yuanzhou only felt a chill go straight from his spine to the sky, his face swished ghastly white, and he hastily revealed a smile that was worse than crying, his voice taking on a hint of trembling. Senior Sister Shen, misunderstanding, 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 misunderstanding. I'm just joking.
He shivered and reached into his storage bag, quickly pulling out several yellowed secret edicts and emperor's warrants and offering them with both hands. Look.
The evidence is here.
Shen Shuangli received the secret edict with a cold face, and thick emotional fluctuations flashed in the depths of her eyes as she quickly flipped through the yellowed papers. Right at this moment, the vestments on Zhao Yuanzhou's body suddenly lit up with a faint glow, and the mana fluctuations rippled slightly. This was the characteristic of the vestments to automatically protect their masters. Sensing that their masters were being threatened, they would activate their own protection. Zhao Yuanzhou watched this scene with his eyes wide open, his entire body completely frozen.
Why are you defending the Lord now? Why didn't you blow when the sword was just on your neck?
Zhao Yuanzhou almost cursed in his heart. This vestment actually picked this time to launch, simply afraid that he would not die fast enough. As expected, before he could react, Li Muyan had already been watching with great interest, and when he saw Zhao Yuanzhou's vestments glow, he immediately revealed a playful smile.
TSK, Protector of the Lord? Isn't that giving away equipment?
At that moment, he transmitted his voice without any delay.
Since his life has been made clear, my father will also give your Wuji sect face.
Leave the storage bag and all the magic treasures on your body and get lost.
A horse cannot get fat without night grass, and a man cannot get rich without a fortune.
The storage bag of a great disciple of the Wuji sect must have quite a few good things.
Chapter 64. Who put the space blockade?
Shen Shuangli's face remained cold, closing the secret edict in his hand, raising his eyes to Zhao Yuanzhou. His tone was morose. Since Senior has given the word, you do as you are told.
Zhao Yuanzhou's face turned green. Senior Sister Shen, no. Fairy Shun. This is all I have.
He grimaced bitterly, his voice harsh, as if he had been flayed.
Hand it over or die.
Shen Shuangli coldly spat out 4 words, her tone without the slightest emotion. Zhao Yuanzhou's face changed countless times, and finally in the word death hit a jolt, the heart struggled madly, but in the end still resigned to shivering down the vestments, and then one by one will be on the body of the wrist guards, jewelry. Are put into the storage bag, handing Shen Shuangli. Shen Shuangli, the whole person only left a thin lingerie. The cold wind whistled, and Zhao Yuanzhou stood there, naked and shivering, his face ugly as hell.
This is always okay, right? He gritted his teeth. Shen Shuangli nodded coldly and did not speak again.
Zhao Yuanzhou was like an amnesty, gritting his teeth and picking up the 1,000 miles alone talisman. He turned and rolled around and rushed towards the edge of the blockade, not daring to stay even for a moment. Watching his figure fleeing in distress, Shen Shuangli finally slowly withdrew her gaze, her eyes once again fell on the secret edict in her hand, her face sunk like stagnant water, her heart churning with uncertainty. And as Li Muyan looked at Zhao Yuanzhou's appearance, he couldn't help but slightly hook the corner of his mouth and laugh in a low voice. Quite sensible, let me see if this 18.8 is worth spending. Li Muyan poked the storage bag and looked at it, resulting in his face darkening. In the storage bag, apart from the vestments and magic weapons he was wearing, there was only some gold, silver and spirit stones, as well as a few simple bottles of healing pills.
Poor bastard. Is the Wuji sect's personal great disciple so poor? This wave is a blood loss. No gain is a loss.
Zhao Yuanzhou staggered out of the spatial blockade range, and his feet were so weak that he almost fell straight to the ground. He was gasping for air, his legs were still shaking, and his whole body was in a sorry state, his face green and white.
Damn. Finally ran out.
Zhao Yuanzhou held onto a tree, panting heavily, his heart churning with anger. His mouth began to curse. What's wrong with this Shen Shuangli?
To be able to list such a big shot, it's simply not human.
Cursing after cursing, Zhao Yuanzhou still glanced back with palpitations, making sure that no one was chasing them out before he finally sighed in relief, a trace of a gloating smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
Good in the old man clever.
Those really valuable things have long been all handed over to the master. Stay in the storage bag is just some worthless rags. Oh, Shen Shuangli, that girl is afraid to be happy bad, thought to pick up a big bargain, but do not know to take away all the waste. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuanzhou was suddenly in a great mood, shaking the thin clothes on his body. Although the cold wind was piercing his bones, his heart was on fire. But this matter must not be told outside, especially not to let master know, or else with his temper, I'm afraid that he can directly peel my skin. Zhao Yuanzhou licked his dry and cracked lips, took a deep breath, stabilized his mind, and prepared to catalyze the 1,000-mile solo journey talisman to return to the Wuji sect.
However, the moment he was about to cast the spell,
The heavens and earth suddenly trembled, and a violent pressure rolled in from the distance like a landslide and tsunami.
Give me back my elixir.
A terrifying roar resounded through the mountains and fields, a fierce wind rose up, the grass and trees swayed violently, and the flying birds around them fled in all directions in fear. Zhao Yuanzhou only felt that the blood in his body was shaken to the point of almost solidifying by this roar, and he turned around violently to see a black shadow in the distance speeding up like a meteor, its violent spirit pressure tearing through the air and crushing everything. It was a huge bear with a black body and red eyes, so huge that it was like a small mountain, emitting a strong ferocious aura, and every time it took a step, the earth shook and the surrounding trees collapsed in pieces.
Zhao Yuanzhou's scalp instantly exploded. Spirit transformation demon beast? However, before he could react, in front of that shining dark departure bear, a figure shuttled through the dark night like a ghost, with astonishingly fast speed, wearing night clothes and holding a pitch-black long sword, with his face hidden by a black scarf. Black Knight Sword Thief? 2 Transfiguration Gods. Zhao Yuanzhou was shocked by the aura of the transformation god and couldn't move. At this moment, Gu Chongqing was running wildly while cursing at the demonic beast behind him. Can't you be reasonable? I told you what, I didn't take anything, as for chasing me for thousands of miles and not letting go? He cursed his lungs to the point of exploding, cursing tens of thousands of words, yet the shining darkly bear behind him remained persistent, roaring furiously, "Give me back my elixir." Gu Chongqing was really going crazy. If he didn't say that the bear was stubborn, he had never met a demonic beast that held such a grudge. One must know that this shining dark departure bear was in existence at the peak of the transformation god realm, much stronger than him, and under normal circumstances, he was no match at all. But fortunately, his stance was extremely fast. One could even say that it was so fast that it could not catch up with itself for a while. Just a couple thousand more miles and we'll lose this stupid bear for good. Just as Gu Chongqing was rejoicing in his heart, thinking that he was about to get rid of this crazy bear once and for all, suddenly, boo! His figure ruthlessly crashed into an invisible barrier, and in the next instant, he was directly bounced off by the powerful recoil. You big shot! Who put the space blockade? Gu Chongqing cursed frantically and angrily in the air. In the next second, his whole body smashed straight down like a meteorite. Zhao Yuanzhou, on the other hand, was standing in that clearing, looking at the black-clothed man in the sky who was rapidly descending with a stupefied expression. Boom! Gu Chongqing smashed steadily in front of Zhao Yuanzhou, stirring up a cloud of dust. Zhao Yuanzhou was shocked and almost fell, choking on a mouthful of dust, and jerked his head up, just in time to meet Gu Chongqing's 4 eyes. The atmosphere instantly froze, and the air seemed to go quiet for a few moments. The corners of Zhao Yuanzhou's mouth twitched slightly as he tried to say something, but before the words could leave his mouth, a deafening roar once again came from heaven and earth. Give me back my elixir. Boom! Berserk demonic chi swept across the sky and earth. The shining darkly bear angrily broke through the jungle and pounced straight towards where the two of them were, and the terrifying pressure swept across the sky and earth, directly pressuring Zhao Yuanzhou to be so stiff that he couldn't even move. Zhao Yuanzhou's face instantly turned pale, his heart wanting to cry, "Why am I so unlucky? I'll you up." Gu Chongqing climbed up from the ground, cursing out of his mouth, patting his but that was sore from the fall, his face full of suffocation. He's been alive for so many years, what kind of battle has he not seen? But he really didn't expect that he would be chased all the way by a crazy bear and forced to hit an inexplicable space blockade. Which is sealing the space here anyway, causing me to almost become the dead bear's midnight snack. He cursed in a low voice and was about to think of another way to run away, but then he suddenly caught a glimpse of Zhao Yuanzhou, who was dumbfounded at the sight. More accurately, he caught a glimpse of the talisman in Zhao Yuanzhou's hand that was emitting a faint spiritual light. Chapter 65 Sword pointing at the ruins of the flowing clouds. Ha! Gu Chongqing's eyes lit up. The 1,000 miles of solitary travel talisman of the Wuji sect? After a moment's silence, a smile lifted the corners of his mouth, a thieving light in his eyes. The sky's the limit. Hey, kid, let me borrow this thing. As soon as the words left his mouth, he reached out with his hand, his movements flowing smoothly, and directly snatched the 1,000-mile solo journey talisman from Zhao Yuanzhou's hands. Zhao Yuanzhou's entire body was dumbfounded. He stared wide-eyed and dumbfounded as he watched his talisman go into someone else's hands, not reacting for half a day. What made him even more devastated was that this black-clothed man took one look at him and was actually happy, that great disciple of the Wuji sect who had his dantian wasted. Why are you running around here naked in the middle of the night? TSK, nice interest. The corners of Zhao Yuanzhou's mouth twitched furiously, and his face was suffocatingly red, so he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. But Gu Chongqing simply did not give him a chance to defend himself, and patted his shoulder in a good mood. Okay, although I am a Black Knight sword thief, but still a decent person, I want to save face. In this case, speaking a bit of Jianghu morality, Junior, I'll take you with me, lest the outside world rumor that the old man is not humane. After saying that, without saying a word, he put a hold on Zhao Yuanzhou, and without hesitation, he excited the 1,000 miles alone talisman in front of the shining dark leaving bear. Aha, bye-bye you. With a flash of light from the 1,000-mile solo journey talisman, the two of them instantly disappeared. Shining dark leaving bear who stayed put.
It stared blankly at the place where the two had disappeared, and roared halfway up to the sky, angrily uprooting the trees around it, yet none of this changed the reality that it had gained nothing.
After a few moments, it finally returned unhappy.
Wuji sect. A ray of light flashed by, and Gu Changqing directly landed at the mountain entrance of the Wuji sect with Zhao Yuanzhou on his back, unceremoniously dropping him with a flourish, clapping his hands, and running away without looking back.
He didn't want anyone to know he'd been here.
Zhao Yuanzhou hadn't reacted yet, and as soon as he stood still, he felt a stern aura descend from the sky.
Yuanzhou?
The figure of realist Xianxiao floated in front of him like a ghost, frowning with a few displeasure in his eyes. What's wrong with you? Zhao Yuanzhou was startled by this sound, and the humiliation of being robbed by Shen Shuangli just now, the powerlessness outside the space blockade just now, and the despair of being used as a toolman by the Black Knight Sword Thief just now, all came rushing back to his mind.
Eyes reddened, Zhao Yuanzhou wailed and cried pearly, tears streaming down his face. Oh master teacher. Everything I have on me has been snatched by the Black Knight Sword Thief. Xianxiao Jinxiao. He frowned, always feeling that something was wrong.
On the other hand, halfway down the road, Gu Changqing was in a great mood as he ran furiously all the way.
Damn, finally escaped.
However, just as he was about to continue moving away from the Wuji sect's range, he suddenly sneezed.
Hacho.
He rubbed his nose, a sense of foreboding inexplicably rising in his heart.
Who's cursing the old man?
After half a day's thought, he shook his head and stopped dwelling on it, his gaze gradually becoming fiery. Retrace your steps back to the ruins of the Flowing Cloud Sword sect to take a look. That stupid bear must be hiding something good.
This time, it must be more careful.
After saying that, his figure flickered and blended into the darkness of the night, disappearing silently.
After Zhao Yuanzhou left, Shen Shuangli returned to the cave and closed the stone door in silence.
She clutched Zhao Yuanzhou's storage bag tightly in her hands, her knuckles slightly white. Walking slowly to the jade bed, she sat down on her knees, took a long breath, and slowly placed the storage bag on her lap. Slightly lowered eyes glistened with hidden tears, but the bottom of the eyes were dead silent, as if even the emotions had been frozen in the cracks of time. At this moment, the demons of the heart churned and raged in her sea of consciousness like a shocking wave. Those past scenes, like sharp sword blades, viciously gouged her heart. She knew that she had to face it, had to solve it, otherwise this obsession, this unresolved karma, would become the heaviest shackle on her cultivation path. Li Muyan looked at Shen Shuangli's expression through the cell phone screen and felt a pang of pity in his heart. She was always like this, obviously suffering the deepest pain herself, but unwilling to confide a single word to anyone. Just when he wanted to comfort a few words, in the screen, Shen Shuangli suddenly opened her mouth. Senior, Frost Glaze has taken it upon herself to return to the ruins of the Flowing Cloud Sword sect recently. She slowly turned around and made a long kneeling gesture in the direction of the roof of the cave. Frost Glaze is not a stubborn child, just that since I already know my life, I should end my karma. Before ending the karma, Frost Glaze should resolve the heart demons. They have become a stumbling block on the road to cultivation. Frost Glaze must personally cut them off before continuing to cultivate and live up to Senior's expectations. Her voice was firm and pleading, and there wasn't a hint of hesitation in her tone. Li Muyan listened to her words and had mixed feelings in his heart. The strength of Shen Shuangli's will was so strong that even he was moved by it. She knew that the ruins of the Flowing Cloud Sword sect had long since become a dragon's den nowadays, yet she still wanted to make a break for it. Not an impulse, but a decision after reason. She understood Li Muyan's concern and knew how dangerous her trip was, so she was waiting for a word from him. If Senior doesn't allow it, she will stay here. If her predecessor allowed it, she would embark on this path of necessity. Li Muyan thought for a while, and finally sighed gently, holding down the transmission note. His low voice penetrated with gentleness. It's fine, it's okay to unring the bell, you'll be fine to deal with it on your own. Zhao Yuanzhou's all these possessions and magic weapons are also for you, I believe in you. After a pause, he added with a smile, oh yeah, I'll get you another sword. Inside the cave, Shen Shuangli quietly waited for a response. In a moment, a misty voice came to my ears, like an echo from the distant past, like a Taoist heaven. The sadness is over, the knowledge of the number of the surplus and the void. One drink, one pack, nothing is not predetermined, there is a cause and effect, should be responsible. You, go now. Shen Shuangli raised her eyes, savoring these words. Know the number of surplus and deficiency. A drink and a pack are not predetermined. All have their causes and effects. They should take responsibility. Her heart and soul shook, and the hesitation in her gaze completely dispersed, replaced by an incomparably firm determination. She made a deep obeisance, her voice clear and crisp. Frost Glaze, thank you Senior for clearing up the confusion. As the words fell, a wave suddenly surged through the air. The next moment. Before you go, my father will give you one more thing. Swish. On top of the table, a flash of ghostly blue light suddenly emerged, transforming into a flying sword with a crystal clear body. Above the scabbard, the water waves flow horizontally and horizontally, like the river and the sea condensed. The sword spike is glazed with a glossy luster, like a full blue wave, like a dream. The entire sword, as if it had been birthed from the spiritual veins of heaven and earth, exuded a crisp and sharp sword intent. Shin Shuangli held her breath, her eyes filled with surprise and shock.
The name of this sword is Aqua. It is a top-grade flying sword.
I observe that your original flying sword is broken, so you take this sword to protect yourself.
Aqua sword.
Shin Shuangli extended her hand and slowly cupped the flying sword. She could feel the spiritual rhythm coming from the sword, quietly matching her aura, as if the sword was born to belong to her. Shin Shuangli gently stroked over the scabbard, her fingertips trembling slightly. The softness of his heart was touched hard.
Seniors have once again thought so well of her.
Shin Shuangli pursed her lips, and the tears in the corners of her eyes welled up again, but this time, it was no longer suppressed bitterness, but an unspeakable touch. She solemnly clutched the aqua sword, her figure straightened, and she once again bowed respectfully to the void, her voice resounding.
Frost Glaze won't let Senior down. Chapter 66 Live Broadcast Drawing Manga.
Li Muyan looked at Shin Shuangli in his cell phone. She was already sitting on her knees, closing her eyes and regulating her breathing, slowly adjusting the operation of the spiritual energy in her body.
Those icy eyes finally closed, and the determination on his face smoothed out between breaths. She was trying to get stronger, so of course Li Muyan couldn't be left behind.
Li Muyan silently put his cell phone aside, raised his hand and rubbed his brow, pondering in his heart it was time to start the live broadcast. The manga that had been thought of before could start serializing, and following the outline, together with those key images that Shin Shuangli had intercepted when she fought against the bloodshed old ancestor and also when she faced Zhao Yuanzhou, it was just the right time to add into the plot. He'd already thought about it, so he'd simply go for it and get right on with it. So, he opened the live broadcast, skillfully called up the painting software and created a new file, and the live broadcast has begun logo popped up on the screen, and the live broadcast room, Frost Glaze Ink Rhyme, was officially opened.
Immediately afterward, a sparse barrage of pop-ups surfaced. What? Anchor, you're on? Squat to it. Didn't you say you were going to serialize the manga? Has it started? The number of people in the live broadcast room is not large, only a few, but Li Muyang is not in a hurry. Anyway, he did not start the broadcast this time for the sake of heat, just simply want to draw the cartoon. So he began to sketch the outline on the screen. At first, the pop-up discussion was fairly normal, with people watching to see what exactly he was going to draw. However, it didn't take long for a sharp-eyed viewer to see the difference. Wait, this drawing style is a manga? No way? You're kidding? Is it going to be serialized? He's really drawing comics. Go get someone. They're really starting to paint. Li Muyan didn't say much and just kept sketching lines. The image gradually emerged as a dilapidated mansion with broken walls, withered trees swaying in the wind, the night was silent and cold, and a miserable white moon hung in the sky, adding a touch of bleakness to the whole scene. He typed, as the first line of the cartoon. On that night, the house was destroyed and the firelight reflected on the helpless maiden. The pop-ups immediately exploded. Such a bad start? This isn't supposed to be the protagonist's childhood, is it? I knew it. The anchor must have drawn that kind of super abusive protagonist's growth history. Wait, let me calm down, the anchor's lines are so absolute. The atmosphere is full of awe. Li Muyang continued to paint. In the picture, a skinny girl stood in front of the ruins, her clothes were torn and tattered, she stood barefoot on the cold ground, and her hands clutched a piece of clothes that had been scorched black. It was her mother's clothing, the only thing left. The girl looked up, no tears in her eyes, only emptiness and blankness. She didn't cry. The sentence fell, and there was a brief second of silence on the air, and then, "Ooh, this little girl is so heartbreaking. This is still a child. What has she been through? Help," the anchor drew the sigh. "I'm directly heartbroken. This opening is even worse than the protagonist of the explosive manga next door. Wait a minute. Isn't this the anchor's drawing of Shin Shuangli's childhood?" For a time, the originally sparse pop-up suddenly became dense, and the audience called out, and the number of people in the entire live broadcast room began to rise with the naked eye, and in just a few minutes, it directly soared from dozens of people to hundreds of people. Ha! Is it that crowded? Li Muyang was slightly stunned, although he had already teased that he was going to draw a comic before, and the fans who followed him knew about it. But I didn't realize how many people were interested. Maybe they're all coming for that godly man? Li Muyang scratched his head and continued to draw. But what made him helpless was that because he had accidentally shown his face during the last live broadcast, it had caused everyone's attention to have gone completely off track, shifting from painting to his face value. Anchor, what are you doing painting? Why don't you become a face anchor? Don't draw, don't draw. Doesn't it smell good to come and talk to us? Have a face and don't utilize it? Are you a painter? You're a favorite. But then again, can the anchor show his face live? Yeah, comics and all that. Turn the camera on. The last live broadcast accidentally showed half of my face, causing me to lick it for 3 days. Can you give some more benefits today? Anchor. Why do you have to look so good if you paint? The corner of Li Muyang's mouth twitched, the pop-up screen had really started to run away again. All of you, look at the picture properly. He couldn't resist tapping the screen, his hand speeding up, and in an instant a new picture spread out.
The young girl was displaced and was found by the people of the Luyun sword sect and access to the sect. However, the trickery of fate did not stop there. The scene shifted, the mountain gate of the Luyun sword sect was engulfed in flames, the sword cultivators fought hard to resist, but they fell one after another under the crushing weight of absolute strength. The young girl hid behind the shattered wall, watching her master fall before her, blood splattering on her face.
She lost it all again. The pop-ups instantly exploded. What the hell kind of opening is this? She got into the clan with great difficulty and ruined it again? This protagonist's fate is too tragic. Li Muyan's eyes were focused as he continued to draw down.
The scene went black, and the young girl was walking in the endless darkness, surrounded by the whispers of her mind, the echoes of despair. Just as she was on the verge of collapse, a pale voice rang out in the darkness. Fate has treated you unfairly, so you must act against it. With these words, a blurry figure appeared in the picture, as if it was a mysterious higher being. Of course, Li Muyan purposely painted this high man a bit indistinct, not visible, so as not to reveal.
On that day, she met her predecessor. The pop-ups instantly exploded. Coming. Mysterious senpai makes his appearance. Wait a minute, is this senior? Anchor, it's not your self-projection, is it? The anchor isn't her predecessor, is he? Li Muyan typed in a mysterious manner. What do you guys guess? I don't have to guess. It's clearly you. So it's the senpai who brought her out. This setting is so hot.
Holy, this calm and powerful senior setting, bring it on.
I announced that I'm going to follow this manga.
Li Muyan looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room. It had begun to rise steadily, and the audience was getting bigger and bigger.
Suddenly, a scrolling alert popped up on the live feed.
Governor of the live broadcast room, Frost Glaze Ink Rhyme, Falling Snow listening to Frost, has entered the live broadcast room.
The pop-ups instantly exploded. Sister Falling Snow is here. God's magnificent arrival, welcome. Woohoo, Big Brother is finally here. Welcome Sister Falling Snow. Anchor, come and get me.
Li Muyan froze slightly, his finger paused on the screen and typed a greeting.
Welcome, Sister Falling Snow.
Soon after, Falling Snow and Hearing Frost posted a pop-up.
What? Your first governor is here and you don't even show your face? Thanks to that, I was going to bring another friend over. Chapter 67, want to make a bet? The pop-ups went even crazier when that came out. Falling Snow Sister directly want welfare? That's right. Big Brother is right. Show me your face. The Gold Master has spoken.
Anchor, if you don't show your face, Sister Falling Snow will leave.
Face fans in ecstasy, finally waiting for this moment. Geez, she said she was bringing a friend? Could there be other bigots?
Li Muyan sighed helplessly and looked down at his camera. Though he would have preferred to keep a low profile, the Gold Master's demands had to be met.
Okay, for Falling Snow Sister's sake, he said, clicking on the camera.
The screen flickers and a clear image comes into the viewer's eyes. Under the light, Leslie Muyan's silhouette is as handsome as a picture, with deep eyebrows, a high nose, thin lips pursed, and the lines of his features are so smooth that it looks like they have been carved and refined, with a bit of a cold temperament. But he wasn't the aggressively handsome type, but with a hint of gentle elegance, his eyes were calm and quiet, and he had an air of serenity about him.
In an instant, the pop-ups in the live broadcast completely exploded. What kind of face is this? What kind of face is this? Oh my god, is this a real anchor? Isn't it some star who put on a vest to play? I can't. I'm going to knock. I knew it. The last time I showed my face was just a glimpse, but this time I'm coming at you head on. Anchor, you don't draw comics anymore. Become a face blogger instead. Li Muyan looked at the screen full of pop-ups, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Okay, just look at it, don't put all the attention on my face, I'm doing a proper live broadcast. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a series of bounty alerts popped up on the screen. Falling Snow, listening to Frost sent a Super Rocket X1. Falling Snow, listening to Frost sent a Super Rocket X1. Falling Snow, listening to Frost sent a Super Rocket X1. Then a new pop-up floated out. It's a shame that this face doesn't show up for live broadcasts. Li Muyan cried and laughed. He is trying to rely on painting to eat how to become the face value route. Immediately after, Falling Snow Hearing Frost sent a red packet. The amount is random, come with fast hands. This one message instantly sent the broadcast into a frenzy. Red packet. Sister Falling Snow is too generous. Grab it. I won $10. Whoa, I'm only 0.5, is the difference that big? The Gold Master is great. Li Muyan was also a bit surprised, and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you Sister Lok Shue for your support. The pop-ups continue to roll enthusiastically. Sister Falling Snow, didn't you say you had another friend? It can't be another godly man, can it? The anchor is really going to take off now. Coming, newcomers pouring in. I'll be coming to this room every day from now on.
With falling snow hearing Frost's rewards in red envelopes, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room grew by leaps and bounds, and what was originally just a few hundred people had now rushed to 2,000, and it was still rising. It didn't take long for the scrolling alert to pop up again on the live feed. The Night Lantern Star has entered the broadcast room. Nightlan Xingchen, Shui I'm coming. The pop-up exploded. Sister Nightlan is here? Nightlan Star? Nightlan Big Brother. Wait. Falling Snow listening to Frost and Nightlan Xingchen are actually friends? Two godly men enter together. What a battle! Li Muyang's hand paused, although he is not too much of a live broadcast circle, but also not a little cute. He was not a big fan of these live broadcasts, but he was not a cutie, and judging from the reaction of the pop-up screen, this Nightlan Xingchen is definitely a big man-level character. And, it looks like an acquaintance with Falling Snow and Hearing Frost? Sure enough, within a few seconds, a pop-up from Night Lanterns and Stars floated out. Falling Snow, are you crazy? Smashing so many rockets for this kid? Li Muyang. The pop-ups were instantly stirred up and uproarious. Ha 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 ha. This tone, why is it so much like grabbing your best friend and scolding her for being cheated out of money? Sister Lun, my best friend has a lot of money, she shouldn't spend it like this. Anchor, be careful. Sister Nightlan is not happy with you. Stimulated. Does the anchor want to explain? Li Muyang looked at the pop-ups on the screen, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. How did he become a money scammer? Falling Snow listening to Frost was calm as could be, and quickly replied back. Nightlan, do you know what art is? I support cultural endeavors. Culture, my ass. You're obsessed with him because he's handsome, aren't you? Nightlan Xingchen disliked it unceremoniously. The live audience went crazy with laughter. Ha 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 ha, these two are really friends no more. Nightlan, my best friend is afraid that she is not bewitched by beauty. Sister Falling Snow, no, it's called artistic support. Anchor Innocent Lying Series. Li Muyang helplessly rubbed his brow, sighed, and said, that. Nightlan's sister, right? I really don't rely on my face to eat, I rely on my strength to draw comics. Nightlan Star immediately returned a pop-up. Ha? Strength? Fine, then how's your drawing, I'd like to see it. The pop-ups got even more excited when this was said. You have to be careful, Anchor, Sister Nightlan is not a good fool. That tone of voice is like a parent staring at their child's homework. Ha ha ha. If Sister Nightlan is satisfied, will she also drop money? Li Muyang was speechless, but he didn't panic and calmly continued the brush in his hand. On the screen, Shin Shuangli's figure slowly emerged, the ruins of the dilapidated Luyun sword sect, the young girl cowering in the middle of the rainy night, and the pair of stubborn and icy eyes. With a stroke of the pen, a picture filled with a sense of storytelling was gradually revealed. The pop-up slowly quieted down a bit, and a lot of people were attracted by the delicate painting style. However, at this time, Nightlan Xingchen looked at the finished manga on the screen and frowned slightly. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Anchor, the speed and quality of your drawing, is it really not AI generated? This one pop-up just went out and immediately caused a pop-up commotion. Nightlan's sister's questioning seems a bit reasonable. Indeed, with this kind of quality, even a professional big touch may not be able to draw it so quickly. No way. No way. Anchor, you're not really an AI, are you? Anchor, do you dare to prove it? Is Sister Nightlan here to check her vacation? Ha 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 ha. The pen in Li Muyang's hand gave a slight lurch, and the corner of his mouth twitched. I really am not an AI. I am a living, breathing person, how can I be an AI? Nightlan Xingchen sneered and continued to send out pop-ups. I say no, but who knows? Do you want to bet on it? What's the bet? Li Muyang asked curiously as he continued to draw. Nightlan Star's pop-up immediately followed. If you're for real, I'll give you the governor on the spot. Plus a reward. Chapter 68, a mouthful of a straightforward person. Boom! The pop-ups completely blew up. Sister Nightlan is awesome. Sister Nightlan's challenge has been placed. Do you dare to pick up the anchor? If the anchor is an AI, Sister Nightlan will save money. Ha ha ha. This is exciting. Falling Snow hearing Frost sent a forehead-holding emoji, and the pop-up scrolled. Nightlan, don't get on top. The anchor is a real painter, the real deal. Falling Snow, you don't care. I'm going to reveal his true colors today. Nightlan Xingchen disliked it unceremoniously. Falling Snow hears Frost sighed helplessly and sent another pop-up. Whatever, it's not like it's costing me any money anyway. Ha ha ha, Sister Falling Snow has swung for the fences. Stimulation, this wave of anchors steady. Nightlan Xingchen, on the other hand, gave a triumphant hump, as if he was confident of victory. Li Muyang looked at the pop-ups exploding on the screen, let out a long sigh, and directly adjusted the camera's angle to face his drawing board in hand, saying, alright, since Sister Nightlan is so skeptical, then I'll draw it for you live. The pop-ups were instantly excited. Anchors are going to be hand-painting live.
Hand lickers gather quickly. This hand, it's so long and slender, it's so beautiful. Mom, these fingers, these bones, they're total works of art. Don't draw the anchor, just open a beautiful hand live. Lee Muyang. I'm really convinced.
He spat helplessly while quickly dropping his brush. With the power of the golden needle stabbing points, his hand was more stable than that of an ordinary painter, his lines were smooth and precise, and his speed was even a bit faster than just now.
Then show it.
Lee Muyang took out his cell phone and placed it in front of him and said calmly, but I copied it according to the screenshot, don't you guys mind? Nightlan Xingchen immediately seized the loophole and sneered as he sent out a pop-up.
You see, it's not AI, but he's not original.
However, Falling Snow hearing Frost directly returned helplessly. Nightlan, look at his cell phone screen. Nightlan Xingchen froze and stared carefully at the screen before realizing that the screen of the phone next to Lee Muyan was simply black, and there was no such thing as a screenshot. Once again, there was a brief silence on the air, followed by,
the anchor is in the whole job, he didn't take any screenshots at all. Sister Nightlan, I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Anchor is the one who knows how to make the whole thing work.
There's no way to deny it now, is there? Nightlan star.
After a long time, she finally stifled a,
I don't know if the drawing is good yet. We'll see.
But at this point, Lee Muyan no longer cared what the pop-up said. He looked at the young but stubborn young girl's figure on the screen, hooked his lips and continued to put pen to paper. This is my Xin Shuangli, no one else's business.
What I want to do is to bring you to the world.
Lee Muyan looked at the screenshots that he had saved earlier while quickly sketching out the subscenes, starting with the Battle of the Blood Fiend Ancestor. In the picture, crimson blood mist rolled over, and an eerie aura filled the sky and the earth. Then, he started to draw the images of Xin Shuangli facing Zhao Yuanzhou again, and the screenshots of those scenes, he drew them exactly as they were, but strangely, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't see those screenshots at all.
Anchor, did you draw this out of thin air? The lines are so smooth, aren't they? How in the world does an anchor do that? No reference? This couldn't have been generated directly from the brain, could it?
Looking at the various exclamations and questions from the audience on the pop-up screen, Lee Muyang didn't understand and simply decided not to think about it. He could only attribute it to I'm afraid it's the tactics of the big hacker who developed this game. Looking at the cartoon that continued to take shape, coupled with the delicate, realistic drawing style, as well as Lee Muyang's true stroke-by-stroke depiction of Xin Shuangli, Nightlan Xingchen fell silent.
Falling Snow, hearing Frost, how's it going, Lanlan? After a while, Nightlan Star finally posted a pop-up. Not a bad drawing. Immediately after, Nightlan Star becomes the governor of the livestream. Super Rocket X10 sent by Nightlan Xingxing. The pop-ups completely exploded. 10 straight super rockets? Sister Nightlan is really rich. So this is the scene of Miss Pride's tough talking real flavor? Lee Muyang also burst into tears and laughed, and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Sister Nightlan, for your support. Nightlan Star snorted coldly. Don't think I'm endorsing you, I'm just keeping my promise. However, no one believes her tough talk anymore. Falling Snow hears Frost sent a snickering emoji. Don't worry, little Lanlan, sooner or later you'll become a fan of the anchor too. Oh, dream on. Nightlan Xingchen returned disdainfully. But the viewers of the live stream have gone crazy with laughter. Sister Nightlan, the mouth says no, but the body is honest.
Ha 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 ha, the anchor has successfully taken down 2 godly men.
From now on, this live room is going to turn into a large governor's party, right? Sister Nightlan, don't be a tough talker, you'll kowtow sooner or later. Sister Nightlane, hate to admit it, but he's really good. This is the anchor steady, 2 godly big shots are on it. Sister Nightlan, don't be a stiff upper lip from now on, change your name to husband. Lee Muyang looked at the lively atmosphere in the live broadcast room and secretly sighed in relief. From the looks of it, although Nightlan Xingchen was a bit hostile towards him, he at least recognized his comic. This was also considered an unexpected gain, right? He shook his head and continued to concentrate on his painting, while the heat of the live broadcast completely took off at this moment. Paint here for now and take a break. Lee Muyang stretched his back and moved his wrists that were a bit stiff from painting for a long time. Although he had copied from the screenshots, drawing manga was not something that could be done overnight, and even with his fast hand speed, the mental focus still made him feel a little tired. The pop-ups on the screen instantly scrolled up. The anchor has worked hard. Keep drawing tomorrow. Oh my god, you've only started drawing the first story today, haven't you? That's the speed of a tentacle monster. The plot is burning and sensational, the heroine was tragically wiped out, the Luyun sword sect was destroyed, this world is so cruel. Anchor, this drawing style is really excellent, I have completely fallen. Help, I'm on my knees begging for a daily shift. Lee Muyang looked at the pop-up screen and smiled slightly. Don't worry, it won't be pitched, I myself want to know what will happen next in Xin Shuangli's story. The audience sighed. This evening, they were really fed by Lee Muyang's manga, the plot was tight, the drawing style was exquisite, the characters were delicately portrayed, and just the contents of this sentence alone had completely immersed people in it.
However, in addition to serious manga fans, a group of pop-ups specializing in the whole job are starting to come out of the woodwork. The
Anchor rests early, continue tomorrow.
Yes, go to bed, how else will you have the strength to keep drawing?
Anchor sleeping, in my arms. Upstairs is crazy, haha, obviously under my covers.
I announced that the anchor already belongs to us, the face fans, no escape.
Lee Muyan looked at the pop-up screen and cried and laughed. You all think about messing with me all day long. Can the picture style of the live broadcast room be a little bit more normal? Can't.
He sighed helplessly, casually picked up a glass of water and took a sip, and was about to turn off the live broadcast when a series of gift effects flashed across the screen, and the familiar ID surfaced on the reward list once again.
Chapter 69 Formal Integration. Falling Snow, Listening to Frost sent me a Super Rocket X5.
Falling Snow, Listening to Frost, give away the carnival.
The pop-ups on the live feed exploded again. Sister Falling Snow is back to give away money. Is this the world of Big Brother? Sister Fuki, please be a human being. Anchor quickly kowtowed as Sister Falling Snow.
Lee Muyan was also in tears and laughter, but still hurriedly thanked him. Thank you Sister Lok Shue for your support. At this moment, although Night Lan Xingchen didn't brush gifts, he still stayed in the live broadcast, which made Lee Muyan a little surprised. I thought she was just here to crash the party, but I was surprised to see it through to the end. Just as he was pondering whether Night Lan Xingchen was attracted by the plot, the other party suddenly sent out a pop-up. The manga is still passable, keep drawing, this young lady grudgingly approves.
Ha 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 ha.
Sister Night Lan, her mouth says she resents it, but her body is still honest.
Anchor, you hurry up and draw, or Sister Night Lan may have to send you razor blades. Lee Muyan lost his smile and didn't say anything more, directly ending the live broadcast.
After turning off the live streaming software, he opened the game interface, and Shin Shuangli's figure in the screen came into view. She had already stopped regulating her breathing, and was currently sitting in front of the window, quietly staring at the moonlight outside the window, looking a little lost in thought. The little ninny must be worried about tomorrow's progress too. Lee Muyan thought to himself. But she didn't need to worry at all. According to the time, she still had a day or two before she could reach the ruins of the Flowing Cloud Sword sect.
And yourself?
Relying on the two godly big men in the live broadcast, it has made a fortune. He opened the backstage of the live broadcast and glanced at the data, a governor's promotion plus the large and small rewards. His total income for this evening was surprisingly close to 100,000. Seeing this number, Lee Muyan was surprisingly a bit unreal for a moment.
100,000.
It's not a small amount of money for the average person, and he got it easily just by drawing a comic.
Let's just say, two godly men, scary as hell.
He leaned back in his chair and couldn't help but sigh. Falling Snow listening to Frost is truly my precious person. Coupled with the luck talisman Shin Shuangli gave him, and I don't know if it was an illusion, since he got that luck talisman, his live broadcast popularity soared, and even the godly heroes came, so it was really a great luck. If only I could kryptonite myself against all odds. Lee Muyan shook his head mockingly. Unfortunately, it was all just a setup in the game, and in the real world, there were no Kryptonian bigwigs who could send him props to change his fate.
Ugh, nothing to do for a while, stick a needle in that husky.
Lee Muyan stretched his back before he remembered that there was another being present in the room. When he looked down, the husky he had temporarily adopted was cowering honestly in his shoebox, sleeping soundly. He reached down, lifted the little thing right out of the shoebox and headed for the couch. The husky opened his eyes in a daze, with undissolved sleepiness still in his eyes, and gave Lee Muyan a blank look, then quickly realized that the situation was not right. It gave a pitiful woof with its throat clenched, then limped on the sofa and took 2 steps, trying to show its delicate side, then turned its head to look at Lee Muyan and gave a woof again. Then he turned his head to look at Lee Muyan and gave another woof. His doggy eyes were full of innocence and pity. This king is so cute, can this Lee Muyan stand it? However, Lee Muyan just stroked his chin and stared at its limping leg, pondering, what needle method is better? That pulse-opening needle from before was effective, although it is suspected to be risky, but it's limping anyway, it doesn't matter if it really suffers from side effects, besides, my luck won't be that bad. Try it on this husky and add a little experience to your leg healing. As he mulled it over, the husky stared back at him, the dog's eyes narrowing slightly as if he was also calculating something. Jia, this king is cute, right? Quickly apply needles to this king, heal the injuries on this king's body, so that this king will have a better chance to lay hands on your magic treasure. Lee Muyan clenched his teeth and made a decision, then it's better to use the pulse-opening needle, and wrestle a bicycle into a motorcycle. Said to do, he took out the silver needle, to the husky legs a burst of operation, skillful, fast speed, every needle down are very accurate, look at the husky dog eyes straight. Half an hour later. The air fell into a marvelous silence. The husky looked down at his right leg, a hint of bewilderment and shock surfacing in the dog's eyes. Hiss. It's not right, it shouldn't be. It was only pretending to be lame, but now, it's completely lame. Just a moment ago he had been walking with a slight limp, but now his right leg was completely insensible, and he stood there stiffly, like a wooden stick. It was silent for a long time, a myriad of thoughts intertwining in its mind, and finally it came to a terrible conclusion.
It's hard to believe that. This kid doesn't know how to do acupuncture?
Its doggy face twitched a bit. It originally just wanted to gain a bit of sympathy and soften this human's heart in the process, but as a result,
it's really lame now.
Just as it fell into self-doubt, a large, expressionless face appeared in its field of vision.
Li Muyang stared at it in silence, looking at its limping off leg. A trace of guilt flashed in his eyes, but soon, his face straightened up and he put on an immortal demeanor as he spoke faintly. You have a destiny with this father. Husky. In that case, my father will be responsible for you.
Li Muyang coughed lightly to hide the emptiness in his heart and reached out to pat its head. From now on, you'll be called Wang Kai. In our human world, naming a pet represents the official adoption. From now on, you'll be my dog.
The husky was confused. When did the king say he wanted to be taken in by you? You're going to grow up healthy, and you're going to eat what I eat, and you're not going to be picky about what you eat.
Li Muyang continued, as if he didn't see Wang Kai's dog face that was already on the verge of cracking. When I've thoroughly researched and understood the vein opening needle technique, I'll heal your leg back. When he finished, he grabbed the wampum as soon as he could, put it back in the shoebox, and closed the lid.
There was a frantic struggle and an angry barking from the shoebox. My king's leg. Damn human kid, wait for this king, don't let this king find a chance to clean you up.
However, Li Muyang just reached out and pressed the shoebox with a calm expression. Alright, go to bed early. The struggles in the shoebox gradually stopped, and only Wang Kai's sorrowful wail echoed in the air. At this time, it was almost dawn. Li Muyang fell into a deep sleep, his even breathing echoing in the silent room. However, the cell phone screen was still on, the game Immortal's Edge was still running, and on the screen, the pale and vast world of immortal cultivation was still running at its own pace.
Qianyuan Realm.
Xin Shuangli slowly opened her eyes, and a glimmer of clear light flowed through her pupils. She had already finished her mediation, her aura flowing as it should in her body, and her condition had returned to its peak.
Chapter 70. She is not alone.
Xin Shuangli sat cross-legged inside the cave, stretching out her slender fingers, gently touching the storage bag on her lap. This storage bag, which she had obtained from Zhao Yuanzhou, although it was pitifully barren, but at least it was considered a storage bag. Being able to store items, it was always a lot more convenient than the various things she had to carry around. Xin Shuangli's mind moved, and his spiritual sense probed into it, and there were only a few low-grade spirit stones, some gold and silver that were worthless in the Qianyuan realm, as well as a few qi recovery pills of a quality that could barely be ingested, and other than that, there was nothing else. She frowned slightly, but then shook her head. The true significance of this storage bag was not the items inside, but its own value. Now she finally had a place to store her things. She exhaled softly and raised her hand to take out a bottle of pills and a few spirit stones from the small cloth bag beside her. This was prepared for her daily by her predecessor. She knew in her heart the preciousness of these pills. If not for her predecessor's gift, she was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to see them. She carefully collected these pills one by one and carefully placed them into her storage bag as if they were her most important treasures. After doing this, Xin Shuangli slowly got up and reached out to straighten the vestments on her body. It was an extremely ordinary moon-white vestment, seized from Zhao Yuanzhou, not exactly precious, but just enough to provide Xin Shuangli with some protection. After Xin Shuangli cleaned and refined it, the vestment adjusted its size and style on its own, and had become a completely new vestment. Xin Shuangli straightened his sleeves and made sure that he was properly groomed before he gripped the bisui sword at his waist, which was slightly glowing with a ghostly blue light, as deep as a cold pool of autumn water. She stood at the mouth of the cave, looking out at the hazy world beyond, and was silent for a moment, then solemnly bowed to the cave. She knew that during these few days of recuperation, if it wasn't for the shelter of her seniors, she was afraid that she would have been buried in the wilderness long ago.
This worship is gratitude and admiration.
When she straightened up, her gaze was no longer hesitant, only determined. She turned around and walked towards the distance, her footsteps steady as she stepped onto the path that led to the ruins of the Flowing Cloud Sword sect.
This trip is to cut down the demons of the heart and to build the foundation. Master, brothers and sisters, Frosty Li is here.
Li Muyang snapped his eyes open. The sunlight outside the window spilled into the room through the gaps in the curtains, carrying a bit of warmth. He blinked his somewhat dry eyes and his head was still a bit groggy, obviously having slept too late last night live. Raising his hand to touch his cell phone on his pillow, the screen lit up and the time was past noon.
Sleep like that?
Li Muyang sat up violently and almost tumbled off the bed. He hurriedly opened Immortal Edge, his heart beating a little faster, afraid that he would wake up and miss Xin Shuangli's important plot.
What if she died in her absence?
The image on the screen slowly loaded out, and Xin Shuangli in the game was walking on a deep mountain path. The surrounding forest was lush and green, the sunlight shed dappled light through the leaves, and occasionally one could see the corpses of a few demonic beasts collapsed on the side of the road, and the blood had already seeped into the soil.
Li Muyang swept the mini-map and realized that Xin Shuangli was still some distance away from the ruins of the Luyun sword sect, and was relieved. Fortunately, didn't miss anything, not much of a problem.
Letting go, he stretched, feeling a fine layer of sweat break out all over his back.
Seems to be sleeping quite well.
His stomach growled indiscreetly, and he remembered that he hadn't eaten yet. So Li Muyang casually ordered a takeaway, chose a full portion of the meal, by the way, bought a bottle of ice coke, with the coupon on the takeaway is only more than $10, gorgeous. Before waiting for the takeout to be delivered, Li Muyang pushed his wheelchair to the balcony to start today's workout. He braced his hands on the sides of the wheelchair and slowly adjusted his posture as he began to gesticulate according to the moves of the Green Lotus Sword Code. The past few days of practice had allowed him to gradually grasp the door. Although his physical condition still hadn't improved much, he had to say that practicing this sword technique did make his body heat up and he felt that his blood flowed quite a bit.
This Green Lotus sword cannon, it's really something. Li Muyang thought silently and continued to immerse himself in his cultivation until a ding-dong doorbell rang in his ears. Takeout has arrived.
Li Muyang slowly retracted his sword and took a look at his cell phone. The progress of the first chapter of the Green Lotus sword cannon had unexpectedly reached 100%. At the moment, he was filled with a sense of refreshment, as if his entire body was a few points lighter.
Finally practicing the first chapter.
Li Muyang breathed a sigh of relief. This thing, but also have to learn all of their own to teach Xin Shuangli. The dog planning is also too bad taste, completely do not sympathize with their own crippled.
After my leg is healed, see if I don't have a chapter a day.
With a few moments of pleasure, Li Muyang pushed his wheelchair to open the door to get takeout, casually pulled out his cell phone and propped it up on the edge of the table, eating while looking at the situation in the game. On the screen, Xin Shuangli was sitting under an ancient tree, taking out dried food and slowly eating it. Her gaze looked into the distance, and through the gaps in the tree branches, she could vaguely already see the outline of the ruins of the Flowing Cloud Sword sect.
She's finally almost there.
Li Muyang bit down on a mouthful of rice, his eyes narrowed slightly. The key plot, it was coming soon.
Xin Shuangli stood quietly at the entrance to the ruins of the Luyun sword sect.
The clan in front of him was no longer as brilliant as it had been back then. The Vermilion Mountain Gate was in disrepair, the cracked door panels hung askew, and when the wind blew, it made a creaking sound, like some kind of invisible sigh. The monument at the entrance is engraved with the words Luyun Sword Sect, but now it is already covered with scratches from swords and claws from demonic beasts, and there are even dark red bloodstains at the bottom, which have dried up for a long time but have not yet dissipated, and seem to tell of the tragic battles that once took place. Xin Shuangli gently bit her lower lip, her fingertips tightening slightly. Xin Shuangli, there's nothing to be afraid of. She murmured in a low voice, then slowly closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, her eyes were already firm. Her hand tightly gripped the bisui sword, the scabbard was ice cold and piercing to the bone, and the blade made of 1,000 years of metaphysical iron exuded a silky frosty white coldness even through the scabbard, mingling with the morning mist that filled the surroundings. However, she didn't feel the chill, instead, her heart gradually settled down.
She's not alone. Her mentors, brothers, and sisters.
It may have fallen long ago, but she's still alive. Behind her, she is not alone. She knew that even though she couldn't see that senior's figure, that gentle gaze was watching her. Every day and every night, when she cultivated, when she ate, even when she slept, and even when she bathed, that gaze would appear from time to time. At first, she would be nervous, shy, and even secretly a little uncomfortable. But little by little, she realized that when that gaze wasn't there, she was actually a little uneasy. At some point, she had become very dependent on that senior. The feeling made her a little ashamed, and she knew it was bad, but she couldn't help herself. Xin Shuangli raised her head and looked deeper into the sect.
Chapter 71 Don't Hit Me. It's a friendly force.
Above the sky, a dark, ink-like cloud slowly swirled, and within it was a vague, huge shadow, occasionally flickering with 2 points of dark red light, like a ghostly fire burning in hell.
Of course she knew what it was. The great demon of the transformation of God Xianin Darkness leaving bare. The culprit who wiped out the entire Luyun sword sect overnight.
But Xin Shuangli's heart still had doubts.
Her master, Taoist Luyun, was a powerhouse at the peak of the transformation spirit. That Xianin darkly bare, although the same as the transformation god realm, even if the demonic beast, even if the same level than the human race is stronger, but not so much so that the Luyun Taoist directly fell, and even let the entire Luyun sword sect whole clan destroyed. What the hell happened? At that time, she was escorted out of the sect by her master with a secret method, and she didn't have time to think too much at all, only remembering the blazing fire, the devastated sect, and her master's last transmission. Live well. But these few days of recuperation and contemplation, coupled with the entanglement of heart demons, allowed Xin Shuangli to calmly analyze the battle of extermination once again. The Luyun sword sect, was it really only destroyed by a goddess of transformation demonic beast? Were there really no other survivors of that great battle? Xin Shuangli took a deep breath, and her fingertips exerted a slight force on the hilt of the sword, tightening her grip on her bisui sword. At this moment, it was already close to noon, and the sunlight poured through the thick clouds in front of the mountain gate. Xin Shuangli slowly took a step back and hid in the familiar ruins of the doorway, squinting her eyes to observe the situation inside the sect.
She knew that the Xianing darkly bear loved the night and loathed the sun, and that midday was the time when its spirit was the most relaxed. If she wanted to enter the clan and search for clues, or even possible survivors. Just while it lasts. With a determined gaze, her figure slowly disappeared diving towards the ruins of the Flowing Cloud Sword sect. Deep within the ruins of the Flowing Cloud Sword sect, Gu Changqing huddled behind a collapsed stone pillar, his brows furrowed so tightly that his face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. This nothing. He wore a night clothes, his footsteps were light, and he avoided the patrolling demonic beasts, sneaking all the way into the depths of the Luyun Sword sect. But along the way, all he saw were ruins. The once hidden scripture pavilion was burned down to a charred ruin. The alchemy room collapsed, littered with charred herbs and shattered furnaces. As for the inheritance hall, he hadn't even found a complete threshold. These damned demonic beasts knew how to kill and smash indiscriminately, and they didn't know anything about sustainable development and preserving resources. Thinking that he had trekked through the mountains and risked being swallowed by a spirit transformation demon beast to sneak into this place, only to find that he couldn't even find half a book of feats, Gu Changqing's heart burst into a fury of curses. His original plan was to come here and try his luck while that Xianing dark leaving bear was sleeping. Maybe he could find the relics left behind by the Flowing Cloud Sword sect. After all, the Luyun Sword sect was at least a second-rate sect that had once been glorious, so how could it be possible that there was nothing of value left at all? But now it seems that his luck does suck. He cursed as he continued to explore behind a broken wall, when suddenly his heart clenched as something in his perception seemed to have entered the gate of the clan. He immediately collected all his breath, even his breathing became extremely slow, and silently hid behind cover, narrowing his eyes and looking.
Someone. Still a little guy in the refining stage?
Gu Changqing's eyes flinched, vaguely tinged with a bit of doubt.
A junior of the Qi refining realm had touched into the ruins of this sect where demonic beasts were encamped? Is she a fellow traveler, or did she enter by mistake?
The world of demonic beasts could not be reasonable. If this girl was discovered, I'm afraid she would die without even a crumb left. Gu Changqing didn't rush to show himself, but carefully stared at the figure. As her appearance became clearer, Gu Changqing couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air.
Ha! Isn't this the personal disciple of that old fellow Luyun, Xin Shuangli? Surprised she's not dead? Gu Changqing's eyes shifted.
When the Luyun Sword sect was destroyed, the outside world was rumored that Xin Shuangli had already died. After all, the entire clan had been wiped out, so how could a little girl in the Qi refining stage have survived?
But she's alive and well now? What's she doing back here? Is he here to find the master's relics, or is he hiding something else?
Gu Changqing stared at Xin Shuangli, his gaze gradually becoming sharp and deep. This girl, even though she was only in the Qi refining realm, the sword in her hand was not a mortal object, and her breath was also a bit strange, as if she had metamorphosed in just a few days.
Come back at this time, it's hard not to know that she really knows the whereabouts of any treasures.
Gu Changqing's eyes rolled, and the corners of his lips slightly hooked into a smile.
Opportunity.
Since Xin Shuangli dared to come in, he would follow her without moving to see what she was looking for.
When she finds what she wants, then the mantis catches the cicada and the yellow bird is behind it.
Li Muyang squinted his eyes and stared at the cell phone screen, his fingertips unconsciously sliding on the screen. Those dense red dots on the mini-map made his heart tremble. The ruins of the Luyun Sword sect had completely fallen into the nest of demonic beasts, and Xin Shuangli, a small Qi refining stage slipping in alone, was simply sending herself into the fire pit.
This silly girl.
Li Muyang's heart was beating wildly, and he hurriedly opened the game mall and typed concealment in the search box.
No matching products. How can it be? Li Muyang also tried the keywords recluse talisman, astringent talisman, invisibility dan and so on. The results of them all is simply not there.
The only thing that can be used to conceal one's aura is the concealment formation that takes effect in a static state.
Your Majesty, this immortal cultivation world is too shabby, isn't it? Li Muyang almost lost his breath. No stealth these days? This was the immortal cultivation world. Shouldn't there be stealth techniques, astringent talismans, and earth-shrinking magic treasures everywhere? How come Xin Shuangli could only charge in with her head? He helplessly pinched his brow. There was no way to alleviate that bit of anxiety in his heart, so he could only continue to stare nervously at the mini-map, watching Xin Shuangli carefully feel her way forward. But just at this time, his eyes flinched, and he suddenly realized that on the mini-map, Xin Shuangli's back had silently added a green dot. Li Muyang's pupils shrunk, and he quickly tapped on the status bar of this green dot. Gu Changqing, early stage of transformation, head of the Red Sky Sword sect, Black Knight Sword Thief. Click for details. Red Sky Sword sect. Sect leader? Black Knight Sword Thief? Li Muyang raised an eyebrow, feeling vaguely bad in his heart. Why doesn't this guy sound like a decent human being? He tapped view details again, and the game popped up a pop-up. Forced viewing will attract Gu Changqing's attention. Should we view it? Li Muyang. He immediately chose to cancel it, then calmed down and thought about it. This guy was 80% trying to fish in troubled waters, but it wasn't that big of a problem.
After all, Gu Changqing was a green dot on the mini-map and belonged to a friendly unit, which meant that he wouldn't make a move against Qin Shuangli for the time being.
Wait, you're friendly? There's a way.
The corner of Li Muyan's mouth rose slightly, and a brilliant plan immediately popped into his head.
It's a friendly force anyway, so let's sell it.
In case Qin Shuangli couldn't handle those demonic beasts, he himself only needed to make a slight move to direct the demonic beasts' hate value towards Gu Changqing, and all problems would be solved.
Ha ha ha. Taijun, don't hit me. I'm a friend. Chapter 72. The Dan Pavilion is empty.
Meanwhile, within the ruins of the Lu Yun sword sect, Gu Changqing silently followed behind Qin Shuangli. He had already concealed his aura to the extreme, even his breathing had become extremely weak, as if he had completely merged into the darkness. But for some reason, he always felt that a strange gaze was watching him.
Gu Changqing's footsteps stalled slightly, and his brows furrowed. Who's looking at me? It's not right.
His perception was extremely strong, especially as a Black Knight sword thief. The best thing he could do was to walk in the dark. Once he was targeted, he was sure to be able to detect it. But here's the thing, he sensed it, but couldn't find who was looking at him.
Could it be an illusion?
Gu Changqing narrowed his eyes and lowered his stance, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, but didn't find any suspicious presence.
Strange. In this place, other than Qin Shuangli and the demonic beasts, what else could exist?
He was vaguely uneasy in his heart, but he couldn't figure out exactly what went wrong, so he could only secretly raise his guard and continue to quietly follow behind Qin Shuangli, ready to wait for her to find the treasure and then harvest it in one fell swoop. However, he was completely unaware that he had already been targeted by Li Muyang and became the first candidate for the friendly sacrifice program. Qin Shuangli didn't notice the difference behind her. Her entire mind was on the road beneath her feet. The ruins of the Lu Yun sword sect had been completely dilapidated. The once prosperous mountain gate was now full of broken walls, the verdant stone paths were crawling with vines, the walls were remnants of traces of being torn by sharp claws, and the air still retained a faint smell of blood as if it told of the tragic massacre back then. She held her breath and walked through the rubble at a light pace. All around, the demonic beasts crept in the shadows in twos and threes, lazily lying on their backs, raising their turbid beast pupils to scan the surroundings from time to time, but it seemed that because of the long time they were compelled by the shining dark leaving bear's pressure, it made their mobility much less powerful than before. Qin Shuangli carefully avoided the sight of the demonic beasts and walked along the memorized path, finally arriving at the entrance of the Dan Pavilion. She lifted her head and looked at the attic in front of her, which had fallen into disrepair.
This used to be the place where the second brother spent most of his time.
Qin Shuangli's gaze was a bit dazed, and her thoughts couldn't help but be pulled back to the past. At that time, the Dan Pavilion was filled with clear incense and the fire was warm. At that time, the second elder brother had clean robes and a gentle smile.
Frost Glaze, I've refined a fixed essence Pei Yuan Dan for you today, come and try it.
Keep these pills, don't save them, take them when you need to. You're still too hard-working. Although cultivation is important, your body and bones should not be treated poorly. Qin Shuangli still remembers that she came to the Dan Pavilion every day to take care of the herbs for her second senior brother, to wash the Dan furnace, to watch him concentrate on casting the spiritual herbs, and to watch him gently flick the flame. Master Teacher had said that second senior brother had outstanding talent, was addicted to alchemy, and was as gentle as jade, and would surely become a generation of Dan Dao masters in the future. He treats people leniently and has never been fond of fighting. The elders of the Dan Pavilion have praised him as a genius that is hard to come by in 100 years, and is the pride of the Lu Yun sword sect. But on the day the clan was destroyed, that youth who had held a medicinal shovel and lowered his eyebrows to refine pills had turned into a killing god overnight. Qin Shuangli vaguely remembered that the second senior brother had distributed all of his pills to all of the disciples, and had even smashed the furnace with his own hands and set the alchemy room on fire, then stood resolutely at the entrance of the Dan Pavilion. He threw away his gentleness and benevolence, bathed in blood and holding a long sword in his hand. He was alone to face the demonic beasts that swarmed around him. His white robes were dyed crimson, and his hands, once gentle as jade, turned into sharp blades to cut down demons and eliminate devils at that moment. In the end, he fought until he was exhausted and never returned. Qin Shuangli stood in a daze at the entrance to the Dan Pavilion, her fingertips clenching the hilt of her sword tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white.
She's back. Second brother, I'm back.
She took a deep breath, adjusted her mind, and slowly stepped into the Dan Pavilion. However, the moment she pushed the door open, a gaze hidden in the darkness was quietly surveying her back.
It's Gu Changqing.
This dark knight sword thief hidden in the shadows shook his head, a sneer on the corner of his mouth as he whispered to himself.
I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed, little waif.
Even demonic beasts know the importance of pills. After the clan was breached, the first place to be taken captive was this Dan Pavilion. Gu Changqing gently raised his eyes, and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened a few points. What's more, I looked for it once long before you came.
The Dan Pavilion was deathly silent.
Qin Shuangli's steps were light, but each step felt like it was stepping on her heart, making her emotions heavier and heavier. Inside the dilapidated Dan pavilion, the air no longer had the fragrance of the Dan from back then. Instead, there was dust, the smell of moldy rotting wood shavings, and a slight smell of blood. The smell of blood was probably left behind when the masters and brothers put up a fight to the death back then. She walked around the rows of shelves of pills that had already tipped over towards the center of the Dan pavilion, where a Dan furnace that had once burned countless precious herbs was located. Second senior brother Lu Qingyu's Dan furnace. Now, the Dan furnace that had once burned with an ethereal blue flame was already in a state of disrepair. The body of the furnace was full of cracks, and the lid was even lifted off a corner, crookedly revealing scorched black traces on the inside. Xin Shuangli walked over and rummaged between the dust and broken pieces of porcelain.
Empty. The cabinet is empty. The shelves are empty. The Dan furnace is also empty.
Xin Shuangli's hand trembled slightly, and the remaining glimmer of hope in her heart was dashed. Lost in thought, she sat in front of the Dan furnace, quietly looking at the broken Dan furnace, as if she could see her second senior brother from the past, dressed in a moon-white Dan master's robe, standing in front of the furnace with a smile on his face, gently plucking the flames and explaining to himself the wonders of the pills. Frostly, you must remember that the most important thing for a true Dan master is not the pills, but the state of mind. Whether it's alchemy or cultivation, you can't be impatient or your mind will take advantage of the situation. The truth in this world is the same. Oh man, the hardest thing to overcome is oneself.
Frost glaze. You must.
Wait, that's what second brother told himself the night before the clan was destroyed.
Xin Shuangli's fingertips couldn't help but tighten, her heart beating a little faster.
She vaguely remembered that night, the second elder brother looked a little complicated. He seemed to say something important to himself.
But now, she couldn't recall how.
Xin Shuangli closed her eyes and tried to think about it, but there were only broken images and a piece of blurred sound in her mind, like an old story that had been dusted for 1,000 years, and no matter how she touched it, she couldn't really recall it.
What the hell is? What in the world? Xin Shuangli closed her eyes tightly and fell into deep thought.
Gu Changqing, who was standing in the shadows of the Dan pavilion, watched this scene and couldn't help but roll his eyes in his heart, muttering darkly. Tisk, I've said that there's nothing left, and I'm wasting time reminiscing about the past, but now I've wasted my time, not to mention that I'm stuck in my memories and can't get out of them. He shook his head and was about to leave when he suddenly detected a faint trace of demonic aura approaching.
There are demonic beasts coming. Chapter 73 into the copy? Frost glaze, watch out for demonic beasts.
Li Muyan, who was also concerned, decisively sent a voice to interrupt Xin Shuangli, and he had already seen that this second senior brother Lu Qingyu was one of Xin Shuangli's heart demons. That's why he hadn't uttered a sound to disturb Xin Shuangli. According to the game's logic, the first place the heroine arrives at will inevitably trigger the plot.
Look, isn't this coming?
Xin Shuangli's thoughts were interrupted by Li Muyan's voice, and she jerked her head up, and sure enough, she heard a burst of heavy footsteps, accompanied by a low beastly roar, and a small-sized demonic beast was slowly patrolling. Xin Shuangli's heart tightened as she scanned around.
Where can I hide?
The Dan pavilion was leaking on all sides, all the wooden shelves and cabinets had been damaged, and not even a complete shelter could be found. In her mind, she cursed herself for losing her concentration for too long just now, that she hadn't paid attention to the movements in the outside world. Gu Changqing held his forehead helplessly in the shadows, sneering in his heart. I told you to waste your time, this is good, what if you're exposed? Xin Shuangli's eyes became stern, gripping the bisui sword tightly as she quickly thought of countermeasures in her mind. At this time, her cultivation was insufficient, and if she touched hard with this demonic beast, it was bound to cause a bigger commotion, and when she startled the other demonic beasts, she wouldn't be able to get out in one piece. She took a deep breath, her gaze falling on the broken Dan furnace beside herself, and a thought flashed through her mind. Xin Shuangli quickly curled up her body and hid her entire body within the broken Dan furnace, gently pulling up the broken furnace cover, covering her breath with dust, holding her breath, and waiting motionlessly for the patrolling demonic beasts to pass by. When Gu Changqing saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly.
It's just as well to bully demonic beasts out of their minds.
Xin Shuangli curled up inside the broken Dan furnace, holding her breath and feeling the footsteps of the demonic beasts patrolling in the outside world gradually moving away. The Dan furnace was stuffy and cramped, filled with the scent of burning and medicinal fragrance, as if the residual warmth from the time when he had once made pills could still remain. She gently touched the inner wall of the Dan furnace, but her mind suddenly recalled her second senior brother's advice that day. Shuangli, if the clan really can't hold out, you must come to the Dan pavilion, find your own Dan furnace, and refine it. At that time, she did not understand the meaning of these words, and only took it to mean that her second senior brother was leaving some resources for her to cultivate. Now, however, she understood second senior brother was asking her to refine this Dan furnace. Xin Shuangli's heart shook as she took a deep breath and closed her eyes, her mind sinking into the Dan furnace. In a flash, it was as if her spiritual sense was attracted by an invisible force, and she steeply sank. The darkness receded like a tidal wave, and there was a sudden brightness before his eyes. Here is. Xin Shuangli stared at the scene in front of her in a daze. She stood in the middle of the Dan pavilion, everything was intact, surrounded by neatly arranged shelves of medicinal herbs, and the air was filled with the fragrance of fresh medicinal herbs. In front of the Dan furnace, a familiar figure sat cross-legged, his robes neat and tidy, his expression focused, and he was concentrating on regulating the fire and refining a furnace of pills.
Second brother.
Shin Shuangli's pupils contracted violently, almost subconsciously wanting to call out, but at that moment,
Boom!
outside the door of the Dan pavilion, there was suddenly a fierce sound of killing.
Lu Qingyu's figure trembled slightly as he looked up at the entrance of the Dan pavilion, a trace of gravity and determination flashing in his eyes.
Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly pinched his hands together and fiercely slammed them towards the Dan furnace.
Seal!
In a flash, a golden rune emerged on the Dan furnace, and immediately afterward, the flames roiled, and the entire Dan furnace began to tremble with a bright light. Lu Qingyu did not hesitate to activate his spiritual power, actually trying to destroy the Dan furnace with his own hands.
After destroying the Dan furnace, Lu Qingyu turned around and rushed out of the Dan pavilion, fighting with the demonic beasts. Nope. Shin Shuangli's heart shook and she instantly understood. It's not going back in time. Rather, it was the illusion left behind by the second brother in the Dan furnace.
If she wanted to know the truth about that year, she had to let her second senior brother live longer, she couldn't just let him die immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, Shin Shuangli's figure instantly transformed into a stream of light. With the aqua sword in her hand and her sharpness in her eyes, she directly rushed out of the Dan pavilion. At this moment, Gu Changqing was hiding in the shadows of the Dan pavilion, his arms wrapped around his chest, his expression slightly impatient.
Pinch mama, is this little girl asleep?
The demonic beasts have long since patrolled away, the surrounding atmosphere is calm, even the night wind is unwilling to stay in this dilapidated Dan pavilion for a moment longer, but Shin Shuangli actually still hides in that broken Dan furnace and does not move.
What the hell is she waiting for?
Gu Changqing held his breath and quietly probed the aura inside the Dan furnace once again, confirming that Shin Shuangli was still inside. The aura was extremely well restrained, but how could he, as a cultivator of the spirit transformation stage, not detect it?
But the question is, why hasn't she come out yet?
Gu Changqing frowned, his heart a little anxious. His time was also too valuable to keep spending it.
But if we leave, it's a bit of a bummer.
The Luyun Sword sect was at least a once famous sect, a sect's heritage could never be left with nothing after its destruction. However, after wandering around in the ruins, he hadn't even found a decent storage bag, and the only remaining possibility was that certain secret hiding places hadn't been opened yet. And to find these hidden places, the most suitable clue was Shin Shuangli. She was the personal disciple of the sect leader of the Luyun Sword sect, and was most likely even the only cultivator in the entire sect who had survived.
What if she knows some hidden passage? What if she had the last hidden treasure clue of the Luyun Sword sect in her hand?
Thinking of this, Gu Changqing's gaze brightened slightly, and his original somewhat irritated mood calmed down quite a bit.
Alright, in that case, let's put up with it for a while and see what this little girl really wants. He leaned against one of the broken stone pillars of the Dan pavilion, slightly adjusting his breathing and astering his aura even deeper. Even the slightest bit of his vitality was hidden, completely blending into the darkness. Although his divine sense couldn't probe it well so as not to be detected by certain lurking existences, he could clearly sense that the aura inside the Dan furnace remained unchanged. Shin Shuangli is still in there. Did she not notice that the demonic beast had left, or was she afraid?
This thought caused Gu Changqing's expression to be slightly stunned, and then he shook his head with a lost smile.
Never mind, what the hell, she'll have to find what I want anyway.
Thinking this way, he simply lurked down steadily, neither revealing his presence nor rushing to hurry, but quietly guarding the place, waiting for Shin Shuangli to come out on her own. Li Muyang stared at the cell phone screen and watched as Shin Shuangli's figure suddenly disappeared from the ruins of the Luyun Sword sect, and was replaced by an intact, brilliant, and solemn Dan pavilion. Between the changing light and shadow, the interior of the Dan pavilion was as new. The surrounding medicine shelves were neatly arranged with a wide range of spirit medicines, the air was filled with a faint fragrance of Dan, and the Dan furnace in the corner was burning, and the green and red flames reflected a figure focused on refining Dan. That person was wearing a green shirt, calm and steady. Between the palms of his hands, several pills rose up in the air, suspended above the furnace fire. The luster flowed, just like the night sky stars. Li Muyan looked at this sudden change in scene and instantly raised his eyebrows, a hint of a knowing smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
Is this going into a copy? Sure enough, the next second, a quest prompt popped up on the game interface.
Exploring the mystery of the destruction of the Luyun Sword Sect I.
The secret of the Danpaku. Please guard Lu Qingyu under the siege of demonic beasts. Countdown 5 minutes. Chapter 74 Letting You Fly.
Li Muyan lightly hummed, his gaze carrying a few hints of disdain.
It's not easy? It's just 5 minutes, it's nothing.
He was ready to provide Shin Shuangli with a bit of plug-in support, and with a stroke of his finger, he searched for the Thunder Fire Talisman. Come, a bunch of demonic beasts are just a bunch of demonic beasts, just throw a few Thunder Fire Talismans and directly blast them into dregs. However, before he could throw the props to Shin Shuangli, a red warning popped up. Xin Shuangli is in the sea of consciousness, unable to use reality props.
Ha! Li Muyang almost didn't choke on his breath. I get it, it's another setup. Exclusive kryptonite props for copies.
As expected, the game interface popped up with a row of recharge options in the next second, and the familiar smell of kryptonite hit me.
Copy of the Vantage Point.
Recharge 188, open copy unlimited stamina for Xin Shuangli.
Top up 288 to open a copy of unlimited aura for Xin Shuangli.
Charge 688 to open copy invincibility for Xin Shuangli. Warm reminder, death within the copy is considered as death of the soul, so please choose carefully.
The corners of Li Muyang's mouth twitched fiercely, and he exploded in his heart. Ghost. Dog planning. I knew it.
And the whole soul death thing.
Xin Shuangli was playing for keeps now.
If the copy overturned, she was afraid that she would really be accounted for here, not simply dropping blood and deducting experience, but in the true sense of the word, her soul would be scattered and she would die completely.
Li Muyang's finger hovered over the screen for a split second. Just in case.
Li Muyang slammed a little.
Payment successful. Xin Shuangli has entered the invincible state.
In an instant, a layer of light golden light surfaced on the cell phone screen, enveloping Xin Shuangli's figure. At the same time, deafening hissing roars came from outside the Dan Pavilion, and dozens of demonic beasts pounced in hideously, fangs and killing intent, yet
Xin Shuangli stood there steadily, unharmed and with an imposing aura.
As Li Muyang watched the scene, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smug smile as he whispered to himself.
Frost Glaze, this honored one will let you fly.
Xin Shuangli stood with her sword in hand, the bisui sword blossomed in her hand with a cold, chilling green light. Killing intent flowed around her, the hissing of the demonic beasts and the sound of the wind breaking as the sharp claws tore through the air filled her ears, but she was as steady as a rock, her gaze as sharp as a knife, pointing directly at the demonic beasts that rushed in. A sword was swung out, and the sword she swept like a pike, ruthlessly chopping at the body of a demon wolf, blood bursting out. However, what surprised Xin Shuangli was that the sharp claws of this demon wolf, which should have ripped towards her shoulder in the same direction, were like hitting an invisible barrier the moment they came into contact with her body, and were unable to injure her in the slightest. She was stunned for a split second, then swept her sword across the room, and a demonic eagle that had been swooping in was chopped in half, its feathers and blood splattering in all directions. However, she clearly saw that the sharp claws of the demonic eagle were only half an inch away from her neck, but they still couldn't touch her, as if there was a mysterious force between heaven and earth that protected her. Not only that, the aura that she had originally started to consume due to the high intensity of the battle had unexpectedly filled back up in an instant, and was even more surging than it had been at its peak.
What's going on? Xin Shuangli's heart shook, and his consciousness sank into his dantian, immediately discovering that his aura was as abundant as a running river, astonishingly abundant, and in his sinews and bones, an unceasing force was circulating and flowing, inexhaustible and inexhaustible. She instantly understood she was now nearly invincible. It's the seniors. Xin Shuangli's eyes widened slightly, a touch of shock surfacing in the bottom of her eyes.
This invisible force, as if slowly flowing from the void, was gentle yet powerful, unquestionable, yet with a bit of familiarity. It wasn't the first time she had felt this power from her seniors. Every time, when she was about to fall into danger, the shelter of her predecessor would quietly descend, like the mercy of the gods, protecting her from harm. She didn't even have to go so far as to suspect that this was bound to be the handiwork of her predecessor.
Elder was actually able to alter the illusion left behind by second senior brother? Xin Shuangli's breath couldn't help but catch.
This was no ordinary formation, but a consciousness illusion set up by second senior brother Lu Qingyu with his Jindan cultivation. It is reasonable to say that once this kind of thing is formed, external forces cannot change it at all, but not only did Elder break in, but she was also able to change the rules of the illusionary realm at will, making her body of consciousness so powerful.
To what extent is senior's strength unfathomable?
Xin Shuangli pursed her lips tightly, her heart shocked beyond measure. She clutched the aqua sword tightly, suppressing all her shock and questions as her gaze turned to Lu Qingyu at the entrance of the Dan Pavilion. She knew that now was not the time to think. Since the senior had already made a move, she must not fail to live up to this gift. She leapt up, the aqua sword transformed into streams of light, and between the interlacing sword shadows, she brought up a dazzling tidal wave of sword chi frenzy, crushing all the incoming demonic beasts. Kill! Xin Shuangli gave a clear drink, her sword intent was like a dragon, and her body was like a harsh and fast wind, weaving through the demonic beasts, sharp and unrivaled. She had to protect her second senior brother with all her might. Xin Shuangli's sword momentum did not stop, the aqua sword seemed to transform into streams of light in her hands. With every swing of the sword, there were demonic beasts collapsing under the sword's awnings and splattering blood in all directions. Her figure traveled through the battlefield, her eyes as cold as ice, with only the battle intent burning in her heart. Time passed, the 5-minute countdown was about to end, and Xin Shuangli's sword light had already split the last demonic beast in half, spilling blood, and staining the ground red. Around them, there was no longer a single demonic beast that could stand, their corpses were spread out in all directions, blood slowly flowing along the ground, and the air was filled with a rich bloody odor. In the midst of a silence, Xin Shuangli gasped slightly as she put away her sword and stood, her gaze quickly falling towards Lu Qingyu, who was standing at the entrance of the Dan Pavilion.
He's alive. Even in the illusion, he was still alive. She saved it.
Lu Qingyu's figure was still standing tall in the midst of the battle, his green-colored robe of a Dan Pavilion elder disciple was drenched in blood, and his face was splattered with dust and blood. The only thing that remained was that pair of bright eyes, which still carried a touch of determination. Exploring the mystery of the destruction of the Lu Yun sword sect I.
Guard Lu Qingyu successfully. Please obtain one of the secrets of the destruction of the Lu Yun sword sect from Lu Qingyu's mouth.
Li Muyan looked at the prompt that popped up in his cell phone and nodded with satisfaction. This 688 open invincibility is very worthwhile, not only let Xin Shuangli increase the experience of life and death combat, but also very steadily complete the copy quest. Li Muyan was about to freak out when she lunged into the monsters alone, but luckily Invincible was there to protect her.
Go meet your senior brother.
Li Muyang sent a voice to Xin Shuangli,
who was standing in the pile of demonic beasts.
Xin Shuangli's heart shook as she realized that she had succeeded. Her gaze slightly condensed as she quickly stepped forward and stood in front of Lu Qingyu, her eyes locked on this once incomparably familiar figure.
Second brother. She called in a low voice. Chapter 75, this CG is so powerful.
Lu Qingyu slowly raised his head and looked at Xin Shuangli.
In that instant, his gaze vibrated as if he understood something. You, still coming.
His voice trembled slightly, but it carried a touch of relief, even a faint hint of relief and emotion.
Xin Shuangli's heart trembled, always feeling that there was something odd about his tone.
Lu Qingyu looked at her, complex emotions swept through his eyes, eventually turning into a gentle sigh. It seems
that I ended up dead. Xin Shuangli shuddered slightly, finally realizing that something was wrong. This Lu Qingyu knows he's dead.
This was not an ordinary illusion, but a remnant of Lu Qingyu's soul that he had left behind by some means, or rather, a fragment of his consciousness that he had purposely sealed away during his lifetime.
Second brother.
Xin Shuangli's voice tightened slightly, the fingertips holding the sword exerted force, and her gaze was fixed on the person in front of her, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear.
Lu Qingyu, however, smiled faintly, his gaze gentle, with a few moments of helpless doting, looking at his former little sister that way. You really did come back to find the clues that I left behind in my desperate attempt to die, you little ninny, you've never changed. Xin Shuangli's heart shrunk violently, and his mind exploded in general, as many memories and speculations rushed to his mind. She finally understood why, before she died, her second senior brother had specifically instructed herself to come back to the Dan Pavilion to refine this Dan furnace. Her voice trembled slightly as she murmured, You already knew? Lu Qingyu gently nodded his head, his gaze deep and calm.
He glanced at the demonic beast corpses that filled the ground around him, a trace of surprise swept through his eyes, and then he sighed softly. Since we won this battle for the time being, that means that you already have the foundation establishment, or even Jindan level, and can know some secrets.
Xin Shuangli looked at Lu Qingyu with mixed feelings in her heart. No, Sifu, it's not. It's just simple, I have seniors standing behind me.
The second senior brother in this illusion looked different from the one she remembered. His demeanor, his tone, and even that complex emotion in his eyes were all the same as Lu Qingyu on that day. Xin Shuangli held his breath for a moment before slowly opening his mouth. Second senior brother, how exactly was the Lu Yun sword sect
overthrown?
Lu Qingyu's face changed slightly when he heard this, and a trace of pain flashed in his eyes, as if he had touched a past that he didn't want to mention. A moment later, he slowly closed his eyes and was silent for a long time before he finally spoke. That
day was not just a siege of demonic beasts.
Xin Shuangli's heart jolted and her eyes widened slightly.
Not just demonic beasts?
She couldn't help repeating it in a low voice, waves of shock rippling through her mind. Lu Qingyu slowly nodded his head and spoke in a low tone. Senior sister, have you ever wondered
why the demonic beasts would suddenly break through our mountain protection formation with such precision? Why they were able to head straight for the Dan Pavilion, the book collection pavilion, the sword mount, and these important places?
Xin Shuangli's mind was shaken, vaguely realized what, her breath could not help but rush up. You mean
someone is secretly guiding?
Lu Qingyu slowly opened his eyes were deep, and he slowly spat out two words.
The mole.
Xin Shuangli's heart trembled fiercely, and her mind rumbled.
The Lu Yun sword school was actually betrayed by its own people? No.
The Flowing Cloud sword sect, indeed, was betrayed by one of their own.
Otherwise, how could a great clan be killed by the demonic beasts led by the goddess of transformation Great Demon, wiping out the entire clan without a single survivor?
I suppose so. After all, that stupid bear didn't look very impressive. Li Muyan looked at the conversation in his cell phone, knowing that he had now entered the CG plot, and stroked his chin in thought.
But this CG is so awesome. It's a real-time algorithm, right? Even Lu Qingyu is dubbed TSK TSK TSK.
Li Muyan watched the picture in his cell phone advancing, and also became curious about the destruction of this Lu Yun sword sect.
Who is that person, second brother? The mole, who the hell is that?
Xin Shuangli's figure trembled slightly, and the icy coldness in her eyes grew more and more intense. She fiercely stepped forward and stared into Lu Qingyu's eyes, her tone cold and urgent. However, Lu Qingyu just shook her head slightly, a touch of regret in her eyes. "I
don't know."
Xin Shuangli's heart trembled and she clenched her fists, her breathing becoming rapid. Lu Qingyu's complexion sank as he looked up beyond the Dan pavilion, his eyes seeming to penetrate the illusionary realm and look towards the day when the clan was destroyed. "But I know that the reason why the sect was overthrown on that day was by no means a coincidence. The instantaneous failure of the clan protection formation, and the Dan pavilion elders all taking this spirit burning pill used in desperation in unison. Everything was too fishy." Xin Shuangli was stunned, her heart jerking tightly. Burning spirit pill. It was an elixir that would only be taken when the clan was in a life and death situation, able to stimulate a cultivator's full potential in a short period of time, but it was their longevity and soul that was burned. After taking it, it is completely burned out, with no possibility of survival. Why? Why were the elders so determined to take the spirit burning pill? It's senior sister Su's voice transmission. Lu Qingyu suddenly said, his tone tinged with a hint of deep pain. "If it wasn't for her transmitting her voice to me at the last minute, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to realize that something was wrong at all." Xin Shuangli's breathing stuttered as she jerked her head up. "Senior sister Su? Su Qinglan. That woman who was as warm as the sun, that eldest sister that everyone in the sect loved, that eldest sister that she had immensely admired since she was a child." In Xin Shuangli's mind, Su Qinglan's familiar smile surfaced. She had heard the other party's bright laughter countless times, listened to her talk about matters of love, listened to her confidently teach her senior brothers and sisters, telling them how to face all the difficulties in life. Frost glaze, falling in love is like swordsmanship, you have to know how to retract and release in order to find the most suitable person for you. Life is short, why be sad all the time? Smile and all the world will be a better place. No matter what difficulties you encounter, remember that senior sister is always behind you. However, on the day that the Flowing Cloud Sword sect was destroyed, Su Qinglan was alone in drawing away a large number of demonic beasts. In the end, the demonic beast came back, and the senior sister did not. Xin Shuangli has always been unwilling to believe that the lively and cheerful senior sister, who always warmed others with her smile, would die just like this. What did senior sister Su say in her voice transmission? Xin Shuangli's voice trembled a little as she forced herself to hold back the uneasiness in her heart and stared dead at Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu slightly closed his eyes and spoke in a low tone. "She told me in her voice transmission that the mole is in a high position of power. Not only did he attract the demonic beasts, but he also destroyed the clan protection formation in advance, and there are his people in the Dan pavilion as well, so I should be careful." Xin Shuangli's heart shook wildly, and her back went violently cold. A high position of power? Which elder is it? Or some kind of protector? What the hell is he in for? Then senior sister Su Shi. Lu Qingyu slowly opened her eyes, her gaze complex. She didn't come back, nor did she tell me who the mole was. Chapter 76, I shouldn't have hesitated. Xin Shuangli fiercely clenched her fists. Her mind raced back to the moments before the destruction of the clan. However, the memories of that day were filled with blood and killing, and she was unable to capture any more clues from the chaotic images. She took a deep breath and tried to suppress the anger and grief in her heart, her voice firm. "Second senior brother, what other clues do you have?" Lu Qingyu was silent for a moment, slowly reaching out his hand and gently tapping it in the void. In an instant, the illusionary realm shook slightly, and a golden light blossomed at his fingertips, slowly converging into the shape of a jade slip. Lu Qingyu's voice was low. "I had secretly investigated some things, and among the ancient books of the Dan Pavilion, I found some hidden records about the Protectorate formation. In this jade slip, all my findings are recorded." Xin Shuangli extended her hand and gently took the jade slip. The moment her fingertips touched the jade slip, it trembled slightly, as if a familiar aura was gently wrapped around her fingertips. It was the scent of the second brother, gentle and firm. Xin Shuangli raised her head and was about to open her mouth to say something, yet at that very moment, the entire illusory realm violently trembled. Xin Shuangli's pupils shrunk slightly, vigilantly gripping the bisui sword tightly, while Lu Qingyu only smiled faintly, looking at her with a gentle gaze. "Shuangli, this is all I can leave you." Xin Shuangli's heart trembled, and she realized with a jolt. Lu Qingyu's consciousness is going to dissipate. Second brother. She shrieked out in shock, wanting to reach out and grab him, yet Lu Qingyu's figure began to fade into illusion, his gaze still gentle with a hint of faint relief. The last place where senior sister Su appeared is in the back of the mountain. Live well and find out the truth. Don't let everyone's sacrifice be in vain. His voice drifted away like the wind, his figure passing with it. At the end of the illusion's disappearance, Lu Qingyu's slightly regretful voice rang out. "If you have the chance, go to the northern domain Lu family for me and apologize. Just say that Qingyu is unfilial and can't come back." In the middle of the Dan furnace, Xin Shuangli's eyes snapped open, and her heart ached fiercely, as if something had exploded in her chest. At the same time, the silky black threads dissipated from her dantian. The heart demon that Lu Qingyu had transformed into dissipated, and with it, the jade slip that had appeared out of thin air. That's what's left of second brother, and his trust. Xin Shuangli's hand clutched the jade slip tightly, her fingertips whitening as her chest rose and fell violently. She would never let the Lu Yun sword sect be destroyed for nothing. Whatever it took, she was going to get to the bottom of it. Li Muyang stared at the cell phone screen, the excitement in his eyes practically overflowing. Exploring the mystery of the destruction of the Lu Yun sword sect I completed. Copy progress advances. Exploring the mystery of the destruction of the Lu Yun sword sect 2 The Phantom of the Back Mountain. Cool. Li Muyang gently slapped his thighs, his eyes filled with excitement. This main storyline is awesome too. True to form, the first big copy is interlocking, tightly plotted, and filled with a sense of urgency and immersion. Behind the destruction of the entire Flowing Cloud sword sect, there was indeed a dark secret hidden. And, as the episode progresses, that sense of unease deepens, and it's almost too much to handle. There's a bit of a level to this hacker organization. Li Muyang frantically took screenshots of all the key conversations and images, and already had a plan in mind. He'll be sure to draw this whole section as a comic when the subsequent plot advances. This kind of ups and downs will definitely make the viewers see their hearts pounding and can't stop watching, and they can't even say it without rewarding a super rocket. Thinking about it, Li Muyang beautifully clicked on the information of the jade slip. Lu Qing used jade brief plot prop. Used this item to manipulate the clan's grand formation. Can be detected. Seeing the content of the parentheses at the end, Li Muyang froze for a moment. Discoverable? What do you mean? In the next second, his heart tightened as he suddenly thought of something, and his gaze quickly turned to Gu Changqing, who was still hiding on the sidelines. This guy's still around. Li Muyang immediately adjusted his viewpoint and switched to Gu Changqing's screen. As expected, Gu Changqing's complexion had undergone a subtle change. He had clearly detected Xin Shuangli's mood swings and began to probe her with his spiritual sense. You kid, I almost forgot about you. Li Muyang instantly felt bad, his finger quickly sliding on the screen, ready to respond. Just then, the game popped up with a new tip. Is it a recharge of 168 to impose a blockade on the plot props and isolate the senses? On what grounds? Li Muyang almost couldn't hold back his foul mouth. Previously, when the divine elixir came out to cover the fluctuation was only 18 pieces, now this jade slip to cover it will cost 168, this game merchant is also too black, right? He was about to observe the situation a little more to see if he could save some money, yet at that very moment, the screen suddenly updated with a prompt. Detecting fluctuations in the spiritual sense of a god-realizing powerhouse nearby, is it rechargeable 268 to impose a seal on the plot props to isolate the sense? I shouldn't have hesitated. The corner of Li Muyang's forehead jumped, and he had a bad feeling. This was a powerful person of the transformation god level probing. If he found out that Xin Shuangli got the key prop, then it would be really troublesome. Thinking of this, how dare he hesitate and immediately tapped the recharge button. Charge! Charge! As the recharge was completed, a faint golden light covered the jade slip, and the spiritual charm of the slip instantly converged, as if it had completely hidden all of its breath. And at the same time, Gu Changqing's slightly furrowed brows gradually stretched. Apparently, he did not notice anything unusual. Xin Shuangli was carefully holding the jade slip in her hand, her fingertips gently rubbing the cool surface. The jade slip was engraved with the name of second senior brother Lu Qingyu, as if it still retained his warmth. However, just as she was immersed in her thoughts, the jade slip in her hand suddenly became obscure, as if it was wrapped in a layer of invisible power, and the connection with the outside world was completely severed. Xin Shuangli froze for a moment, and then immediately realized this was the senior covering up for herself. A pang of fear ran through her mind, and fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. Yes, second senior brother said that this jade slip is related to the clan protection array. She murmured, a flash of panic in her eyes. If the fluctuations of the jade slip had not been covered by senior just now, and the fluctuations of the jade slip had been detected by those demonic beasts, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Not only would this reveal her whereabouts, but it could also bury the last hope that second brother had traded his life for. Thinking of this, Xin Shuangli's heart was filled with guilt and self-blame. Frostblaze is foolish and has caused trouble for senior again. She whispered, a catch in her voice. She knew that Senpai must have heard her. Just then, a cool voice rang in her ears, as if coming from a distant void, yet clear as if whispering in her ears. No harm done. The voice was calm and bland, but it carried a reassuring power. Xin Shuangli's heartbeat slightly accelerated, and her cheeks unconsciously flushed with a blush. She lowered her head, her fingers clutching the jade slip tightly, her voice so soft that it was barely audible. Yes. Seniors. Xin Shuangli took a deep breath and adjusted her mind, her gaze becoming firm again. She carefully put the jade slip away, then stood up and walked towards the outside of the Dan pavilion. Next, it's time to go to the back of the mountain. She whispered to herself, a flash of determination in her eyes. Chapter 77 The King calls me to patrol the mountain. Gu Changqing shrank in the corner, his eyes cloudy, staring at Xin Shuangli's back, unable to resist cursing in his heart. What the hell is this little ninny up to? He frowned, his gaze deadlocked on Xin Shuangli. She hid in that broken Dan furnace for so long and did nothing that was absolutely impossible. But Gu Changqing couldn't see the slightest change from her, no sign of a surge in breath, no sign of treasures coming out of the world, not even a little fluctuation in spiritual energy. It was almost as if she went into sleep and came out to bask in the sun. He had thought that Qin Shuangli was hiding inside because she had discovered some kind of chance, such as the inheritance of the Dan Pavilion, or the mysterious jade slip hidden at the bottom of the furnace. But what happened? She came out now. Her body was obscure and dark, without any semblance of a spiritual light. Her hands were empty, and even her face hadn't changed much. It was simply flat to the point of being outrageous. Is it hard for her to worship the broken stove? The corners of Gu Changqing's mouth twitched, feeling that he had guessed the truth. A dilapidated and broken Dan furnace that even went out with the Dan fire is worth worshipping? Are you kidding me? There are quite a few crazy people in the cultivation world, but something like worshipping a broken furnace, even the craziest of crazy people couldn't possibly do it, right? What a waste of time. Gu Changqing considered himself experienced. As a former night sword thief, his searching ability was one of the best in the immortal cultivation world. This Dan Pavilion had long been turned upside down by him, not even a single herb had been spared, so how could there be anything left out? Qin Shuangli was obviously unlikely to find anything either. Could it be that I'm overthinking it? Gu Changqing frowned and forced himself to calm down. He thinks he has excellent searching ability and experience. How can he think that there can't be any fish that missed the net? However, it was precisely because he had made the mistake of empiricism that he had failed to recognize the broken Dan furnace as his master. He thought it was just a worthless piece of broken copper, but did not expect it is this broken stove so that Qin Shuangli had the opportunity to see Lu Qingyu last side, get the secret of the destruction of the Luyun sword sect and the jade slip. Just as he was about to give up on Qin Shuangli and go rummage around some more on his own, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Qin Shuangli walking towards the back of the mountain, with a firm pace, not even turning his head back. Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows, his eyes instantly becoming fiery. The hidden scripture pavilion, the Dan pavilion, and the weapon storage. These places he has been to, and even scraped the ash from the bottom of the alchemy furnace, but this back mountain he really hasn't been there. And Qin Shuangli had obviously just arrived, and even went straight to the back of the mountain? It doesn't make sense. Hey! It's kind of fun. Gu Changqing licked his lips, a hint of greed and excitement in his gaze. Qin Shuangli was a personal disciple of the Luyun sword sect. If she was heading towards the back of the mountain, there must be something in the back of the mountain. This was her clan. She must have a good idea of where to find the good stuff, otherwise why not go to other places and go to the back of the mountain? At this moment, the restlessness in Gu Changqing's heart was completely ignited, and as if a hungry wolf that had smelled its prey, he silently followed. Meanwhile, Li Muyan outside the screen couldn't help but roll his eyes greatly when he saw this scene. Big brother, you may be a friend and a green, but you just cost me a whole $100. His heart ached so much that he almost pounded the table at the thought. Losing money. No, I must squeeze some oil out of you, or I'll be sorry for my wallet. Li Muyang stroked his chin and began to think about how he could elegantly and unobtrusively pit Gu Changqing, and in the process earn back his $100. Qin Shuangli held her breath, concealed her figure, and quietly shuttled between the withered grass and trees, sneaking towards the back of the Luyun sword sect's mountain. Her heartbeat was steady, but it was as if she could hear the blood rushing through her ears. The once picturesque back of the mountain has now been reduced to a forbidden land where demonic beasts are entrenched, and she is a shadow trespassing on the forbidden land at this moment. Not far away, two swaying footsteps came from two patrolling lesser demons. Qin Shuangli's footsteps lurched and she quickly hid behind a fallen dead tree, holding her breath and silently observing their every move. One of the small demons was skinny and small, born with a wrinkled face and covered in brown hair, carrying a rusty short sword in his hand, seemingly full of complaints about this patrolling task. It wrinkled its nose and muttered in a low voice, "Hey, you say? Such a big back mountain, just the two of us to guard it? Isn't the great king afraid that there are still people hiding in the back mountain?" The other small demon was slightly larger, with black and gray fur and a scar on his forehead, and sniffed disdainfully, "You don't know about that, do you? There will definitely be no one in the back of the mountain. Because..." It deliberately paused for a moment, then lowered its voice and grimly laughed. "The entire back mountain has long been killed by the great king." Qin Shuangli's fingertips tightened slightly, her gaze coldly staring at the two little demons, holding back the anger in her heart as she continued to listen. That skinny little demon obviously heard this secret for the first time. His eyes widened a bit and his voice trembled a bit. "What? Killed them all? Really?" The black and gray-furred little demon grinned his sharp fangs and revealed a cruel smile. "Of course it's true. Why do you think the great king only let the two of us come here to patrol? It's because there simply won't be anyone coming to the back mountain anymore." It revealed a few moments of smugness and continued, "You don't know, do you? The back mountain used to be the refuge of the Luyun sword sect, but on the day the sect was destroyed, all those who tried to escape to the back mountain, all died. Ha, it's simply a self-inflicted trap. Those stupid humans, one by one, dragging their families and desperately running towards the back mountain, what's the result? The Great King had already counted on this and ambushed a group of demonic beasts in the back mountains in advance, just waiting for them to throw themselves into the net. Those who reached the back of the mountain were killed cleanly without even a chance to catch their breath. The blood dyed the entire mountain red, and the corpses piled up into mountains. The skinny little demon listened to the hairy body, shrunk his neck, and his voice was a little trembling. This is too horrible, right? The black and gray-haired demon smiled sardonically, licked his fangs, and continued, not only that, but there's also a madman left in the back of the mountain, a crazy peach tree spirit. Peach tree spirit? The skinny little demon froze for a moment, clearly not having heard of the name. The black and gray-haired little demon lowered his voice and said in a mysterious manner, "You know even less about this, don't you? That peach tree spirit existed a long time ago. Originally it was just an ordinary demon wood, but after that killing, it went completely crazy. Any creature that comes close to it will be mercilessly decimated by it, and even demonic beasts don't dare to come close." The skinny little demon's scalp was numb from hearing this, and his mouth shivered as he asked, Then why are we still guarding this back mountain? In case it goes crazy, won't the two of us also die here?" The small demon with black and gray hair glanced at it and coldly grunted, "Don't worry, it can't move." And it revealed a wacky smile. Guess what? That mad peach tree spirit's branch actually gave birth to an orchid. Chapter 78. What she likes is not peach blossoms. Orchid? The skinny little demon froze for a moment, his face full of confusion. What does that mean? The black and gray-haired little demon shrugged his shoulders, revealing an expression that said, "Who knows? Anyway, those high-level demon clans don't dare to get close to them, they only dare to observe from afar. However, this kind of small demon like us doesn't need to care about these things, huh?" The two little demons talked as they walked farther and farther away, eventually disappearing at the end of the mountain path. Xin Shuangli was still hiding in the shadows, but her fists had already been clenched tightly, her nails were deeply embedded in her palms, and there were hidden threads of blood seeping out. Her eyes burned with rage, her chest rose and fell violently, and her eyes were bloodshot. She wanted to rush up and immediately decapitate those two little demons, tearing them to pieces. But she held back. "I can't give my seniors any more trouble because of my own impulsiveness." Demonic beasts were most sensitive to the smell of blood, and if blood suddenly appeared here, it would likely attract stronger demonic beasts. By then, not only would she herself be in danger, but she would even expose the clues left behind by Lu Qingyu. Xin Shuangli took a deep breath and tried her best to suppress the killing intent in her heart, but her gaze grew colder and colder. Crazy peach tree spirit. Orchids. Her breath caught in her throat, and suddenly she realized what was happening, her heart pounding. She didn't dare to think more, took a deep breath, and with footsteps as light as a ghost, she swept swiftly along the mountain path, in the direction of the peach tree spirit. "Sister Sue," she murmured in her mind and went a minute faster. No matter what, she had to see that peach tree spirit. In any case, she had to confirm whether the orchid was the answer she had in mind or not. Gu Chongqing clenched his teeth and quietly followed behind Xin Shuangli, his entire body slightly confused. Hey, didn't you hear what those two little demons were saying? That's a crazy peach tree spirit that kills everything indiscriminately. Is this woman crazy? How dare you charge that way, knowing that ahead is a demon that will tear everything living to shreds? It doesn't make sense. We're here to find treasure, not to kill demons. But Xin Shuangli's pace didn't pause at all, her eyes were dead set on the front, her figure weaving in and out without even the slightest sound coming from her sleeves. This woman is crazy. She's absolutely crazy. Gu Changqing wailed in his heart, but his legs couldn't help but move and continue to follow. Come what may, it's New Year's Eve, you have to see what's really in the backcountry. And in the meantime, Li Muyan, who was sitting in the real world, but his eyes lit up. Here's your chance. He stared excitedly at the screen of his cell phone, an impish grin playing at the corner of his mouth. A crazy peach tree spirit who kills indiscriminately? A Xin Shuangli who insisted on going? A hesitant Gu Chongqing? Wouldn't that be the perfect team-selling scenario? A perfect set of plans instantly surfaced in Li Muyan's mind. The first step was to have Xin Shuangli lure the monsters. Step 2, let Gu Chongqing top it. Step 3, take the opportunity to let Xin Shuangli get the treasure. A perfect end to a 2-for-1. Hey, isn't this a godsend? Gu, charge. Li Muyang took his cell phone and frantically took screenshots while excitedly urging, "Don't be a wimp. Don't you want to know what the mad peach tree spirit is guarding? Don't you want to get some strange treasure of heaven and earth?" Unfortunately, Gu Chongqing on the screen couldn't hear his goading, but inside, he was indeed torn. Damn, there can't really be a treasure, can there? Gu Chongqing mumbled in a low voice. To be honest, it wasn't like he hadn't thought about why he had to arrange for two little demons to patrol this kind of haunted place. Since that mad peach tree spirit was already fierce enough, theoretically there was no need for guards at all. Could that stupid bear really be hiding some secret here? Also, Xin Shuangli was dead set on going to take a look, maybe there were secrets of the Luyun sword sect? As soon as he thought of this, the curiosity in Gu Changqing's heart began to act up, and the original idea of beating a retreat began to falter again. Taking another look at Xin Shuangli in front of her, the woman's pace did not hesitate in the slightest, as if she was obsessed with the direction of the peach tree spirit. Gu Changqing clenched his teeth and crossed his heart. Just one look. If there's nothing, I'll turn around and leave, never to follow this woman again. Xin Shuangli, however, did not notice Gu Changqing's inner struggle in the slightest. Her mind only had one thought at the moment: Su Qinglan. If the crazy peach tree spirit is really Su's senior sister, she must find out. The gusty wind rose, and the leaves and branches in the distance swayed gently, carrying a strange aura of death. Xin Shuangli's eyes went cold and she quickened her pace. The air was damp and decaying, and in the dead silence there was only the whisper of the cold wind blowing through the trees. Xin Shuangli stood in front of the demonic peach blossom tree, clutching the hilt of her sword tightly, her fingers slightly white from the exertion. The peach blossom spirit in front of her was very different from the peach blossom tree she remembered. The trunk of the tree was twisted and jagged, as if it had been tormented by pain and rage for thousands of years. The branches swayed uneasily and gently, like struggling arms. Peach-colored petals scattered all over the place, and among the messy branches, there were actually bloodstains and torn rags left behind.
Is it, indeed, alive? Can it remember its name?
Xin Shuangli bit her lips tightly, her heart vibrating like a beating drum, vaguely aching. Her intuition told her that this peach blossom spirit in front of her was most likely senior sister Su.
Sister Su, the favorite peach blossom. This is a common realization for all. Memories tumbled out of Xin Shuangli's mind, as if yesterday's spring breeze still brushed her ears. That year, the peach forest outside the mountain gate was in full bloom, with thousands of peach blossoms spreading over heaven and earth like pink clouds. Su Qinglan, dressed in a light pink dress, stood under the peach blossom tree, smiling like sunshine spilling down on the earth. Frostily, look, isn't this flower pretty? Her slender fingers gently plucked a peach blossom and casually inserted it into Xin Shuangli's hair, smiling and winking. It suits you. Xin Shuangli blushed and averted her gaze, whispering, senior sister is the only one who is suitable for. Su Qinglan raised her eyebrows, the corner of her mouth with a teasing curve. What? You want to chase me too? Xin Shuangli was instantly anxious and quickly waved her hand, her cheeks reddening, while Su Qinglan was smiling brightly. Just teasing you. Peach blossoms gently rotated in her fingertips. She softly looked at the petals in her hand. Her tone had a hint of lightness, and it was also like lonesomeness. In fact, no matter who sent me flowers, the ones they sent will always be peach blossoms. Xin Shuangli didn't understand why her tone was so complicated at that time. It wasn't until later that she slowly realized that those flower-giving suitors had never really been on Su Qinglan's mind. She appeared to be passionate, but in fact she was detached, keeping a just right distance from everyone. But only once. Xin Shuangli unintentionally bumped into Su Qinglan, who was sitting in the small courtyard, holding an orchid hairpin in her hand and looking a bit stunned. At that moment, she did not have her old spontaneity, did not have the dazzling aura of a million people's fans. She was just a woman immersed in memories, with a tenderness hidden in the bottom of her eyes that even Xin Shuangli could not understand. Xin Shuangli held her breath and quietly backed away, but that image was deeply engraved in her heart. It wasn't until today that she really understood. Perhaps what senior sister Su really likes is not peach blossoms, but orchids. Or maybe she liked the one who sent her the peach blossoms, the one who looked like an orchid. Chapter 79. Sister, is that you? Xin Shuangli's heart beat more and more rapidly, and her gaze fell a little on this crazy growing peach tree spirit in front of her, looking upwards along the branches. Just between the twisted branches and leaves, a slender orchid grew silently. It was as white as snow, seemingly out of place in this demonic land, as if it had spared everything to blossom, standing there alone and proud, like an obsession inscribed in time. Xin Shuangli's fingertips trembled slightly, her throat was dry, and the words of her senior sister once suddenly surfaced in her mind. Frostily, if I die one day, I must be a peach blossom tree in the next life. At that time, Su Qinglan smiled like an uninitiated young girl, with playfulness and ease between her brows, not at all like she was seriously talking about a promise. But now, Xin Shuangli's eyes were slightly red, and she murmured in a low voice, Senior sister. Did you really turn into a peach tree? Even if you turn into a peach tree, you still want to wear that orchid hairpin? But why have you become this full of killing and madness? You must have suffered terribly. She didn't dare to think any further, her heart filled with a great sadness, her fingertips slowly stroking the hilt of her sword. If you're not you anymore. If you've gone full demon. A hint of struggle flashed in Xin Shuangli's eyes before it was replaced by cold determination. She must find out the truth. If senior sister Su was still around, she would definitely find a way to save her. If she has completely turned into a demon. Xin Shuangli's gaze went ice cold, slightly raising the blade of the sword in her hand. She would deliver her relief herself. Li Muyang narrowed his eyes and gently tapped his finger, and the game interface instantly popped up with a line of scarlet characters. Crazy peach tree spirit demonic aura entering the body disorder berserk. Demonic energy entering the body? What does that mean? Li Muyang frowned and rubbed his chin in thought. Is it difficult for the demonic chi to enter the body? To be a hidden quest?
But the problem was, this mad peach tree spirit didn't look like an NPC that could communicate harmoniously in any way. Instead, it looked like a high-risk boss that would pull up and tear the intruder apart if it didn't move. He maneuvered his viewpoint closer and observed the bizarre branches of the peach tree spirit, which were twisted and coiled together, with blood-colored lines spreading on top of the bark like twisted tendons. A large number of dead bones remained on the ground around it, clearly having devoured countless living beings. Too dangerous. Li Muyang made a decisive decision to finish it off. It wouldn't be good if I hurt my little Ori. A glint flashed in his eyes as he pondered how to solve this trouble at the least cost. A direct forceful attack definitely wouldn't work. Although Shen Shuangli's cultivation had progressed rapidly, she didn't stand much of a chance of winning against such a berserk demonic creature. Let Shen Shuangli go and lure it to attack, then lure it to where Gu Changqing is hiding, a bogeyman, and it's done. Li Muyang clapped his hands, secretly pleased with himself. This is a solid tactic. Never mind what hidden mission, directly send this demon to die. Shen Shuangli can still safely get the treasure. This plan of killing two birds with one stone is simply perfect. What's more, I'm a Kryptonian bigot. Li Muyang opened the recharge interface and prepared to directly purchase a talisman for a remote detonation in case Shen Shuangli could not avoid it. But just as he was about to confirm the payment, the in-game screen made his heart skip a beat. Shen Shuangli exposed his figure. Without half a hesitation, she slowly walked towards the crazy peach tree spirit. Li Muyang's pupils shrunk slightly, and an ominous premonition instantly rose in his heart. Wait! What is she doing? Almost subconsciously, he sent a transmission note to Shen Shuangli. Frost Glaze, what are you doing? Back off! Shen Shuangli's footsteps paused, and the light point of the sound transmission note flickered slightly, after which a voice with a hint of sadness sounded in Li Muyang's ears. Senior. She paused, her voice trembling slightly with unspeakable emotion. She could be my senior sister, I want to try. Sister? Li Muyang was slightly stunned, and before he had time to digest this information, a new quest prompt popped up on the game interface. Exploring the mystery of the destruction of the Lu Yun Sword Sect 2. Phantom of the Hills. Kill or save the mad peach tree spirit and get news of Su Qinglan. Good guy. Li Muyang stared at the line and his mind worked quickly. Turns out the crazy peach tree wasn't a hidden quest, but a main quest? He had a burst of scalp numbness. The plot of this game was really deep as hell. Just now he was thinking of finishing off the peach tree spirit, but the system directly gave him a slap in the face. This was the core key involving the demise of the Lu Yun Sword Sect. Li Muyang took a deep breath and quickly organized the information in his mind. Shen Shuangli's sister. Peach tree spirit. Save or kill. He vaguely understood. If Shen Shuangli's elder sister had really turned into a crazy peach tree spirit, it meant that she hadn't died back then, but had somehow turned into a demon. And the choice to save or kill would likely affect the direction of the subsequent plot. Li Muyang glanced down at the recharge option, his finger hovered over the purchase interface, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally held back. No, we can't do anything rash yet. Shen Shuangli's attitude was already obvious. She wanted to save her senior sister. What if he asked her to kill the mad peach tree spirit directly? What if he caused her to take offense? What's more, there doesn't have to be only violent solutions to this plot. What if there's a way to bring the peach tree spirit back to sanity? Li Muyang's eyes flickered for a moment before he finally made his decision. For the time being, let's wait and see what happens and let Shen Shuangli try. Li Muyang looked up, and on the game interface, Shen Shuangli had already stood right in front of the mad peach tree spirit. The peach tree spirit seemed to sense her proximity, its branches trembled slightly, and a hint of demonic red aura flowed within its trunk. There was dead silence all around, with only fallen flowers drifting about. Shen Shuangli stood in front of the crazy peach tree spirit, gripping the sword in his hand with firm eyes. The surrounding dead silence, only a breeze, rolled up the fallen peach blossom petals, as if soaked in blood, emitting a demonic dark red color. The mad peach tree spirit began to stir, its branches trembling and twisting slightly, like a crazy evil spirit laughing, and the scarlet lines on its trunk flowed with a bizarre luster, like throbbing veins. Suddenly, it seized violently. Swish! A branch as black as iron was violently drawn out, sweeping toward Shen Shuangli with a strong wind that broke through the air. Shen Shuangli quickly swung her sword to resist. Clang sound, the sword body collided with the branch, shocked her wrist numb, her feet were deeply plunged into the mud, the whole person was nearly lifted out. Instead of stopping, the mad peach tree spirit became even more furious. Whoa whoa! A strange low chanting sound came out from the depths of the tree trunk, like a sorrowful cry, but also like madness, and several branches violently stormed up, frantically lashing out at Shen Shuangli. Shen Shuangli was unable to avoid, the sword blade in her hand flipped, chopping off the oncoming branches as fast as she could, but the peach tree spirit's branches seemed to be endless. Just after chopping off one, there were immediately new branches sweeping towards her. Sister! Is that you? Shen Shuangli murmured softly, and instead of retreating, she stood her ground and tried to resist the peach tree spirit's attack, while at the same time, she began to murmur her memories of the past. Chapter 80. Hey, idiot! Elder sister, do you remember? You like peach blossoms the most. Every spring, the peach blossom forest in front of the mountain gate blooms the most, and you always take us to enjoy the flowers. You said that peach blossoms look good, but unfortunately they fall easily.
Do you remember? You once received an orchid hairpin, you smiled so happily then.
Xin Shuangli's voice was very soft, but with a hint of imperceptible trembling. Her gaze was hopeful as she stared tightly at the peach tree spirit, hoping that it would respond in the slightest. However, the peach tree spirit's attacks did not stop, but instead became even more ferocious.
Bang!
A thick branch fiercely lashed at Xin Shuangli's body. The vestments automatically protected the master, emitting a weak spiritual light, but it was simply unable to completely withstand this horrifying blow. Xin Shuangli's entire body was jerked out and heavily smashed on the ground. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Li Muyang's transmission notes kept popping up, and he was so anxious that he almost smashed the screen.
Frosty, go. You can't beat it. We'll find a way to do this later, sister or whatever, now back off.
But Xin Shuangli did not move a muscle. She slowly raised her hand, wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth, and stood up again, staggering a little, her footsteps still firm.
Elder sister. I'm Frosty Lia.
The mad peach tree spirit didn't listen at all as it frantically flung its branches, one whip shadow after another landing on Xin Shuangli's body. Blood flowers continued to bloom and stained her clothes red.
Li Muyang's pupils shrunk violently. Save, 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 save. Hurry up and save it.
He poked at the screen frantically, sweat rolling down his cheeks, his heart beating wildly.
No, this game doesn't say there's a female plot kill either.
Watching Xin Shuangli being jerked away by the peach tree spirit one by one, Li Muyang's heart was about to jump out of his chest. He swiped his fingers frantically, trying to find any rescue options in the game.
But there's nothing. No hints. There are no guidelines. There is no recharge option. Li Muyang's mind went blank. It's not right. Something's wrong. This game couldn't be so pitiful. How could Xin Shuangli die in a place like this? Is it that you don't have enough kryptonite?
Li Muyang's heart beat wildly, fiercely wiped the sweat on his forehead, fiercely opened the recharge interface, and stared at the screen dead on, expecting the system to pop up a recharge button that could save the day.
Broken game, hurry up, I'll pay for it, don't let my little Ori suffer anymore.
However, the game still didn't respond, and the mad peach blossom spirit lashed Xin Shuangli directly to the ground, and she spat out a large mouthful of blood, barely able to get up.
But on the contrary, she stood up trembling.
Li Muyang was really anxious. He watched Xin Shuangli being pumped all over her body. In the game screen, the light of her vestments had already dimmed, and the whole person was almost unsteady to stand, but that crazy peach tree spirit did not have any intention of stopping, and even became even more frenzied.
Your ass.
Li Muyang cursed angrily and slammed the table, dragging out the immortal thunder fire talisman in his backpack.
Labor will split the tree now.
Killing intent boiled in his eyes and his finger was already on the use button.
What a bull hidden plot. What a bull sister. Can you compare it to your own love affair?
If something happened to Xin Shuangli, what the hell kind of game would he play?
Kill it.
Li Muyang did not hesitate to prepare to point down. However, just in the nick of time, the game Xin Shuangli unexpectedly suddenly raised his head, tears flashed in his eyes, and his gaze seemed to penetrate the void, looking straight at the sky where he was. Her lips trembled slightly, and her tone was thick with pleading as she whispered,
Elder, wait a little longer. And let Frostblaze try again, please. Li Muyang's finger lurched and stopped on the use button.
He stared blankly at the tearful eyes on the game screen. It was as if something had hit him hard in the chest. It was a complex feeling that had never been felt before. He could imagine how stubborn and persistent Xin Shuangli should be at this moment. She was covered in wounds, yet she still wanted to try again, even if she might be completely killed by the peach tree spirit.
Is she crazy? Li Muyang's heart seized hard. Hey, demented child.
In the end, he sighed and fiercely shook off the thunder fire charm in his hand, dropping the thing back into his backpack.
Forget it. Kill or be killed. But if you don't kill, you can treat your wounds, right?
Before he had a chance to check out the options for healing, the game system, as if it had accurately calculated his psyche, slowly popped up a familiar kryptonite cheating alert box.
Whether or not to recharge 18.8 and purchase the immortal Jasper creation pill to heal Xin Shuangli's wounds? Limited time special offer. Muyan Li. Buy.
Without hesitation, without saying a word, close your eyes and charge. He didn't even notice that the recharge amount this time was actually unexpectedly conscientious, and even cheaper than he thought.
Anyway, no matter how much, he must save her.
In the next second, on the game screen, a soft green light slowly sprinkled down on top of Xin Shuangli's head, and an elixir with a warm luster appeared out of thin air, transforming into dots of glittering light that merged into her body. The wounds around Xin Shuangli's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. She was stunned for a moment, then gently closed her eyes, feeling the rapidly recovering power within her.
Seniors,
she murmured, gratitude emerging in her eyes. And as Li Muyang watched this scene, his heart finally dropped a little.
However, his anger was not completely quelled. Since Xin Shuangli insisted on not killing, let's see how far she could go.
But if the crazy peach tree spirit dared to touch her one more time, he would not hesitate to personally send this broken tree to meet the king of hell. And at that moment Gu Changqing, who was hiding on the side, had only one thought in his mind.
This woman is crazy, isn't she?
The scene in front of him was completely beyond his comprehension.
Shen Xuanli. She actually stood there without dodging or avoiding and hardened herself against the attack of the crazy peach tree spirit? Is this suicide? Or some kind of secret ritual? It's hard to believe that the people of the Flowing Cloud Sword sect have a masochistic fetish. He had lived for so many years, walked the rivers and lakes, and had seen countless bizarre cultivators, but he had never seen anything like Shen Xuanli. It looks pretty normal, yet it's completely insane. Look at that. It's all bleeding. It's all dying. The corners of Gu Changqing's mouth twitched as he watched Shen Xuanli being viciously jerked away by the peach tree spirit and falling heavily to the ground, barely able to even crawl. He clenched the sword in his hand, struggling with his heart. Should we save it? His own high and low is also a righteous monk, but so out of the way will expose his identity. If we don't save it, the last disciple of this old man Lu Yun will also die. Just as Gu Changqing was about to make his move, things suddenly took a shocking turn. Shen Xuanli's body was suddenly gently held by an invisible force that seemed to prevent her from falling. In the next second, the void behind her twisted slightly, a ghostly light flashed, and a brocade box floated out silently. Gu Changqing's pupils shrunk violently. Is this treasure? Chapter 81. Please save Su Chenglan. The brocade box slowly opened, and in an instant, an extremely rich medicinal fragrance exploded, instantly permeating the entire back of the mountain. Gu Changqing only felt a tremor. He hid in the dark, but even at such a distance, his surrounding aura unexpectedly began to vaguely run faster, and even the dark wounds that he had fallen into in his early years began to itch slightly. What is this? What is this horrible elixir? Gu Changqing's breathing intensified violently as he stared dead on at the elixir that slowly floated up from the brocade box, only to see that it was turquoise and translucent, like a fine emerald, with light flowing through it, and one could even see through the surface to see the rich spiritual energy contained within. It's definitely not mortal. But before Gu Changqing could savor the medicinal fragrance, the elixir had already quietly transformed into a green light and floated to the side of Shen Xuanli's mouth, and with a gentle flash, it was directly integrated into her body along with her breath. Boom! The potency of the elixir exploded in an instant. The wounds on Shen Xuanli's body healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of time, the blood on her body completely disappeared, and her entire body recovered even better than it was just before she was injured. Jasper Creation Dan. It must be the Jasper Creation pill. Gu Changqing's eyes widened violently, so shocked that he nearly exclaimed. As a renowned Black Knight sword thief in the Jianghu, his knowledge of all kinds of rare treasures was not something that could be compared to ordinary people. Among the pills, he was considered to have seen a lot, and the Jasper Creation pill was one of the famous ones. This is a precious elixir that can snatch people back from the Ghost Gate. Even if it was the lowest grade mortal grade Jasper Creation pill, it was still a 5th grade pill that could allow a Jin Dan cultivator to regain 70% of his strength in a near-death state. But the one in front of us. The medicinal fragrance is so strong that the color is actually translucent and flawless, like a glazed emerald. This is still the immortal Jasper Creation pill. Gu Changqing felt like his 3 views were about to be shattered. Mortal 5th grade pills were already hard to find for thousands of dollars. And what about immortal pills? This is a treasure that can save a harmonized god cultivator. Such a precious elixir was actually only meant to heal the injuries of a little girl in the chi refining stage? What a joke! It's too much of a waste. Gu Changqing only felt his heart dripping blood for a moment. Where the hell did this loser come from? Immortal Jasper Creation Dan. It was more than enough even to resuscitate a Yuaning cultivator, and even if he was on the verge of death, he could quickly recover 70% by taking one. But now, actually just like this Shen Xuanli casually swallowed? Refining stage? Is only the refining stage Was her injury so severe that she needed the immortal Jasper Creation pill? It's a total waste. Gu Changqing covered his chest, feeling that the hint of medicinal fragrance he had just smelled was a heavenly waste. His gaze was dead set on Shen Xuanli, and his eyes were filled with complex emotions. A possibility suddenly occurred to him. It's hard to believe that you can really get treasures by taking a beating. If that's true. Gu Changqing looked down at his hands and then at his legs. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. How about trying a few hits yourself? Recovered Shen Xuanli slowly walked toward the crazy peach tree spirit, the original harsh and violent demonic gas as if by some kind of suppression, but no longer surging. The branches also no longer whipped the 4 sides. The mad peach tree spirit felt the medicinal power of the Jasper Creation pill and became calm after absorbing it. Shen Xuanli walked to the front of the tree, raised her hand and gently pressed it on the rough trunk. Her palm was slightly hot. She could feel the demonic chi tumbling under the bark of the tree, and the familiar yet unfamiliar fluctuation made her heart tremble slightly. Leaning so only close, Shen Xuanli was able to sense that Su Qinglan was trapped within this demonic tree. Sister! Shen Xuanli murmured in a low voice and slowly closed her eyes, her spiritual sense seeping into the trunk of the tree like a wisp of green smoke, exploring the core that had been eroded by the demonic chi. Just moments after Aura entered, the game popped up with a new prompt. Exploring the mystery of the destruction of the Luyun sword sect 2. Have chosen to save the mad peach tree spirit. Mission advancing. Please save Su Qinglan. Peach tree spirit Su Qinglan under seal demonic energy entering the body. Li Muyang snapped. Really triggered the plot?
The red name of the mad peach tree spirit slowly faded and gradually turned yellow.
What does that mean?
This showed that this guy was no longer absolutely hostile, and Shen Shuangli's persistence actually really made it possible for her senior sister to be saved. Li Muyang looked down at Shen Shuangli in the screen. The delicate side face of the young girl was permeated with a hint of hidden sorrow. She did not realize what was going on with the plot advancement, but was immersed in her own feelings, quietly sticking to the trunk of that ancient peach tree, as if she could penetrate through the layers of the demonic aura and see everything in the past.
You're winning instead.
Li Muyang let out a low laugh and sighed softly, his fingers compassionately tapping Shen Shuangli's small head on the screen, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Just the moment his fingertips touched the screen, the scene changed abruptly. The screen suddenly went dark, the phone screen switched on a dime, and the image was dragged into a hazy sea of consciousness for a split second. Countless fluttering points of light floating and sinking in the darkness, the heavy demonic energy is like thick ink, slowly flowing in the sea of consciousness, devouring those points of light a little bit.
Is this the sea of consciousness of the crazy peach tree spirit? Li Muyang instantly reacted to the new copy.
Shen Shuangli only felt a blur before her eyes, and it was as if her entire body had been ripped into another heaven and earth by an invisible force. This is the sea of consciousness of the mad peach tree spirit. Surrounding them was a thick demonic aura, like a black tide churning up, turning this world into an endless abyss. The sky was gray, the light seemed to have been swallowed up, and the air was filled with eerie hissing sounds, the whispers of demonic beasts, hideous and ghastly. Shen Shuangli's spiritual sense wandered in this space, as if she was in a nightmare with no end in sight. Soon she saw the shocking scene. The sky was filled with demonic beasts. They roared and galloped, tumbling like a tidal wave, spreading over the entire earth, each one carrying a monstrous fury, seemingly ready to pounce and tear everything apart. And in the center of the tide of demonic beasts, there was a gentle green light, like a lone boat in the middle of the ocean, struggling to hold on to the last pure land. Shen Shuangli's spiritual sense was uncontrollably attracted to the massive green light. She gently stepped into it, and the scene within the curtain of light made her eyes widen violently. Her senior sister, Su Qinglan, was sitting on her knees, holding a skinny child in her arms, a warm smile still on her face as she gently coaxed the child to sleep. She was surrounded by a dozen or so young children, who either huddled together or snuggled up to her, with a look of dependence and awe in their eyes.
However, Shen Shuangli's heart shrunk violently when her eyes touched Su Qinglan's body.
Her senior sister was covered in injuries, her Dao robe was tattered and bloodstained, her slender wrists were full of burns from the demonic qi, and even the hands that used to hold the sword like the wind were now trembling slightly. But she was still smiling. Just as Shen Shuangli remembered, Su Qinglan would always smile like this, gently rubbing her head and saying to her, "Good boy, don't be afraid, senior sister is here."
Sister. Shen Shuangli's voice choked, and her footsteps gently fell behind Su Qinglan. Chapter 82, You've really grown up.
Hearing this familiar voice, Su Qinglan's body trembled violently, and as if she couldn't believe it, she slowly turned her head, and the moment she saw Shen Shuangli, her pupils contracted fiercely, and the smirk on her face instantly turned into shock and panic.
What are you doing here?
Su Qinglan got up violently, took a few steps to walk in front of Shen Shuangli, and grabbed her arm. The force was so great that it even made Shen Shuangli frown slightly.
She said with anger and urgency, "Weren't you already sent away? Why are you back again? Were you also sealed within this peach tree spirit? How is the clan? How about the others?"
Shen Shuangli could no longer hold back, tears slipped from her eyes, her throat was astringent, her voice trembled, "Senior sister.
Clan has been destroyed.
At this time was occupied by the god transformation great demon. I was saved by the senior, in order to come here."
Su Qinglan was stunned.
She let go of Shen Shuangli's hand, and her entire body froze in place, as if even her soul had lost its temperature at this moment.
"Yes? Is it?"
She looked at Shen Shuangli in a daze, her lips trembling slightly. In the end, she still sighed a long sigh. The whole person sat down powerlessly on the ground, bitterly murmured, "In the end, it still turned out to be like this.
Why is it like this? Sister." Shen Shuangli looked at Su Qinglan, not knowing what to say.
Su Qinglan reached out and patted the ground beside him, signaling Shen Shuangli to sit down.
Shen Shuangli obediently sat down, while Su Qinglan raised his hand and pointed at the sea of demonic beasts that filled the sky, his voice low and tired. "Shuangli, look, this is part of the demonic beasts we faced that day. They were sealed with me in this peach tree."
Shen Shuangli looked along with her guidance. The endless sea of demonic beasts seemed to be hissing and struggling all the time, wanting to break through this barrier of green light.
"Every day, I just fight them."
Su Qinglan laughed softly, but his tone hid endless exhaustion. "And then guard this group of children." She turned back and pointed to the children behind her, her eyes soft. "These are the original children of the peach tree, which is a bunch of little peaches."
Shen Shuangli's eyes snapped open. "Little peach? Aha!
Su Qinglan nodded and gently touched the head of the child in her arms. This peach tree is an ancient demon. It used its last consciousness to protect me, hoping that I could protect its children. That's why I was able to leave my consciousness behind and see this side of you. Shen Shuangli covered her mouth and the tears could no longer stop falling. She finally realized. Her senior sister, who had never given up on any life that needed to be protected, still chose to do her best to guard these children of the peach tree, even when she herself was on the verge of death. She was, still, the same Su Qinglan who smiled and comforted herself and was willing to hold up the sky for everyone. Su Qinglan's voice was soft and calm, like a burning bonfire on a winter's day that was clearly about to go out, but still persistently exuded the last bit of warmth. Here, it's all a sea of demonic beasts. She raised her hand, pointing at the waves of demonic beasts that were churning like a tide. The corner of her mouth curved up into a faint arc. I've been killing them for years. Shen Shuangli's heart tightened violently, and the hand that clutched her sleeve tightened unconsciously. 4 years? She suddenly realized this was the sea of consciousness, and the flow of time was completely different from the outside world. Only a few years had passed in the outside world, but here, Su Qinglan had long since experienced countless days and nights, as she fought with demonic beasts day in and day out, year after year, without stopping. Her gaze couldn't help but fall on Su Qinglan's wrist, which had long been covered in scars, and even her sleeves couldn't hide the crisscrossing cracks. Some of the wounds had healed, becoming pale and cold, while others remained bright red, like old scars that had just been torn open. She couldn't help but open her mouth to say something, but Su Qinglan just looked at her gently with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Don't say it. Shen Shuangli's lips trembled slightly, and eventually closed her mouth as tears fell quietly. Su Qinglan tilted her head and looked at the green curtain of light. Her voice was light as if it was floating in the wind. Actually, I would have died many times already. Shen Shuangli's fingertips trembled and she couldn't help but look at her. Su Qinglan's tone was calm, as if she was just talking about an insignificant matter, but this ancient tree has been saving me. Time and time again, pulling me back from death. Now, it and I have almost become one. Shen Shuangli's eyes trembled slightly. Her senior sister, who has been fighting here. For a year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years. Or even longer. She never stopped. The crazy peach tree constantly attacked all creatures that came close to it, and that was the mapping of Su Qinglan's constant beheading of demonic beasts in the sea of consciousness. The ancient tree can't hold out much longer. Su Qinglan said softly, with a faint hint of helplessness in her tone, but just now, I don't know where I sensed a breath of immortal medicine. She smiled a little, something complex in her eyes. It renewed the last bit of life for the ancient tree. Shen Shuangli was shaken. She jerked her head back to the pale green barrier. She knew that this was the effect brought about by the elixir given by her predecessor. Her lips turned white, and a tearing pain grew in her heart. What if that elixir was not given to himself, but to his senior sister? If that immortal Jasper creation pill can restore senior sister and free her from this endless nightmare. But Shen Shuangli couldn't say anything after all. She didn't know how to face this fact, and she didn't dare to imagine that if she gave that elixir to her elder sister, whether her elder sister would still be able to survive. Su Qinglan seemed to have sensed her silence and laughed lightly as she continued to ramble on. She talked about the clan, about her master, about her senior brother, and about that noble gentleman who had once given himself a tree of peach blossoms and was as graceful as an orchid. She talked about many, many things and never mentioned herself. Finally, her voice lightened, like a candle going out in the wind. Frost glaze. She reached out her hand and gently rubbed Shen Shuangli's head, just as she once had, and said gently, "You've really grown up then." Shen Shuangli raised her head violently, and tears finally fell without being able to hold them back any longer. At that moment, the light green curtain of light began to shatter. A crack spread out, like a frozen lake rupturing, transmitting a piercing light. Shen Shuangli turned back violently, her eyes suddenly tightening. "Senior sister, the light curtain is going to shatter." However, Su Qinglan still smiled gently, as if she had long anticipated this moment. "Frosty, catch." She gently waved her hand, and the group of small children behind her suddenly transformed into a crystal-clear peach tree seed and floated towards Shen Shuangli's arms. Chapter 83 Apple You, are you going to kill me? Each seed emits a faint glow, as if it still carries the timid gaze of a child. Shen Shuangli dully caught these seeds. "Senior sister. It's the last child of the peach tree." Su Qinglan said softly, "Please, take them away and find a safe place to plant them." Shen Shuangli bit her lips tightly and nodded, carefully storing the seeds in her storage bag. In the next moment, a dark golden token appeared in Su Qinglan's hand. "This, too, is for you." Shen Shuangli's eyes widened as she looked at the token engraved with the patronage formation pattern of the Luyun sword sect and instantly understood its significance. This is not. Yes. Su Qinglan smiled, "This is something I fought to the death to snatch down. As long as it is combined with the operation method of the sect protector formation, it will be possible to activate the formation and strangle those demonic beasts still remaining in the sect. At the very least, it will allow the last dignity of the Luyun sword sect to not be completely trampled on." Xin Shuangli stared at the token with a deadpan, her fingertips trembling slightly. But senior sister. She snapped her head up, her eyes filled with hope. We can go out together. The senior I know, he must have a way to save you. Senpai. Help me. Xin Shuangli looked up at the sky as she panicked like a small beast. You must hear me, right? Help me. However, Li Muyang outside the screen sighed, can't do it, little Ailey, the game doesn't jump prompts, even if I am a kryptonite heavenly father, I can't help you. This is a hot game that has to knife me. Su Qinglan froze for a moment, then gently shook her head. Frosty, I can't get out. Her voice was still as gentle as ever, but with a hint of unquestionable firmness. My existence has been bound to this peach tree. If I leave, these demonic beasts will follow me out. She looked towards the sea of demonic beasts that filled the sky and smiled, without a trace of fear in her eyes. I'll stay here and die with them. No way. Xin Shuangli grabbed her hand in panic. There must be another way. We can. Frost glaze. Su Qinglan looked at her tenderly and gently took her hand in his. Xin Shuangli's heart trembled, and she couldn't stop the tears from slipping down. She was about to say something else, but Su Qinglan suddenly blinked, and her tone turned with a hint of cunning. Right, I'll say ah. Xin Shuangli was slightly stunned, her eyes confused. Su Qinglan smiled brightly and looked at her with a crooked head. Frostily, do you like that senior? What? Xin Shuangli was instantly confused. You rely on him a lot. Su Qinglan looked at her meaningfully, her tone carrying a few hints of teasing. Since you just came in, you've mentioned him much more often than you've mentioned yourself. Xin Shuangli's face turned red with a swish. I. She was so anxious she didn't know what to do. Take a chance. Su Qinglan reached out and gently rubbed her head, his eyes full of favor. Don't let yourself regret it. Xin Shuangli reddened and stammered, trying to retort, yet Su Qinglan laughed fiercely and pushed her palm. Xin Shuangli's consciousness was viciously pushed out. Senior sister. She desperately reached out her hand and tried to grab Su Qinglan's sleeve, but her hand couldn't touch anything. Her consciousness jerked violently out of the peach tree spirit's world and back into reality. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw the peach tree shudder slightly, pushing her away completely. The next second, a blazing fire, igniting from the tree. Xin Shuangli's pupils suddenly shrunk, staring blankly at the peach tree spontaneously combusting, the flames devouring every piece of peach blossom, every inch of the branches. Sister! She fell helplessly to her knees, clutching the contents of her arms in her hands, a few seeds, a token, and a pale orchid hairpin. Xin Shuangli looked at the hairpin in a daze, as if she could still hear Su Qinglan's last voice in her ears. The hairpin, it's yours. She pressed the pin tightly against her chest and closed her eyes as tears slid silently down her face. The burning peach tree transformed into roiling flames that eventually dispersed with the wind and disappeared into the remains of this broken sect. Xin Shuangli slowly stood up, tilted her head to the sky, and murmured, Senior, accompany me to walk this last stretch of the Lu Yun Sword Sect. Exploring the mystery of the destruction of the Lu Yun Sword Sect 2 has been completed. Successful rescue of So Qinglan. The mystery of the destruction of the Lu Yun Sword Sect, the final chapter, has been opened. Please go to the Sect Protector formation and complete the storyline related to the Lu Yun Sword Sect. Apple, are you an assassin sent by Adarshi when you're sprinkling this drama cumin so hard? My tears are going to turn into brine for the skin bud nan hey. Li Muyang holding the phone are going to be silent. This plot, you are trying to kill me? However, Xin Shuangli looked as if she had become more resilient, and her heart demons were disappearing, which was a good thing. At this moment, the flames engulfed the peach tree, and rolling black smoke rose up to the sky, as if a flare had been lit in the ruins of this dead clan. The roars of demonic beasts resounded from all directions, and pairs of scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness, greedily and tyrannically looking towards the back mountain. They were already wary of the mad peach tree spirit, and now that they saw its imminent annihilation, they were suddenly foolish and scrambled towards this area. To make matters worse, the clouds churned in the distance, the aura of heaven and earth shook violently, and a huge object rose up in the air. It was a giant bear with a body as tall as a 3-story building, black foggy, covered in scaly armor like metaphysical iron, and with ghostly blue pupils like 2 clusters of ghostly fires. It stepped forward, and every time its paws fell, the earth trembled. Great demon of transformation, Xianin darkly bear. It snapped its head down, its gaze pierced through the firelight and landed on a certain figure that was preparing to slip away, and immediately its eyes erupted with fire and roared to the heavens. Little thief! Stealing this king's elixir and still dare to come back! Give me death! Boom! A palm slapped down, wild winds swept through, and the ground crumbled into a deep pit. Gu Chongqing wolfishly rolled over and narrowly avoided the blow. His face was blue, and in his heart, he cursed Xin Shuangli. I shouldn't have followed her. Gu Chongqing cursed, no fart benefit, and now I'm being targeted by this stupid bear. He caught a glimpse of Xin Shuangli's figure in his afterglow and realized that she was silently disappearing into the distance, obviously intending to take advantage of the opportunity to run away. He was so angry that he almost cursed this woman was really using him as a shield. However, the shining darkly bear didn't give him any chance to catch his breath at all, and his huge body leapt up violently, bringing with it a rolling demonic aura as it slammed down on him. Gu Changqing's face completely blackened, ruthlessly clenched his teeth, dryly pulled out his long sword, and roared. "Stupid bear! I told you a long time ago that I didn't steal your broken pills. You're just biting your head off. Do you really think I, Gu Changqing, am easy to bully?" The aura on his body surged, blazing sword intent rose up to the sky, and with a tremor of his long sword, his sword chi erupted with a roar. "Before, I didn't want to fight you, but now you have to come looking for death then fight." In an instant, fiery red sword light surged out like angry waves, like red sky flames, instantly sweeping across the entire battlefield. Chapter 84 Making Money. The shining dark leaving bear let out a roar and raised its bushel-like huge palm, slapping it down, striking head-on with the sword light. Boom! Violent waves of air exploded, mountains and rocks crumbled, and smoke and dust rolled over. The demonic beasts were shocked by this scene and backed away, but soon howled in excitement, cheering for their king. Gu Changqing narrowed his eyes and stared dead at the shining dark leaving bear, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He had thought that he would be at a disadvantage against a great demon at the peak of the transformation spirit at the early stage of the transformation spirit, but it was only after this exchange that he realized. The bear was badly hurt. "Hey, stupid bear, you're really injured." Gu Changqing immediately understood, and with joy in his heart, his attack steeply accelerated. The longsword swung, a blazing sword chi crisscrossed like a sword net woven with flames, enveloping the shining darkly bear. The shining darkly bear roared angrily, his fists and palms coming out in unison, and for a while, he actually fought Gu Changqing. However, taking advantage of this chaos, Shen Shuangli quietly circled around the battlefield, her figure as light as a shadow, quickly stealing into the darkness. Li Muyang in front of the screen looked at this sudden scene, and the sadness he felt just now due to Su Qinglan was instantly washed away. His eyes lit up slightly, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hey, earn it. This Gu Changqing even blocked the goddess of transformation great demon. Isn't my little Ali better able to handle the main line? Then you're not making it hard for me to lose this $100. That's how careful I am. Do a good job, Gu. Li Muyang cut the view back to Shen Shuangli. Taking advantage of the chaos of the demonic beasts, she had gone straight to the clan protection formation. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled into the room. Li Muyang was still sitting cross-legged on the bed, his eyes staring at the cell phone screen, as if the whole world did not exist. Fingers flying on the screen, frowning now and then, sighing now and then, and occasionally muttering a few words in a low voice. Ugh. Hot chicken game, have to knife me. At this time, the husky Wang Kai lying beside the bed had already woken up leisurely. It blinked its eyes, trying to remember what happened before it fell unconscious. Right. It's limping. As a demon race that once roamed the wilderness, it is not an ordinary husky, but a real demon bloodline, the descendant of the Wailing Moon demon wolf. In this era where there was no aura, it had thought that after awakening its ancestral vein it would be able to traverse the world, but it didn't expect that it would actually be suppressed by this man. Although Wang Kai was still at the puppy stage, at least the inheritance from the bloodline was present. Includes cultivation methods, fighting styles, and various stories of gods and goddesses. But now, this scene of Li Muyang it had really never seen before. Wang Kai struggled to get up and dragged his legs to quietly approach Li Muyang. This kid has been playing with that black box all afternoon. What's in it? Is he practicing with the black box? Let this King Kong. Wan had tiptoed over to the box, his nose twitching slightly as he sniffed the mysterious black box. However, it realized it couldn't see anything. The image on the black box had gone dark. Is this a treasure to obscure itself? Preventing others from prying eyes? Wang Kai sucked in a breath of cool air and his fur stood on end. The bloodline inheritance had told it a lot of knowledge, and it had recognized quite a few cultivators' magic treasures, but it had never seen a divine artifact that could actively hide its contents from the prying eyes of onlookers. What kind of status did this Li Muyang have that he could even play with this kind of divine weapon at will? Just when it was too shocked to stop itself, Li Muyang suddenly raised his head and glanced at it. For eyes met, and the air froze. Instant alarm bells went off inside Wang Kai's heart. Not good. He's noticed the king snooping. It's going to happen. In the demon realm, spying on other people's cultivation was a big taboo. In serious cases, one would be directly slapped to death by the other party and turned into a mist of blood. It isn't tell too many stories like this. It's over. Wang Kai's dog's brain was racing, and finally decided to hold his head, lying on the ground, shivering, with an innocent look of "You can't see me, I didn't do anything." However, after waiting for half a day, the imagined devastating attack did not come. Li Muyang just reached out and patted its head, rubbing the dog's head twice in passing, and then stretched out, looking at the sky outside the window and muttering, "Hey, it's so late? I can't believe I've been playing all afternoon." He looked down at Wang Kai again and casually said, "Even the dog is hungry. Wanted? It just so happens that little ally is still in a hurry, so order a little takeout." Li Muyang muttered as he opened the takeout software and skillfully ordered a few dishes. While ordering the food, he also pondered, it seems like I have to go buy another cell phone. What if something happens to my little Ali while I'm cutting the screen and ordering the food, and there's no notification alerts for this crap game? Wanted was confused. It warily released its claws and cautiously raised its head, looking at the man who was leisurely ordering takeout with incredulity in his eyes.
This man is indifferent to my king's prying? Is he really big-hearted, or does he have absolute confidence in his cultivation? Whichever one is really scary.
Wang Kai subconsciously shrank back, deciding not to easily pry into Li Muyang's cultivation in the future.
This guy, he's too dangerous.
Li Muyang finished ordering takeout, stretched his waist with satisfaction, picked up a bottle of Coke from the table with his hand, and skillfully unscrewed the cap.
Hiss! The sound of cold bubbles sounded.
He tilted his head and filled a large mouthful. At once, a penetratingly cool and soothing feeling from the throat all the way to the whole body, so that he could not help but sigh, or carbonated beverages are the most to relieve moods. He licked his lips and set the Coke aside before picking up his cell phone again.
The screen lit up and the game interface reappeared in front of his eyes.
Xin Shuangli had already arrived at the core of the clan protection formation. Under the night, the core of the flowing cloud sword sect's protective array stood quietly, and faint spiritual light slowly flowed around the outer perimeter of the array, just like the flow of stars.
It's still working, but it's not launching.
However, Xin Shuangli had only just stepped into the place when her sight was attracted by a familiar figure.
Kneeling down before the grand formation, senior brother Yi Lingxiao.
Xin Shuangli's pupils shrunk slightly, and her heart clenched violently.
Eldest brother?
She cried out tentatively, her voice carrying a hint of trembling that was hard to hide.
However, the kneeling Yi Lingxiao unexpectedly opened his eyes abruptly at this moment. Those eyes are dark and godless, like stagnant water, without a trace of life.
Alarm bells went off in Xin Shuangli's heart and she hastily took a step back, while the next second,
swish!
Yi Lingxiao violently stormed up and pounced towards her like a fierce beast. Xin Shuangli's pupils shrunk, instinctively drawing her sword to parry. Clang! A loud sound of metal clashing exploded, and the huge impact caused her to take several steps back.
Chapter 85, Why you? Eldest brother?
Xin Shuangli's face changed slightly, and it was only then that she got a good look at Yi Lingxiao's appearance. His face was pale, his lips were blue and purple, and his body was covered with traces of corrosion, and there were even some places where the skin and flesh had already withered, revealing the white bones. But even so, his movements were still swift and furious, not at all like someone who had died. Xin Shuangli's heartbeat accelerated as she barely managed to receive Yi Lingxiao's attacks, but the more she fought, the deeper the doubts in her heart became.
It's not right. Yi Lingxiao should have died under the siege of the demon beasts long ago. She still clearly remembers that at that time, it was the eldest senior brother and the master who fought to the death to escort her away. The master was torn apart by the demonic beasts, and the eldest senior brother even used his own strength to hold back the demonic beastess army. But how could he appear here now? What's more, Yi Lingxiao's current movements are not at all like a living person, but more like corpse puppet?
Xin Shuangli snapped out of it, her heart beating fiercely. She gazed into Yi Lingxiao's eyes once more, and there was really not a trace of life in those dark and dead pupils, only the remnants of killing intent and instinctive fighting consciousness. A name flashed through Xin Shuangli's mind: the Nine Septic Corpse Puppet Sect. In the entire immortal cultivation world, the only one who could do such a thing was the Nine Spectres Corpse Puppet Sect among the demon sects.
But the problem is that the Nine Septic Corpse Puppet Sect is a devilish sect. How could it be related to demonic beasts? What's more, why would eldest senior brother kneel before the clan protection formation? Is he trying to activate the grand formation before he dies? Or did something unknown ever happen here?
Xin Shuangli gripped her longsword tightly and thought fast while dealing with Yi Lingxiao's attack.
Unfortunately, she couldn't think straight.
Luckily, eldest brother had practiced with himself before, and he didn't have his original strength now, only his instincts, and he was still able to fight. Otherwise, facing eldest senior brother, who was the #1 person under the master, Xin Shuangli was definitely no match. The mystery of the destruction of the Luyun sword sect, the final chapter. A sword in the sky. Please open the protector formation and remove all demons from the ruins of the Luyun sword sect. After completing the main quest, you can open the character creation mode. Cowpokes. Charged up over 100,000 and got past the first main quest before being able to create a game character? Is it really okay for you to be so hung up? Li Muyang looked at the tips in the game and straight away called out, good guy. The dang game didn't pop this window out. He didn't even know he could create a game character. Thought Self's character was a ing vapid aura form or simply had 2 hands. But this thing is kind of a thief. I've been subbed in so deeply, now give me a game character. Wouldn't that be even more of a kick in the pants? Li Muyang rubbed his hands together and looked at Xin Shuangli and eldest senior brother Yi Lingxiao, who were entangled in the screen, and directly dragged an immortal thunder and fire talisman out. Don't waste your time, hurry up and pass the level, I'm going to pinch faces. Boom! Thunder exploded, and the entire land seemed to tremble. Yi Lingxiao's body was enveloped in lightning fire, and blazing white lightning arcs crackled and raged over him like a heavenly calamity falling. He stiffened and shuddered, half kneeling, his robes instantly charred and blackened, and a wisp of smoke rising from his body. Li Muyang's hand holding the cell phone paused slightly. Ha! He lifted his head and looked at Yi Lingxiao unexpectedly. It actually wasn't directly shattered? He glanced down at the screen again and tapped Yi Lingxiao's status in passing. Yi Lingxiao corpse puppetization, Yuani in great circle. Li Muyang almost dropped his cell phone on the floor. This is close to transforming into a god? No wonder a single immortal lightning and fire talisman can't kill him. When he just threw the talisman, he didn't even look carefully at the other party's cultivation. After all, according to the general game settings, the corpse puppet should have been afraid of thunder and fire. Directly a thunder talisman to send away is the most normal script. Turns out this one actually held up? Li Muyang couldn't help but smash his mouth and secretly lamented. If this is still alive, how ruthless a heavenly pride must he be? At this time, Xin Shuangli's attention had already been drawn away from Yi Lingxiao's tragic situation, and while he was half kneeling from the Thunder Flame Talisman, he quickly rushed towards the core of the clan protection formation, preparing to use the token to open the formation. But right at this moment, Yi Lingxiao's body trembled violently, and his empty eye sockets trembled slightly, as if he was fighting against some kind of invisible manipulative force. Don't open. His voice was hoarse and broken, as if with great pain and struggle. Xin Shuangli's movements jerked, and her entire body froze in place. Eldest brother? She looked at him incredulously. Yi Lingxiao's facial muscles twitched slightly, and his lips trembled as if he was trying his best to spit out a few words. Protecting the clan. Big formation. Is me. Off. Xin Shuangli's eyes widened violently, and the token in her hand almost slipped off. What did you say? Her voice was laced with shock and disbelief. Li Muyang sipped his coke while staring at the screen, his brows slightly furrowed. He shut down the clan protection formation himself? He casually poked Yi Lingxiao in an attempt to see some more status information, only to have the other party's entire body sit paralyzed like a power outage, leaving only slightly trembling fingers. There's something wrong with this plot. Li Muyang stroked his chin thoughtfully. From common sense, the corpse puppets were manipulated. How could they take the initiative to stop Xin Shuangli from opening the formation? Not to mention still speaking at the critical moment unless Yi Lingxiao's consciousness still has a trace of lucidity left. Tisk. He took a sip of his coke and mused, I'm afraid this isn't a reverse plot, is it? In the screen, Xin Shuangli clutched the token tightly, her eyes staring at Yi Lingxiao with complexity, her heart churning up waves of shock. The residual power of the Thunder Fire Talisman had not dissipated yet. Yi Lingxiao's body was scorched black, and the thunder light was still raging inside him, tearing his meridians. However, his body trembled strangely, as if he was experiencing an extremely painful struggle. Yi Lingxiao's fingertips moved slightly, his bones pale, as if he was trying his best to get rid of an invisible shackle. In the next instant, he fiercely took in a deep breath, and his body's muscles and bones emitted a clacking sound, forcibly operating the remaining aura. Boom! The withered breath shook violently. His original stiff body actually seems to be re-injected with vitality. A strange and familiar sword intent escaped from his body, although no longer sharp, but still with the once famous world of loneliness. Xin Shuangli looked at Yi Lingxiao in front of her in shock. He's rebelling against the necromancer's manipulation? Yi Lingxiao's eyes were still dead gray, but a very faint light actually surfaced in the depths of those pupils. He staggered to his feet, seemingly unable to even move with complete self-control, but still lunged at Xin Shuangli. His movements were extremely uncoordinated, as if he was being torn by two completely different forces, trying to do the bidding of his manipulator while at the same time trying desperately to take steps towards his own will. Xin Shuangli's mind was shaken, and she instinctively took a step back, but she saw Yi Lingxiao violently raise a hand and stiffly reach towards her. Frost Blaze. His voice broke, his throat seemed to be viciously choked by an invisible vice, and every word he spat out seemed to take all his strength. Give me the token. Chapter 86 Sect Protector Formation, Rise. Yi Lingxiao's face was slightly twisted and blood oozed from his forehead, obviously in a final fight against the corpse puppet art within his body. His body was still half kneeling, his palm trembling toward Xin Shuangli, his fingertips almost touching the token in her hand. Alarm bells rang loudly in Xin Shuangli's heart, and she instantly dashed backward, her fingers subconsciously tightening the token. Yi Lingxiao, what the hell are you doing? She practically shouted the words through clenched teeth. But Yi Lingxiao's expression was agonized, his lips opened and closed for a moment before he finally squeezed out the broken words once again. Haruka. Shouldn't have snatched it from my hands. Xin Shuangli's pupils shrunk slightly as her mind exploded. Sister Haruka? In that instant, she almost instinctively recalled the mere words she had heard from her second senior brother, Lu Qingyu, and combining them with her senior sister's words, a conclusion called out. The mole turned out to be Yi Lingxiao? Xin Shuangli's mind went blank. She looked shocked at Yi Lingxiao, who stumbled towards her in front of her. For a moment, all the doubts, all the confusion, all of them turned into cold reality. He had been the chief great disciple of the Flowing Cloud Sword sect, the most trusted person of her master, an existence that she had always looked up to. She remembered that when she practiced the sword until she was exhausted in countless late nights, it was Yi Lingxiao who dredged her meridians for her. She remembered that when she broke her master's jade pot, it was Yi Lingxiao who carried the chastisement for her. And that man who, at the time of the clan's crisis, sent her out of the big formation with his life and broke the back alone, actually,
was the mole in the clan's destruction?
Her mind roared and her heart beat so violently that it seemed to leap out of her chest.
No way. Xin Shuangli's voice trembled. How could it be you?
Yi Lingxiao was clearly the one who protected her, clearly the one who didn't hesitate to fight the demonic beasts to the end in a bloody battle, and ultimately died under the claws of the demonic beasts.
But why? Why did it favor him? You? Xin Shuangli murmured, suddenly feeling like she couldn't see through this person at all. He was both a hero for protecting the clan and a sinner for betraying the clan. His existence is nothing short of an unexplainable paradox.
The aftermath of the Thunder Fire Talisman was still in the air, carrying the scent of scorching and thunder remnants. Yi Lingxiao's body trembled slightly, his footsteps had staggered to the limit, yet he still charged towards Xin Shuangli. His fingers were slightly open, as if he would snatch the token from Xin Shuangli's hand at any moment. However, just when his fingertips were no more than inches away from the token, his figure suddenly froze in place, as if he was bound by some invisible force. Xin Shuangli was violently stunned as she stared dead on at Yi Lingxiao's eyes and realized that the light in the depths of his pupils was flickering dramatically, as if two wills were engaged in a fierce battle.
Frost blaze. Yi Lingxiao's lips trembled as a struggling color appeared in his eyes.
Xin Shuangli's mind was shaken. She saw that Yi Lingxiao's body looked like a puppet being manipulated, but a hint of clarity gradually surfaced in his eyes. His consciousness was in a final battle with the manipulative power of the corpse puppet.
Sorry,
he murmured, a surprising tear slipping from the corner of his eye. Xin Shuangli's heart shook violently and her fingertips trembled slightly, but she didn't hesitate and quickly placed the token given by her senior sister, Qinglan, at the core of the clan protector formation, and the token suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light.
Boom!
The entire flowing cloud sword sex protector formation instantly lit up, and the remnant formation spirit patterns seemed to take on a new life as if they had been given a new lease of life, and the violent aura fluctuations swept through the four directions like a tidal wave, gradually expanding. The entire grand formation, surprisingly, began to recover at a speed far exceeding expectations. At the same time, Xin Shuangli clenched her teeth and took out the jade slip handed to her by her second senior brother, Lu Qingyu, and violently injected her spiritual energy into it.
Click!
The jade slip suddenly shattered, and a pillar of blazing white light shot up from the center of the patriarchal formation, and the entire formation began to run wildly, as if it was an ancient divine beast about to awaken.
Yi Lingxiao's body trembled slightly, and his footsteps took an uncontrollable step backward.
Xin Shuangli looked at him in a daze. She saw Yi Lingxiao's lips gently opening and closing, his eyes full of complexity and pain, tears slowly sliding down from the corners of his eyes.
Frost blaze.
His voice was low and husky with endless guilt and relief. Xin Shuangli's pupils suddenly shrunk, and she suddenly realized something. Yi Lingxiao's body was becoming illusory little by little.
The revival of the protector formation was actually devouring Yi Lingxiao's body. Senior.
Xin Shuangli's heart trembled fiercely and she couldn't help but rush forward, but before she could touch Yi Lingxiao, his body had already begun to transform into countless points of light, just like dust passing with the wind.
Boom!
In Xin Shuangli's shocked gaze, Yi Lingxiao's body completely transformed into a sky of dust, drifting away with the wind.
Only a Yuaning remained, silently suspended in midair.
The protector formation reawakened, and Yi Lingxiao, as the sinner who had once shut down the formation, had been completely annihilated.
The flowing cloud sword sex protector formation resurrected with a roar, and the terrifying aura tremor caused the entire battlefield to stagnate.
Those demonic beasts, suddenly sensing an irresistible pressure sweeping over them, raised their heads in terror.
Howl!
A demonic beast screamed violently, and its entire body unexpectedly disintegrated into a blood mist directly under the pressure of the clan protection formation.
The clan protection formation has revived. Run away! Countless demonic beasts were terrified and turned to flee. However, the light of the sect protector formation was still expanding, and any demonic beasts that fell within the range of the formation were crushed into pieces without exception. Blood mist filled the air, wailing everywhere. The demonic beasts that had once ravaged the Luyun sword sect had unexpectedly become lambs to the slaughter, and had been crushed by the sect protector formation in a hiss of despair. Damn it! At this moment, the great demon of God transformation, the Xianing Dark Leaving Bear, who was tangling with Gu Changqing, violently sensed the change in the clan protector formation, and its pupils suddenly contracted, a hint of shocked anger appearing on its face. Damn it! We can't let the grand formation completely revive, or we'll all die. The Xianing Darkly Bear roared and desperately charged towards the core token against the terrifying pressure of the clan protection formation. Its goal was clear: to destroy the token and disable the grand formation. Mother-er!
You're the one who said hit, and you're the one who said run.
Do you really think I'm easy to bully?
Gu Changqing's figure flashed like a ghost, and he held a streak of sharp and unrivaled sword light in his hand, cursing under his breath as he swung his longsword at the Xianing Dark Leaving Bear. In the next second, he was suddenly clutching a blood-stained piece of fur in his hand. Hey, the blood and fur of a transformation demon, that's not bad, it'll fetch a good price. The Xianing Darkly Bear immediately burst into a rage. Damned little thief. How dare you sneak attack me? What words? How can you call what a sword cultivator does a sneak attack? Gu Changqing burst out in anger. I'm just taking back the loot that belongs to me. This trip out has nothing, you still won't let me salvage some? The Xianing Darkly Bear growled and stared fiercely at Gu Changqing, then looked back at the ever-expanding sect protector formation, and it still chose to charge at the formation. Ha, run away. Gu Changqing laughed out loud, then his gaze cooled down. Once this grand formation is revived, I'm afraid that the Wuji sect will soon send someone over. Looks like it's time to go. This Black Knight Sword Thief's identity can't be exposed yet. He decisively threw out his sleeves, and before the protective formation was completely expanded, he directly performed a secret technique to vanish into the night, quickly disappearing far away. Under the night, the glow of the flowing cloud sword sect's protector formation reflected the entire heaven and earth. Chapter 87. Winning just like that? The Xianing Darkly Bear's body was like a small mountain, carrying a terrifying god transformation level demonic aura as it crashed down. The air seemed to be squeezed to the limit at this moment. Xin Shuangli's breathing was suddenly stagnant, her whole body's qi and blood was firmly suppressed by this majestic demonic might, and she unexpectedly couldn't even move a finger. Her face was pale and her heart was beating wildly as she watched the Xianing Darkly Bear's sharp claws that covered the sky slap down towards her, a shadow of death instantly looming over her heart. This blow, she definitely couldn't block it. This thing is the boss, right? Meanwhile, Li Muyan looked at the large red dot in the screen and almost jumped up from his chair. This ING goddess of transformation level boss is running directly at my family's little Ali in the chi refining stage? His mind raced, and as a veteran player who had played countless high difficulty games, he judged at the first moment that this was an opponent that couldn't be fought hard. However, the game could never design a boss that is completely unbeatable. Li Muyan's eyes flashed as he quickly deduced the game logic. Boss battle, there must be a mechanism that can be utilized. This protective array, I'm afraid it's the key. As he watched the light of the clan protection formation still expanding, he quickly formulated a tactic in his mind. Stall the time. As long as we can hold out long enough, when the patriarchal formation is fully operational, this transformation spirit great demon will inevitably be completely subdued. However, Xin Shuangli was suppressed by the demonic might and was unable to act at all. Li Muyang's line of sight swept across the game backpack, and in the next second, he didn't hesitate to pull out all the Thunder Fire talismans, preparing to smash them in the direction of the Xianing Darkly Bear. Isn't that what kryptonite props are for? Eat my Thunder Fire charms in a row. However, before he could strike, a shocking change suddenly occurred. Boom! A brilliant ball of spiritual light suddenly rose up from Li Muyang's screen, carrying an unspeakable blazing radiance and rushing straight in the direction of the Xianing Darkly Bear. Li Muyang froze for a moment, and upon closer inspection, he realized that it was actually Yi Lingxiao's Yuaning. That miniature humanoid Yuaning, at this moment, even took the initiative to rush towards the Xianing Darkly Bear and blocked in front of Xin Shuangli's body. Eldest brother? Xin Shuangli's eyes widened in shock. Yi Lingxiao's physical body had been completely annihilated in the return of the sect protector formation, and he was left with only a tattered Yuaning, which, by all rights, could not possibly be able to put up any more resistance. However, at this moment, his Yuaning unexpectedly did not choose to escape, but instead rushed towards the god transformation great demon without any hesitation. Howl! The Xianing Darkly Bear was also shaken by this sudden scene. A trace of doubt flashed in its eyes, but it did not hesitate. Lifting its huge bear paw, it directly blasted towards Yi Lingxiao's Yuaning. The body of a Yuaning simply couldn't withstand a blow from a god transformation powerhouse. When this palm fell, Yi Lingxiao's Yuaning would be scattered in an instant. However, Yi Lingxiao's eyes were incomparably firm. He didn't retreat in the slightest, not even a hint of fear. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled up into a relieved smile. This life of mine has negated the clan, the master, and you. Yi Lingxiao's voice carried a hint of relief, but his gaze was filled with lingering love and reluctance. But at least, this moment, I can protect you from yourself. His Yuaning instantly erupted in the air with a dazzling light. The intense spiritual power fluctuation was like a furious wave, and it unexpectedly swelled to its limit in just a moment. He blew himself up. Boom! Yi Lingxiao's Yuaning exploded, and the terrifying storm of spiritual energy set off layers of ripples in the air, like a sudden rising sun that illuminated the entire battlefield. The figure of the transformation god great demon Xianing Dark Departure Bear was instantly engulfed by this raging spiritual energy. Roar! The Xianing Darkly Bear roared in pain. Although it was a great demon of the god transformation realm, the power of a peak Yuaning cultivator's self-detonation still caused it to suffer a considerable impact, and a large amount of demonic blood spilled from the explosion, staining the ground red. At this moment, Xin Shuangli finally regained her mobility. She snapped back to her senses, and without hesitation, she once again injected her spiritual energy to completely activate the clan protection formation. Buzz! The entire flowing cloud sword sect's protector formation was completely revived, and a golden formation pattern rose up from the ground, transforming into a terrifying sealing force that completely locked the Xianin Dark Departure Bear's body. Roar! The Xianin Darkly Bear struggled frantically, its demonic power working frantically, wanting to fight hard against the suppression of the sect protector formation, but it had just been heavily injured by Yi Lingzhao's Yuaning self-detonation, so it was simply unable to break free at this moment. Click! The light of the protector formation flashed violently, and the Xianin Darkly Bear's fur began to split apart inch by inch, and its flesh and blood were directly stripped away little by the forbidden power of the protector formation. Roar! The miserable screams of the Xianin Dark Leaving Bear resounded through the heavens and earth, but its struggles were no longer helpful. Its body completely shattered under the suppression of the sect protector formation and turned into a mist of blood. In front of the screen, Li Muyan was dumbstruck. Just win? He had just planned to use the Thunder Fire Talisman to stall time for Xin Shuangli, but it turned out Yi Lingxiao directly blew himself up and took away the goddess of transformation Great Demon? Good lord! That's a tough enough plot. Li Muyang reacted only after a long time. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Xin Shuangli on the screen, realizing that she was currently standing in a daze, her face pale and her lips slightly trembling. Her gaze rested on the battlefield that had already been purified by the clan protection array, where there was no longer any trace of Yi Lingxiao. Even his Yuaning was completely vaporized in the self-detonation. It was as if he had never existed. Xin Shuangli gently closed her eyes, pursed her lips, and remained silent for a long time. But just then, suddenly, boom! The golden light of the sect protector formation instantly turned scarlet, like a greedy blood net that enveloped the entire flowing cloud sword sect ruins. Ha! Xin Shuangli's face suddenly changed, and before she could react, a terrifying devouring force swept in from all directions. She only felt that the spiritual energy in her body was crazily being drawn out, and her meridians seemed as if they were going to be ripped apart alive, the pain instantly spreading all over her body. It's not just her. Within the scope of the entire array, whether it is the cultivators who died in battle, demonic beasts, or even those mutilated corpses that were decapitated by the protector array, all of them are currently wrapped in a bloody light, and their blood, flesh, spiritual energy. And everything is being extracted and refined. This terrifying devouring power didn't even spare the remnant souls in the void, and they were all pulled into the formation, turning into scarlet spirit mist that converged towards the eye of the formation. Xin Shuangli's pupils shrunk violently, and a deep chill surged in her heart. This was by no means the power of the clan protection formation. What kind of evil formation is this? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a loud, morose laugh echoed between the blood-colored heavens and earth, and a grim aura seemed to drill into Xin Shuangli's bone marrow like a poisonous snake. In the rolling blood mist, a man in a dark red robe slowly emerged, his face as pale as a ghost, his eyes scarlet, and a teasing smile at the corner of his mouth. I really didn't expect things to go so well. Chapter 88. Let's turn the situation around. Open. The man slowly opened his arms and laughed maniacally. Yi Lingxiao or that stupid bear, it's so easy to be fooled. Ha 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 ha. All of them become my puppets. Xin Shuangli's eyes stared, and she exclaimed violently. 9 Spectres Corpse Puppet Sect? This person was none other than the blood puppet hallmaster of the 9 Sepulchre Corpse Puppet Sect Xianin. Everything, surprisingly, was his plot. This beast tide was actually a trap set up by the demon sect in conjunction with the demonic beasts. The smile on blood puppet hallmaster Xianyin's face deepened, and a smug look flickered in his gaze. You so-called righteous cultivators are always pretentious, not realizing that the real hunters are often the last to strike. He slowly reached out his hand, and a scarlet spirit pattern emerged from his palm, echoing the blood and bone spirit melting grand formation. The Xianin Darkly Bear thought that I was just borrowing it to start a beast tide, so that it could devour the cultivator's blood and flesh to enhance its cultivation and help it break through to the peak of transformation spirit. And it doesn't know that from the beginning, it was the sacrifice I prepared. And Yi Lingxiao is even more ridiculous, really thinking that after turning off the clan protector formation, I would release his sister and reunite their family. You cultivators fight to the death, and the demonic beasts devour them madly, but in the end, everything is nothing but a sacrifice for my blood and bone melting spirit formation. Xin Shuangli clenched her silver teeth, already understanding in her heart. The demon sect used Yi Lingxiao's sister as blackmail, forcing Yi Lingxiao to close the protective formation, and forged the lie of letting his brother and sister go free. Yi Lingxiao mistakenly thought that shutting down the big formation would save his family, but he underestimated the ruthlessness of the devil cult. After tricking open the clan protection formation, the demon sect took advantage of the chaos to sneak in, burying countless soul-devouring compulsions into the corpses of cultivators and demonic beasts who died in battle, and secretly manipulating them to allow the blood and bone spirit melting formation to silently take shape. Yi Lingxiao reacted when it was already too late, and he completely fell into madness. Taking the initiative to break the back and fight to the death was both to atone for his sins and to cover up the truth of his betrayal and preserve the final dignity of the clan. Xin Shuangli was the most talented disciple of the sect. He knew that Xin Shuangli was the hope for future revival, and sent her out of the sect in a desperate attempt to preserve the last spark. Although the Xianin Dark Leaving Bear was powerful, the blood and flesh it devoured had long since been buried with the backstory of the devil sect, and once it completely absorbed it, it would be refined into a corpse puppet.
I just didn't expect it to be crushed by the protector formation.
But this, in turn, fit the core conditions of the blood and bone melting spirit formation even better. Understanding everything, Xin Shuangli's heart sank, and just as she wanted to run her spiritual power, she realized that she couldn't even lift half of her strength.
Crap! Her spiritual energy
is being drawn by the big array in a steady stream.
Her flesh and blood, too, had a hidden tendency to be refined.
Xin Shuangli was surprisingly caught up in the sacrifice as well.
A prompt popped up on Li Muyan's cell phone screen. Xin Shuangli's spiritual energy is being continuously sucked. Is it recharge 68 to preserve Xin Shuangli? Charge! Charge! Li Muyan didn't even think about it and immediately clicked confirm.
His fingers flew across the screen, cursing in his heart. I knew it wasn't that simple. That stupid bear looks so fierce, but I didn't expect it to be cannon fodder as well. As the 68 yuan was deducted from the bank card, a golden light erupted from Xin Shuangli's body, instantly wrapping her in it. The great formation's drawing of her spiritual energy was forcibly interrupted, and her body regained its freedom.
Is this the power of seniors?
A warm current surged in Xin Shuangli's heart, and she knew that her senior had saved her once again. However, Xianin did not notice this scene. His attention was completely drawn to the core of the Grand Formation as he laughed maniacally and manipulated the power of the Grand Formation to fuse the surrounding corpses, demonic beast remnants, and dead souls together.
Come on!
Let me see just how strong this corpse puppet, fused from a transformation god great demon and a disciple of the flowing cloud sword sect, can be. Xian Yin's voice was filled with madness and anticipation. At the core of the Grand Formation, a huge monster was gradually taking shape. Its body was pieced together from the remains of the Xianin Dark Departure Bear and the corpses of the disciples of the flowing cloud sword sect, emitting a suffocatingly terrifying aura.
A strong wave of anger and grief welled up in Xin Shuangli's heart.
She looked at those who were once fellow disciples, but now they had become Xin Yin's puppets, and her heart felt as if it had been cut by a knife.
You'll never get away with it.
Xin Shuangli clenched her teeth and gripped the longsword in her hand. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes, and the spiritual energy in her body quickly recovered under the golden light. Even if I only have refined Qi, even if I've faltered.
But as long as I have my sword in my hand, I will not give up. Oh? A little girl at the Qi refining stage, you still want to resist?
Blood Puppet Hall Master Xianin sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. With this meager cultivation of yours, you dare to act recklessly in front of me?
Xin Shuangli did not answer.
She knew that she was absolutely no match for the Blood Puppet Hall Master, but she could never stand by and watch the bones of her fellow disciples being desecrated.
Senior, please help me.
She prayed silently in her heart, drew her sword, and urged the last of her spiritual energy to chop viciously towards Xianin.
However, Xianin just smiled gently and flexed his fingers. Bang!
The sword in Xin Shuangli's hand was unexpectedly bounced off by an invisible force, and her entire body was shaken back several steps. Xianin smiled morosely, his eyes were filled with the teasing of controlling everything.
Heh, don't struggle.
The blood-bone melting spirit formation has been activated, none of you can escape. Today, the entire ruins of the Luyun sword sect will be transformed into my 9 specters corpse puppet sect's puppet purgatory. A hint of despair flashed in Xin Shuangli's eyes, knowing that she was no match for the goddess of transformation powerhouse. And at this moment, Li Muyang stared at the screen, his eyes narrowed slightly, and in his heart, he began to calculate frantically.
This boss is clearly over the top.
This fellow is even more difficult to deal with than a transformation god great demon. It's simply impossible to confront him head-on.
You have to think of other ways to break the mold.
Li Muyang's finger flicked on the cell phone screen, his gaze fixed on the prompt that suddenly popped up, whether to recharge 9888 and reverse the flesh and blood melting spirit formation?
With little hesitation, he confirmed the recharge with a point of his fingertip.
The balance on his bank card instantly decreased by 9888, but there was not the slightest bit of heartache in his heart.
Isn't money earned to be spent on love affairs? Turn the tables. Open.
At this instant, the entire flesh and blood melting spirit grand formation seemed to be shaken by an invisible force, and the blood-colored light in the formation suddenly stagnated, and then began to tremble violently. Blood Puppet Hallmaster Xianin stood in the center of the formation eye, and he, who was originally in control of everything, was now staring with wide eyes, his face full of unbelief. His hands waved in the air, attempting to regain control of the grand formation, yet the reversing force surged like a tidal wave, completely breaking away from his control.
What's going on here?
There was a hint of panic in Xian Yin's voice as his gaze swept around him, noticing that the flesh and blood in the array had actually begun to refine out of the spirit body, and it was as if the life force that was originally being devoured was flowing backwards, and everything in the array was being reversed.
Chapter 89 Burning Up.
Xin Shuangli stood in the formation, and the sight in front of her caused her mind to be shaken. It was as if she was caught in a vortex of time and space, and everything around her began to rewind at a rapid pace, with images of what had once been reappearing before her eyes scene by scene. She saw senior sister Su Qinglan, the woman who always wore a gentle smile, who was leading a group of demonic beasts to the back of the mountain to delve into danger alone. Then, her line of sight turned and she saw her second senior brother Lu Qingyu. He was standing in front of the Dan pavilion, holding a long sword in his hand, and behind him was a blazing flame. The second senior brother died defending the Dan pavilion, and he didn't retreat a step in the face of the countless enemies surrounding him. The image changed again, and she saw eldest senior brother Yi Lingxiao. Every night, he sat alone in front of the stone wall at the back of the clan's mountain, the long sword in his hand carving a deep sword mark into the stone wall. Xin Shuangli knew that eldest brother's heart was filled with contradictions and pain. Save your family or protect the clan. Those sword marks are his unspeakable heart. And in the end, he found a way to give the jade slip that could control the grand formation to Lu Qingyu, and gave the token to Su Qinglan. Otherwise, with Yi Lingxiao's strength, how could he have been robbed of the token by Su Qinglan? Know the inside story? In the end, Xin Shuangli's sight was fixed on his master, Taoist Lu Yun. Master's figure looked so tall in the firelight, yet so lonely. He burned everything and fought with all his might to repel the 9 Spectral Corps puppet sect leader, the Spectral Corps sovereign, who was hiding behind the Xianin Dark Departure Bear. It was only at this moment that Xin Shuangli realized that what Senior was facing was not just a goddess of transformation great demon, but a goddess of transformation great demon plus a 1,000-year-old corpse king at the peak of goddess of transformation. No wonder the master had fallen, the enemies he faced were so powerful that they were desperate. The reversal force in the formation grew stronger and stronger, and the flesh and blood melting spirit grand formation was completely out of control. Shen Yin's face turned pale, and his body began to tremble, as if he felt some kind of irresistible force that was devouring him. He roared in anger and tried to break free from the force, yet nothing could be done anymore. A hint of determination flashed in Xin Shuangli's eyes, and she knew that this was the opportunity that Li Muyan had fought for her. She had to seize this opportunity to reverse everything, to save the clan, to save those she loved so much. Master. Brother. Sister. She murmured, tears finally slipping from her eyes. Her grip on the long sword tightened in her hand, and the blade trembled slightly as if in response to her determination. Xianin stood in the center of the flesh and blood melting spirit formation, his hands frantically making seals in an attempt to regain control of this out-of-control formation. The veins on his forehead rippled, and his eyes were filled with scorn and resentment. However, no matter how much he pushed his spiritual energy, it was as if the grand formation had been completely reversed by an invisible force and was completely out of his control. The gigantic flesh and blood puppet let out a deafening roar as its body began to tremble violently, the flesh and blood on its body peeling off like melted wax. Every piece of flesh and blood stripped away was accompanied by a spirit body floating out. Those spirit bodies emitted a faint light, as if carrying endless longing and hope, and slowly drifted towards Xin Shuangli. Xin Shuangli stood in place, her eyes filled with tears as she watched a spirit body separate from the flesh and blood puppet and eventually integrate into her body. She knew that these spirit bodies were all the dead disciples of the Flowing Cloud Sword sect. Their lives had long since faded, but their will had not dissipated. They put all their last hopes in her. Frost Glaze. A familiar voice rang out, and Xin Shuangli looked up to see the spirit body of her second senior brother Lu Qingyu floating out of the flesh and blood puppet. He still had that familiar smile on his face, as if it had never left. His spirit body gently landed on Xin Shuangli's body, transforming into a flowing vestment that tightly wrapped around her body. Little Ori. Senior sister Su Qinglan's voice followed closely behind as her spirit body floated like a wisp of light smoke. Her voice was gentle and firm, as if telling Xin Shuangli that she had never left. Senior sister Su's spirit body transformed into a flowing ribbon that wrapped around Xin Shuangli's arm, gently dancing with the wind. Little sister. Eldest brother Yi Lingxiao's spirit body also appeared. His figure was still upright, with a faint hint of sadness in his eyes. His spirit body transformed into a long sword, which emitted a biting cold light and fell into Xin Shuangli's hands. A familiar warmth came from the hilt of the sword, as if eldest brother's hand was still holding her tightly. Good apprentice. Finally, the spiritual body of Master Lu Yun Daoist slowly descended. His figure was tall and majestic, his eyes full of love and expectation. His spiritual body transformed into a radiant aura that melded everyone's spiritual energy, eventually forming an aura armor that wrapped around Xin Shuangli. Countless runes flowed on the armor, as if it contained the will and power of the entire clan. Xin Shuangli felt the weight coming from her body, her heart filled with endless grief and responsibility. She trembled, the sword in her hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and she could barely lift it. Tears slipped from her eyes as she murmured in a low voice, "Senior. Brother. Sister. Can I really do it?" Right at this moment, a prompt popped up on Li Muyan's cell phone screen: "Please join with Love Affair and defeat the enemy." A blinking button appeared on the screen, as if waiting for him to act on it. Li Muyan looked at Xin Shuangli in the screen, and an unspeakable excitement and fervor surged in his heart. He pressed the button without hesitation, unable to stop himself from shouting under his breath, "Your mom's lit up!" Just at the moment Li Muyang pressed the button, Shen Shuangli suddenly felt a gentle boost surging out of her heart. The power seemed to come from a distant place, yet it was so familiar. Her heart shook and she murmured in a low voice, "Elder is making swords with me." Infinite power ignited in her eyes, and the sword in her hand was no longer heavy, but instead became light. Li Muyang stared intently at the cell phone screen, his eyes unblinking for fear of missing a single detail. In the screen, the giant sword of aura in Shen Shuangli's hand had already coalesced into shape, and the sword emitted a dazzling light as if it could tear apart the heavens and the earth. His heartbeat accelerated as the sword's light coalesced, and his fingers unconsciously tightened on his cell phone. Coming. Going to swing the sword. Li Muyan let out a low roar of excitement, and his entire body almost jumped up from his wheelchair. Shen Shuangli raised her head, her gaze like electricity, looking straight at Xian Yin in front of her. Her voice was firm and strong, as if she carried the will of the entire clan. "This sword runs through the Ling Xiao." Li Muyang in front of the screen followed suit and shouted, "This sword runs through the Ling Xiao." The long sword in Shen Shuangli's hand swung out violently, a huge aura giant sword condensed out of thin air. The sword light was as bright as a river of stars, carrying an unrivaled might, chopping down fiercely towards Xian Yin. Xian Yin's eyes were filled with panic and despair. He wanted to dodge, but he realized that his body seemed to be imprisoned by an invisible force, and he was unable to move at all. The game interface suddenly popped up with a cool special effect alert: combos start counting. Immediately afterward, a constantly jumping number appeared in the lower right corner of the screen, and with each flash of sword light, the number rose wildly. Combo X10. Combo X50. Combo X100. Chapter 90, appear to be powerful, right? Li Muyang's eyes grew wider and wider, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was almost grinning up to his ears. He watched the number go up like crazy, and an indescribable feeling of exhilaration welled up in his heart. The special effects are awesome. Combo X500 now. It's still going up. It's still going up. His voice got higher and higher, and his whole body danced with excitement, his wheelchair creaking as he shook it. In the screen, the giant sword of aura finally swung down, and the sword light was like a galaxy pouring down, instantly penetrating the entire flesh and blood melting spirit formation. Xian Yin's figure disintegrated in the sword light, and the formation's blood-colored light was completely devoured. And the combo count was still rising crazily, as if there was no end to it. Combo X1000. Combo X5000. Combo X9999. When the number finally settled on Combo X9999, a bright golden light burst out from the screen. No! Xianin let out a mournful scream as the giant sword of aura penetrated his body. His body instantly disintegrated in the sword light, turning into countless fragments that dissipated into the air. The entire flesh and blood melting spirit formation was also completely annihilated under this sword, and the blood-colored light in the formation suddenly dissipated, replaced by a pure aura. Li Muyang was so excited that he almost dropped his cell phone. He leaned back violently, his whole body paralyzed in his wheelchair, and he couldn't help shouting under his breath. "It's awesome! This game is too awesome! This special effects, this combo, this feel, it's simply unbeatable!" His face was flushed with excitement, as if he had just experienced an epic battle firsthand. However, just as he was immersed in the joy of victory, a prompt suddenly popped up on the screen: consume 99.99 and complete the streak. Thank you for your patronage. Li Muyang's smile instantly froze, and his eyes widened even more than just now. He froze for a few seconds, then sat bolt upright, staring at the prompt as if he couldn't believe his eyes. What? Consuming 9,999? The number of combos is a money-counting combo? His voice rose steeply, almost breaking through the roof. He hurriedly exited the battle interface and checked his account balance, and sure enough, 9,999 dropped right off his bank card. His face instantly turned from red to white, then from white to green, and finally blackened completely. Your mom! #% at hashtag. Li Muyang directly exploded in place, slamming his cell phone on his lap and shaking with anger. What kind of bull kryptonite cheating game is this? The number of consecutive hits actually counts for money? I thought it was made awesome, but it turned out to be my kryptonite? You dog planners, has your conscience been eaten by a dog? While he cursed, he couldn't help but glance at Shen Shuangli in the screen again. Shen Shuangli stood in the midst of the devastated ruins, the breeze brushed through her blood-stained clothes, the shattered mountain gate of the Luyun sword sect had already turned into dust, and the remnants of the sword marks and scorched earth signaled the thrilling battle that had just taken place. Her long sword slowly drooped, but the corners of her mouth slowly lifted into a smile. It was a release, a smile that greeted the morning sun after emerging from endless darkness. Master. Brother. Sister. She murmured softly, her voice trembling slightly, tears still in her eyes, but no longer in despair, but in relief. We won. At the moment of the destruction of the flowing cloud sword sect, she thought that she would never have the chance to say these words herself again. But today, above this ruin, the blood and bone spirit melting array has already crumbled, demonic beasts' corpses are everywhere, demonic cultivators are all put to death, and the glory of the Luyun sword sect, at least today, has not been completely buried. She gripped her long sword tightly, her knuckles slightly white, as if she was suppressing her inner emotions. Then she softly spat out the last words.
Seniors. I won.
At this moment, her eyes looked through the ruins, as if across time and space, to the person who had always guarded her.
Li Muyang.
On the other side, in front of Li Muyang's screen. He was about to curse the planning money pit a few more times, but when he looked at Shen Shuangli's tearful but relieved smile on the screen, his anger was instantly doused in half. Deep in the bottom of his heart, a trace of complex emotions inexplicably surged up. He originally just wanted to play a game, who would have thought that? Would have this kind of immersion? This game is too real, isn't it? This great battle had been fought in a thrilling manner, and although the kryptonite points were damned, this real emotion gave Li Muyang an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his heart. He stared at Shen Shuangli's tired but determined figure, and her whispered "Elder, I've won,"
echoed in his headphones. Ghostly, the corners of his mouth even raised slightly in an arc. Forget it. He sighed and reassured himself. That's not a bad amount of money for Frost Glaze. And it's really cool. The generation is terrifyingly strong. He stretched and moved his shoulders, which were stiff from the long battle, and then sent a transmission. Well done. The moment it was sent out, Shen Shuangli on the screen seemed to faintly freeze, and then, she raised her head and looked at the sky. Her eyes were gentle with a determination and gratitude she had never known before. She knew that no matter how many more hardships and obstacles lay ahead, she would never be alone again. Because, behind her, there was the will of the entire clan. And the senior who was always with her at. The main line streaming clouds rushing to the sky has been completed. Please create your game character. Li Muyang looked at the line of golden tips and the corner of his mouth jerked. Oh, there is such a thing, I almost forgot. Combined with the old man kryptonite, so much money, liver so long quests, actually. Now is only considered the official start? The bar for this game is outrageous, isn't it? Li Muyang couldn't help but doubt his life, but since he had come this far, he could only resign himself to his fate and clicked on the character creation screen. Then he froze. That's it? The entire character creation system was even more rudimentary than he had imagined, and there wasn't even a free face pinch function, so it could only be fine-tuned on the basis of the current appearance. Never mind, luckily I'm not bad-looking, and with a little fine-tuning, I'd be a little handsome even if I threw myself into the cultivation world. Li Muyang casually adjusted the curvature of his nose and eyes to make his image look more handsome and upright, with a slight touch of immortality. Nice, next is the haircut. He muttered as he clicked on the hairstyle option. Then the screen was instantly blinded by golden light. Limited time offer immortal dignity floating white hair. Pay once, enjoy forever. Now only 998, absolute white hair to bring home. Li Muyang. You call this character creation? He had thought that there would be at least a few free hairstyles for him to choose from, but as it turned out all of them were kryptonite props. Not only that, the white-haired area a breath of hundreds of models, from the Song Shuxianzuan to the Chaos Sword Saint, from the Apocalypse Emperor to the Silent Demon, each handsome shocking, and the price also ranges from 998 to 9,998, expensive people doubt life. Don't like white hair? No problem, there are also red hair, blue hair, purple hair, and even pink gradient hair, just like a fairy world hair salon. Li Muyang's face gradually became wonderful. Chapter 91 What is meant by immortal dignity? Don't be tempted, don't be tempted. It's all a sham. Li Muyang took a deep breath, trying to control his kryptonite impulse, but the moment he clicked to try it on, he instantly lost control of his hand. In the picture, his character's silver hair fluttered, immortal style, and his whole temperament was upgraded by several grades, as if a real banished immortal descended to the world, transcending the world of dust. So handsome. Really handsome. Li Muyang's reason began to frantically pull the alarm, telling himself to calm down. Unfortunately, he's a white-haired control. 998 is okay, much cheaper than the other 9,998 white hair. Eventually, he relented and ordered the purchase. All right. The white hairs must be arranged on. Purchase successful. With a head of long silver white hair moving with the wind, Li Muyang looked at his newly upgraded character and nodded with satisfaction. Next up is fashion. He clicked in with great anticipation and, once again, I was blinded by a screen full of gold. There is a wide range of fashions and the prices are through the roof. From ordinary Dao robes to Immortal Emperor battle armor, from Devil's Dao coronation clothes to Heavenly Palace divine robes, the lowest starting price was 4 figures, and those with special effects were even in the millions. Some of the limited models are even labeled only Kryptonite purchase, and the price of Kryptonite. Li Muyang directly do not dare to look closely, afraid of their heart cannot stand. But without buying fashions, his character would have to wear a tattered sackcloth, which is simply miserable, to the extent that no one would be willing to hand out a bun while standing on the street. How is this a cultivation world heavenly pride? It's basically a tramp, right?
Li Muyang frowned, and finally, among the 1,000 fashions, he selected the most suitable one.
Shin-colored robes Emperor June.
The body was deep black, low-key and luxurious, and the cuffs were embellished with golden dragon patterns, which was both majestic and domineering, but also immortal, perfectly matching the image of the sword immortal in his mind.
Price 3988 limited time special offer.
Li Muyang's heart ached to the point of suffocation, but he still gritted his teeth and pressed purchase.
All right. You can't go out and meet people in sackcloth. Purchase successful. By this point, his characterization is completely new.
Silver white long hair fluttering, metaphysical colored Taoist robes added, eyebrows sharp, gaze cold, like a real free sword immortal, left behind, magnificent.
Something is missing. Li Muyang rubbed his chin and scrutinized his game character. Always feel, less dominant, less spiritual rhyme, less special effects. Right. Where does the immortality come from without special effects?
He immediately opened the character interface, looked around, and found the special effects option.
Then, it's the familiar kryptonite routine again.
Ring body effect. One Tai Ching immortal rhythm, the auspicious clouds surround the steps, and the spiritual light is dense, just like the descent of the immortal emperor of Tai Ching, and mortals can't look directly at it.
Single day card, 6,888 or 1 spirit crystal. Monthly card, 18,888,888 or 18 spirit crystals. Annual pass, 1,800,000 or 1,800 spirit crystals. Permanent card, 1.8 billion yen or 180,000 spirit crystals.
29 Spectre's Devil's Shadow, the devil's energy rises, his feet step on the black flames, and wherever he passes, the void trembles, and 10,000 ghosts howl at night.
Single day card 7888.
Monthly card 200,000.
Annual card, 1.9 million yen. Permanent card, 2 billion yen or 200 million spirit crystals.
99 Star River around the body limited time discount, bright starlight around the whole body, walking with a starlight track, the most shining boy in the night sky.
Today's special offer is 999.8, next purchase will be back to the original price. Original price single day card 9,998 or 1,000 top quality spirit stones. 100 Ancestral Dragon limited time special, 5-clawed golden dragon shadow coiled around the body, the breath is calm and heavy, walking between the dragon's cry, the king of the world's power. Today's special offer is 99.8, if you miss it, the original price will be restored to 998 or 100 top quality spirit stones. Li Muyang. He was silent for a moment.
Tai Ching Xianyun is very immortal, but he is afraid to appear too soft, less powerful. The effect of the 9 Spectre's Devil's Shadow is shocking, but unfortunately, the aura is too demonic, so it is easy to be surrounded by the righteous cultivators. River of Stars is truly gorgeous, understated luxury, and affordable, but
Ancestral Dragon ring body. This thing is the ceiling. The Ancestral Dragon's shadow, the king's presence in the world, his aura was directly pulled full. And the price is only $99.80, what is this if not a free gift? Besides, he was only facing a god of transformation cultivator, not some Dala golden immortal, so what was the point of getting that top level? Flirting with the blind? What more bike do you need for 99.8? Buy it. The moment the purchase was successful, a golden 5-clawed divine dragon emerged around Li Muyang's character, circling around and shaking the 4 directions with its dragon roar. The illusory shadow of the ancestral dragon loomed behind him, his eyes were deep, his dragon's whiskers moved slightly, and his pressure overflowed. Li Muyang immediately revealed a satisfied smile. Not bad, there is a row, wherever you go you look dignified. There is an imperial aura in the immortal style, this is the correct way to open the world of cultivation. Ring body effects are available, next up are weapon effects. The green blade sword still existed in his backpack even though he had sent one to reality. Li Muyang casually flipped through the special effects store and swept through with a glance, the prices were still outrageous. Weapon effects. One sword chi, when the sword is unsheathed, it overflows in all directions, and when it is lightly shaken, the sword's aura spreads across 3 feet. Today's special, 99.8 original price 999. 2 Thunder Royal Sword, the sword body is entwined with thunder light, and the sword is like thunder breaking through the air, shocking the 8 directions. Single day card 8888. Monthly card, 250,000. Annual card, 2,080,000 yen. Permanent card, 2.5 billion yen. 3 Dao rhyme surrounding, the sword lingers with a faint golden light, with a Taoist sound echoing, revealing its extraordinary grade. Today's special offer, 99,999 original price 999,999. This store is in proper order, isn't it? You think I can't afford it, don't you? Li Muyang stared at the Thunder Royal Sword for a full 10 seconds, and finally silently averted his gaze. Forget it. Whoever buys it is a fool. He decisively chose Sword Breath, cheap and affordable, the effect of pull full. Purchase successful. It doesn't matter if it's money or not, the main thing is that it's handsome.
In the game screen, his character stood with his arms folded, and the Qingfeng sword behind his back gently trembled, instantly swinging out a green-colored sword aura that cut through the sky with an awe-inspiring aura. Perfect. Characterization is done, special effects are done, and it's finally a bit of immortal dignity. At this point, his character is finally fully formed. Silver hair like a waterfall, Xian robe, surrounded by ancestral dragons, sword aura, immortal style, and Taoist bones through the Emperor's atmosphere, like a real heavenly destiny sword immortal.
Character creation complete. Welcome to the world of cultivation. Thank you for your support of this game. Your exclusive game helmet has been delivered. Just as the system prompt popped up, there was a dull thud from the doorway. Li Muyang made a catapult start, the wheelchair cut out a shadow, rushed to the door with a windy speed, skillfully opened the door, looked around, and really didn't see the shadow of the deliveryman. Gee, more mystery?
He looked down, and there was a black courier box sitting quietly on the floor of the doorway, exquisitely packaged beyond words, and even glowing with a faint golden light.
Li Muyang. What courier box can flash? Chapter 92 Dazzled by Handsomeness?
Li Muyang carried the box back, rested it on the sofa, and with his hand, a paper cutter cut through the seal. The box had just been opened, and a peculiar aura came out, as if it carried a hint of aura fluctuation. Inside lay quietly a technological sense of black game helmet, the shape somewhat similar to a motorcycle helmet, but the lines are more fluent, the surface emerges with a stream of light-like patterns, vaguely transmitting a sense of mystery beyond modern technology. In the center of the helmet, the golden logo of Immortal's Edge was inlaid, and next to it was a Q version of Xin Shuangli, who was winking at him with a warm smile.
Li Muyang slowly typed out a question mark. No dude, are you guys still hackers? It's a little too high-tech, isn't it? He reached out and touched the helmet. It was smooth and warm to the touch, even more textured than the top VR devices he had seen before. Is this thing really a gaming helmet? At that moment, the husky lying next to him also slowly typed out a question. Woof? Li Muyang glanced at it. What are you looking at?
The husky stared at the helmet, its eyes dark, and after a moment, it swallowed hesitantly and winced.
Husky, no, if I'm not mistaken. This thing, it's a crippled immortal weapon, right? What's up with this big guy? Is he an ancestral dragon or something? Li Muyang frowned. Why are you shivering on?
The husky immediately lowered his head and pretended to lick up his paws, indicating that he was just an ordinary dog who knew nothing and saw nothing.
I'm just a fixer-upper, I don't know anything.
Li Muyang stared at it for 2 seconds before his attention was drawn back to the game helmet.
This thing is on your head. It's not going to explode, is it? It doesn't look like a normal gaming device in any way.
However, he could not trust the makers of the game, but he trusted the money that was charged into it.
Li Muyang took a deep breath, snapped the helmet onto his head and pressed the start button. The fairy fate is connected to.
In an instant, the screen went black, and heaven and earth changed. When the line of sight became clear again, Li Muyang's entire body froze. The world. In front of me is not a game lobby or a general virtual loading space, but a familiar and unfamiliar ruin. The broken mountain gate, the broken stone monument, the blood-stained ground, and the faint aura fluctuation that permeated the surroundings.
This is the ruins of the Luyun Sword School.
More importantly, not far away, a young girl dressed in white slowly walked, her long black hair gently brushed by the breeze, her eyes as watery as water, with a hint of unspeakable astonishment. She looked at Li Muyang, her eyes clear with unbelief. Senior.
Li Muyang?
He subconsciously raised his hand, wanting to touch Xin Shuangli in front of him, but his palm passed through the void, but his touch felt like it was separated by a thin membrane, real yet illusory.
Holy beans! This VR technology is so strong?
He used to go to the experience hall to play the latest VR equipment. The picture is realistic, but there is always a kind of virtual sense. The environment and characters will always reveal a hint of deliberate digital sense.
But the fairy's edge. It's not in the same league at all.
The image was amazingly real, as if he was actually in it, and even the tiny blood vessels on Xin Shuangli's skin and the tiny fluffy hairs behind his ears were clearly visible. He could hear the sound of sand rolling as the wind blew by, and could even smell the faint scent of blood and wet earth in the air. The only flaw is the sense of separation, the inability to truly touch everything in this world. But even so, Li Muyang couldn't help but sigh. Awesome. The charge wasn't a loss.
He mulled it over silently, narrowed his eyes, and called out tentatively, Frostglaze? Xin Shuangli paused for a moment and gently nodded her head, waves rippling in her eyes as she looked at him gently. Senior? Li Muyang's heart skipped a beat. She can really hear? At this moment, he realized that maybe he could buy a thermos for the plane and just take off. Xin Shuangli stood quietly amidst the ruins, her shoulders trembling slightly, tears floating in her eyes. She looked around. The once glorious Luyun sword sect was now nothing but a broken wall. But their will is still there. The souls of those masters, brothers, and sisters who had been devoured by the flesh and blood puppets transformed into bits of starlight in that instant, slowly rising up and dissipating between the heavens and the earth with a warm breath. Xin Shuangli could feel that they did not hold any grudges, only relief and gratitude towards her. The heart of is gone.
Her obsession, her guilt, her pain, completely dissipated with the victory of this battle and with the ascension of that one soul. Boom! In the next moment, the aura in Qin Shuangli's body seemed to have been summoned by some kind of sensation and flowed violently, and the frantically running meridians were instantly opened up, transforming into a warm current that swept through the entire body. The tendons and veins metamorphosed, the bones glowed, and the last barrier of the qi refining stage shattered with a bang, and her realm naturally jumped up to the foundation establishment stage. Qin Shuangli had not yet fully reacted, when suddenly, she sensed that the surrounding aura was slightly vibrating, as if it was being pulled by some kind of force, and began to slowly gather, and actually formed a blurred figure on her side. It was an imaginary figure constructed entirely of aura, its outline gradually becoming clearer, wearing a metaphysical colored Taoist robe, with an aura like an exiled immortal, with an unparalleled demeanor, as if it were an immortal god exiled from the heavens. Qin Shuangli's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the figure with some incredulity, until he spoke softly, his voice low and gentle, with a hint of uncanny familiarity. Frost glaze? Previously? Qin Shuangli's mind shook fiercely, her pupils contracted violently, and almost subconsciously, she quickly rushed forward, her eyes staring deathly at the man in front of her, her voice trembling slightly. Seniors? There was a hint of caution in her eyes, a hint of disbelief, even a hint of fear that this was just a hallucination of her own, fear that this was just a dream woven by an extremely tired brain. But the man smiled slightly and nodded slowly. Qin Shuangli's heart violently clenched and violently relaxed, as if it was blasted by a thunderbolt, and as if it was enveloped by a warm sun, the surging emotions almost engulfed her. It's really the seniors. Really? Is the former? Her mind instantly flashed back to countless images from her dreams, the figure that appeared in her dreams, comforting her and keeping her company each night as she struggled on the brink of death. It was just her own fantasy, she thought. But now, he was really in front of her eyes. And, it's even more handsome than in the dream. Close at hand, Qin Shuangli finally got a clear look at Li Muyang's face. The features were handsome to the point of being almost demonic, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, high nose, thin lips pursed, exuding a cool and aloofness unique to a high person but with a hint of a mild temperament that made people mesmerized. Qin Shuangli's heartbeat accelerated violently, and the deer bumping around generally hit her almost breathless. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, but her body was completely out of control, and her face was already red ahead of her. All of a sudden, heaven and earth were silent, the wind was gentle, and everything seemed to be frozen. Qin Shuangli's lips slightly opened, as if she wanted to say something more, but before she could say anything, the crazy surge of emotions in her head suddenly erupted in a rush and swept away all of her sanity unexpectedly. Bang! Qin Shuangli's body swayed slightly, the sky swirled in front of her eyes, and immediately afterward, she completely lost consciousness and fell straight forward. Li Muyan watched dumbfounded as Qin Shuangli suddenly fainted, almost so scared that he directly quit the game in place. What? What's wrong with her? Is she dazzled by me? It's not just meeting a handsome guy? As for that? Chapter 93. This is so unhealthy. Li Muyan watched as Qin Shuangli fell straight toward him and hastily reached out to catch it. However, the next second he froze. He was clearly holding Qin Shuangli, but there was nothing to touch in his hand. Qin Shuangli's body was in his arms, soft and slender, breathing steadily, and sleeping peacefully. But the problem was that he couldn't touch her at all. Li Muyan froze for half a second, looking down at the girl he was holding. His heart was a little confused. His hand penetrated Qin Shuangli's shoulder, but it was as if there was an invisible barrier that forced him to hold her body. It feels like the virtual model is floating in the air and one is a player who is not allowed to make physical contact. What the hell kind of setup is this? Li Muyang tried to adjust his posture a few times, and found that no matter how he moved, Qin Shuangli would not slip out of his hand, and only then did he feel a little relieved. It's a game, after all, and there's nothing wrong with that. Since he couldn't even hold her, he simply let himself be calm, righted her, adjusted her to a more appropriate position, and let her lie in his arms. Qin Shuangli's face was flushed, her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her breathing was long and gentle. Li Muyang originally wanted to check her condition to see if there were any injuries or problems, but how should this be checked? He subconsciously thought about the fact that when he was playing the game on his phone, all he needed to do to check Qin Shuangli's status was to tap on her shoulder, and the game would automatically pop up an alert box. But does this VR model still work now? He hesitated for 2 seconds, and slowly extended his finger, tentatively gently pointing it on Qin Shuangli's shoulder. Ding! A familiar beep sounded, and a translucent virtual panel appeared in the center of his field of vision. Li Muyang was relieved. Fortunately, the game mechanics were still the same. He scanned down at the content of the prompt. Qin Shuangli's current status, body off the hook, aura surge caused a brief coma, foundation stage breakthrough successful, currently in the recovery stage. It is recommended that the player stay in place to escort her, do not move at will. Oh, so it's because breaking through the foundation establishment exhausted himself. Li Muyang was slightly relieved after reading the status. Thankfully, it's not a game bug or a plot kill, just a normal practitioner promotion reaction. However, he was just about to put the panel away when an additional prompt below froze him. Current setting, players cannot leave the target character for more than 30 meters or it may cause the game to crash.
The corner of Li Muyang's mouth twitched hard. A hot game with an air wall?
He had originally thought of taking advantage of Shen Shuangli's sleeping effort to explore around the ruins of this Luyun sword sect to see if he could find some treasures, but the result was that the system directly gave him a physical confinement, so that he couldn't go anywhere.
Okay, I knew you guys couldn't let me touch the fish easily.
Li Muyang sighed helplessly and simply sat cross-legged in place, ready to guard Shen Shuangli at ease.
However, it was only when he glanced down at Shen Shuangli that he instantly felt that something was wrong.
Her sleeping face was just too peaceful, her face flushed with a bit of shyness, her breathing was light, and her slightly fluttering eyelashes cast faint shadows under the moonlight, lining her entire face exquisitely as if it were carved out of glaze. What's worse, her lips were naturally delicate in color and slightly open, as if she were whispering in a dream or seducing. Moreover, the fidelity of this VR game was too high, he could even smell the faint and tranquil fragrance of Shen Shuangli's body, like a snow lotus blooming in the morning mist in the mountains, or an orchid nourished by the aura under the moonlit night, pure and elegant, which made his heart and mind slightly ripple.
I threw it. Li Muyang took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed those not-so-harmonious thoughts in his head. I can't, I feel like I'm going to do something wrong if I stay any longer. He hurriedly opened the menu, a glance at the switch cell phone hang mode option immediately brightened up. Great!
Li Muyang didn't hesitate to click the button, the image in front of him instantly distorted, a familiar sense of weightlessness hit him, and his consciousness was quickly pulled out of the game and back into reality. Wan Kai had been lazily lying on the edge of the sofa, scratching his belly with his doggy paws, intending to take another nap.
As a result, the next second it was startled by Li Muyang's movement, and the dog's eyes glared round. Only to see Li Muyang put on that strange black helmet, the whole person even began to emit a monstrous aura.
Big Brother is as scary as it gets. Wan Kai straightened up in shock, the dog's mouth slightly open, revealing a mouthful of large, neat white teeth.
This is the era of the end of the law. The aura of heaven and earth is as thin as the noodle soup without eggs in winter, but Li Muyang actually wore a helmet casually, and was able to make the air around him aura-ized, and even vaguely formed a vortex? This is not a mortal, it is clearly a walking aura humidifier. Wang Kai's dog's head was racing with all sorts of thoughts, seeing that the overflowing aura was slowly spreading, its eyes suddenly changed, the dog's paw peeled towards the ground, the whole dog flew close to the ground, silently sliding to the side of Li Muyang's helmet. Hey, it shouldn't be a crime for this king to sneak a puff while the big guy is still in the game, right?
A smile appeared on Wang Kai's doggy face, then he carefully came up, opened his doggy mouth, and took a deep breath.
Oh wow, cool. With this bite, Wang Kai almost went straight to heaven. It's too pure. It's too pure.
This was a few points more advanced than the spirit stones it had licked as a child. Wang Kai's doggy eyes glittered with tears of emotion, and he finally understood what it meant to be rich and powerful and follow the right big brother to eat and drink.
So it got even your.
It shrunk its body, directly against the gap in the helmet, making use of the husky's ancestral licking dog technique, frantically licking and sucking the overflowing aura, like a starving vampire. However, it had only taken a few puffs when it heard a sudden, violent shifting of chairs from behind it. Wang Kai alertly perked up his dog ears and was just about to raise his head to see what was going on, when he saw Li Muyang suddenly have a jolt and violently remove his helmet.
And then, click!
He grabbed a nearby paper towel and arched his back with an odd expression as he made a mad dash for the restroom.
Wanted? Do big men get diarrhea too? It stared blankly at Li Muyang's back, the dog's head going blank. In the next second, it suddenly reacted. Suck on it. The aura hasn't dissipated yet. Wang Kai immediately transformed into a windy dog, his mouth sucked in, his nose sniffed, and his dog's paws picked at the helmet, almost the whole dog going in. This aura can't be wasted. Suck it up. It licked the air frantically, fearing that Li Muyang would come back and discover that it was stealing breath and beat it into a dog meat hot pot. Chapter 94. I'll make you cry in a minute.
Li Muyang pushed open the toilet door and took a deep breath, only to feel that the whole person was refreshed and relaxed.
Phew, this VR game is also too real, right? Just now that feeling. Almost thought that I was going to break through the boundaries of mortality. He casually wiped his forehead, moodily striding toward the living room, only to see a black and white furry figure lying dead center on his game helmet just a few steps away. A look of unfinished business? The corners of Li Muyang's eyes jumped violently, the corners of his mouth twitching as he looked at Wang Kai, the stupid dog, and froze for a full 3 seconds. Then, without hesitation, he reached down and gripped Wonky up, carrying him away from the helmet like a smelly sock and casually tossing him onto the couch. Stinky dog! Don't you lick my helmet and stink it up! Wanted was thrown onto the couch and rolled over to stabilize the dog. It licked the corners of its mouth fondly, with a few retrospective expressions, and burped contentedly. Tisk, tsk, the aura is really strong enough. This simply smells better than licking a dog's head. Nestled in a corner of the sofa, Wang Kai curled up his body comfortably and closed his eyes, ready to digest this wave of aura feast. Suddenly, it thought that was just as well. It used to think that it might just have to muddle through in this life, but it was different now.
It had embraced a thigh, one that would also emit a constant stream of aura.
It even kind of started to look forward to it in the future. If Li Muyan used this helmet to cultivate every day, wouldn't that mean that it would be able to lick and inhale spiritual qi every day? What a pinnacle of dog life.
On the other hand, Li Muyan looked at his cell phone. Shen Shuangli was still asleep, and his own game avatar was also hanging up, so it seemed that there was nothing that needed to be worried about in a short period of time. He stretched and moved his shoulders, an easy smile on his lips. Today's main plot is too much, he has to organize his thoughts, otherwise his mind is full of images of Shen Shuangli fainting, and he's afraid that he'll have to flush to the toilet again.
Okay, it's still a live comic.
Li Muyan cleaned up, adjusted the equipment, opened the live broadcast software, skillfully clicked on Start Live. Instantly, alerts popped up on the cell phones of long squatting fans in unison.
The live broadcasting room Frostglaze Inc. Rhyme is now on air.
In less than 2 seconds, the crowd in the live broadcast room went crazy, and the pop-up screen instantly exploded.
Day shift today? What's the episode today? I'm so looking forward to it. Honey, don't draw. I'll feed you. Another look at the anticlimactic hand speed, anchor YYDS. I just finished knifing me yesterday, so it's not going to be the same plot of knifing people today, is it? Draw fast. Draw fast. I want to see my wife.
Li Muyan looked at the pop-up screen and debugged the drawing board while the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
Here it comes, today's episode is going to blow your minds.
Then, his hand rose and a smooth line was sketched out, and the broadcast room instantly exploded. Xin Xingxue lay on the soft sofa, casually flipping through her cell phone. The night outside the window was gentle, and the bright moonlight spilled in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, coating the entire room with a light silver glow. But even with such a cozy atmosphere, she was still bored out of her mind.
She is the most favored young lady of the Shin family, whose family is rich and prominent.
Ever since she was a child, she had been standing at the top of the pyramid, reaching out for what she wanted. However, this kind of day-to-day life without any waves made her develop an unspeakable sense of fatigue. Just as she was about to close the screen of her phone and resign herself to going to sleep, suddenly, a name came to her mind: Frost-Glazed Ink Rhyme. It was one of her favorite anchors these days. Her eyes flickered slightly as she flipped through her follow list, but the live feed was still grayed out and the anchor was not on. She sighed, suddenly a little annoyed.
Why is this guy on so late today?
She really liked his paintings, especially Shen Shuangli under his brush. Every outline sketched, every trace of the depicted divinity was like carving the depths of her soul, giving her a marvelous illusion that it was herself. Of course, she knew that in reality Li Muyang didn't even know herself, and they had never even talked to each other. The Shen Shuangli he drew was just a virtual character that had nothing to do with her. However, every time she saw Shen Shuangli's knitted brows and smile, it was as if her heart was tugged by something, and she couldn't control her indulgence.
Gradually, naturally, she substituted herself into Shen Shuangli's identity.
I also fell in love with Li Muyang's Shen Shuangli.
Loved the delicately outlined beauty of the eyes, the delicate and smooth lines of the coat, and the image of her standing in the wind and snow. Perhaps that was what she had been longing for. Just as she was still lost in her own thoughts, a message popped up on her cell phone screen. The live broadcasting room Frostglaze Ink Rhyme is now on air. Xin Xingshue's eyes instantly lit up and she clicked in without hesitation. The live feed had only just opened, and there was only a clean canvas on the screen, while the pop-ups were already scrolling up like crazy. The anchor is finally here. What are you painting today? Come on. Hubby, stop painting, I'll feed you.
Xin Xingxue didn't bother to look at the flirting, she stared at the screen with burning eyes and immediately sent a sentence on the pop-up screen.
Hyperventilating. She can't wait.
In the next second, a super rocket slammed straight out. Falling snow, listening to Frost Gift 10 Super Rocket.
The pop-up instantly exploded. Sister Falling Snow is here. Falling Snow Sister is just generous.
Ha 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 ha, Falling Snow Sister is here to rush hubby to paint again.
Anchor, draw quickly. Or there won't be any more big rockets.
The live feed was filled with joy and everyone was up in arms. Li Muyang on the other end of the screen apparently also saw the flurry of rewards. He paused and said in tears, Sister Lakshue, I'm under a lot of pressure if you're like this. Xin Xingxue hugged her cell phone, smiling with a leisurely face, her fingers gently tapped the screen and sent another pop-up.
Cut the crap and draw.
Li Muyang sighed helplessly. It seems that today is another day to be urged to shift.
However, he was in a pretty good mood. After all, whoever sees a big rocket can't be in a bad mood.
Li Muyang looked at the bunch of pop-ups that were flirting with him, and the corner of his mouth suddenly hooked into a bad smile.
He deliberately moved a little closer to the camera. The light fell on the side of his face, lining the contours deeper and deeper, his black hair falling slightly, a hint of mysterious smirk in his eyes. Now you guys just make a scene, and later, make you guys cry.
The screen was instantly filled with.
Chapter 95, I'll wash my hair upside down if I watch you cry. What does the anchor mean? That sounds like it's not going to be a whole job, is it? Don't scare me. You're not going to abuse us, are you?
All sorts of pop-ups rolled wildly, but the most hilarious of them all was when the various gambling gods started betting. Okay, then I'll be bossy too if I cry watching it. I'll wash my hair upside down live. If I cry, I'm going to confess my crush. If I cry, I'll write 100,000 words of rainbow farts for the anchor.
The pop-up group was full of fun.
At that moment, Falling Snow and Hearing Frost slowly typed a line. If you make me cry, I'll swipe the treasure map for you. The entire live broadcast room fell into a momentary silence, followed by a new round of cheering.
Falling Snow sister magnificent. Treasure map? A reward at the highest level. Not only does the anchor get money, but we onlookers also get a cut. Anchor get on the blades. Abuse her. Abuse her hard.
Lee Muyang stared at the line, his eyes flickering slightly, and suddenly hooked up the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile full of confidence. Then we'll see. This smile directly caused the face fans in the live broadcast room to go completely crazy.
What a stunningly handsome man this is. Done and done, I can lick the smile of the anchor for a year. Help! How can this man be so handsome?
But Lee Muyang was too lazy to pay attention to these flamboyant fans. He had already opened the drawing software for the comic and quickly got into a state and started to put down his pen. The plot quickly advances to the scene where Shin Shuangli meets her second senior brother guarding the Dan Pavilion. The entire live broadcast room was still buzzing with discussion, and there were even people brushing off gentle nurse.
I'll take this one.
However, as a drawing was presented on the screen, the pop-ups began to quiet down and become subtle. On the screen, Shin Shuangli stepped into the Dan Pavilion, and in the midst of a messy ruin, a man in white clothes stained with blood quietly leaned against the broken medicine cauldron. That's Lu Qingyu, the second senior brother, the gentlest person in the sect. He used to love to lead a group of senior brothers and sisters to practice swords, laughing and saying that he would make pills for them, protect the Tao for them, and protect them for a lifetime. But now, he was covered in blood, his face was pale, the long sword in his hand was half broken, and he weakly opened his eyes and looked at Shin Shuangli.
Frostblaze? You're here. In an instant, the pop-up exploded. Why did Lu Qingyu become like this? No way, no way? He's not going to die, is he? Bad, I think I smell a knife.
The corners of Lee Muyang's mouth rose slightly, and his gaze focused as he continued to draw the picture, poking at the audience's heart with almost every stroke. On the screen, Shin Shuangli was trembling as she rushed up to Lu Qingyu, wanting to fairy aura for him, but he weakly raised his hand and stopped her.
It's too late. Junior sister, you have to live. The future of the sect is in your hands.
Lu Qingyu's voice grew lighter and lighter, and finally, after handing over the jade slip to Shin Shuangli, he died completely. This scene caused the pop-ups in the livestream to momentarily stop for a second.
Immediately after. Holy. No. Ooh, I'm so hard. Help. Lu Qingyu. You do not want to die. The pop-ups instantly turned into a sea of full-on wailing. Lee Muyang showed no mercy and continued to advance the plot.
On the screen, Shin Shuangli was holding the jade slip tightly, as if it was her second senior brother, her lips trembling, tears falling on his face as she gritted her teeth, refusing to accept this fact. Her figure looked so lonely in the rubble, and the grief burning in her eyes penetrated almost everyone's heart through the screen. Lu Qingyu did not respond, blood-stained white clothes, he quietly died in the Dan Pavilion's blazing fire. At this moment, the live broadcast exploded.
Cry me a river. Help! What the hell is this tear-jerking blade? Anchor, you're not human. I really cried. Lee Muyang glanced at the pop-up screen and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Crying? I'm really crying. I'm going to wash my hair upside down. That's when a familiar pop-up slowly surfaced. Falling Snow and Listening to Frost. You win.
Immediately afterward, a series of treasure map rewards flashed across the screen, and the entire live broadcast room instantly boiled over.
Treasure map. Falling Snow sister magnificent. The anchors made a fortune. We also share the bonus.
When Lee Muyang saw the line on the screen, he laughed lightly and said carelessly, understood. This night, the live broadcast room cried into the air, and everyone was immersed in Lu Qingyu's passing. Lee Muyang, on the other hand, looked at the screen full of rewards and whales and stretched his waist with satisfaction, in an unbelievably relaxed mood. Nightlan Xingxian, real name Su Xinglan, Su family's daughter, family history, personality flamboyant and straightforward, do things in the wind, only in front of Shin Xingxue, she is willing to converge all the angles. Shin Xingxue loved painting in ancient styles, but Su Xinglan was different.
She likes Shin Xingxue.
She likes Shin Xingxue, so much so that she is willing to bury this feeling deep in the bottom of her heart, accompanied by her in the capacity of bosom friend, and condone all her caprices and preferences. Therefore, when she received Shin Xingxue's phone call and heard the voice on the other end of the phone with a sobbing tone, her heart tightened violently.
Yuki? What's wrong with you? Xinglan.
Shin Xingxue choked, her voice trembling. I
feel so bad.
Su Xinglan panicked on the spot and hurriedly said, don't cry, I'll come over right away. She practically stormed out of the house like the wind. Of course, she didn't get very far. Because she bought a villa directly and lived next door to Shin Xingxue, she could flip in through the window. But this time, she did not care about using the handsome window method, but directly pushed the door to break into Shin Xingshue's room. In the room, Shin Xingxue was still wearing loose silk pajamas, clutching a pile of tissues, her eyes red, obviously having just had a cry. Seeing this, Su Xinglan's heart ached so much that he hurriedly went over and took her into his arms, softly comforting her. Okay, don't cry, Xinglan is here. Tell me, who bullied you? Shin Xingxue raised her head and looked at her with tears in her eyes, pointing to the live broadcast on her cell phone. Su Xinglan glanced down, and a familiar name was displayed on the screen.
Frost Glaze Ink Rhyme Live Streaming Room. What? Su Xinglan's face changed, and his tone went cold. What the hell? This anchor cheated you out of your money? I'll go get him, she said, about to pull out her cell phone with a dangerous light in her eyes. Shin Xingxue hurriedly tugged on her wrist and hurriedly said, No. You go in first and take a look. Someone in the live broadcast room has organized the cartoons he drew. Su Xinglan frowned, still upset in his heart. Reading comics? Reading comics can make you cry like this? Are you kidding me? But since it was Shin Xingxue who said it, she was naturally willing to listen. She took out her cell phone and quickly operated it, and Night Star officially entered the live broadcast room. As a result, as soon as he went in, the live stream pop-ups exploded. Chapter 96, Forgetting to Turn Off the Camera. Ha 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 ha, anchor, your little wife is here. Sister Nightlan has finally appeared. Now the anchor has a big moneymaker again. Su Xinglan. What kind of stuff are these netizens babbling about? She rolled her eyes breathlessly and sent a direct pop-up. Nightlan Star, I can't believe you made my Yuki cry. I came to see what's going on with this comic of yours. At this time, Li Muyang happened to see this pop up, laughed lightly, and said casually, Come what may, let's wait and see. Su Xinglan always felt that there was something wrong with that smile, but she didn't think too much about it and just started reading the manga to organize the replay. Then she regretted it. On the screen, Shin Shuangli had arrived at the back of the mountain and saw the crazy peach tree. The wind and snow are drifting, the peach blossoms are like blood, the shadows of demonic beasts are stirring in the distance, and a suffocating killing intent fills the air. Shin Shuangli, bruised and battered, withstood the Mad Peach Tree's attack and entered the Mad Peach Tree's space of consciousness. In the space of consciousness, it was Su Qinglan who fought alone for decades. The outside world is just an instant, but inside the Peach Tree's spiritual space, it is decades of time. Su Qinglan was alone, in this world, fighting demonic beasts one after another. She went from being initially green, to being bruised and battered, to having a head full of gray hair. In the end, she welcomed Shin Shuangli to tell the story of her love. Su Qinglan's body turned into dots of peach blossom light and dissipated into the heavens and earth. The Battle of Peach Grove, the end. She exchanged her whole life for Shin Shuangli's future. No way I'm going. Su Qinglan. You come back. What the hell kind of knife is this? I really can't strain myself. The cell phone in Su Xinglan's hand trembled so violently that it almost fell down. Her fingertips were chilling and her heart felt like it was being clutched hard. It was a pain that dug deep into her heart, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Su Qinglan's love, she understood. It's because she understands that it's so heartbreaking and vicarious. Su Xinglan couldn't help but curse, Anchor. I'm eating lemons. You're not human. After cursing, Su Xinglan was silent for a moment and swiped a treasure map as well. He drew it so well that Su Qinglan was simply what he had imagined. When Li Muyang saw the pop-up screen, he smiled, understand. At this moment, Su Xinglan finally understood why Shin Xingxue had cried like that. She slowly put down her cell phone, her breathing slightly shortened, and looked down at Shin Xingxue. The other party was still immersed in grief, holding a pile of tissues, the tears at the corners of her eyes not yet dried, the whole person a tiny little mass, like that Shin Shuangli who couldn't accept Su Qinglan's departure. Su Xinglan looked at her, and a certain corner of his heart throbbed hard. If it were me, I'd stay for you too. She closed her eyes and ultimately didn't say anything, but just reached out and gently hugged Shin Xingxue, whispering in her ear, Okay, don't cry, next time this kind of knife plot, we'll watch it together. Li Muyang stretched his back and flicked his wrist around. The long hours of painting had made his shoulders a little sore. However, the income from today's live broadcast was quite good, all kinds of gifts were spread out, even the treasure map was swiped out. Today's earnings alone were enough to make ordinary people struggle for several years. He wasn't greedy though, tired was tired and it was time to rest. He casually said in front of the microphone, Okay, that's enough for today, we'll continue tomorrow. The pop-ups exploded. No way. Anchor, you can't stop. What about down there? My second senior brother. Anchor, you give me back. How is Shin Shuangli going to avenge the clan? Who the hell is the mole? Anchor, don't go Hubby, don't you love me anymore? You actually stopped working QAQ. Li Muyang looked at the madly scrolling pop-ups and shook his head with a smile, not softening his heart in the slightest. It's time to go to bed, keep crying, and paint tomorrow. When he finished speaking, he simply turned off the drawing software, pushed his wheelchair and turned around. Unknown. I can't believe he forgot to turn off the live feed. The live audience went quiet for a second, and then Did the anchor forget to turn off the live stream? Great. Time to peek into my husband's routine. Find out what anchors do in private.
The anchor said before that he has injured both legs, really in a wheelchair.
Heartbreaking QAQ.
Shin Xingxue, who had originally cried her eyes out, was also frozen for a moment by this sudden reversal, and she wiped her face with a tissue, blinking her reddened eyes as she looked at Li Muyang on the screen. Seeing that he hadn't noticed that the live stream was still on, the corners of her mouth curled into a smirk and she casually swiped him a super rocket, trying to remind him of it with the special effect floating in the center of the screen.
However, Li Muyang didn't notice it at all.
He picked up his phone and skillfully tapped on that mysterious app to check Shin Shuangli's status. Shin Shuangli, sleeping, stable condition, estimated recovery time, 8 hours and 27 minutes. Li Muyang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, fortunately nothing happened. However, the audience of the live broadcast was completely abuzz. Wait? What's he looking at? Why is the phone blacked out? Anti-peep screens? Damn it. What's the anchor playing? Curious. Is the anchor secretly in love? It's over, hubby seems to have another little wife. This isn't right, why is he looking at an app so hard? What's there to ask, don't boys just play games? The pop-ups were noisy, and Shin Xingxue was quite curious about Li Muyang, including being curious about the inside of his room, and began to observe it. The room was neatly furnished, not at all like a typical boys' dormitory or geek room. The desktop was so clean that there wasn't even a takeout box, just a high-end computer, triple screen monitor, and a professional-grade digitizing board, which made it look like a full-time painter's studio. But what's most curious is that
Shin Xingxue's gaze fell on a motorcycle helmet on the bookshelf.
It didn't look like an ordinary riding helmet, with a smooth surface with strange wiring patterns, and even something resembling futuristic technology, but it was hard to tell what was wrong with it.
The anchor's room is so weird. What's that helmet? Doesn't feel like a normal helmet? Yeah, is it a VR device? It's not supposed to be black, is it? The identity of the anchor is becoming more and more mysterious. However, the attention of the livestream was soon drawn to a husky. Chapter 97 No More Pretense, Showdown. Wait, there are huskies in the anchor's house? Ah ha 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 ha, this dog is so stupid. If you have a dog, don't say so. That's the star of the broadcast, isn't it? In the shot, a black and white husky is lying on its back with its head pressed against the ground with a lifeless expression. Wang Kai, don't play dead, come here. Li Muyang put down his cell phone and smiled as he hooked his finger towards the husky. Wang Kai's ears twitched, and his body shrank back slightly, obviously a little wary. Wang Kai, come here. Li Muyang called again. Wang Kai raised his head, looked at him, and then quickly turned his head away, pretending not to hear him, and even used his paw to pull his face, with an expression of I don't understand human language. What's the point of playing dumb? Li Muyang breathlessly held his forehead and pushed his wheelchair over to grab the back of Wang Kai's neck. Wang Kai immediately began to struggle frantically, his four legs stomping in the air, his mouth whimpering as if shouting help. I'm going to be slaughtered. Stop it. I'm going to give you an acupuncture treatment for your leg today. You've been limping from a previous injury for a while and you have to be zapped again today. What? Wang Kai shook his head vigorously, trying to break free from Li Muyang's clutches, but to no avail at all, and was carried by the demon-like master with one hand, carrying him to the desk. Good man, the anchor can do this strength. Ah ha 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 ha, this dog is so funny. Wanted, are you polite? Stop drawing comics and become a funny anchor. Li Muyang directly pressed Wang Kai on the table, skillfully took out the silver needle, his mouth also recited, do not move, the wrong acupuncture point, you can only limp tonight. The audience in the live broadcast room amused and laughed. Wang Kai struggled frantically, but was helplessly held down by Li Muyang, and in the end, he could only show an expression of hopelessness, as if contemplating a dog's life. Ha 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 ha, that dog's expression is hilarious. Wanted, I should never have entered this house in the first place. The anchor is such a werewolf, even the dogs. Shin Xingxue looked straight up happy and couldn't help but send out a pop-up and swipe a few more big rockets. Falling snow listening to Frost, anchor, please let Wang Kai go, look at it, it's about to cry. Li Muyang, who finally saw the special effects floating across the screen, was shocked for a moment. Forgot to turn off the live stream, luckily I didn't do anything else. But everyone seems to be quite interested in Wanted? This guy, he's really quite prosperous? Li Muyang glanced at the pop-up screen, the corner of his mouth hooked up a smile. Don't worry, this guy is not that fragile. After zapping it this time, in a few days it will be able to scamper away. Wanted. Wang Kai completely gave up struggling and slumped on the table, resigned to waiting to be zapped. This is great, the comic anchor has turned directly into a funny anchor, and the broadcast room is full of cheerful pop-ups. Anchor, why don't you stop drawing and just be funny? Wanted is the mascot of the live broadcast. Ha 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 ha, this live room is so much fun. In this way, Li Muyang's live broadcast room and a laughter, into the molest husky link. With Wang Kai paralyzed on the table with a lifeless face, the heat of Li Muyang's live broadcast room soared. The audience who were just watching him draw cartoons were now all kowtowing to the dog's head, and the pop-up screen was densely packed with brush screens. Ha ha ha, Anchor stopped drawing comics and switched to the funny section. Wanted is so dramatic. Look at its eyes, it's not an ordinary husky. The anchor draws a persona that turns out to be the reality of a dog-torturing demon. The heat of the live broadcast broke through 50,000, attracting a lot of passerby viewers. At that moment, a new viewer posted a pop-up. Lone Wolf at Night, this anchor isn't abusing the dog, is he? Looking at the husky's face in pain, it's not forcing it to do anything, is it? Immediately after that, some melon-eating passersby also began to follow the trend and bring the rhythm. Street Sneak Lee, anchor looks so handsome, how to bully the puppy? Kind of defeats the good feeling. Dog lover Xiaolin, if it's dog abuse, I reported it off. Brother 3 Justice, what's going on? Does anyone know what this anchor is about? The atmosphere in the pop-up screen has subtly changed, from the original laughter, gradually towards a human-dog battle. Li Muyang glanced at the pop-up screen and said unhurriedly, "Actually, I'll stop pretending and show my cards. I'm not just a cartoonist, I'm an old herbalist." The live feed was a sea of question mark pop-ups. Where are you shelving this to play the rebellious evil doctor? Anchor, wake up, you're a cartoonist, not an herbalist. You think you can cure a dog with a few random stitches? But Li Muyang simply ignored the shock of the pop-up screen and directly picked up Wang Kai, skillfully flipping it over so that it was facing the live camera and pointing at its hind legs. Look closely, you guys, its hind legs have been injured before, it walks unsteadily and limps a bit. It was then that the audience noticed that Wang Kai's left hind leg did move a beat slower than the other legs, and the swing was smaller, looking like an old injury that had not yet healed. Little white man, huh? It looks like a real injury? Veterinarian Xiao Yang, it's really. But that doesn't mean you can stick a needle in it to cure it. Upside down hair washing brother, host, don't tie it up, wait for the dog to tie it up, you're going to lose your number. Just when everyone was still questioning, Li Muyang had already picked up a row of silver needles from the table. Stop it. I stick needles, I'm not fooling around. At this time, Wang Kai was already scared and confused. It stared at the rows of bright silver needles with doggy eyes, its mind frantically replaying the image of itself stealing aura just now. It's over. This king is going to be finished. He must have just been caught secretly sucking in aura and is now being punished. This is not a cure at all. This is human vengeance against the king. Husky Wang Kai struggled frantically and tried to jump off the table to escape, only to be held down by one of Li Muyang's hands and unable to move. Li Muyang let out a light laugh. Don't run, what should be tied still needs to be tied. This application of needles will ensure that you will run faster than ever in the future. Whoosh! A silver needle stabbed directly and steadily into Wang Kai's hind leg acupoint. Ow 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 ow. Wonky let out a desperate wail with a jolt. But when the audience took a closer look, Li Muyang's technique was extremely stable, and after the silver needles were inserted into the acupuncture points, the end of the needles trembled slightly, as if there was a hot current flowing. This time, the pop-up was instantly quiet for a few seconds. Then, a couple of medical students who really know what they're doing popped up on the air and started posting pop-ups. TCM family Xiao Wu. Does this manipulative anchor really know acupuncture? Medical school senior Zhang, anchor this stabbing is the foot sun bladder meridian points? This technique is a bit like my grandfather's. Li, who has practiced medicine for 3 generations, it's really acupuncture. I've been practicing medicine for 3 generations and I definitely won't lie to you. Really? You guys aren't the trustees that the anchor hired, are you? I'll check them out. Chapter 98. Why don't you try a needle? Within a few minutes, some good viewers went to pick up the accounts of these medical students, only to find that all of them were genuine medical families, and were not just randomly blowing up the water army at all. At once, the entire live broadcast audience exploded. Anchor actually knows acupuncture? I'm convinced, so this is a real bigot. Painting and handsome, and actually knows Chinese medicine. What kind of immortal man is this? At this time, Li Muyang dropped the second and third stitches, and Wang Kai's 4 legs were trembling slightly, as if he felt something different. Originally, it still had a face of pain. Suddenly its eyes changed, as if it felt a warm current flowing in its hind legs. Slowly, it no longer struggled, but quietly lay on the table, and occasionally raised its ears, as if it was feeling the changes in its body. Believe it now, don't you? Li Muyang smiled faintly, collected the needle, and gently patted Wang Kai's head. Lone Wolf at Night. I was wrong, the anchor is not abusing the dog, it is really curing the dog. 3 views of justice brother, I shouldn't have doubted the anchor, it's a goddamn anchor ah. Medical school senior Zhang, anchor, which school are you from? This technique is too powerful. The live stream completely blew up. In just a few minutes, the number of Li Muyang's fans skyrocketed, and the heat directly broke through 100,000. And at that moment, Wang Kai looked down and licked his hind leg, and suddenly his eyes lit up. It seems like it really doesn't hurt anymore? It immediately stood up tentatively, and then scurried out with a whoosh, darted around the room, and finally leaped onto the sofa with a single leap, landing firmly on the ground. The pop-ups instantly exploded. Okay? Really good? God, what metaphysics is this? Anchor, this is Chinese medicine divine art, right? You guys say that this face value of the anchor, with this acupuncture technique, isn't it very suitable to go and be the male lead in that kind of medical novel?
In this way, the original is just a comic live room, transformed into a value plus funny plus Chinese medicine 3-in-1 all-round live room.
Li Muyang looked at the time and realized that it was already late.
Today's live broadcast is considered a windfall. Not only is the comic more, even the identity of the Chinese medicine and acupuncture is exposed, and then do not turn off the broadcast. He suspects that tomorrow he will be asked to do a live medical broadcast.
He rubbed his brow and smiled to the live feed.
Well, I really can't draw anymore today. This time it's a real shutdown, so everyone go to bed early.
The pop-ups instantly exploded. Whoops. Hubby advised me to go to bed early, I'm crying my eyes out. Brain gong, you are my mind masseur. You told me to sleep, so can I still not listen? Don't. Let's talk some more. Have you ever considered a Midnight Stories segment? Let's listen to your voice and fall asleep.
Li Muyang helplessly held his forehead with a smile and casually teased, how sleep deprived are you guys? Early to bed and early to rise is good for the body. I'm a health blogger, listen to me, go to sleep. He was about to reach out to turn off the live broadcast, but as a result, several super rockets suddenly floated in the pop-up screen, and the special effects of the live broadcast exploded, the screen instantly overflowing with golden light. Li Muyang's hand lurched, and his gaze fell on that pop-up screen. Xiaoli, who has practiced medicine for 3 generations, anchor, wait a minute.
What city are you in? My grandfather wants to meet you.
I just showed my grandpa your stitches and he wants to ask you for a favor.
The pop-ups came out like an explosion. What's wrong with you, little brotherly? What? Your grandfather wants to meet the anchor? Is it the grandfather of one of those big healing families? No way, no way, no way. The anchor, this is going to be directly invited by the Chinese medicine community to sit in the clinic? Anchor Kawa, a live drawing comics by the way by zapping the needle shocked the medical profession. Li Muyang squinted his eyes and looked at the screen with some surprise. A favor? He raised an eyebrow and asked casually, what kind of favor? Xiaoli, who has practiced medicine for 3 generations, I would like to ask you to treat a patient with acupuncture. After it's done, there will be a big thank you. Saying that, he swiped a few more rockets, instantly pushing the popularity of the live broadcast to new heights. Li Muyang, however, smiled slightly and shook his head. I'm not a miracle doctor, I just learned to stick needles randomly for fun myself. I'm not even licensed to practice medicine, so how can I just treat people? Thanks for the rocket though, if there's any painting I need help with, I'm obliged. The pop-ups were cracking up with laughter at this point. I forgot that this is a live painting studio. Frosty Glaze, my Frosty Glaze, hey. Li, who has been practicing medicine for 3 generations, is in a hurry, frantically sending out pop-ups. The anchor, that isn't. This is how you do it. However, Li Muyang simply did not give him another chance to explain, and directly clicked the end live button, and the screen instantly went black. The broadcast has ended. The audience was confused for 2 seconds, followed by, the anchor actually did shut it down? 3 generations of practicing doctors, Xiaoli, don't brush, the anchor can't see it anymore, haha. This is good, Xiaoli brother bleeding brush rocket, the results of the anchor pressure does not take orders, directly run away. I'm laughing my ass off, little brotherly paid for loneliness. Just as the pop-ups were swarming, suddenly, a new one popped up. Falling snow and listening to frost, little Li, are you Li Zian? The audience in the live room instantly froze. Xiaoli, who has been practicing medicine for 3 generations, also froze, and immediately returned. Xiaoli, who has been practicing medicine for 3 generations, Sister Fuki, how do you know? Falling snow and listening to frost, we private message. The pop-up exploded. You guys know each other? Wait, this little brotherly is not a godly man too, is he? Who is Li Zian? Request for science popularization. What's going on here? What's the big deal you two are up to? However, all of this, Li Muyang could no longer see. He was sitting in a wheelchair, his headphones had been removed, and the live feed pop-ups on his computer screen had long since turned black. At this moment, he was staring intently at the slender silver needle in his hand, his eyes filled with hesitation. Would you like to give yourself a try? Since the accident 3 years ago, Li Muyang's legs have become naturally immune to all kinds of medical methods, whether it's the nerve repair techniques of modern medicine, or the traditional Chinese medical treatments that have been passed down in folklore, all of them are at their wits' end. Doctors have asserted that he will be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. But just tonight, Wang Kai's limp had surprisingly recovered under his own hands. It wasn't that he hadn't wondered if it was a coincidence, but having just witnessed Wang Kai hopping around and spreading his joy, alive and well, made it impossible for him to ignore the possibility. Is going to work or not? Li Muyang took a deep breath and looked at his legs before looking down at the silver needle in his hand again. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of directly administering the needle to himself, but when he thought of the countless times he had been tried by various doctors in the past to no avail, his heart inevitably felt a little bottomless.
Even if he cured wanted tonight, there was no guarantee that he would be able to do it. After all, his situation was far too serious than Wang Kai's. Fight! Li Muyang clenched his teeth and was ruthless. Then, put the silver needle down. Forget it, it's better to slow down again. Let's see if there's any way to improve skills in the game first. He muttered and picked up his cell phone, although he didn't believe that skill enhancement in the game could be reacted to reality, but it was good to give himself a peace of mind. Chapter 99 I Can Move My Legs. The game screen lights up, and the golden 9 turns needle technique skill interface appears. 9 turns needle technique, current level LV2, open vein needle. Upgrade condition, apply needle 10,000 times, or recharge 9,998 renminbi, you can unlock LV3 acupuncture needle. 99.98? Li Muyang blinked, and without half a hesitation, he directly clicked on recharge. Tonight's treatment of Wang Kai's leg also reaped a lot of bounties, so it's not a bad idea at all to treat it as tuition. Charged. 9 turns needle technique upgraded. LV3 passing point needle unlocked. Through acupuncture, it can precisely stimulate acupoints, stimulate potential and enhance body functions in a short period of time, and at the same time, strengthen the effect of the original acupuncture method. On the game interface, Li Muyang's virtual character was surrounded by a faint layer of aura, and gold-and-silver needles were hovering around him like streams of light, which was extremely shocking. As for Li Muyang in reality, the moment the recharge was completed, he unexpectedly and inexplicably felt that his brain was in a slight trance. It felt like some unfamiliar fragment of memory had suddenly intruded into one's mind. His eyes snapped open and his pupils shrunk slightly, suddenly realizing that his control over the golden needles seemed stronger than before. Is it psychological? Or did actually take effect? Woof! The husky Wang Kai on the side was still wagging its tail happily, but in this instant, its body stiffened violently and its eyes were full of panic. Is this an epiphany? Wang Kai was frozen on the ground, his insides shaken to the core. This king was almost scared to pee by this aura. A man sheltered by the ancestral dragon really can't be underestimated. And at this moment, Li Muyang once again looked down at the silver needle that he had quietly placed on his leg and took a deep breath. This time, he no longer hesitated. He raised his hands violently and swept the silver needles between his fingers like phantoms, pinching one with precision and stabbing it down towards several important points on his leg without hesitation. Buzz! The moment the silver needle entered the acupuncture point, a warm sensation flowed out along with the acupuncture, as if there was an invisible energy stimulating his nerves that had been stiff for a long time. Li Muyang's eyes suddenly condensed, staring dead at his leg. In the next instant he saw a scene which he could scarcely believe. The leg, which was originally senseless, actually trembled slightly. No, it's more than trembling. He was able to feel the legs. Li Muyang's heartbeat accelerated dramatically, his fingers gripped the armrests of the wheelchair hard, he carefully tried to control his legs. The result? It actually moved. Even if it was only a slight lift, it was an incredible miracle for him. Success? It really worked. Li Muyang raised his head violently, his eyes flashed with ecstasy, and his originally calm heart had now set off waves of shock. Woof woof! Wang Kai was directly shocked silly by the scene in front of him, his doggy eyes opened wide as he wailed in an inner breakdown. This king knew it. He'll surely cure his own leg. But the thing is, he obviously said he wouldn't at first, and then this? Crippling the king's leg with a pin before must be revenge on the king. Careful. You're too careful. Repairing the purchase is not to say, repairing the purchase is aggrieved. Wang Kai covered his head with his two paws, with an expression of being cheated of his feelings. I told you so. Li Muyang looked at his slightly movable legs, his mood was incomparably excited, and the corners of his mouth slowly hooked up. There's real hope for him to recover. Though he couldn't fully stand up yet, he could clearly feel that he was slowly regaining sensation in his legs. It wasn't just a physical miracle, it was a mental breakthrough. He looked down at the silver needle in his hand, his heart beating wildly. Maybe I can actually use acupuncture to get my legs back completely. For the first time in 3 years, he truly saw hope. Not enough, try the right leg too. With excitement, Li Muyang did not hesitate to lift his silver needle again. His technique was more skillful than before, accurately piercing into the corresponding several acupoints on his right leg. Buzz. A tingling sensation spread up his meridians, and in just a few seconds, he noticed a change. He tried to bend his knees slightly, and then his eyes snapped wide. Moving. He did just feel it. Both legs can move. It was only an extremely small movement, but to him it was an unspeakable miracle. 3 years. 3 whole years. Countless disappointments, countless times of despair, all efforts in modern medicine have come to naught. But now, he had actually broken the despair of the past with just a few silver needles? Li Muyang was so excited that his fists clenched and his chest rose and fell violently, wishing to jump up immediately to try to see how much he had recovered. But then, in a whirlwind, a feeling of extreme exhaustion swept over him viciously like a tidal wave. Too tired. It was as if his body had been hollowed out, and he felt strained to even move a single finger. Immediately afterward, the hunger pang slammed into him, and his stomach ached as if it were on fire, protesting vehemently against his neglect of his body.
I have to eat something first.
Li Muyan laboriously raised his hand, wanting to pick up the phone to order takeout, but just after his fingertips touched the screen, the sky turned in front of his eyes, and his consciousness was instantly pulled into the darkness.
Bang!
His cell phone slipped from his hand with a soft thud, while he himself passed right out. Right at the moment Li Muyan fell unconscious, on his legs, an unspeakable stench slowly began to emanate. Just then, Wang Kai slowly walked over from the corner. It originally wanted to see what Li Muyan was up to, but just as it got closer, it smelled a pungent stench.
Its nose wrinkled and its face darkened. Woof!
Wang Kai took a violent step backwards, his two doggy eyes instantly widening.
What is this smell?
Its eyes locked onto Li Muyan's leg, only to see a trace of black mist slowly drifting out from his pores, carrying a strong fishy odor.
Wang Kai's face was blue and his dog's nose was smoldering. Toxins from aura stagnation? A flash of disbelief passed through its eyes. It's impossible. In this day and age, the aura has dried up. Where would you get the sludgy toxins? Strange, isn't he the ancestral dragon shelter? Why is it like this?
Wang Kai's brows were locked, his heart filled with disbelief. It knew that Li Muyan's body was sheltered by the power of the ancestral dragon, so it was logical that there shouldn't be a situation of aura stagnation. But the facts in front of it forced it to believe it. As the meridians in Li Muyan's legs were opened, the aura that had been stagnating for years began to flow, and at the same time, the toxins that had been accumulated over the years were discharged. The stench was getting thicker and thicker, and Wang Kai felt himself getting a little dizzy. I can't, if this keeps up, I'll get smoked out too. It shook its head vigorously, barely steadying itself, and endured the unpleasant odor as it stumbled to the window, slamming it open with the last of its strength. Bang! Fresh air poured into the room, but before it could breathe a sigh of relief, its doggy eyes rolled over, and its head directly tilted as it fell to the ground and fainted. In the room, only Li Muyan's sleeping figure and the rising black mist remained.
Chapter 100, What? The aura is coming back? Duh.
Xin Xingxue stared at the cell phone screen, quietly waiting for the other party to connect the video call. Soon, the screen flashed and a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses appeared in the frame. He wore a white doctor's robe, and in the background was an antique herbalist's room with various herbs and medical books hanging on the walls.
Miss Shun?
Li Ziyan's face carried an obvious surprise, his expression first lurched, then suddenly widened his eyes, and in the next second, blurted out.
Miss Shun, I didn't expect you to be falling snow hearing frost. The corners of Xin Xingxue's mouth rose slightly, with a bit of self-respect, gently Isn't that, Nightlan Star?
Before Li Ziyan could finish his words, another face suddenly squeezed in on the screen.
Su Xinglan wrapped her arm around Xin Xingxue's shoulders and stared viciously at Li Ziyan, with a few provocations in her tone. It's this young lady, what's wrong? You have an opinion? Li Ziyan was startled by Su Xinglan's aura, then bitterly laughed and shook his head. I should have thought of it. You too, falling snow and hearing frost, Nightlan Star, the names are also obvious, I actually didn't react. Xin Xingxue gently patted Su Xinglan's hand, signaling her to stop, then said with a straight face, Li Ziyan, I'm looking for you for a serious matter. About the matter of you asking that handsome host of the Frost Glaze Inc. Rhyme, live broadcasting room to play, can you tell me about it in detail? As soon as he heard this question, Li Ziyan's expression immediately became serious. He sat up straight, pushed his glasses, and said in a grave tone, It's like this, Miss Xin, you also know that our Li family has practiced medicine for 3 generations. Recently, my grandfather encountered an extremely difficult patient. What patient?
Xin Xingxue frowned, her intuition telling her that this matter was by no means simple. Li Ziyan slowly sighed, his face getting heavier and heavier. That patient's whole body tendons and veins are blocked, not only his limbs, but his organs and meridians are also blocked. Grandpa and father were at their wits' end, and Grandpa said that only a lost golden needle stabbing method could possibly cure it. Xin Xingxue was slightly stunned. Gold needle stabbing points? Doesn't your grandfather know how to do that? She knew the old man of the Li family, and had heard that the old man of the Li family had amazing medical skills when he was young, especially in acupuncture and moxibustion, which was an extraordinary attainment. However, Li Ziyan shook his head with a bitter smile. Miss Xin, you don't know, golden needle acupuncture points are not that easy to learn. My grandfather studied all his life before he learned the first needle of the golden needle acupuncture point, Fengchun needle.
Fengchun needle? Su Xinglan cocked his head, clearly not quite understanding these Chinese medicine terms.
Li Ziyan explained, Fengchun needle is the first stage of the 9 revolutions needle technique. It is mainly used to regulate the body and restore essence. It is considered to be the most basic needle. But to treat a condition where the tendons and veins are completely blocked, Fengchun needle alone is not enough.
Xin Xingxue thoughtfully, so, your grandfather means that he needs the second stage of acupuncture? Right. Li Ziyan's eyes became sharp as he said solemnly, it has to be the second needle, the vein opening needle. Su Xinglan listened to the clouds, but Xin Xingxue instantly understood. You mean that anchor Li Muyang, he will open the pulse needle?
Li Ziyan took a deep breath, his eyes flickering with shock and awe. It's not just me who thinks so, it's my grandfather himself who admitted it. As soon as these words were uttered, Xin Xingxue and Su Xinglan's eyes widened at the same time.
Your grandfather admitted it himself? Li Ziyan nodded, his gaze extremely serious. I just showed Grandpa the video of Li Muyan's needle application in the live broadcast, and he saw it at a glance. He said that it was definitely the vein opening needle technique.
Xin Xingxue bit her lower lip and pondered for a moment.
Su Xinglan, on the other hand, couldn't help but mutter, what's going on lately? There are more and more of these strange and bizarre illnesses?
I've heard that the upper circles are discussing it. Li Ziyan's expression became more serious, he hesitated and lowered his voice. Two young ladies, let me tell you something, you must not spread it out.
Xin Xingxue and Su Xinglan looked at each other and said in unison, what is it?
Li Ziyan's voice was low, with a hint of caution. During this period of time, my grandfather secretly investigated these sick people who had gotten sick, and it turned out that they had one thing in common.
Xin Xingxue frowned, what common ground? Li Ziyan said word for word, they have all been attacked by wild beasts.
Beast? Both women stared in surprise at the same time.
Su Xinglan said incredulously, it's not right, is it? Since it was a beast attack, why is everyone's illness different?
Some have blocked tendons and veins, some have reversed qi and blood flow, and others are even unconscious.
Li Ziyan slapped his thigh and spoke in an eager tone,
the outward manifestations of the disease are just different, but the cause of the disease is all one.
Li Ziyan continued, this kind of disease is not recorded in modern medicine or ordinary Chinese medicine texts, only in our Li family's ancestral ancient texts, there is a similar description. What description? Xin Xingxue asked in a low voice.
Li Ziyan's throat knots rolled, his voice carrying a hint of trembling. Ancient books say that some kind of energy caused the blockage of the tendons and veins.
Some kind of energy? Su Xinglan became even more puzzled. What kind of energy is so powerful? It can also block one's tendons and veins? Xin Xingxue's expression, however, became unusually grave. She whispered, I think it might be aura. Aura? Su Xinglan sucked in a mouthful of cold air, his voice unconsciously raising an octave. You mean that stuff from metaphysical novels?
Xin Xingxue nodded, her tone low. My father told me a few days ago that something marvelous might happen recently, and told me not to go out casually.
I eavesdropped on his phone calls with the ones at the top and heard them mention the word aura. It's still top secret, so you guys mustn't pass it on.
Su Xinglan's expression became complicated as she muttered, no wonder the top has been promoting weight loss, exercise, 8-to-1 brocade, and Taoist culture and whatnot recently.
Is it hard to believe that it's all about paving the way for the revival of aura? Li Ziyan nodded, his tone heavy, it's very likely. My grandfather said that the ancient books recorded that in the early stage of aura recovery, the human body would experience various symptoms because it was unable to adapt to the impact of the aura. Those who were attacked by wild beasts could be because the beasts contained aura within their bodies, causing their tendons and veins to be blocked by the aura. Xin Xingxue was silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up at Li Ziyan. That anchor, Li Muyan, why do you think he knows how to open the vein needle? Could it be that he also knows about auras? Li Ziyan shook his head, I'm not sure about this.
But my grandfather said that Li Muyan's needling technique is very old, even more complete than our Li family's inheritance.
If he really knows the vein opening needle, then his background is definitely not simple. Chapter 101, Today is another beautiful day. Su Xinglan frowned, his tone tinged with a bit of worry. If it's really an aura revival, wouldn't this world be in chaos? What about the ordinary people? Will those beasts become more dangerous?
Xin Xingxue sighed, a hint of helplessness in her tone. This is why the above has been secretly preparing. The aura recovery is irreversible, we can only try to adapt as much as possible. However, the most important thing right now is to find Li Muyang and ask him what's going on with his needle technique. Li Ziyan nodded, his tone firm, I will contact him as soon as possible. If he can really cure that patient, then his needle technique might be able to help more people. Su Xinglan suddenly laughed, a few hints of flirtation in his tone. I didn't expect, Li Ziyan, that you, a young master from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, would actually seek help from an anchor.
Li Ziyan let out a bitter smile, there's no way, who let others be better than me?
Besides, in this situation now, one more capable person is one more hope.
Xin Xingxue nodded, her gaze firm, then let it be so.
Li Ziyan, contact Li Muyang as soon as possible, our side will also find a way to investigate the matter of the aura. If there are any new discoveries, feel free to get in touch.
Good. Li Ziyan nodded solemnly.
After hanging up the video call, Xin Xingxue leaned back in her chair and let out a long breath.
Su Xinglan came over and wrapped his arm around her shoulders, asking softly,
Xingxue, do you really feel that the aura has revived? Xin Xingxue nodded, a hint of complexity in her tone. Although it sounds fantastical, all signs indicate that it could be true. We have to get ready for a whole new world. Su Xinglan was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled, that's not bad, maybe we can cultivate into immortals too. Xin Xingxue was amused by her and gently patted her hand, you just know how to think about this. The two of them smiled at each other, but behind their smiles, there was a hint of unspeakable worry hidden. Whether the world of Aura Revival is a blessing or a curse, no one can predict. Early morning sunlight poured into the room through the gaps in the curtains, the golden light falling softly on the bed. Li Muyang opened his eyes in a daze, and his first reaction was to reach out and touch the cell phone at the bedside and light up the screen. He glanced over. Shen Shuangli was still asleep, and the system showed that she would sleep for at least another 2 or 3 hours.
Everything was fine at her place last night without anyone bothering him, which was a relief.
Putting down his phone, he subconsciously stretched, only to frown just as he moved. There was an indescribable stench in the air, so smoky that he almost didn't gripe himself.
What's going on?
Li Muyang sniffed with a face full of disgust and frowned as he looked around the room for the source of the stench. Soon, his eyes fell to his legs. Black residue, densely covering his skin, emitted a strong, fishy odor. His eyes snapped open and his heartbeat spiked.
Last night. Wasn't a dream?
Li Muyang incredulously reached out his hand and gently pressed on his leg.
An unprecedentedly real sense of touch entered his mind, and he clearly felt a tingling sensation in his legs. Not only that, he could even feel blood slowly flowing under his skin, and that long-lost breath of life made him so excited that he almost didn't cry out. Really? Really feel it?
His voice was trembling, and his fingers carefully gripped his thighs as he tried to move them slightly.
Surprisingly, it actually moved.
Though still stiff and still unable to even lift his feet, this was the first time in 3 years that he had actively allowed his legs to produce movement.
In an instant, excitement, ecstasy, disbelief, and various other emotions were intertwined, ruthlessly hitting his heart. Ha 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 ha. Holy. Not a dream. It really wasn't a dream.
Li Muyang's laughter was filled with long-suppressed excitement, even with a slight choking. 3 years. 3 years. Since the death of his parents, his world has become gray, a pair of legs completely become a set, suffered cold eyes and ridicule. He has long been accustomed to his only wheelchair, accustomed to every day by playing games to spend their days.
But now, hope has emerged.
Li Muyang tried to take a deep breath in an attempt to calm himself down a little.
Just then, Gollum.
The clear growl of his stomach broke his excitement and made him freeze violently. It was then that he recalled that last night he had passed out from starvation straight away. I'll throw, excitement is excitement, eat first. Li Muyang hurriedly opened the takeout software and casually ordered his favorite breakfast. After ordering, he looked at his legs covered in black dirt and sniffed the acrid odor in the air, and couldn't help but frown. Go take a shower first or you're going to smoke yourself. Li Muyang skillfully maneuvered his wheelchair and entered the bathroom, thoroughly rinsing himself from head to toe. The warm water flow washed away the black stains on his body, and Li Muyang could clearly feel that his skin was smoother than ever, and even had a wonderful feeling of being slightly warm. After taking a shower and changing into a clean outfit, his whole body was refreshed and revitalized. I had just stepped out of the shower when the delivery boy called.
Your takeout has been delivered. Okay. Li Muyang wiped his wet hair and pushed his wheelchair to the door to get food.
As soon as the takeout bag was brought in, he couldn't wait to unwrap it and wolf it down in 3 tries. After finishing one, he licked his lips and touched his stomach, surprised he wasn't full.
What's wrong with this body? Appetite so much bigger? He sighed helplessly and had to order another takeout.
It was while he was waiting for his second takeout that he finally remembered something.
Where's Wang Kai?
He looked around subconsciously, then his eyes settled on the window only to see the husky Wang Kai lying on all fours on the ground. The window was half knocked out by it, its head drooping, looking like it was about to ascend to heaven.
The corner of Li Muyang's mouth twitched viciously. This stupid dog couldn't have lived too long and tried to kill himself, could he?
Breathlessly, he pushed his wheelchair over, picked up the back of Wang Kai's neck, and shook him from side to side twice. Hey!
Dead dog, wake up! Wang Kai didn't move a muscle, only his ears twitched.
Li Muyang narrowed his eyes and nonchalantly slapped his dog's head twice hard against it.
Snap! Pop!
Wang Kai snapped his eyes open and screamed miserably as he struggled back and forth.
Li Muyang's eyes were disgusted. What did you do yesterday? Why are you lying on the ground early in the morning pretending to be dead?
Wanted whimpered twice and cringed, his eyes staring at him grudgingly.
Woof! Woof your ass!
Li Muyang rolled his eyes and slapped it on the head again, sending it straight back to the ground.
Wang Kai flopped helplessly on the ground and licked his nose in aggravation. Li Muyang was too lazy to care about this stupid dog. He threw the leftover takeout box he just ate in front of it. Don't make noise in the morning. Here are some leftover bones, you eat first.
Wang Kai sniffed and decisively began to gnaw on the bone. The aggravation he felt just now instantly left behind. Only then did Li Muyang turn around with satisfaction, pushing his wheelchair back to his computer and opening the live streaming software. Staring at the interface bouncing on the screen, the corner of his mouth hooked into a bad smile. Hey! While there's still time, let's get a little bit more of the plot of The Insider's eldest brother, Yi Lingxiao. No one reads it in the morning, just in time to finish more and run. Let them scold Big Brother for a while, and then let them cry when it's reversed.
I'm such a good person.
Li Muyang cheerfully opened the live broadcast, adjusted the state, ready to meet the fans of the stormy weather.
Today, another beautiful day. Chapter 102 Answer Me.
The early morning sunlight poured into the room, and the interplay of light and shadow on the computer screen reflected Li Muyang's focused expression.
The digital pen in his hand slid quickly across the screen, sketching familiar outlines with a single stroke.
There weren't many people in the live room. After all, it was only morning, most people were still sleeping in or going to work or class, and only a portion of the die-hard fans were still silently waiting. Li Muyang had thought that today would be a quiet day, but he didn't expect.
Ding! An announcement popped up abruptly, taking over the entire live broadcast interface.
Congratulations to Li, who has been practicing medicine for 3 generations, for becoming the governor of the live broadcast. Immediately afterward, the Super Rocket X10 reward notification frantically swiped the screen, and a screen full of special effects exploded in the live broadcast room, like a brilliant fireworks feast that impacted everyone's vision.
Li, who has practiced medicine for 3 generations, hey, good morning, anchor.
Li Muyang's hand shook, almost pulling the lines on the screen directly askew. He froze for a second, then snapped back to memory.
Isn't this little Li, who has been practicing medicine for 3 generations, the one who let himself be seen and administered the needles last night? He clearly didn't agree to it at the time, and then the guy just swiped 10 super rockets? The pop-ups in the livestream instantly rolled up wildly. Governor? 10 rockets? Big Brother magnificent. Are herbalists so rich these days? Anchor, you answer back, the big boys are dropping money. What happened yesterday? Who's going to explain it to me? Why,
Li Muyang's mouth corner twitched, put down the pen in his hand, and helplessly said to the live broadcast camera that,
Xiaolia, I really can't help you, I'm just a painting anchor, I won't cure the disease. You can find me to refund the money, I will immediately return to you.
As soon as the words left his mouth, little Li, who had practiced medicine for 3 generations, sent out a pop-up. Don't worry, anchor, I'm rewarding you because I like your paintings, and I believe that where there's sincerity, there's strength.
The pop-ups blew up again. Big Brother's words have a deep meaning.
Do you guys have the feeling that little Li Big Brother has no intention of letting the anchor go?
This is a tough guy, ha 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 ha.
Where money goes, goldsmiths go.
Hey, is anyone paying attention to me? What happened last night?
Immediately after that, falling snow listening to Frost, SID appeared in the pop-up. Lord play the heart, this amount of money is nothing to him, Li Zian.
The atmosphere in the live room instantly boiled over. Hey! I can't believe Fuki's still here. She hung out on the air last night and didn't leave? Guarded my husband's live room all night? Love it. It's pure love. It's pure love. No one's talking to me? What the hell happened last night? What? Who is this Li Zian? Is there any big hangers-on to give a popularization? I'll do it.
Li Zian, 3 generations of medical family, grandfather is a national treasure of Chinese medicine, a lifetime dedicated to the inheritance and innovation of traditional Chinese medicine, has given countless big names to see the doctor. Respected father is a Chinese medicine master, specializing in difficult cases, known as the modern Huatua, and Li Zian himself, but also at a young age to take the doctor of traditional Chinese medicine, and he is well known in Chinese medicine circles, both at home and abroad. The live feed was filled with awe. Li Zian has such a hard background? That anchor, you're afraid you can't hide this time. What kind of fairy family is this? Desperate, I feel like what happened last night doesn't matter. Such an impressive background? That is indeed no shortage of money. In that case, feel free to do as you please. Li Muyang sighed, he was truly helpless now. He can't refuse to accept money when someone rushes to give it to him, can he? Forget it. I'll just keep painting. He shook his head and picked up the digitizer again, focusing on drawing today's comic update. Soon, the plot of eldest brother Yi Lingxiao appeared. In the image, Xin Shuangli was attempting to open the sect protector formation while eldest senior brother Yi Lingxiao's figure was blocking the front of the formation. His face was pale, his eyes were deep, and a flash of complex emotions surfaced under his eyes. And then, he unexpectedly drew his sword without hesitation. Yi Lingxiao! What are you doing? Xin Shuangli's eyes widened as she looked at him incredulously. However, eldest brother did not reply, but the aura on his body steeply became cold and horrible, and in the next second, dead gray lines began to appear on his skin, and the pupils of his eyes became hollow and lifeless, with black gas lingering around them, just like a corpse puppet. He had actually been refined into a corpse puppet and was attacking Xin Shuangli. The pop-ups on the live stream instantly exploded. Big brother is actually a mole? It's impossible. It's impossible for eldest brother to betray. It's so handsome. But why the big brother? Anchor! I have a feeling you're going to knife me again. Anchor, answer me. Look in my eyes. You talk. Li Muyang couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw the crazy scrolling pop-ups, his face filled with a gloating expression. Gee, looks like everyone's excited. He deliberately stretched his voice in a gloating manner. You don't have to pretend. Explain. Is Yi Lingxiao good or bad? Why the hell did he do that? Li Muyang stroked his chin, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. This can't be said now. Oh.
Anchor, you did that on purpose. I can't, I'm going to post a troll in the forums. Quick! Somebody get to the posting drama. Hurry up and change. Watching the fans freak out, Lee Muyan was in an unprecedentedly happy mood. He loved so much to see them cursing themselves while they couldn't help but keep chasing after them. He contentedly stretched a lazy waist, later some then continue to more. As for the real purpose of the big senior brother, well, just wait for you guys to see for yourselves. Lee Muyan glanced at his cell phone. Shin Shuangli would wake up in about an hour or so, and it just so happened that the takeout was about to arrive at this time, so he casually said to the viewers in the live broadcast room, alright, let's just broadcast it here for today, I have to go eat. However, the pop-ups exploded. You pigeonholed me again? You pigeon! My Yiling Xiao. Anchor, you update quickly. No way. You must give an explanation. Old thief. I'm going to Twitter to hang you. Right at this moment, the familiar bounty special effect once again shone on the full screen, and the domineering super rocket special effect rushed up to the sky, followed by an abrupt pop-up screen. 3 generations of medical practitioners. Anchor, don't turn it off. I see that people also quite like your daily routine. Broadcast for a little while longer. The entire broadcast was silent for a second, and then it completely exploded. Big Brother strikes again? I knew that little Big Brother would never let the anchor go. The anchor can't get away with this wave, hahaha. What was even more terrifying was that in the next second, the falling snow, listening to Frost, who had been silent all along, had silently rewarded a treasure map. Chapter 103, still saying you don't know martial arts. The treasure map instantly attracted a large number of onlookers as soon as it appeared, and the number of people in the live broadcast room skyrocketed, directly breaking through the online record. Treasure map? What kind of divine formation is this? Falling Snow Sister has made a move. Anchor, you still dare to shut down the broadcast? Hell! Don't roll with the dirt. I'm suffocating. Lee Muyan looked at the crazy scrolling pop-ups and held his forehead in tears and laughter. You guys are really not letting me rest. He had always felt that although he was good looking, he was definitely not the kind of shockingly handsome, so how had he become so popular? Unbeknownst to him, under the influence of the revived aura, his body had already undergone subtle but astonishing changes. It was difficult for ordinary people to notice, but under the invisible aura, his temperament gradually became transcendent, just like an immortal coming out of a scroll, a kind of dusty, ethereal, but people couldn't help but want to get close to the charm that was quietly enveloping his body. The attraction was something that even he hadn't noticed. Forget it, let it be. Lee Muyang sighed helplessly. I'll go get takeout first and come back later. When he finished, he pushed his wheelchair to get the takeout. At this time, the husky Wankai in the room moved its ears as if it had sensed something and slowly raised its head. Its line of sight landed on the spirit-gathering bead on the table, and its eyes became thievingly bright. Woof! He gave a low bark, his tail wagging. Without Li Muyang's knowledge, this spirit-gathering bead will naturally release a tiny amount of spiritual qi at the same time every day, and Wang Kai has long since developed the habit of rubbing spiritual qi when the time comes. However, Li Muyang didn't even know what was on Wang Kai's mind. He had just returned with takeout when he heard Wang Kai barking, and thought he was craving it, so without hesitation, he reached out, grabbed the husky in one hand, and pressed it in front of the live camera. Alright, stop barking, don't make noise in the morning. Come on, you guys take a look too, this stupid dog just knows how to eat every day. The dog fans on the air instantly exploded. Wang Kai is finally in the picture. Let go of the dog. This stupid dog is your mascot, right? Wang Kai wiggled his ears, looking at the live broadcast on the screen. His black nose snapped on the camera. The entire screen was instantly filled with the dog's nose. What's this one again? It seems to be some kind of voice transmission technique. It seems that the king is still very popular. The next second, the husky grinning a smile, a look of triumph, and even gestured toward the screen, a dog paw pointing. The live audience went crazy with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Holy! This dog's gone to hell, right? Your dog's gone psychic, right? Li Muyan looked at this scene and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Alright, don't spoil it, it's just a silly dog. Wanted immediately jumped off the table and ran back to the corner, muttering something like he was a little disgruntled. Li Muyan also ignored it, opened the takeout, and began to wolf down his food. Xin Xingxue leaned on the soft sofa and gently dialed Li Xian's phone, her fingertips tapping on the desktop, quietly waiting for the other party to connect. The phone quickly connected. Li Xian's voice came from the microphone, with a few points of lethargy and helplessness. Miss Xin, early in the morning, what is your business? Xin Xingxue's tone was indifferent. Li Xian, what exactly are you going to do? Li Xian sighed and pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, his tone slightly helpless. What else can we do? People don't want to, we can't tie them up. Now as a lawful society, my Li family has been practicing medicine for 3 generations, how could I possibly do such a thing? Besides, I, Li Xian, still want to save face. A light laugh came from the other end of the phone, and Su Xinglan, who was obviously listening alongside, nonchalantly snickered. So that's your reason for giving him a crazy bounty?
Hearing her say this, Li Zian was unconcerned and said with a smile, "Money is the most meaningless thing to us." His tone was casual, but it was permeated with an extremely confident undercurrent. But if you can strike a good relationship with Li Muyang, so that he is willing to make a move to administer the needles, that's the most important thing. Also, Xinxingxue said softly, her eyes flickering slightly. Her heart tightened slightly as she thought of some past events she didn't want to remember, and there was a pause before she continued. Once a person is faced with death, how much money will they give up?
The atmosphere in the room sank slightly for a moment, and Su Xinglan, sensing Xinxingxue's change in mood, sidetracked and asked, "So you're going to just keep smashing money?" Meh.
Li Zian let out a light laugh, a hint of wise cunning in his tone. "Just because I'm rich, doesn't mean I'm stupid."
Oh?
Xinxingxue and Su Xinglan both revealed a slightly curious expression. The reward is just the first step. Li Zian spoke in a relaxed tone, but his words were filled with deep thought. This will allow Li Muyang to show more things in the live broadcast, such as his preferences, personality, and living habits.
This is extremely important information for us.
Also, through the live broadcast, we can observe his living condition and even speculate on his address.
Su Xinglan raised his eyebrows, a teasing smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he winked. And then what? After finding his address, you plan to come to the door and kidnap him?
On the other end of the phone, Li Zian was visibly speechless for a moment.
Miss Su. He couldn't help but rub his temples, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Can you not always think of these messy things? I'm a doctor, not a kidnapper. Su Xinglan shrugged his shoulders and smiled innocently. Okay, I'm just saying.
Xinxingxue frowned slightly, her gaze staying on the computer screen, and at this moment, her eyes slightly condensed as she spoke. You guys, Li Muyang seems to be going to the balcony. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and Li Zian immediately returned, opened the live broadcast screen. Xinxingxue had already clicked on the live broadcast in advance, only to see that in the screen, Li Muyang pushed his wheelchair and slowly moved to the balcony, then stood up with difficulty, holding onto the railing as if adapting to his legs that had regained their senses.
The anchor stands up? Aha, my husband can finally stand up? What a miracle scene this is. Changwei.
And you say you don't know martial arts?
You've stitched yourself up.
The pop-ups in the live broadcast room rolled wildly, and it was clear that the audience had blown up, while the three of them, Xinxingxue, stared intently at the background of the balcony on the screen.
Pause the live feed. Li Zian said decisively.
Xinxingxue clicked the mouse a few times to zoom in, and sure enough, through the balcony parapet, the environment of the neighborhood and the surrounding buildings could be vaguely seen.
Chapter 104, Believe in Science. This is... Su Xinglan slightly squinted his eyes, looking at the blurred outlines of those tall buildings. Feel a little familiar? Li Zian pondered for a moment and said, Mission, doesn't your family have a real estate company? Let them compare the surrounding buildings, this neighborhood, I guess they can find it.
Xinxingxue nodded, directly took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Check the residential areas around these tall buildings for me, and see how many eligible neighborhoods there are. The person on the other end of the phone immediately answered, Missy, I'll give you news within 10 minutes.
Su Xinglan whistled and laughed. It's really worthy of being the Shin family's eldest miss, this efficiency.
Xinxingxue looked indifferent. In the information age, things that can be solved with money are not considered troublesome. Li Zian gave a low laugh, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. If we can lock down the address, when the time comes, we can arrange a chance encounter. But
Su Xinglan asked with interest, how is it a chance encounter? It's simple.
Li Zian pushed up his glasses, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Since Li Muyang's legs are recovering, he will always go out in order to test his legs. We just need to arrange for someone to stand guard in that neighborhood. We will always bump into them.
Xinxingxue nodded gently. Then we will be able to see him soon. He seems to be exercising.
In the middle of the live broadcast, Li Muyang is holding a clothesline pole and gesturing from side to side, and he doesn't know what he's doing, but it's just extremely dashing, and he's watching the pop-ups with a burst of cake towards.
Su Xinglan blinked. It sounds like a big net, step by step, leading him into the bureau. This is called strategy.
Li Zian said in a nonchalant tone. Moreover, it's also respect for him.
Xinxingxue looked at the screen, her gaze deep. I hope he won't be too stubborn.
Su Xinglan looked at her, suddenly a little jealous. My Xue, you wouldn't
already be interested in him, right? Xinxingxue glanced at her. How can I still distinguish clearly between online and offline? Su Xinglan cocked her head and said with a light hum, is that so? It's the first time I've seen you so attached to a man. It's definitely you. I don't believe it. Watch the move. Oops. Starland.
Xinxingxue began to laugh and joke with Su Xinglan, and Li Zian hurriedly coughed. Anyway, that's it for now, you guys play. Li Zian hurriedly hung up the phone, lest he see something he shouldn't be able to see and be killed by the Shin family and the Su family teaming up.
Quickly, though, he reacted. Why was Su Xinglan by Xinxingxue's side early in the morning? It's hard to believe that she slept with Xinxingxue last night. Is bromance so good?
Li Zian scared twice. As a doctor, he had seen so many strange and weird things. What a mountain of preconceptions in the minds of men. Li Muyang didn't realize that his every move had been watched by the three divine magnates. He only felt that his recent luck was a bit too good, the live streaming bounty skyrocketed, the enthusiasm of the audience was ridiculously high, and even his casual workout could cause a furor. After his workout, he returned to his room from the balcony and casually pulled a towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead, glancing at the pop-ups on the live stream in the process.
Sure enough, the pop-ups had blown up. The anchor stands up? Anchor, you can actually stand up? Didn't you say you were completely paralyzed before? Ow, my husband has finally recovered. Quickly! Did the mystical acupuncture work? What's going on? Didn't the anchor stick needles in all the dogs before? Now he's pretending he can't? What's the difference between this and the Taoist priest who said, "Believe in science," and then turned around and jumped off the third floor? The corner of Li Muyan's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but laugh. Ahem. People don't take it out of context. He rubbed his nose and said with a serious face, "Actually, my leg wasn't completely lame before, it was just nerve damage, and recently, my body may have slowly recovered, so I was able to stand up a bit." You guys can't make any wild associations, this definitely has nothing to do with any acupuncture. However, the pop-ups were clearly not convinced. Oh, Anchor, do you believe it yourself? If you're really recovering slowly, why did you recover today? Did you sneak a needle in yesterday behind our backs? Anchor, I don't know acupuncture. The next moment I pull out a silver needle and poke myself in the thigh. Wang Kai can be zapped by you, how can this be fake? Li Muyan was amused by the pop-ups and simply snorted, looking like, "I'll pretend I didn't hear it if you guys say anything." Okay, enough of this bull. He looked at the time and casually said, "See you tonight." Then his hand rose and directly turned off the live broadcast. The live feed instantly wailed. "Anchor, you pigeon." It was hard to get close, but it turned out to be to turn off the live broadcast? Husband. Come back. Woohoo, I haven't seen enough of the anchor's handsome body. So annoying. Waiting for the night will take hours again. However, Li Muyang didn't look at it again, he casually pushed the mouse and stretched, then pushed his wheelchair towards the bathroom. The water clattered and the heat steamed and soon filled the entire bathroom. Li Muyang let the warm water flow wash over his body, washing away the sweat from the training, and also washing away all the distracting thoughts in his head along with it. To be honest, he was a bit skeptical himself, was he really so powerful with this handful of acupuncture techniques? But it's not like you have fake legs. Reason told him that such things were too arcane. Just by relying on a silver needle, you can restore consciousness to your legs that have been crippled for 3 years? This is just a bit beyond comprehension. Genlock is that good? Forget it, whatever. Li Muyang shook his head to dry the water droplets on his hair, casually wrapped a bath towel around it, and walked back to his room. He lay back down on the bed and casually took the gaming helmet, put it on his head and pressed the start button. Lincoln. Dead head. Link begins. In an instant, the world went blank, and Li Muyang's consciousness flew downward, traversing into the Qianyuan realm. At the same time, the husky Wang Kai lying on the side of the bed opened his eyes, his ears moved slightly, then slowly approached Li Muyang's helmet. A faint wisp of aura spilled out from the cracks of the helmet. Wang Kai's dog nose shrugged slightly, a hint of enjoyment appearing in his eyes. Time for the king's aura. It consciously got down, as if basking in the sun, comfortably rubbing against the floor, adjusting its posture, and began to absorb these overflowing auras. For a while, the room was so quiet that only the soft sound of the wind blowing the curtains remained, while Wang Kai closed his eyes, his tail wagging slightly, with a satisfied look of, "This king is going to suck his fill today." At this moment, Li Muyang, who had already descended into the Qianyuan realm, was completely unaware that his own dog was rubbing against the aura. Chapter 105 A maiden's blush is better than all the love words in the world. Xin Shuangli woke up from a patch of warmth, her consciousness gradually returning, she felt that she was being gently encircled by someone, and her mind instantly went blank. Her heartbeat suddenly sped up, pounding and pounding like a drum, shaking her entire chest slightly. What's going on? She snapped her eyes open, only to find that she was actually lying in the arms of her senior, who, with his eyes closed, seemed to be cultivating, with a hint of tranquility on his face and his breathing steady and long. Xin Shuangli instantly felt like her brain was completely down, her entire body froze in place, her cheeks instantly bursting red, even the redness burned all the way to the tips of her ears, and even her neck was tinted with a faint scarlet color. She actually slept in her senior's arms all night? What the hell is going on here? She tried to recall, and vaguely remembered that last night she was still conversing with her seniors, but then for some reason she felt a burst of fatigue, her eyelids were so heavy that she couldn't open them at all, and in a blur of consciousness she seemed to rely on some warm place, and then she slept through the night to the present day? What to do? Xin Shuangli's mind instantly exploded with countless thoughts. Should I hurry up and get up? But the problem was that her head was currently resting on her senior's chest, and with the slightest movement she could feel his firm muscles and warm body heat, and her arm seemed to be accidentally resting on his waist, in a position so ambiguous that it made her so ashamed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground. But if you don't get up, will you look like you enjoy being hugged by your senpai? Shin Shuangli's face turned even redder, almost as if it was about to burn. What to do, what to do, what to do?
Her heart was already beating wildly and completely uncontrollably, and she even wondered if the sound of her violent heartbeat would wake up her senpai. Shin Shuangli tentatively gently moved her shoulders, wanting to slowly move away from her predecessor's arms, but just as she moved, her fingers slightly touched his lapel. The material was soft and smooth, but it carried a refreshing fragrance, instantly making her even more flustered.
No, no, no. If I wake up Senior, will he think I'm a frivolous woman?
She immediately dared not move again. Her entire body stiffened as if she were a statue, not even daring to breathe too hard.
And yet just then,
Shin Shuangli suddenly noticed that her predecessor had slightly opened her eyes. Her heart skipped a beat, her breathing stopped momentarily, and she could even clearly hear her blood pouring out. Shin Shuangli didn't dare to move, and even subconsciously closed her eyes, pretending that she was still in a deep sleep, but her heart had already exploded.
Finished. Did the seniors find out?
However, in the next second, Li Muyang's gaze fell on her face, then reached out and stroked her forehead, saying in a slightly puzzled tone,
"What's the matter? Your face is so red, do you have a fever?"
Shin Shuangli's heart plummeted. Her body instantly stiffened, an almost paralyzing tingling sensation instantly spreading from her forehead to her entire body, and she could even feel the warmth of senpai's palms seeping through her skin, causing her to breathe even more rapidly.
She was utterly afraid to move.
At this moment, Shin Shuangli's cheeks were so red that they were almost dripping blood, her heart was beating wildly in her chest, and her thoughts were already completely confused.
What to do, what to do, what to do? She felt like she was going to pass out. But the next moment,
a line of system tips suddenly appeared in front of Li Muyang's eyes.
Shin Shuangli pretending to be asleep.
He froze slightly, and then the corners of his mouth curled into a smile.
Is it fun to pretend to be asleep in front of my father? Shin Shuangli.
Her heart snapped, her breathing stopped completely, and her entire body instantly stiffened like stone.
It's over, it's been discovered.
Unable to pretend any longer, she snapped her eyes open and scrambled hastily to her feet, even nearly stepping on the hem of her skirt and falling.
I'm sorry to seniors. Frosty. Frosty didn't mean it.
Shin Shuangli was incoherent, her voice trembled terribly, even her movements were a bit flustered, standing up straight in a panic, her hands placed in front of her body in a regular manner, her head lowered. She didn't dare to look at Li Muyang's face at all.
Frosty. Frosty accidentally fell asleep last night. It really wasn't on purpose.
Her voice got smaller and smaller, almost becoming a gnat by the end. Li Muyang couldn't help but lose his smile as he watched her face turn red, and she was so nervous that she was at a loss for words.
I didn't say anything, what are you so nervous about?
Last night you broke through the foundation establishment, the aura combed and repaired itself, and the loss of consciousness was justifiable. Shin Shuangli's fingertips trembled and she took a deep breath, but she still didn't dare to raise her head.
She didn't dare to look at her predecessor's face.
He was too handsome. Unlike the immortal style of unusual cultivators, his temperament was more like an exiled immortal in the sky, warm yet with a trace of mystery and detachment if any. That kind of temperament is like the snow of the mountains that has existed for ages, distant and untouchable, so that people do not dare to look directly at it.
And yourself?
A sudden feeling of inferiority was born in her heart. She was nothing more than a doomed female cultivator, and although her appearance was considered good, she was still far worse than a true fairy.
And the predecessor. He is too dazzling to make the hearts of the people.
Shin Shuangli felt like an ugly duckling, standing next to a swan, looking extraordinarily small. Seeing her formal appearance, Li Muyang didn't continue to tease her and said in a casual tone, "All right, you go and wash up first."
Shin Shuangli was as if she was greatly pardoned, immediately bowing her head and saluting, her voice as thin as a mosquito, "Yes, senior."
When she finished, she turned around almost as if she were running away, and only after walking quickly aside did she let out a sigh of relief and reach up to cover her about to explode cheeks.
Aha!
Shin Shuangli's heart cried out frantically, so ashamed that she was about to die. Li Muyang felt to feel a burst of comfort. The blush of the young girl is better than all the love words in the world. This face pinch of my own is truly awesome. For Shin Shuangli's shyness, Li Muyang thinks this is very normal. Love affair, see yourself this cyber boyfriend, not shy to be strange. Li Muyang swept his gaze around, and in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh that the details of this VR game were too well done. He crouched down, picked up a piece of debris with his hand, and scrutinized it. There were some vague runes engraved on the stone, and although they were worn down to the point where they were barely visible, the ancient power contained within them could still be felt.
The runes on this stone should be remnants of a formation from the Lu Yun sword sect, right?
Li Muyang walked over to a collapsed stone pillar again and reached out to touch the cracks on the pillar. There was a faint glimmer coming from the cracks, as if something was flickering in the depths. He tried tapping the stone pillar with his fingertips, and a low humming sound came from it, as if in response to his touch. The interactive design of this game is too awesome.
Li Muyang couldn't help but marvel.
After tidying herself up, Shin Shuangli looked at Li Muyang's actions and asked softly, "Senior, are you
looking for something?" "Nothing, just looking around."
Li Muyang dropped the rubble in his hands and said with a smile, after a boss battle, it's natural to clean up the battlefield, let's go, let's clean up. Yes, elder. Xin Shuangli said respectfully, although he didn't know what the boss battle was, but what the seniors said must be right, and it was better for him not to ask too many questions.
Chapter 106 Zhao Yuanzhou's Vicious Thoughts. The Wuji sect wasn't far from Mount Luyun.
The peaks were like swords, the spiritual mist was dazzling, and the entire sect was shrouded in the rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth, appearing incomparably mysterious. In front of the main hall, an imposing statue stood, a statue of the Wuji sect's founding ancestor, his stance erect, his gaze looking down on the living world, majestic and incomparable. And in the depths of the great hall, Taoist Qian Shao sat cross-legged with a faint spiritual light wrapped around his body, his expression deep and deep as if he was pondering something. Zhao Yuanzhou slowly walked into the hall, his face pale and his gait slightly weak, the aftermath of his dantian being wasted made his breath weak.
At this moment, how could he have any of his previous vigor? He looked like a wastrel who had been trampled on. Taoist Qian Shao looked at this disciple of his and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the end, it's still the disciple you brought up. He is not unaware of Zhao Yuanzhou's character, and he also knows that he is a prince of extravagance and deep heart when he was in the mundane world, but the talent is there. Zhao Yuanzhou's cultivation talent is extremely high, and his heart is also ruthless enough. The cultivation world has always been the success of the king loses the enemy. As long as Zhao Yuanzhou can rise, even if he is stubborn and bad character, it is not harmless. Furthermore, Zhao Yuanzhou was after all the crown prince, and there was a mortal dynasty involved behind him, so if he could take this opportunity to let the power of the Wuji sect penetrate into the mortal dust, it would be a great thing for the sect. Just now that the dantian is destroyed and his cultivation is lost, and I have no way to help him recover, this is the most tricky thing. Taoist Qian Shao sighed in his heart, but kept his face calm and said indifferently, it's fine if something is stolen by the Black Knight sword thief, it's good that the person is fine. Zhao Yuanzhou lowered his head, his eyes flickered for a moment, and a few ashamed looks appeared on his face as he respectfully said, disciple is incompetent, and has failed his master's expectations. Taoist Qian Shao waved his hand and didn't look deeper. Of course he knew that things weren't that simple, although the Black Knight sword pirates were strong, they weren't strong enough to land Zhao Yuanzhou in such a sorry state. It was just that Zhao Yuanzhou himself didn't want to say, so Taoist Qian Shao didn't bother to ask more. Next time don't act recklessly. Taoist Qian Zhao's tone carried a few admonitions, and then with a wave of his sleeve robe, an aura flew into Zhao Yuanzhou's arms. Zhao Yuanzhou hurriedly caught it and realized that it was a jade pendant containing body protection spiritual power, which was worth a lot of money. This caused a trace of joy to flash through his eyes, and he hurriedly saluted Taoist Qian Shao, many thanks, master. However, despite the respectful surface, Zhao Yuanzhou's heart was far from as calm as it appeared. Xin Shuangli and the seniors behind her. His fingertips unconsciously tightened their grip on the jade pendant as his mind recalled the previous encounter. That night that humiliated him beyond measure, he was ruthlessly humiliated by Xin Shuangli and that mysterious senior, and even the belongings he had on him were gone, and in the end, he could only plant it all on the Black Knight sword thief to barely save his face. This revenge, I must avenge. Zhao Yuanzhou stood respectfully beside Taoist Qian Shao on the surface, but in reality, he was already secretly plotting in his mind. Although Master Qian Shao Taoist was a god transformation cultivator, he might not be able to defeat that mysterious senior behind Xin Shuangli. After all, that senior's aura was able to shake the master's qi and blood, so it was evident that that person was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. But I, Wuji sect, still have an old ancestor. A deep light flashed in Zhao Yuanzhou's eyes. The Wuji sect's old ancestor, who was a great power at the stage of merging, was always in seclusion and almost didn't ask about the world. Even if something happened to the Wuji sect's disciples, he wouldn't easily take action. However, Zhao Yuanzhou believed that he might be able to lure the old ancestor out of seclusion if he could find the right reason to do so that he could make a move on his behalf. If that senior behind Xin Shuangli was any stronger, could he still be stronger than an old ancestor of the combined stage? The corner of Zhao Yuanzhou's mouth hooked up slightly, a cold smile in his heart, and a gloomy light flashed under his eyes. Even if my cultivation is completely ruined now, I'm still the crown prince, still a core disciple of the Wuji sect, and I still have countless means. Xin Shuangli, I will make you regret it. And that predecessor of yours? Wait for it. Zhao Yuanzhou raised his head, his gaze as respectful as ever, but if one looked closely, one could find the deeply hidden calculations and coldness under his eyes. Taoist Qian Shao closed his eyes to meditate and didn't seem to notice Zhao Yuanzhou's abnormality. He just said faintly, you should grow a lesson yourself in this matter. On the path of cultivation, it's most important not to be hasty. Zhao Yuanzhou hurriedly nodded his head and respectfully said, disciple understands. Taoist Qian Shao slowly opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Yuanzhou, letting out a slight sigh and ultimately not saying anything more. He knew that Zhao Yuanzhou was obedient on the surface, but inwardly he might not really listen to his teachings. This disciple is smart and talented, but he is also too arrogant and has too much heart. But no matter what, Zhao Yuanzhou was ultimately his own disciple. It's just, I hope he can get a grip on himself. Daiwas Qianxiao sighed in his heart and waved his hand. Go, recuperate.
Zhao Yuanzhou respectfully saluted and turned to leave, his footsteps steady and his expression stoic, but the hand in his sleeve slowly tightened, his nails deeply embedded in his palm.
Shen Xuanli. This account, we slowly calculate.
Zhao Yuanzhou walked out of the great hall and looked up towards the depths of the Wuji sect, the perennially cloudy place of retreat, the cave where the Wuji sect's old ancestor was located. A cold smile slowly surfaced at the corner of his lips. Zhao Yuanzhou stood in the depths of the Wuji sect, in front of a pale and majestic mountain peak, looking up at the cloudy cave, secretly pondering in his heart. This was the place where the Wuji sect's old ancestor was in seclusion, the ruins cave. This place was rich in spiritual qi all year round, surrounding a suffocating sense of oppression. Any cultivator who approached would feel a sense of awe and trembling from the depths of their yuanshen. Zhao Yuanzhou stood outside the cave, his complexion somber, a hint of struggle flickering in the bottom of his eyes.
How can we get the old man to make a move?
After pondering for a moment, he finally clenched his teeth and summoned the courage to step forward, mobilizing the weak spiritual energy remaining in his body and transmitting his voice. Old ancestor, disciple Zhao Yuanzhou has something important to report. The sound surged into the cave with the fluctuation of spiritual energy. However, only less than a breath of time had passed before Zhao Yuanzhou felt an invisible force violently pressing down, like a mountain of ancient gods stretching across his divine consciousness, blocking his voice transmission back without any suspense. Zhao Yuanzhou's face turned white as he hastily took several steps back, his chest churning with blood and nearly spewing out a mouthful of blood. He clenched his teeth, a flash of resignation appearing in his eyes.
Old ancestor doesn't even want to talk to me. However, he was not willing to give up just like that, and once again stood firmly, took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and once again transmitted his voice. Old ancestor, disciple has a great matter to report about the survival of the sect. However, this time the result was not any different. As soon as his words fell, the vast sea-like aura crushed down once again, shaking him back and forth, and his entire body nearly fell to the ground. Chapter 107. The greatest treasure of the Luyun sword sect belongs to my Wuji sect. Zhao Yuanzhou gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, a hint of indignation flashing in his eyes. Damn it! Old ancestor doesn't want to care about me at all.
He knew in his heart that he was only a Jindan cultivator who had been wasted in the district, and he couldn't even be considered a mole in the eyes of a merged stage powerhouse. He himself was originally able to be valued because he was expected to impact the god of transformation, but now that his dantian had been destroyed, it was difficult for him to even maintain his cultivation, so naturally, he was even less worthy of the old ancestor's distraction. But Zhao Yuanzhou didn't want to give up. He was still thinking of ways in his mind on how to get the old ancestor's attention. However, just as he was at a loss, a terrifying heaven and earth vision suddenly came from above the Wuji sect.
Boom! Rolling auras rushed up from the direction of the distant flowing cloud mountain, transforming into two raging auras that collided with each other, and the heavens and earth were shaken to the point of humming. The void vaguely trembled, and the entire Wuji sect could clearly feel the terrifying shockwave. Zhao Yuanzhou snapped his head up, a flash of surprise in his eyes. A battle at the level of a transformed god? For a while, the elders and disciples of the Wuji sect walked out of their caves and looked up at the sky with a look of astonishment in their eyes. Daiwas Qianxiao sprinted out from the great hall and looked in the direction of Mount Luyun, his brows furrowed and a touch of gravity on his face. It wasn't just him, the entire top echelon of the Wuji sect had been startled. The blood fiend ancestor had just fallen the other day, and today there are Hierophant cultivators fighting at Mount Luyun? What exactly is in Mount Streaming Cloud? The Flowing Cloud Sword sect had long since been destroyed and occupied by the Xianyin Dark Leaving Bear, and it was only logical that there should no longer be such a strong person engaging in battle. Unless it was a transformation god powerhouse who had broken into the Luyun sword sect hard and fought with that bear. As Zhao Yuanzhou watched this scene, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Here's your chance. He knew very well that he could not impress the old ancestor no matter how softly he tried to persuade him, but if the interests of the clan were involved, it would be a completely different story. He immediately adjusted his mindset and quickly took out a jade slip, inscribing his carefully woven words into it in the most respectful tone. Old ancestor, disciple Zhao Yuanzhou has the audacity to enlighten us. Although the Luyun sword sect has been destroyed, there must still be a treasure hidden in it that is enough to make harmonized spirit cultivators fight for it. If we don't step up this matter, I'm afraid that the treasure will fall into the hands of someone else. I implore the old ancestor to show me the way so that the sect will not lose the good opportunity. The sound transmission jade slip flickered with a faint light and was gently pushed by Zhao Yuanzhou, flying towards the direction of the returning ruins cave. This time, there was no aura crushing down, and no sound transmission being intercepted. The corners of Zhao Yuanzhou's mouth hooked slightly, and a touch of deep meaning appeared in his eyes. Steady. As long as the old ancestor received the jade slip, it meant that he had succeeded. As expected, just a few moments later, Daoist Chuanxiao's figure flashed and landed in front of Zhao Yuanzhou, his face grim. You just summoned the old ancestor, saying that there might be treasures hidden within the Luyun sword sect? Zhao Yuanzhou immediately bowed respectfully, reporting back to master. Disciple did speculate so. Taoist Qianshao stared at him, his gaze deep. Do you know what orders the old ancestor issued?
Zhao Yuanzhou hung his head and respectfully said, "Please ask master for clarification." Taoist Qianshao snorted coldly and said, "The old ancestor has ordered me to immediately lead the disciples of the sect to the Luyun mountain. If there is a leftover supreme treasure within the Luyun sword sect, it must be seized by my Woji sect first. Otherwise, if a bystander gets their hands on it, the old ancestor will have to personally come out and ask my Wuji sect's top and bottom for their sins." When Zhao Yuanzhou heard this, his heart was ecstatic, but his face still maintained a cautious look as he said, "Disciple is willing to go with master and make a small contribution." Taoist Qianshao stared at him for a moment and finally said in a cold voice, "Although your dantian was destroyed, this matter started because of you, so you should also go along."
"Yes." Zhao Yuanzhou respectfully answered, but inside, he was already smiling. This time, Xin Shuangli. "And that predecessor of yours, you guys are afraid that you're going to usher in real trouble." Taoist Qianshao didn't delay and immediately summoned a few Yuaning stage elders within the sect, and together with Zhao Yuanzhou, they swiftly swept off in the direction of Luyun Mountain. Under the night, a group of people broke through the air and stepped on the clouds, heading towards the ruins of the Luyun sword sect. And at this moment, at the Luyun mountain, the aura between heaven and earth was getting more and more violent, the wind and clouds were churning, and the two terrifying auras of the god transformation cultivators were still continuing to collide. On the outskirts of the ruins of the Luyun sword sect, a gloomy wind gusted, and a desolate atmosphere filled the mountains. The once glorious sect was now only a crumbling remnant of the walls, overgrown with weeds and withered trees. The only thing that could be seen was the vaguely visible remnants of the spiritual qi, signaling the place's former splendor. Taoist Qianshao stood in the void, followed by Zhao Yuanzhou and the three Yuaning stage elders. They quietly looked at the battle high in the sky with different expressions. Only to see a huge black giant bear suspended in mid-air, covered in a dense black fog, sharp fangs in the night with a cold light. Every time he swung his claws, he brought up a cold dark shadow, tearing the void. It was surrounded by demonic qi that was churning and cold to the extreme, and it was clearly the Xianing darkly bear that had overrun the ruins of the Luyun sword sect. Its opponent, on the other hand, was a wild sword cultivator with a head full of red hair and a body wrapped in flaming sword qi. This person was holding a long sword, the body of the sword blazing like the sun, and with every swing, rolling flames roared out, burning the sky and the earth to a crimson red. What was even more remarkable was that this sword cultivator was swinging his sword while cursing non-stop under his breath, and the sharpness of his words simply made people wonder how he had survived until now. "Dog, I still can't rule you? You bear cub, are you worthy of spreading your wildness in front of me? You didn't die after taking 3 swords from me? You can take a beating. I'll give you a chance, now kneel down and call your grandfather, and I'll keep you alive." Hearing this familiar scolding, Taoist Qianshao frowned and said in a low voice, "Gu Changqing. Master, you recognize this person?" Zhao Yuanzhou asked. He always felt that this person's style was a bit familiar, a bit like the Black Knight sword thief. "But that's unlikely, isn't it?" Taoist Qianshao nodded with a complicated face. "Who in the Qian Yuan realm doesn't know Gu Changqing, the head of the Red Sky Sword sect? This person has cultivated the sword for 300 years and cursed for 300 years. His mouth is even more poisonous than the sword." Zhao Yuanzhou and several Yuaning elders looked at each other and were all somewhat speechless. But what shocked them was not just Gu Changqing's mouth, but the battle in front of them. Gu Changqing was only at the early stage of god transformation, while that Xianing darkly bear was a great demon at the peak of god transformation. Logically speaking, under the same rank, human cultivators were already at a disadvantage against the demon race, not to mention the early stage against the peak. By common sense, Gu Changqing should have been slapped into mush a long time ago. But the truth was, not only did Gu Changqing not lose, he even vaguely suppressed the Xianing darkly bear. How is this guy possible? Zhao Yuanzhou's heart shook. Taoist Qianshao also looked grave, his gaze flickering slightly. Chapter 108, this matter can't be unrelated to Xin Shuangli. Above the sky, Gu Changqing laughed wildly, his sword power surged steeply, holding the sword with both hands and raising it high above the top. The sword body ignited with monstrous flames, forming a shocking sword shadow and chopping down with a roar. "Stupid bear cub, eat this sword of mine." Boom! The sea of fire swept across the sky and earth, and the berserk sword qi cut through the night sky like a blazing sun falling, reflecting the entire battlefield in a fiery red. The Xianing darkly bear roared angrily, barely holding up a black shield, but it was still torn apart by the sword qi, and the huge bear body flew out upside down, ruthlessly smashing into a mountain peak in the distance, stirring up dust in the sky. "Ha ha 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 ha." Gu Changqing stood with his sword and laughed maniacally, his face full of triumph. "That's it? Still dare to call out to me?" The Xianing darkly bear roared and climbed up, a fierce light in its eyes, as if it wanted to fight again, but at that moment, buzz! An ancient and mysterious power suddenly spread out from the ruins. The originally dead and lightless ruins actually erupted with bright spiritual light in an instant, and dozens of golden lines emerged, interweaving into an incomparable array pattern that instantly covered the entire site. An invisible barrier rose, and terrifying spiritual power fluctuations rippled through the air, as if some kind of long-dormant prohibition had been completely activated. Sect Protector Formation? Daoist Chuanxiao's pupils shrunk and his face changed slightly. The Luyun sword sect even has a protective array? Before those demonic beasts entrenched in the ruins had time to react, they saw a golden sword light emerge out of thin air, as if it possessed self-awareness, instantly penetrating their bodies. Boom boom boom. A demonic beast didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was twisted to pieces in the swordlight. Even as powerful as the Xianing dark leaving bear, the moment it was enveloped by the golden sword light, the black mist on its body was forcibly torn apart, revealing a bare body that was strewn with wounds. Roar! Xianing darkly bear roared. Seeing that the clan protection array had been completely activated, he unexpectedly turned around without hesitation, with his body full of injuries, and rushed into the array with all his strength, and his figure instantly disappeared. When Gu Changqing saw this scene, the smile on his face instantly froze, and in the next second, he turned around and ran away with amazing speed. Gu Changqing. Seeing this, Daoist Xianxiao immediately took a step forward, wanting to stop him. After all, the Wuji sect's purpose was to seize the ruins of the Luyun sword sect, and now that the grand formation was open, outsiders must not be allowed to seize the opportunity. However, Gu Changqing was faster than him and directly turned his head and cursed, "Stop you. I'm not going in to find death. If you guys want a baby, you can go in yourselves." After cursing, his figure flickered and instantly turned into a fiery light, disappearing into the sky. Daoist Chuanxiao's face was unsightly, and several Yuaning elders were also confused. Zhao Yuanzhou looked at the large formation in front of him, and his heart churned with shocking waves. What the hell is going on here? The Luyun sword sect had been destroyed long ago, not even the harmonized god cultivators were left, so how could the sect protector formation suddenly activate? More importantly, Gu Changqing's reaction was just too weird. He was still in high spirits just now, fighting with the Xianing darkly bear, but as soon as the big formation was opened, he even ran away directly without saying anything? There must be something odd in this. A trace of uneasiness surfaced in Zhao Yuanzhou's heart. And at this moment, Daoist Chuanxiao's face gradually became grave as he stared in the direction of the flowing cloud sword sect's ruins and said in a deep voice, "Go in." Yes. The crowd no longer hesitated, transforming into several vanishing lights and rushing straight to the ruins of the Luyun sword sect. Daoist Xianxiao was about to lead Zhao Yuanzhou and a few Yuaning elders to enter the ruins, but before he could set foot in it, the aura of the entire flowing cloud sword sect ruins suddenly changed. The golden light of the protector formation just now had turned into a flesh and blood melting spirit formation in an instant. Between heaven and earth, the color of blood was thick, and the fishy wind rose in all directions, as countless twisted vines of flesh and blood scurried out from the ground, entangled into bizarre patterns, like open maws waiting to devour the intruder. An extremely cold and evil atmosphere flowed in the formation, as if whispering and hissing, tantalizing the soul and making the mind tremble. This isn't the flowing cloud sword sect's protector formation. It's the Nine Spectres corpse puppet sect's flesh and blood melting spirit formation. A Yuaning elder exclaimed in shock, his face suddenly paling. The Devil's Gate. Surprisingly, it's a trap for the Devil's Gate. Zhao Yuanzhou's entire body froze, his mind exploding into a blank. No wonder Gu Changqing ran away without saying a word. Just now also a cocky and unbeatable look, the results of the big formation just to change, he did not even bring more than one word, directly feet wipe oil slipped without a trace. Now think about it, that guy is obviously already aware of the danger, do not want to be dragged into the water. If we had just gone straight in, wouldn't? When Daoist Xianxiao thought of this, his face turned green and white, his forehead veins popped, and he almost cursed on the spot. Zhao Yuanzhou finally reacted at this time, his heart beating wildly, and immediately fell to his knees, crying and shouting. "Master! Disciple is not a spy of the Devil's sect. I really don't know." He was terrified in his heart, feeling that he was already standing on the edge of life and death. Although Daoist Xianxiao hadn't made a move yet, his eyes had clearly taken on killing intent. The Nine Ghosts Corpse Puppet Sect. This devilish sect actually dares to scheme against my Wuji sect? A Yuaning elder said in a deep voice, his tone unable to hide his shock and anger. Devil sects have always been treacherous and ruthless, and they would never lay down the blood-flesh-melting spirit formation to please anyone, but rather to make all living beings who step into it become blood sacrifices, turning them into devilish nourishment. Even if it was a god-realizing cultivator, once he stepped into it, he would definitely die. Zhao Yuanzhou watched as Daoist Chuanxiao's face became more and more unsightly, and with fear in his heart to the extreme, he fiercely flashed his aura and suddenly blurted out. "Right. Shan Xuanli." Xin Shuangli also said she wanted to come in before. The senior behind her must have something to do with this. "Master, I'm sure of it. They must be right inside. The change in this flesh and blood melting spirit formation definitely has nothing to do with them. He's mouthy, climbing all over the place, and desperate to shake things up." Daoist Xianxiao heard a burst of irritation and almost directly slapped this indisputable disciple to death. "What time is it now, and you're still thinking of putting the blame on someone else's head?" However, at this very moment, boom! A sword chi rose up from within the ruins of the Luyun sword sect, cutting through the sky.
The sword chi was radiant and vast, as if a heavenly river was pouring in, carrying an unrivaled and overwhelming sharpness, wrapped in destructive might, instantly splitting apart the entire flesh and blood melting spirit grand formation. Buzz. The void trembled, the demonic chi collapsed, and the entire formation was torn into countless fragments in a matter of moments, and between the blood-colored mists churning, mournful screams rose and fell within the ruins. That blood and flesh-melting spirit array, even directly
Broken by a sword?
Daoist Qianshao and the others' hearts and minds shook dramatically as they looked in the direction of the ruins in horror.
Chapter 109. Who's really in the Luyun Mountain? At this moment, the overpowering and unparalleled sword chi slowly transformed into a layer of soft aura shield and landed in the central square of the Luyun sword sect, completely blocking off the entire core area of the ruins. The Qianshao Daoist's heart and mind jumped wildly, and his face was hard to see. Who the hell is in the mountain of flowing clouds?
He was a cultivator at the late stage of God transformation, and he was only a step away from the peak of God transformation, but the might of that sword just now was so powerful that he couldn't even see through it at all. Zhao Yuanzhou was also so scared that his face was pale and his mouth and lips trembled. He had thought that he could use the opportunity to get rid of the pot, but now it seemed that the existence of Xin Shuangli and the others was feared to be far more terrifying than he had imagined. He carefully looked at Daoist Qianshao and whispered,
"Should Master take a closer look?" "Look at." Daoist Qianshao directly glared at him and was almost infuriated. Zhao Yuanzhou lowered his head, not daring to say anything more.
Daoist Qianshao pondered for a moment, his eyes turned cold, turned his head to look at the several Yuaning elders, and said in a deep voice,
"Fellow Daoists, please help me.
Let's first blockade the ruins of the Flowing Cloud Sword sect with the infinite chain formation and disperse the rest of the cultivators.
Wait until that aura shield dissipates."
Several Yuaning elders nodded their heads with grave expressions as they heard this. For a moment, the aura of the Wuji sect suddenly skyrocketed as a huge spiritual energy fluctuation crisscrossed the area and began to lay down a large formation on the outskirts of Mount Luyun.
They didn't dare to enter rashly, but likewise, they wouldn't let other cultivators take advantage of them. The things of the Wuji sect must not fall into the hands of the bystanders.
Li Muyang stood in the central square of the Luyun sword sect, looking up at the sky, his heart filled with an inexpressible helplessness.
The entire Luyun sword sect, nothing left.
The 9 sepulchre corpse puppet sect's flesh and blood melting spirit formation directly melted all the corpses, not even a bit of dregs remained. And that sword strike by himself and Xin Shuangli had completely destroyed the remaining traces of the cloth formation. The current Luyun sword sect was like an empty ruin, with only broken magic weapons and remnants of clothing piled up to form a small clothing mound for Xin Shuangli's remembrance.
This main storyline is a big loss. He had thought that there would be some kind of heaven-defying chance here, or at the very least, he would be able to reap some benefits from the demon sect's traps, but it turned out that he hadn't gotten a single fart. If it wasn't for a Xin Shuangli, he would have wanted to quit the game in place by now. However, Li Muyang's action of looking up to the heavens in this breathless manner fell in Xin Shuangli's eyes, but completely changed its meaning. Is Elder in silence?
Xin Shuangli's heart trembled, and she was so moved that her eyes were slightly red.
Senior not only stepped in to avenge the Luyun sword sect, but he was also willing to observe a moment of silence for the deceased of the Luyun sword sect. He is truly gentler than I imagined.
She took a deep breath and smoothed her mind, gently walked to Li Muyang and respectfully bowed, her voice low and firm. Elder, Frost Glaze has already packed it all up. The Flowing Cloud Sword sect, from today onwards, will completely become clouds of smoke and will only remain in Frost Li's heart. She smiled slightly, a smile of relief, but also with a faint hint of sadness. Frostglaze can feel everyone's will accompanying me. Frostglaze will live up to the expectations of my seniors and work hard to cultivate, as well as live up to the expectations of my seniors.
Li Muyang's heart was suddenly complicated. He thought for a while, trying to encourage Xin Shuangli with some kind of inscrutable senior tone, but unfortunately, after half a day of thinking, his mind was full of internet terms, and he really couldn't find any words that fit the identity of a mysterious strong man. In the end, he gave a dry hum and reached out to pat Xin Shuangli's head. "Keep up the good work." Xin Shuangli was slightly stunned, then her cheeks flushed a faint blush, and she obediently lowered her head, allowing Li Muyang's palm to gently fall on the top of her hair, even rubbing it slightly, like some kind of small beast, extraordinarily docile. "Senpai is complimenting me?"
Her heartbeat accelerated slightly, and a hint of imperceptible satisfaction appeared on her face. Ever since Li Muyang had helped her cut off her heart demons and let her sleep peacefully in his arms that night, her mind had completely changed. Once upon a time, Xin Shuangli had always thought that what she had pursued in her life was nothing more than the peak of the sword Dao and reviving her division. But now, she realized that the obsession in her heart seemed to have been filled by Li Muyang. That kind of quietly growing emotion, she herself couldn't tell, but whenever Li Muyang showed even a little bit of attention and tenderness to her, her heart would involuntarily flutter.
If only I could stay by Senpai's side like this all the time.
She thought silently in her mind, the corners of her mouth lifting in a sweet curve. Li Muyang withdrew his gaze and scanned the surroundings. Within the ruins of the Luyun sword sect, there are no more traces of its former splendor, leaving only broken walls and a small clothing mound piled up by Xin Shuangli.
Since there's nothing left to explore here, it's time to go. With his hands behind his back, he spoke absently, "Come on, go out and look around."
Xin Shuangli was slightly stunned, then nodded her head, a trace of yearning flashing in her eyes. She had originally planned to leave the Flowing Cloud Mountain. She was going to the Lu family in the northern domain herself to help her second senior brother say goodbye. We also need to find the person who gave Sister Su the orchid hairpin. Most importantly, her own parents' blood feud. She also had to go back to Nandu to investigate.
There was no use staying at Mount Luyun all the time. The two of them had just stepped out of the central square when Li Muyang keenly sensed an abnormality.
A large swath of yellow dots suddenly appeared densely on the mini-map, like a huge net that surrounded them. Almost instantly, a strong spiritual pressure swept in from all directions, and countless figures floated in the air, surrounding Li Muyang and Xin Shuangli in the center. These people wore the same attire, and they were clearly cultivators of the Wuji sect. The person in the lead was none other than the Wuji sect's patriarch, Taoist Qianxiao, and the somber-faced youth beside him was clearly Zhao Yuanzhou.
Zhao Yuanzhou stared at Xin Shuangli with both eyes, his face hard to see. "Look!"
He fiercely pointed at Xin Shuangli, his tone spiteful. "I told you it was Xin Shuangli who was behind this.
You guys see, it's really her."
As the central square's aura shield shattered, the first thing Zhao Yuanzhou saw was Xin Shuangli and a handsome white-haired man walking out side by side, and in a moment of emotion, he directly opened his mouth to accuse. Li Muyang was slightly stunned.
"Who is this guy? Again?" He frowned, remembering, and remembered. "This guy, isn't he the money-giving boy who scolded my little Ori before? What's going on again? It looks like a new prop has been refreshed on it."
Turned out to be a welfare giveaway. Li Muyang looked at Zhao Yuanzhou with a smile. He was worried that he didn't get anything after the main line. Now that so many people had come, he could definitely get something. Chapter 110, inviting the two of you back to stay at the Wuji sect.
"Senior, it's someone from the Wuji sect."
Xin Shuangli looked at the surrounding cultivators, her eyes sinking slightly, her lips pursed tightly. Her gaze landed on Taoist Qianxiao and the several Yuaning elders of the Wuji sect, and it was already clear in her mind the Wuji sect had come here, definitely for the ruins of the Luyun sword sect. And with such a big mutiny happening last night, it was bound to get their attention. As the saying goes, a strange change will bring a strange treasure. Xin Shuangli knew very well that the Wuji sect was definitely running after the treasure. But unfortunately, the Luyun sword sect was completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind.
Or perhaps she, Xin Shuangli, was the only legacy of the Luyun sword sect.
Xin Shuangli reminded in a low voice, "Senior, they must be trying to take advantage of the chaos to occupy the ruins of the Flowing Cloud sword sect." After Li Muyang heard this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, looking around with a smile or not, landing his gaze on Taoist Qianxiao.
"This guy has seen it before. No harm done." He spoke faintly, his voice calm and casual. "Let's see what they want to do."
Li Muyang scanned the surroundings with a flat expression, as if he was completely unconcerned that he was surrounded by a group of people. Taoist Qianxiao stood at the very front of the crowd, his gaze fixed on Li Muyang, his eyes revealing a hint of doubt. This person was dressed in white, his robes moved with the wind, and his temperament was transcendent, like an exiled immortal coming out of a scroll. He had long silver white hair draped over his shoulders, his eyebrows were deep, his features were so handsome that people didn't dare to look directly at him, and the metaphysical Dao clothes on his body were even more metaphysical. But on the contrary, his body did not have the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy, and even the power of qi and blood that was often found in mortals was so faint that it was almost undetectable. "What the hell is this guy?" A hint of uneasiness vaguely arose in Taoist Chuanxiao's heart. How could there be someone in this world with such a superb temperament, but without any semblance of cultivation? If it wasn't for the sword qi that had just torn through the firmament appearing alongside this white-haired man, he might have suspected that this person was just some mundane jounin who had nothing to do with the way of cultivation. But how could a terrifying sword qi that even the demon race was afraid of be a rootless tree or water without a source? This man is by no means as simple as it seems. Taoist Qianxiao didn't dare to act rashly, and for a while, he actually hesitated a bit. The atmosphere instantly froze, and the surrounding Wuji sect cultivators subconsciously held their breath, waiting for the patriarch's decision. Right at this moment, Xin Shuangli gently pursed her lips, stepped forward, slightly arched her hand, and spoke in a respectful and calm tone. "Senior Xianxiao, the Luyun sword sect was attacked by the devil sect and the demon race in a joint effort and has already been destroyed. Last night, we were lucky enough to destroy the conspiracy with the help of the power of the sect protector formation and died with the demon sect. Now the Luyun sword sect no longer exists, and everything in the sect has turned to dust." She paused and continued. "The Wuji sect is a famous and righteous sect. I implore Senior Xianxiao to inform the world's cultivation sects on behalf of my juniors, so that the righteous alliance can be on guard, so that the devil sect will not rise up again and take advantage of the opportunity to retaliate." These words were both a reminder to Taoist Qianxiao and a knock to all the Wuji sect cultivators present. She was making her position clear. "I'm the last disciple of the Luyun sword sect. Your Warji sect boasts of its prestigious righteousness. Do you still want to take advantage of the fire here now?" At the same time, she was also hinting that the Luyun sword sect had been completely destroyed, and there was nothing left inside, so if you guys came here for the treasures, you were completely wasting your efforts. These words were reasonable, and for a while, they caused many Wuji sect cultivators to hesitate. However, just as Daoist Qianxiao was pondering how to respond, Zhao Yuanzhou suddenly whispered, "Master, with such a drastic change last night, this mysterious cultivator must have been seriously injured as well, otherwise it would be impossible for him to hide within the aura shield all night." With a touch of eagerness and greed in his eyes, he continued. Disciple observed that this Luyun sword sect's ruins are already empty, and the treasures inside must be on the two of them. Xin Shuangli is only a qi refining cultivator, how can she destroy the entire devil sect's arrangement? This white-haired cultivator is the key. Zhao Yuanzhou gritted his teeth and whispered, "Don't believe their bull, the old ancestor has ordered that the Flow Cloud sword sect's treasures must be obtained. Since the ruins are already empty, we can only look for them from these two." When these words came out, Daoist Qianxiao's pupil shrunk slightly, and his face was suddenly cloudy. He wasn't entirely convinced of Zhao Yuanzhou's speculation, but judging from the current situation, such a possibility did exist. The destruction of the Luyun sword sect was too thorough, and even the grand formation disintegrated within a short period of time, which didn't seem like a mere trap for the devil sect, but more like someone had directly destroyed the grand formation with a strong means. Such a tactic was by no means something that Xin Shuangli, a qi refining cultivator, could do. Then the only possibility. It was the seemingly uncultivated white-haired man in front of him. If he really is seriously injured. Daoist Xuanxiao's eyes flickered, and a hint of trial and error could not help but arise in his heart. However, just as he hesitated for a moment, Li Muyang's gaze finally landed on Zhao Yuanzhou, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. "Interesting." He slowly opened his mouth, his voice indifferent, permeated with a few points of derision. "So, you mean that the treasures of the Luyun sword sect must go to your Wuji sect?" Zhao Yuanzhou froze, and then laughed coldly. "The Luyun sword sect has been extinguished, and the treasure had no owner, so according to the rules of the cultivation world, naturally the one who has the ability to do so will get it." "Oh?" Li Muyang raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a smile. "Then tell me, how much can you do?" Zhao Yuanzhou was just about to continue boasting, but he was interrupted by Daoist Qianxiao coldly raising his hand. "Enough." Daoist Xuanxiao's voice was calm, but Zhao Yuanzhou's heart fluttered and he obediently shut his mouth. Daoist Qianxiao slowly stepped forward and looked at Xin Shuangli with deep eyes, his face showing a look of compassion and sighed softly. "Xin Shuangli, since you are the heir to the Luyun sword sect, now that the Luyun sword sect has suffered this calamity, this seat deeply deplores it." His tone was calm and compassionate, as if he was truly distressed by the demise of the Luyun sword sect. The righteous path is connected by the same breath, and the lips die with the teeth, and now that the demon sect is so rampant that it dares to unite with the demon race to kill the Luyun sword sect, it's really alarming. As he spoke, his tone turned, revealing a touch of solemnity. This matter must not be brought to light, and the world's righteous path must be made aware of the devil sect's conspiracy, so that all the great sects can take precautions in advance and join forces to fight against the devil sect. Xin Shuangli frowned slightly, and although she knew that most of these words were just window dressing, they were indeed impeccable on the surface. However, Daoist Xuanxiao's next words finally made her heart sink. "Therefore, Xin Shuangli, for the sake of the safety of the righteous path, for the sake of restoring the truth, and for the sake of protecting you, the last heir of the Luyun sword sect, this seat would like to invite you and this Daoist friend to go to the Wuji sect for a short stay." He looked solemn and righteous. "Don't worry, the Wuji sect will definitely give you the best treatment and ensure your safety until the threat of the devil sect is completely lifted." Chapter 111, Kryptonite for a moment. When these words came out, Xin Shuangli's face changed slightly, while Li Muyang raised an eyebrow and a meaningful sneer surfaced at the corner of his mouth. That's quite a nice way to put it. Invite them to the Wuji sect?" This was said in a grandiose manner, as if it was really some kind of benevolent act, but anyone could hear the strings in it. "This is not protection, it's house arrest." When Zhao Yuanzhou heard this, his eyes lit up slightly and the corners of his mouth curved up in a smug arc. Master is really smart, on the surface under the banner of the righteous path, but in reality it is to control Xin Shuangli and that white-haired man within the Wuji sect, and then slowly search for their secrets. After all, Xin Shuangli was the sole heir of the Luyun sword sect, and might even hold the hidden inheritance left behind by the sect. As for the white-haired man, a flash of viciousness flashed in Zhao Yuanzhou's eyes. This guy with mysterious origins might really be hiding some extraordinary treasures on his body, otherwise how could he release that kind of sword qi that shook heaven and earth? As long as they brought it back to the Wuji sect, with the presence of the old ancestor, a great power at the stage of merging, it would still be at their mercy. Many wonderful images instantly appeared in Zhao Yuanzhou's mind, and he had even thought about how to make these two people cooperate when they arrived at the Wuji sect. However, the next second, his smile froze on his face. Li Muyang gently sighed, raising his eyes slightly, his gaze carrying a faint sneer as he looked at Daoist Qianxiao. "So, what you're saying is that you want to protect us?" Daoist Chuanxiao's expression remained unchanged as he nodded his head. Exactly.
Let's stay small. Exactly. Until the threat of the Devil's Gate is completely lifted? Exactly. Li Muyang couldn't help but laugh at his words. Interesting.
His smile didn't have the slightest bit of warmth, and there was a hint of derision in his gaze as he said in a casual tone, "This is the first time I've ever seen someone trying to put someone under house arrest, and saying it in such a bright and honorable manner."
The atmosphere suddenly condensed.
Xin Shuangli's heart tightened, her jade hand quietly gripped the hilt of the sword at her waist, and a cold color flashed in her eyes. Zhao Yuanzhou's face was a shade of green and white, and he just wanted to angrily rebuke him, but Daoist Xianxiao raised his hand to stop him.
Daoist Chuanxiao's face remained calm, but his gaze turned vaguely cold.
He said indifferently, "Fellow Daoist has misunderstood, this seed has no malicious intent." Li Muyang snorted and didn't say anything, only that pair of deep black eyes looked straight at Daoist Xianxiao, as if there were thousands of stars hidden in the bottom of his eyes, making people unable to see through them. Xin Shuangli stood at Li Muyang's side, secretly clenching her fists, her heart on guard to the extreme. She knew very well in her heart the Wuji sect would definitely not stop. And at this time, although Li Muyang's mouth was reasonable, his heart was a batch of panic.
This Tama is dozens of cultivators surrounding himself.
Moreover, the yellow dots on the mini-map had all turned red, representing a hostile state, and this group of people could lay their hands on them at any time. It was important to know that newly created characters did not have a realm, and it was not known whether they could cultivate or not. Anyway, Li Muyang did not find a cultivation option at the moment. The corners of Li Muyang's eyes jumped wildly, and cold sweat was about to seep out of his forehead. It was good that this body was made of aura and wouldn't sweat, otherwise it would have been exposed.
Calm down, calm down.
He forced himself to suppress the panic in his mind and contemplated a response. The game system was quite considerate, directly popping up a prompt for him, "Please find a way to break the current situation, otherwise the game will enter the bad ending."
Bad ending?
Li Muyang almost cursed directly. This game really has a beeline. If he is caught back to the Wuji sect, I'm afraid that he will not directly die a violent death in the opening.
Immediately afterward, the system popped up with an even tougher.
Realm Helicopter. 1 Helicopter Chi Refining Great Perfection, 200,000 Chi Refining Great Perfection Experience Card 9.8 Day. 2 Helicopter Foundation Building Grand Perfection, 5 million Foundation Building Grand Perfection Experience Card 99.8 Day. 3 Helicopter Jindan Great Perfection, 8 million Jindan Great Perfection Experience Card 999.8 Day. 4 Helicopter Yuaniing Great Perfection, 80 million Yen Yuaniing Great Perfection Experience Card 9,999.8 Yen Day. 5 Helicopter God of Transformation Great Perfection, 880 million God of Transformation Great Perfection Experience Card 99,999.8 Day. Li Muyang's eyelids immediately jumped wildly, looking at the familiar kryptonite option, the corner of his mouth twitched hard.
Who can afford to charge this tramadol?
In the past, if he had seen such an outrageous recharge screen, he would have sneered and greeted the game producer's ancestors. But now Li Muyang has witnessed the existence of Xin Shuangli and experienced the reality of this game. And now you're standing in a life and death situation. What to do? Don't charge it? If you don't charge, you'll have to go back to the Wuji sect as a prisoner, and then wait to be searched by these guys, extracted and skinned, and then finally die an unexplained death, and the game will be completely GG. And once the game is in B, hell knows if I'll ever see Xin Shuangli again.
Li Muyang swept a glance at Xin Shuangli with his afterglow and finally gritted his teeth.
You can't catch a wolf by giving up a child. What's more, now that his live streaming career is flourishing, the big deal is that he's shedding his face to find a reward. Charge the horse. Li Muyang's heart crossed, teeth clenched, hands shook, directly ordered the most expensive Goddess of Transformation Great Perfection Experience card.
999,998.8 instantly evaporated from the bank card.
Almost the instant the point went down, Li Muyang's character instantly underwent a shocking change.
Boom!
Divine light rose up to the sky, dazzling golden light erupted from Li Muyang's body like a round of sun coming out of the sky, illuminating the entire ruins of the Luyun sword sect. The overwhelming pressure of spiritual awareness was like ripples on water, spreading out layer by layer and sweeping in all directions. At this moment, heaven and earth were silent. All of the Wuji sect disciples who surrounded Li Muyang, including Zhao Yuanzhou, all of their faces turned white, their knees went weak, and they directly knelt down.
What? Is this breath?
Zhao Yuanzhou's face was pale, his breathing was rapid, and his entire body was almost overwhelmed. Daoist Xianxiao was originally as steady as an old dog, trying to maintain his composure, but at this moment, the muscles on his face had begun to twitch and his pupils were contracting madly.
The Great Circle of Transformation? Are you kidding me? This nameless cultivator who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, even directly skyrocketed to the realm of the great perfection of the transformation spirit? This was the top group of powerhouses in the entire immortal cultivation world. Even if it was the entire Wuji sect, besides himself, who else could fight against it? For a moment, Daoist Xianzhao's face turned green for a while, and his feet couldn't help but retreat a few points.
Li Muyang stood in the center, feeling the surging spiritual energy in his body, as well as the palpitatingly terrifying pressure. The whole person almost couldn't hold back his laughter.
So cool. Is this what it feels like to practice immortality? Originally, he was a new character with no power, but in the blink of an eye, he has directly become a big man of the god of transformation standing at the peak of the immortal cultivation world. It's so exciting. It's worth it. It was worth the money. He slowly raised his eyes, his gaze was like a king's, faintly scanning the crowd, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked up, revealing a meaningful smile.
Heh, weren't you so arrogant just now? Now, why are they all scared to death? Chapter 112. Daoist Chuanxiao's breath instantly stuttered under the pressure of Li Muyang's terrifying spirit transformation great perfection aura, and a tremor arose in his soul. At that instant, he even thought that he was facing a true immortal, an existence that could overthrow the entire Wuji sect with the flip of a hand. But soon, he realized something was wrong. Li Muyang's spiritual energy was too violent, spreading in an unorganized manner, and he was clearly in the realm of the great perfection of the spirit of transformation, but he didn't have the slightest bit of the subtle control of a spirit of transformation power. Instead, he looked like a reckless person who didn't know how to harness his power, and he didn't even have any traces of having cultivated it all. It's like a mortal had suddenly gained a supreme cultivation ability, yet he couldn't even do the most basic thing to collect his breath. He was indeed a transformation spirit great perfection, but there was definitely something wrong with his state. Perhaps, as Zhao Yuanzhou had said, this person had experienced a great battle within the ruins of the Luyun sword sect last night, and although he had survived, he was simply unable to utilize his true power now. Daoist Chuanxiao's mind raced, and his face gradually regained its composure. The great perfection of transformation? So what? He was in the late stage of god transformation. Plus, with so many Yuaning stage elders of the Wuji sect behind him, even if the other party was really stronger than him, with everyone swarming around, could he still slaughter them all with a single sword? Thinking of this, Daoist Chuanxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth flared with a hidden smile. He raised his head again and said with a grave and righteous look, "Xin Shuangli, you are the last heir of the Luyun sword sect. The righteous sect cannot bear to see the Luyun sword sect completely destroyed, so they should protect you. As for this dog..." His gaze fell on Li Muyang with a hint of testing and caution, but his tone was righteous. "Please, fellow Daoist, don't put up a fight. Let's go." "Heh? Not even acting anymore, huh?" Li Muyang eyes cooled down, looking at the Xian Xiao Daoist's face of "I'm a model of righteousness, for your own good, you'd better obediently bind your hands." His heart directly rolled his eyes. Damn, good acting. Almost believed it. Just as he was about to open his mouth to greet the other party's entire family in Zwan, the game system popped up another prompt. You are free to dialogue. Please note that all your words and decisions will affect the direction of the plot, and your words and actions represent your image, so please think twice before you speak. Li Muyang instantly froze. The Gonlin brew on the edge of his mouth hurriedly swallowed back. Acting. Acting is acting. He took a deep breath, his gaze blazing as he slowly spat out a very intimidating sentence. Daoist Qian Xiao, don't say what you have to say when you have to forgive others. As soon as these words came out, Daoist Qian Zhao's pupils shrunk violently, Zhao Yuanzhou's face turned pale, and the surrounding Wuji sect elders and disciples were even shaken. Do not say that the words are not enough. These were the legendary words of warning of certain great powers in the immortal cultivation world before going to war. The person who says this has often already made the decision to kill. In an instant, everyone's hearts hung in the air, and there were even a few disciples who couldn't help but take half a step back. Xin Shuangli stood at Li Muyang's side, her eyes trembled slightly, her heart was a little complicated. The cultivation of the senior is really unfathomable. Even such majestic words can be uttered casually. Arrogant. Daoist Chuanxiao's face clouded over, a trace of scorn flashed in his eyes, but then he forced down that momentary withdrawal and said in a cold voice, "Fellow Daoist, in that case, I won't blame the poor Taoist for being merciless." However, the very instant he raised his hand. Boom! A sword chi came out across the sky, as if it was a thunderbolt that cut through heaven and earth, instantly tearing through the air and leaving a deep gully in the square. The entire site of the flowing cloud sword sect seemed to tremble under this sword. Strong sword intent swept in like a tidal wave, filling the heavens and earth with a suffocating killing intent. Zhao Yuanzhou was so scared that he sat directly on the ground in a cold sweat. The other disciples of the Wuji sect didn't even dare to breathe, and there were even people whose legs were so weak that they knelt on the ground, their faces pale. This is a sword of the great circle of the transformation god? Even if it is seriously injured, the power is too horrible, isn't it? For a time, the atmosphere of the entire square was so low that it seemed as if it had frozen. Li Muyang put away his sword and stood with his arms crossed, coldly scanning the crowd. Who dares to make a move? Deadly silence. However, Daoist Qian Xiao was silent, but his aura around him had already climbed to its limit. He slowly drew his sword, and the moment it was sheathed, the air seemed to explode with an invisible ripple. The spirit pressure of the late stage of God transformation spread like a tidal wave, wrapped in a heaven-destroying aura that caused the ruins of the entire Flowing Cloud Sword sect to tremble vaguely. That heavy pressure enveloped everyone's heart, suffocating them. The hat was flushed away by the aura and landed at his feet. Taoist Xin Zhao's robes danced wildly, his white beard fluttered, and his gaze was like a torch as he stared at Li Muyang in midair, the battle intent in his eyes burning more and more vigorously. "If you want to fight, then fight," Taoist Xin Zhao said firmly to Li Muyang. "Even if you are a great circle of transformation spirit, I am not afraid of you." "Very good," Li Muyang murmured in a low voice, holding the sword with both hands. The aura around his body was converging, and there were hidden lightning jumping, just like the heavenly anomaly before the thunderbolt descended. "Then let's see if you and others are qualified to set things right in this matter today." The sentence fell as if it were a battle cry. Xin Shuangli's complexion changed slightly, and she was keenly aware that the void beside her began to distort violently. It was as if there was a big invisible hand that was tearing apart space. At the same time, a majestic spiritual pressure rose from the ground, even instantly overshadowing Taoist Xuanxiao's pressure. Xin Shuangli turned back violently, and in the next second, she was stunned. Divine light rushed to the sky, golden light surged out wildly from Li Muyang's body, completely enveloping him. Amidst the light, his figure slowly rose into the air, his metaphysical clothes and white hair, holding the Qingfeng sword, a divine radiance flowing around him, blurring his features. The only thing that was clear was a pair of golden vertical pupils, like a cold and majestic deity. Even just glancing at each other gave one a sense of fear of being locked by invisible pressure and having one's soul stripped away. Boom! A thunderbolt exploded in the sky. At the same time, a behemoth rose up in the air from behind Li Muyang. It was the silhouette of a golden dragon. It spread its teeth and claws in a majestic and domineering manner, its dragon eyes cold and cold, hovering behind Li Muyang, releasing a heaven-destroying might. The entire site of the Flowing Cloud Sword sect was plunged into dead silence at this moment. The faces of the Wuji sect's people turned pale, and Zhao Yuanzhou was even sweating coldly, unable to help but take a step backward, his gaze horrified. This divine dragon surrounds? How is that possible? A Yuaning elder's voice trembled, and he couldn't even hold the sword in his hand. Xin Shuangli held her breath, Li Muyang's figure reflected in her eyes. Even if she could only see the side of his face, it made her heart thump and her cheeks colored with a strange blush. Former, she murmured, her heart overwhelmed with adoration. However, Li Muyang was more nervous than everyone else at the moment. Chapter 113 I'm Li Muyang, I'm in a panic. I'm Li Muyang. I'm in a panic. Li Muyang had no idea how he should fight. There isn't a combat description for this game either. The skill bar on the right side of his field of view was fully lit up at the moment, and the densely packed skill icons dazzled him so much that he didn't even see the skill effects clearly. Even worse, after being fully immersed, his eyes were always drawn to Xin Shuangli. There was no other reason, Xin Shuangli was simply too good looking. Before, when he didn't have the strength, Li Muyang was still able to control his eyes not to look around, but now after the fire was turned on, he felt that his divine sense was almost entirely focused on Xin Shuangli, scanning her entire body from top to bottom. That's so gentlemanly. Li Muyang could only put on a hard face and said in a cold voice. Back off, girl, this father is going to start pretending. Coughing and killing people. Xin Shuangli subconsciously took a step back, her eyes still locked on him. Just then, the following begins the novice combat tutorial. The system prompt popped up. Li Muyang's heart was ecstatic. Great! It's a tutorial for dummies. We're saved. In the next second, the entire world seemed to enter a state of pause, everyone's movements were frozen in place, and the air stood still. Li Muyang knew that this wave was the combat teaching mode activated. He let out a long breath, then jerked his head. Damn it, take advantage of this and get a good look at Xin Shuangli first. After all, he had just met his eyes several times, causing his heart to race, resulting in an unstable state, and his spiritual sense kept locking onto her, a situation that had to be overcome. Yes, this is desensitization training. 5 seconds passed. Xin Shuangli was still so good looking, and even the more he looked, the more heartwarming he became. Li Muyang breathed heavily and blushed slightly. 10 seconds passed. He was able to look at it a little longer, but his heart was still racing and he was not breathing well. 15 seconds. He took a deep breath, and in his mind, he said, just get used to it. Finally, he felt that he wouldn't be able to affect the fight by looking at Xin Shuangli anymore. Li Muyang's eyes stared at the tutorial prompts on the screen and took a deep breath. Okay, newbie tutorial, hurry up. The world in front of Li Muyang's eyes instantly distorted for a moment, and then, a mirror that looked like a rippling water appeared, its surface glowing with an eerie blue light, while his own reflection appeared in it. The reflection of himself, clad in a long basalt-colored robe, long silver white hair flicked with the wind, a pair of golden vertical pupils deep and cold, majestic and incomparable, like an immortal god high above, the power is appalling. Li Muyang's gaze moved away from the mirror and landed on the standing wooden stake dummy beside him. It was a target used to test attacks, and it looked plain, with a slightly etched surface, as if it had been tossed around by many players. The game uses the latest brain neuromapping technology.
which allows the player to directly manipulate the character to perform any action through his mind. However, Li Muyan was in no hurry to do anything at the moment. He was still a bit intent on thinking about Shen Shuangli's exquisite and absolutely beautiful face just now, and it wasn't until the system's prompt sounded again that he had to turn his attention back. Tentatively, he raised his hand and mentally posed with scissors in the mirror. The scene was eerie. An immortal spirit transformation great perfection cultivator, with divine light added to his body and his feet stepping on the void, making this kind of modernized gesture looked incomparably incongruous. Li Muyang himself felt that something was wrong, and hurriedly put away his hands, re-slapped his face, and put on a fairy-like appearance, as if that action just now had never existed. After getting into character, he unconsciously pretended. This game will map the feats and mental techniques you can use and the corresponding effects into your mind. Please rest assured that this will not burden your brain, and as the number of mappings increases, they will gradually become part of your memory. Li Muyang raised his eyebrows. This means that he has used it a lot. Even if he goes offline, he can still remember these feats and skills? This game is awesome. Please attack the dummy in front of you. Li Muyang retrieved his thoughts and looked at the wooden stake dummy, pondered a little, and casually swung out a sword. Buzz! The Qingfeng sword cut through the air, and a faint sword light swept through. Boo! The stake instantly shattered and cracked into countless wood shavings, not even half a blow, as light as slicing tofu, with no difficulty to speak of. Li Muyang blinked. This was a bit too simple, right? Please use your feat skills once. The dummy is generated again and restored as before. This time, Li Muyang was slightly more serious. The name of the technique surfaced in his mind. He took a deep breath, and his mind locked onto the skill. The first stance of the Green Lotus Sword Code. Long wind and waves. Chant. A long sword sound echoed throughout the space. Li Muyang's body moved with the sword. The sword came out like a dragon. The whole person instantly transformed into a residual shadow and swept past the dummy's body. The snowy sword light sliced through the air like a cold flash swept across the water. Boo! The wooden stake was instantly split into pieces and the fragments were scattered in all directions, but the weird thing was that Li Muyang had returned to his original position at this moment, as if the sword he had just used was just a phantom. What was even more bizarre was that a blurry figure made of water vapor remained next to the wooden stake, maintaining his stabbing sword posture as if it were a phantom remnant. Li Muyang froze, and the skill bar in the corner of his field of vision lit up once again. Long Wind Waker's second skill, Swept Shadow Kill. Swept Shadow Kill, instantly returned to the position of the stump and stab again. Can it still be played like that? Li Muyang's eyes lit up, feeling that he had discovered something extraordinary. The mechanism of this skill is too strong. Not only can it launch a surprise attack when the enemy is defenseless, but it can even be used to dodge and pull distance. It's simply a divine skill. Awesome! Li Muyang couldn't help but sigh. He wasn't very educated, but he knew how to give compliments. It was unthinkable that the Green Lotus Sword Cannon was already so bizarre with just the first stance, so how terrifying should the following stances be? He was instantly excited. This stuff has to be practiced. He had already planned in his mind that when he had mastered this skill proficiently, he would teach it to Shen Shuangli so that she could also master this powerful sword skill. Teaching is over. Have a good game. As the system's beeps fell, the mirrors and dummies in front of them all slowly disappeared, and the entire space returned to reality. Li Muyang stood in place, looking down at his palm and then at the Qingfeng sword in his hand, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked into a smile. He had a hunch. I Li Bai. Oh no. Li Muyang. It's really going to be an assassin. The heavens and the earth stood still, the winds rested and the clouds ceased. Everything that was still around them came back to life, and time flowed again. Li Muyang's gaze locked onto Taoist Xianxiao, who was not far away. His once blank eyes had been replaced by absolute confidence. Chapter 114. This sword, flying in the sky. You're the one who called Xianxiao Taoist, right? You're the one who likes to play the righteous. The corner of Li Muyang's mouth hooked up a cold smile. For this kind of stubborn old bones, the best way was to just throw a big move. The tense stance of the Green Lotus Sword Cannon asking for the moon with wine appeared in his mind. Unfortunately, the 11th and 12th styles of the Green Lotus Sword Code were still locked up, and it was simply impossible to execute them at the great perfection of the Spirit of Transformation realm. Otherwise, he had to stick the Milky Way in Taoist Xianjiao's face today and show him what was meant by the true might of a sword immortal. The Qingfeng sword was slightly sheathed, revealing half an inch of its blade. Clank! Just this little bit of sword light was actually like 10,000 hectares of stardust spilling down, haloing the void. The air around them was crunched by the furious sword intent, as if even space could not withstand this terrifying might. Li Muyang's eyes were bursting with essence, his robes flipping, immortal style, divine light shrouded, his breath was like an abyss, like a prison, heavy and incomparable. He raised his hand, his fingertips resting on top of the hilt of the sword, and gave it a slight push. Receive this sword from my father. Chant. The sword roared like thunder, shattering the sky. At that very instant, at the top of the Luyun mountain, a bright moon rose up from the ground and bloomed suddenly. The sword light is like the moon, swinging the earth. This sword had not yet fallen, but heaven and earth had already been shaken by it.
The Duke's world is matchless, and his sword is as rainbow as the moon. Everyone looked into the middle of that moon in shock, all of them lost their words. Zhao Yuanzhou stumbled and fell to the ground, his face pale and his gaze dull. It was hard to hide his loss of composure. The Xianxiao sword in Daoist Chuanxiao's hand trembled slightly, and the body of the sword unexpectedly gave birth to a tiny crack under this sword. Deep within the mountain of the Wuji sect, in that hidden cave, an old crone with a full head of white hair and closed eyes meditating suddenly tightened her brows and opened her eyes. Xin Shuangli looked up at the moon in fascination, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and amazement. In the middle of the full moon, someone danced with a sword, wantonly crazy. Bright as a flying mirror in front of the Dankei, the green smoke is extinguished and the clear light is sent. A misty chanting sound echoed in the moonlight, the aftermath of the sound penetrating the ears, not the slightest bit noisy, but rather like immortal music and wonderful sound, making people dazzled and gradually indulged in it.
The sword dance in the moon is like a dream.
The cold light was so cold that it shot up into the sky and pierced the sea of clouds. Sword light streaked across the sky, and 1,000 sword shadows crisscrossed in the air, condensing into an incomparable picture scroll of the sword Dao that took one's breath away. Suddenly, the sword changed abruptly.
As fast as running thunder. Boom!
The wind and clouds changed drastically, and heaven and earth roared. In the midst of the misty sound, there suddenly came a loud, clear laugh.
Today's people do not see the ancient moon, but this moon once shone on the ancient people. Before the laughter fell, the heavens and earth shook with a loud bang.
Li Muyang stepped on the void, his sword power had reached its peak, and killing opportunities filled the air. His eyes were cold, and he pointed in the air.
Blue.
High up in the sky, the sword intent was great. Under the moonlight, a sword seals the sky. The heavens and the earth are silent. The sea of clouds churned, but in an instant they parted from side to side, revealing a pale night sky. The air seemed to freeze, and even time slowly passed under this sword.
And the figure.
Still standing under the bright full moon, the sword blade fell lightly.
Miso.
The sword she slashed down, the sea of clouds parted, heaven and earth cleared, and the color of the moon intensified. However, boundless killing opportunities also completely descended at this moment. Daoist Chuanxiao's heart jumped, his face turned pale, his sweaty hair stood on end, and a bone-chilling chill went straight from his spine to his heavenly aura.
Not good, everyone evacuate.
He hissed out, his voice twisted and trembling with terror. Just now, when that mysterious cultivator appeared, his breath was chaotic and unstable, and Daoist Xianxiao originally thought that the other party was merely bluffing. He had thought that even if he was undefeated, he would still be able to maneuver for a few moments, and the big deal was that he would let the elders join forces to surround him. But today, the sword intent alone had already made him cool from head to toe, freezing even the slightest thought of resistance. This sword road he had never seen before. Could it be that this person is a reclusive old monster of sword cultivation? It was important to realize that cultivators mostly used swords, but it was extremely difficult for pure sword cultivators to achieve anything. But once something was accomplished, the sword moves that were performed could be resisted by no one in the entire Qianyuan realm. Cold sweat rolled down like beans on Daoist Chuanxiao's forehead, his heart beating furiously. However, there was no time to think about it. The sword had already fallen, pointing straight at Daoist Xianxiao. The moon color was clear and cold, and the sword intent was overpowering.
The two merge into one.
From a distance, there was still a form, but once the sword light approached, the entire field of vision was left with a pure silver white. Daoist Xianxiao gripped the Xianxiao sword tightly, and the pupils of his eyes trembled violently, so much so that he couldn't tell if it was the bright moonlight in front of him, or the life-threatening sword light. The front and back, left and right, were all enveloped by the sword light, and there was no way to avoid it. If you retreat, you will surely die. If you hide, you will die. The only chance of survival was to take this sword hard. Daoist Xianxiao clenched his teeth and mobilized his entire body's spiritual energy, his spiritual light surging wildly as he violently bellowed. Great Wuji sword. One sword transforms nothing. The Xianxiao sword instantly skyrocketed several times, the sword body brought up bright starlight, condensed to the extreme point, like a divine sword that broke the void, and met the falling sword light with a shocking momentum. This was supposed to be a sound and powerful sword. However, it was so small and ridiculous under the light of that magnificent moon.
A single spark can certainly start a prairie fire.
But starlight, in front of the white moon, can only be swallowed and dissolved in the end.
Boom!
Daoist Xianxiao only felt that the sword in his hand seemed to be bombarded by thunder, and the sword light instantly collapsed into bits of stardust, completely annihilating under the silver-white moonlight.
No!
Daoist Chuanxiao's miserable screams were swallowed up in the sword light, and the heavens and earth were dead silent. The full moon disappears. The moonlight between the sky and the earth slowly faded away, and the plaza of the Luyun sword sect was finally revealed once again.
What was once a wide plaza is now full of destruction.
The earth was covered with densely packed sword holes, as if it had been chopped into countless cracks by 1,000 cuts. The closer to the center, the denser those sword holes became. In the center of that square, Daoist Xianxiao fell to his knees alone, covered in blood. His Xianxiao sword was already full of holes. The famous sword that had once shaken the four directions was now in a state of disrepair and cracked, just like his bruised and battered body at the moment, as if it would be reduced to pieces with just a light touch. Daoist Qianxiao used his sword to support himself in death, breathing heavily, his hands trembling violently, drops of blood dripping down and staining the gravel at his feet.
He is no longer able to fight.
The courage to even look up has disappeared. A cool moonlight spilled down from behind him. In the moonlight, an upright figure slowly walked out. Li Muyang stood with his hands in the air, his figure still standing in the swordlight, as if he was facing the white moon. A white coat was flickering, his sword aura was dazzling, and his expression was indifferent. He didn't bother to look at the bloody man kneeling in the center of the square for even a single glance. It was as if Daoist Qianxiao was no longer worthy of entering his eyes. Li Muyang stood with his hands in the air, his robes fluttering in the wind, his face calm, like a high person who was uninitiated in the world, and his gaze blandly swept over Daoist Qianxiao, who was kneeling on the ground. At this moment, everyone was shocked at his sword that descended like a god, but who would have thought that he had exploded into a boiling pot of boiling water inside?
So cool. It's so awesome.
This sword down, the old sun loaded more than since childhood combined.
Chapter 115 I'm a ing knife.
Li Muyang almost couldn't help but laugh out loud maniacally, even the corners of his mouth were rebelling madly, desperately wanting to go up. He could only use his strong willpower to suppress his expression, trying to maintain his masterly demeanor as much as possible.
But who can understand the ecstasy within him? I'm this. What the hell is this divine kryptonite experience? A moment of kryptonite is good for a moment, but kryptonite all the time is good all the time.
In my head, there are like a million little people carnival, a group of people there beating gongs and drums, fireworks, carrying the banner of the Kendo Supreme running all over the field, festive.
Especially
when he glanced at Shen Shuangli's mesmerized look, he almost couldn't hold back a breath to blow himself sky high. Shen Shuangli was a sword cultivator, and her sword talent was considered a demon among her peers, but at this moment, her clear, beautiful eyes were full of fascination, and even carried a hint of longing. The way she looked at Li Muyang was like she was looking at some kind of supreme sword god. Even the mind has silently thought. If I can be as powerful as Senior one day, I, Shen Shuangli, will have no regrets in this life if I die. Li Muyang's heart was so ecstatic that he almost looked up to the sky and laughed.
Damn, this feeling of pretending to harvest worship is addictive.
He stabilized himself, still standing with his arms folded, still with that I won't even frown when the sky falls immortal style, but in his heart he was already shouting.
Cool. This is even better than drawing SSRs in 10 straights in the game.
On the other side, Zhao Yuanzhou had gone completely crazy with fear. Daoist Qianxiao, that was a strong person at the late stage of god transformation, and he was also a renowned sword Dao giant in the Wuji sect.
But under the sword of this mysterious cultivator, he couldn't even block a single sword? What about yourself? What about yourself?
Zhao Yuanzhou's legs are soft, directly kneeling on the ground, the whole person cold sweat, pale like a ghost, and even
the crotch is vaguely a little wet. It's over, it's over, it's over. If master can't do it, then who else can protect me? Elders? What a joke, even the master teacher cannot hold up a sword, those elders rushed up as not to send food.
Zhao Yuanzhou shivered, feeling like a falling dog in a storm that was about to capsize at any moment, and looked around in horror, before a thought finally flashed through his mind.
Old ancestor. Yes, the old man is still in seclusion. Old ancestor. Old ancestor, help.
Zhao Yuanzhou's entire body slumped to the ground, kowtowing frantically in the direction of the Wuji sect, his forehead banging with a thud, blood dripping down a piece of it, and roaring furiously with tears in his voice.
Old ancestor. Please come out quickly.
Something big has happened to master. Our Wuji sect is going to be finished. His screams were so mournful that they resembled the howling of a pig before it was slaughtered.
Li Muyang's gaze slightly strayed and finally landed on Zhao Yuanzhou.
The way this guy was kneeling and kowtowing and crying out to his parents was annoying to watch.
Noisy hammer.
He cursed in his heart as he raised his feet and slowly walked towards Zhao Yuanzhou. Each step felt like it was crushing on Zhao Yuanzhou's heart, making his face paler and paler. When Li Muyang stood still in front of Zhao Yuanzhou, he looked at the other party condescendingly. His tone was bland, but his eyes were as sharp as knives.
You keep ing beeping. Oh no.
Li Muyang coughed, to maintain the image of an immortal dignitary.
What is your intention in slandering and bullying Frostly 3 times?
Zhao Yuanzhou's lips shivered and tried to say something, but he realized that he couldn't make a sound as if his voice was blocked by something. A trace of impatience flashed under Li Muyang's eyes as he continued. Last time, I already spared your life, this time, I won't spare you again.
Are you going to do it yourself, or will this father help you?
The last trace of hope in Zhao Yuanzhou's heart was dashed. He stiffly looked up at Li Muyang, his throat rolled with difficulty, his voice hoarse and feeble. Old ancestor.
Save me, ah. He still held on to the idea that the old ancestor would definitely make a move. Definitely will. However, the only thing that responded to him was Li Muyang's cold smile. Something obstinate.
Before the words fell, Li Muyang's fingers slightly moved, and the Qingfeng sword came out of its sheath. A cold light appeared, and the sword chi condensed as if it was substantial, and with a gentle shake, it cut through Zhao Yuanzhou's lapel, making the cold hairs all around his body explode, and his body felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar.
Hands up and swords down.
The sword blade whistled down, and Zhao Yuanzhou had no time to react. For Li Muyan, this was a VR game, killing just a few people, no psychological burden at all.
Stop. Cough.
Daoist Qianxiao coughed violently and struggled to get up, but he was already covered in sword scars, and the slightest movement caused pain to his bones, and in the end, he couldn't support himself, and his knees went weak, and he knelt back down in the pool of blood. Li Muyang turned his head and swept a glance at him, his face cold.
And you keep quiet.
With a casual move of his hand, the storage ring in Daoist Chuanxiao's hand instantly flew into his palm, followed by another grab that directly ripped the vestments from his body. Daoist Qianxiao was instantly left with only a single thin lining, his pale face reddening, panting violently, veins popping out on his face. Li Muyang casually shook the storage ring and vestments in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. I almost forgot to take the loot.
Just then,
an old and majestic voice suddenly exploded above Li Muyang's head, shaking the air slightly. Fellow Daoist, be merciful, and spare others where you can, don't say that you don't want to. When Li Muyang heard this, he almost didn't laugh out loud.
Copy me, huh? If I pause for a second, I'll take your name.
With a thought, the green blade sword flashed with light and instantly fell.
Pust.
Zhao Yuanzhou's head flew straight out, blood splashing out like a fountain, and the moment he landed, his eyes were still wide open in death. How could he not believe that even though the old ancestor had spoken out, this man still dared to kill himself without hesitation? Li Muyang looked at Zhao Yuanzhou's corpse and casually shook off the beads of blood on his sword, then put it away and sheathed it in his heart. Comforted, avenged, loot taken, and blue beaten, it's time to run. He turned his head to look at Qin Shuangli, the corner of his mouth rose slightly and his tone was undeniable. Shuangli, let's go.
However, just as he was about to leave,
a cold and old voice resounded steeply from behind.
Go.
The air suddenly stagnated, and the entire heaven and earth seemed to freeze. Li Muyang frowned and turned around violently, then he saw that beside Daoist Qianxiao, at some point in time, there was already a white-clothed old crone standing beside him. She was holding a dragon head walking stick, her body was stooped, her head full of white hair was draped over her shoulders, her cloudy eyes were staring at Li Muyang, her gaze was deep and far away.
But what concerned Li Muyang the most was,
on her body, there was surprisingly not a single fluctuation in her aura.
No, it was her breath.
That completely blended into heaven and earth.
Your Excellency wreaked havoc on my Wuji sect and you want to leave after patting your ass?
The crone's voice was unhurried, hoarse, and low, and no mood swings could be heard.
Could it be that you think my Wuji sect has no one? Boom! The dragon's head cane gently pestled the ground. The next second,
a circle of green ripples, centered on the walking stick, spread out like ripples on the water surface, instantly sweeping across the entire square. The entire heaven and earth, as if it had instantly entered into some kind of special realm, the air was as if it was frozen, and time seemed to be infinitely stretched at this moment.
Chapter 116 I'm going straight all in. Li Muyang's footsteps slightly lurched, and he said in his heart, it's here after all. Hidden boss, clan ancestor. A common bridge in fairy cultivation novels, a poisonous point in a poisonous point. Beat the young, come the old, beat the old, come the resurrected.
The sky is the limit, the sky comes to the enemy, the infinite set of children, the infinite scarcity also. If other players happened to be in this situation, they would either turn on escape mode or trigger a plot kill, there was no choice. But he, Xianzuan Li, was different.
Him, with the money.
Li Muyang's face did not change, even with a hint of a bland smile, he slightly inclined his head, half of his face was hidden in the shadow of the moon, only revealing that one vertical pupil, as if it was scorched by a fiery flame, glowing with a ghostly light. His voice slowly rang out, carrying an unquestionable dominance, are you the old monster hidden within the Wuji sect?
He.
The whole room was silent.
The crowd was confused. Qin Shuangli was slightly stunned and couldn't help but look at Li Muyang. When did Senior talk in this style? Although she felt a little weird, it didn't matter. All she knew was her heart was beating faster and faster. However, the elders and disciples of the Wuji sect who were present all looked at Li Muyang with a kind of look at a little cutie. They all looked at Li Muyang with a gaze. Even the half-dead, nearly gashed Qianxiao Daoist, the corners of his mouth twitched viciously. The Wuji sect's old ancestor, a great cultivator of the harmonization realm, was so famous and powerful that it shook the Qianyuan realm, and even the headmasters of the great sects had to be honored with the title of senior. You dare to call her an old monster when you're just at the spirit transformation realm? Although she does look old.
But there has to be basic respect.
What's more, what the hell are you doing here, a transformation spirit great perfectionist? Only one realm away, that's a world of difference.
The air, steeply frozen.
You. A raspy, low voice slowly sounded, and the old crone narrowed her eyes, the wrinkles at the end of her eyes vaguely jumping wildly, while the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing an eerie smile.
Only in that smile, there wasn't a trace of laughter. Instead, it was permeated with bone-chilling eeriness and deep, bottomless killing intent.
You call me old monster? Boom!
The invisible pressure suddenly erupted, the sky and earth changed color, the stone bricks in the square instantly crumbled, the wild wind swept through, and the mountains and forests in the distance shook, as if they would collapse at any time. Li Muyang's robes hunted and his black hair danced wildly, but there was not a single movement on his face, and the smile at the corner of his mouth even deepened a bit.
That's right, old, weird thing. The voice thumped the ground and echoed between heaven and earth.
The old woman's smile instantly tightened, her eyes were cold to the extreme, and a terrifying killing machine radiated from her body.
Li Muyan's heart tightened and he secretly said, "This hidden boss is almost ready to strike. It's time to activate the power of money."
So, he mentally mumbled, "Raise your realm to the great circle of the harmonization realm for this father." As a VR immortal cultivation game that uses the most advanced brain neuromapping technology, it should be able to read the player's thoughts since it can fully capture his thought consciousness.
Swipe money, kryptonite, and rise in seconds. Just be cool and be done with it.
He waited with bated breath for the sensation of the data stream pouring into his body, for that moment of metamorphosis.
In the next second, an ice-cold system tone surfaced in his head. The realm is not yet open and your balance is insufficient. Li Muyan? What? Insufficient balance? That's not the point. The point is the realm is not open?
Li Muyan forced himself to hold back the shock in his heart and immediately changed his words, then raised his father to the late harmonization stage.
Realm not open, balance insufficient. Mid-conformity. Realm not open, balance insufficient. Pre-conformity? Realm not open, balance insufficient. Li Muyan. It's over, it's mailed, it's Spartan. The game won't even let him charge up. What does that tell you? That means he deserved to die. Li Muyan silently withdrew the arrogant aura from earlier, and his heart quickly calculated how to run away.
And at that moment, the crone's walking stick moved slightly, the surrounding heaven and earth aura suddenly contracted, and the air instantly solidified, as if the entire space was under her control.
Li Muyan.
The exchange of ideas was but a moment. Li Muyan's face remained unchanged, but his heart was already dripping sweat.
It wouldn't really trigger a plot kill, would it? Just then. Boom! Woji old ancestor's aura roared and surged around him, sweeping through the heavens and the earth like a wild tidal wave backing up. Behind her, 100 feet tall Dharma phase slowly emerged, the dome of the sky was dyed a deep purple color in an instant, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted, and the aura of heaven and earth crazily converged, forming a terrifying storm. Dharma phase visions and heavenly might.
That phantom, a woman in ancient robes, had a blurred face, as if it was separated by endless space and time, making it impossible for people to look directly at it. Her right hand held a bronze walking stick, the body of which was carved with arcane runes, each pattern flowing with the supreme principles of heaven and earth, as if controlling the rules of the universe. Her left hand, on the other hand, held a round of black and white intertwined disc, which slowly rotated, and with each rotation, it pulled the cause and effect between heaven and earth, even giving people the illusion that their destiny was being manipulated. Above the phantom, 9 illusory celestial wheels were superimposed, and above each celestial wheel, mysterious runes surrounded them, as if they were narrating the supreme principles of the great Tao, pressurizing everyone present to the point that they could barely breathe. The disciples of the Wuji sect all collapsed to the ground, even the Yuaning elders were shivering and covered in cold sweat, unable to raise their heads to look directly at this scene. Li Muyang stood in place, his face remained calm, yet
the heart panicked. This is a real plot kill. Just as he was frantically thinking within himself of a way out of life. Ding!
A crisp beep sounded in his head, and with it, a familiar game box suddenly popped up.
You have angered the hidden boss Wuji Laozu. You have 3 choices, multiple choices possible. Li Muyan's waistplate, which was about to hunch down, instantly straightened up. You see, what does it mean to be a Kryptonian immortal? District NPCs, what's one realm higher? He immediately scanned the options. Top up 18 and get a 1,000-mile talisman to escape from the battlefield.
Recharge 88, temporarily gain the pressure of late merging realm, lasts for 30 seconds. Top up 188, increase charm value, Woji Laozu will be impressed by you, raider success rate plus 50%.
Li Muyang. No, is the third option serious? Raiders of the Wunderkind? He mused slightly. An otherworldly version of tying up rich women? If there was no Shin Shuangli, he'd have picked it in a bag of seconds.
Anyway, the game character just needs to enjoy the rich woman's happy wireball and numerical value spike. As a player, he has to think too much. And it also boosts the charisma value, meaning that it might even trigger hidden perks on other occasions in the future.
But now? Li Muyan's eyes narrowed. Since there are options, you must choose them all. In the next second, he did not hesitate to recharge 294 and directly all in. Recharge successful.